Chapter 101, Two Bellas. Just a few drops of blood would do, James said. You could have just said that from the beginning, Bella huffed. What did you? Oh, never mind, I don't want to know. Just bring your finger over this cauldron, James told her. Ouch, she felt something stab her, and several drops of her blood fell onto the mysterious bubbling liquid. That will do, James nodded in satisfaction. What will that do exactly? Bella asked. Caillou, Primum floated next to her. Hold on. James poured all the liquid into a flask and handed it to her. Just take a small sip, and you will see the effects immediately. Bella glanced at him with suspicion. Fine. He had never given her a reason to doubt him, so she did as he said and took a small sip. She felt something strange. Wait, what is? There's something wrong with my eyes, I can see double. The disorientation will pass quickly, as your consciousness adjusts to the change. Wait, I think it's getting better now, Bella said. What change? I have not. The other Bella said. Bella glanced to her left and found someone identical staring back at her. Who are you? The other Bella asked. I should be the one asking that, Bella glared at James. What did you do? Did you make a clone of me? Hold on, I'm not a clone. If anything, you are the clone, the other Bella exclaimed, pointing at her other self. Calm down, neither of you are clones. You are both Bellatrix Black, James told them. Care to explain a bit better? Yes, you always give some half-assed explanation, the two Bellas said together. Caillou, Primum looked at the two identical girls, not sure what was happening. That potion can divide your consciousness in two while also creating a temporary body for it. He pointed to the Bella on the left. You are the temporary body. The effects of the potion will last for around 6 hours. Once that time is up, the temporary body will vanish, and the consciousness will return to being one, combining the memories of both of you. So I will learn everything that my clone does, Bella asked. I'm not a clone, I'm the real Bella, the other one said. You are the real Bella, but your mind is inside a temporary construct that functions as, just don't think too much about it, James recommended. So I can use this to be in 2 places at the same time. This is great, Bella said with excitement. Of course it's great, James said with pride. This was one of his personal creations. He had originally envisioned it so he could be twice as efficient when working, so he always had a batch of this potion ready to use. Caillou, Primum looked between the two Bellas with clear confusion in his eyes. Come here, Primum, one of them opened her arms. No, come here, I'm the real one. Bella did the same. Caillou, he ended up flying toward James for help. Don't mess with the little guy, James patted his head. Caillou, Primum complained. I know women can be evil, James whispered. The two Bellatrixes looked at each other. Now what? Now it looks like your problem is solved, James said as he used his wand to dispel the temporary body, allowing Bella's consciousness to become one once again. Whoa, give me a warning at least. That felt weird. I remember being at 2 places at the same time. Bella grasped her head. You will get accustomed to it. It is going to be a bit worse when your other half has been away for several hours, but I'm sure you can handle it. You're right. Bella looked around the lab. Does that mean that I can come back? That was always up to you. He pointed to an empty table. You can take that spot if you want it. You'll find all the equipment you need in the storage area. Bella looked back and saw that a large area behind the snake statues had several cupboards filled with all sorts of instruments. Where did you get all this stuff? Everything was destroyed in the fire. Some of it I bought, the rest I borrowed from somewhere. It took him a while to realize that Hogwarts had a room filled with things no one was using. The room of requirement may not be useful as a laboratory location, but it is a treasure trove for cauldrons, glassware, and tools. You left a notebook on the table. Bella noticed the small book of notes while she was setting up her things. That is for you, of course. It has notes and tasks for you to follow, James explained while he moved to his stanchion and began to work. For me, Bella began reading. This is incredible. She was amazed at how detailed everything was. It contained some of the potions that she had already worked on, but written in the notebook were extremely well-explained methods for the complete brewing process, from preparing the ingredients, controlling the temperature, and even how to properly stir the cauldron. She figured that even her useless cousin could brew a high-quality potion if he followed these instructions. Her purple eyes moved to where James was. She could only see his back now, and he seemed to be distracted, working on something, as he usually was. For a moment, it felt like she was back to the first day she saw him working during their potion class. There was something mesmerizing about it. "Right, I almost forgot," Bella said suddenly. With everything that happened today, she had just recalled that there was something she wanted to talk to him about. She left her station and walked closer to him. "James, there was something I wanted to ask you about." James turned his head around. "You may ask, but today I won't have much time to guide you personally. There is a project I wish to finish today. It's about what happened yesterday to Rodolphus and the other guys from my house." Bella wasn't sure how to ask in a way that didn't seem like she was accusing him of anything. "Oh, yeah, that was me," James simply responded before going back to his work. Bella stood there in silence for a long minute. "Seriously, you are admitting it just like that." Chapter 102, the second. "Now, if you excuse me." James pulled out his magical briefcase and placed it carefully on the floor. "James, wait, what happened yesterday? How did the Lestrange brothers and those other boys end up in the hospital, and none of them can remember anything? Did you use a memory charm on them?" He stopped to look at her. "I believe that the less you know about what happened, the better it will be for you." Bella raised an eyebrow. "Did you really put them all in the hospital by yourself? From what I heard, many had broken bones, and Snape had been turned into a toad. The healers had a lot of trouble restoring him." "Do you think potions are my only talent? I told you before that I can take care of myself. Does that scare you?" James asked. Bella scoffed. "Scare me? That was bloody impressive. I didn't think you had it on you. Now I just wish I had been there to see it. I've wanted to break Lestrange's bones since the first time I met him." Good to hear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some important project to conclude." James opened the briefcase and went inside. "You have a dimensional briefcase?" Bella looked inside while James descended the staircase. "You never told me about it. What do you have in there?" "I don't have to tell you everything, Bella," James's voice sounded from inside. "And if you're that curious, you may come in." She was indeed really curious about what he had hidden in there. Those briefcases are very expensive and not something that a student would usually have. Bella arrived at the small entrance and saw James going through one of the two doors. Inside the room was a large wooden table shaped like a U that took up around 3/4 of the space. There were two very distinct areas with different projects going on. James went directly to the one on the right side, so Bella instinctively looked first at the other one. There was a small cauldron made of some crystal-like material. A multicolored flame was burning beneath it, but no smoke was coming from the cauldron. Everything was so serene, as if it was waiting for something to happen. She wanted nothing more than to walk up to the cauldron and take a peek at what was inside, but she knew better than to mess with one of James's experiments. Severus Snape had already gotten a taste of what could happen. So instead, she turned her attention to the other side and tried to find out what James was doing over there. He took several small boxes from his robes and placed them on the table. Where does he keep all that stuff? Bella had never seen anyone store so many things inside their clothes. "I have made you wait long enough. Today you will finally wake up," James said. "Who are you talking, oh?" Bella couldn't see it before because James's back was blocking her view, but once she moved a bit, she could finally see what was in front of James. "Did you make another one?" It was a large glass jar with a bubbling dark liquid inside. Nothing was moving yet, but it looked very similar to the one from which Primum had come. "This one is a bit different from Primum. This is not exactly a chimera, at least not technically. It's a modified artificial being." "What kind of being?" She got a bit closer to the glass jar, but the liquid was too thick and dark to see what was contained inside. "It's not moving. Is that normal?" "That's because it's not finished yet. She's been waiting for some very special materials," James said. Bella raised an eyebrow. James always spoke of Primum as an it, so Bella found it strange that he referred to this experiment in such a way. James proceeded to drop the remaining ingredients he had been collecting for the past months. He opened a tiny black box, and some colorful dust fell inside the jar. The pixie dust was going to be the last ingredient. The liquid inside the jar began to change and adopt several vibrant colors. But then James remembered that he had a chance to acquire some of that gin essence. If his calculations were correct, and they usually were, this legendary material would make his next construct much better than the one he had created during his previous life. Either that or my entire briefcase will blow up in a very spectacular way, James thought while giving Bella a glance. Maybe I shouldn't have let her come here in the first place. No, it will be fine, James told himself. What will be fine? Bella asked. Don't worry about it, it's not going to blow up. James gave her a reassuring thumbs up. Hold on, this can explode, she hurried to ask. James, answer to me, should I be worried? Ignoring the girl, James took hold of the small wooden box containing just a few grams of gin essence and dropped them into the glass jar. The essence was a bright liquid with a light blue tone and a glow of its own. As it made contact with the contents of the jar, something began to happen. The liquid started to spin as if it were being violently stirred. Meanwhile, its vibrant colors began to fade, replaced by a pure white monotone. James took out his wand and tapped the glass several times while he recited a spell in a language that Bella had never heard. The girl decided to remain silent during the whole process, not wanting to risk distracting James at a crucial moment. She just watched with rapt attention as the liquid inside the glass jar transformed. Runes appeared all of a sudden out of thin air and floated around the container. Come on, little one, wake up, James said after finishing his chant. Something inside the jar began to move. Chapter 103, I Need a Name. Just like how it happened with Primum, the thick liquid began to turn transparent as the creature inside absorbed all the useful properties from the material used in its creation. Once enough had been absorbed, they were able to see what was inside. Whoa! Bella stared at the creature with astonishment while James observed it with care, to make sure that everything looked as it should. The little one inside the glass jar seemed to still be in a state of slumber, but would occasionally move her limbs. Everything looks good, let's get you out of there. James stood over the jar and gently picked up the small creature in his hands. Well, this one is nothing like Primum, you were right about that. Bella pointed out the obvious as she got her face closer. In fact, the only thing they may have in common was that both creatures had wings. What James was holding in his hands looked more like a tiny person with a pair of almost translucent wings and some striking silver hair. What is she? Bella asked. Technically, she is also a chimera, a mixture of several magical beings, but the reality is that she is a bit more complex than Primum, because she could also qualify as a homunculus due to her human parts. James moved her wings out of the way. She's not waking up. Is something wrong? Bella asked with concern. She had a weakness for small, cute magical creatures, not that she would ever admit it to anyone. The gin essence must be difficult for her to process. It was not part of the original recipe, James commented. Then why did you add it? Bella may not know a single thing about alchemy or what this essence was, but even so, it seemed obvious that adding extra ingredients to a recipe was just asking for trouble. Because I know it's going to produce better results, just wait for a bit. He was still confident in his decision to add this last ingredient. This wasn't someone else's recipe either. It was something he had created himself. This was the first step he had made before creating a proper homunculus. In fact, in his last life, it had been this same creation that made him world famous, so he knew it very well. The little person in James's hands opened her mouth and made some noises. Oh, she's finally waking up, Bella noted. Just a moment later, the tiny girl opened her eyes. These had a striking blue tone and seemed to be brimming with magic. The newborn creature lifted her body a bit and looked around, as if she were analyzing her surroundings. She is so cute, Bella gushed with excitement at seeing this tiny person begin to move. She needs something else to properly function. James placed her back on top of the table and went to fetch something on the other side of the room. What she needs is some clothes, though. Bella couldn't help but notice that the tiny girl was completely naked. This was normal since she had just been born. Still, it felt wrong to keep her naked because, despite her size and the pair of wings, her body looked almost completely human. "Give me a moment, I'll make her some garments." James returned with another cauldron that he had filled with water. He carefully placed the cauldron down and pulled his wand out before pointing it at the fairy-looking girl. As he did, a white dress appeared on her, covering all the parts that needed to be covered. "Whoa, you're good with conjuration too, that's very advanced, but won't that dress disappear in a matter of hours?" Bella asked. "Yes, but by then, she will be able to fix it by herself," James responded. "By herself?" Bella glanced at the girl. "You mean that this little one can use magic?" "Not yet, but she will. At this moment, she is like an empty vessel that needs to be filled. What she needs now is knowledge," James told her. Yeah, I can see that." Bella noticed that the little fairy hadn't moved from the spot where James had left her. She seemed to be busy just looking around, but wasn't doing anything else. James placed his wand against his temple and pulled a string of silvery liquid from it. "What is that?" Bella had never seen that before. "Memories that I have carefully prepared for this occasion." James allowed the silver liquid to land on the water inside the cauldron. It floated on the surface, not really mixing with the water. This will be enough knowledge for her to know how to function. She will then be able to acquire more by herself. He then picked up the little creature. This one offered no resistance to his touch. Much like James had said, she was like an empty shell. A living body, but it was lacking a mind of its own. "Are you sure that nothing went wrong? She looks like she's brain dead," Bella said. "I mean, Primum was super cheerful after being born and flew all over the place." "I already told you that this one is different. Primum was relying on his instincts after being born, so he already knew how to do basic things even before learning anything." James lowered the tiny creature into the water and allowed her to sink. "She is like a brand new computer with an empty memory card. It needs to be filled with the basic functions before she can do anything." "A computer?" Bella now looked super confused. "Right." James realized his mistake. Not only was he talking to a pureblood girl, but this was also the mid-70s, so even muggles might not have those at home yet. "Never mind, you'll understand in a moment. Right now, she is assimilating the memories I gave her, once she is D." Before James could finish his sentence, something flew from the cauldron at great speed. "She's flying already," Bella exclaimed. The little one was now moving her wings and hovering over them with ease. "That was a lot faster than I expected." Even James was surprised by the speed at which she had assimilated all those memories. He wanted to make sure she had everything she needed to start, so he left several years' worth of information. Her eyes became locked onto James. "Master, I need a name." Ime. Chapter 104, The Magical Fairy. "She can speak," Bella said with amazement as she stared at the flying tiny girl with wide eyes. "Of course she can speak," James said with a tinge of annoyance at her shock. Why would he create a humanoid construct that was unable to speak? That would be a failure on his part. "Is my name Of Course She Can Speak, Master?" the floating fairy asked. "Why is she calling you Master? Did you tell her to do that?" Bella threw an accusatory glare at him. "No, that is not your name." James gave Bella a signal to shut up before turning his attention back to his new creation. "Your name is Nyxaris." "That's a strange name," Bella commented. "It's the name of an ancient folklore character. The first one to be created was the Goddess of Light, and shortly after, her sister, the Goddess of Darkness, came into existence. She was the second one, and her name was Nyx." "You put more thought into that one than with Primum," Bella pointed out. "I don't play favorites, if that's what you're implying. I treat all of my creations with the care they deserve. I just had more time to think of a name this time around." James had a lot of pride in his work and all his creations, so he made sure they were all taken care of. "Nyxaris," she repeated. "Name acknowledged, I am Nyxaris, Master." "She keeps calling you that," Bella said. "I am her creator, after all. She's just being polite. I'm sure Primum would also call me that if it could speak." Now, he turned his attention to the flying creature. "Nyxaris, were you able to analyze all the memories I gave you?" "I did, Master," she immediately responded in a monotone way. There was little emotion in the way she spoke. "How many spells have you learned?" James asked her. 638, Master. What? Bella turned to James. Is she serious? Why don't we put it to the test? James suggested. Let's go outside the briefcase. Once outside, James guided them to the previous chamber. It was a bit narrow, but there was nothing of value that could break there. Bella, I assume you brought your wand, James said. Bellatrix pulled her wand out with a smooth move. I never leave my room without it. Good, you're going to need it. James turned to Nyxaris. Hold what? Bella looked confused. Nyxaris, do you know what a magical spar is? James asked, just to make sure. A light exchange between two opponents. No lethal spells are allowed. No highly damaging spells are allowed, Nyxaris responded. Good, you're going to have a spar with her. James pointed at Bella. Hey, I didn't agree to this. Bella glanced at Nyx. You want me to throw spells at the little one? No way, I'll hurt her. Still sounds strange to hear Bella speak like that, James thought. Don't worry about hurting the construct. Nyxaris is a lot stronger than you think, or at least she should be if everything went according to plan, which is what I want to test. James pointed at the fairy. If we go by potency of magic, she has like 10 times more than you. I just need to see if she can put all that power and knowledge into practice, James explained. You think that little newborn girl is stronger than me? Bella raised an eyebrow. Wow, you must really think little of me. James shrugged. There's a quick way to prove me wrong. He waved his wand and placed some extra protection on the walls, just in case. You can start whenever you wish. There will be no use of curses or any lethal hexes, and you will both stop when I say so. Is that understood? Let's get this over with. Bella rolled her eyes. Understood, Master, Nyxaris responded. Tisk, I don't like this, okay? Bella pointed her wand at the flying little creature. Stupefy. A blue spark of light emerged from her wand and traveled toward its target with perfect accuracy. Pratigo. Nyxaris lifted a hand in front of her and created a shield large enough to protect her entire body. Bella's spell was successfully absorbed into the shield. She can actually use magic. Bella was honestly surprised. She thought that James was exaggerating, but it looked like he was telling the truth. The little construct could cast spells. Although she still didn't believe that she had over 600 spells in her arsenal. Not even the headmaster may know that many. Keep going. Don't just use a single spell and stand there waiting. You should have already been preparing your second spell before the first one left your wand, James told Bella. He was also taking this opportunity to see what this girl was capable of. Dangerous times were approaching, and he wanted to make sure everyone was as ready as possible. This is why he asked Bella to test his creation instead of doing it himself. I know how to fight. Bella gave her wand a flick and 2 white ropes flew out of it. Incarcerus. Nyxaris' wings began to glow brightly. She had used an enhancement charm to improve her speed. Right before the ropes could touch her, she avoided them so fast that she almost went out of view. Her little body hovered near the ceiling, and her hands performed several signs. First, a blue spark appeared before her, and was then launched at Bella. What the? Bella stepped aside to dodge the stunning charm, but was caught when a white rope entangled her leg. When did she do that? She followed the stunner with an immobilizing charm, just like you did, but in quick succession, James explained. Also, you already lost. What do yo? Bella caught a glimpse of another flash of light, and then everything went dark. There was another stunner mixed with the Incarcerus, James added. Master, is the spar over? Nyxaris asked. Should I keep going? Let's give her another chance, shall we? I think she was underestimating you a bit too much. James used his wand to remove the ropes and dispel the stun from Bella. What the bloody hell? Bella almost jumped from the spot. What was that? She looked around until she found Nyxaris floating close to James. What happened is that you lost, James told her. Try again and pay more attention, otherwise this test will be useless. Hold on, Bella said. Give me some time to prepare. Nyxaris round 2, James said. Acknowledged, round 2. The blue eyes of the fairy began to glow. Chapter 105, I Can Train You. Huff, huff, Bella was on her knees, breathing with difficulty. What is with that thing? It doesn't get tired. Nyxaris merely watched her with no emotion in her eyes. Do you surrender, or will you choose to continue? James saw that the little fairy was about to blast Bella with another spell, and decided it was time to stop. That's enough, we should end it here. It had been almost 2 hours, and Bella was obviously too exhausted to continue. Acknowledged, Master. Nyxaris lost interest in Bella and flew towards James. Does Master wish to continue testing my magical capabilities? James shook his head. That won't be necessary. It doesn't seem like you have any issues using your magic. Is that right? I haven't encountered any problems so far. I will let Master know if that changes. Good, go back to that chamber and make yourself a place to rest. Don't leave without my permission. James pointed to the main chamber where his laboratory was. Yes, Master. She went away without complaint. James then approached Bella and handed her a potion. It's a pepper-up potion. It will help you recover from the exhaustion for a bit. I'm fine, she huffed but still took and drank the potion. You did very well against her, James commented. I lost every time. How can someone that tiny blasts spells like that? Bella complained. She always considered herself talented in magical combat. All children in the Black family go through harsh training from a young age, but Bella was pushed even harder than the rest by her own mother. If she failed to get a spell right, her mother would hit her with some painful curse in response. So she always tried to make sure she learned everything quickly and made as few mistakes as possible. Of course, you would lose against that opponent. That was not the point of the exercise in any case. Nyxaris is a being of pure magic, much like a house elf. For her, using magic is as natural as breathing. Compared to that, humans have to spend a large part of their lives learning how to use magic in the most efficient way possible. Bella stood up, feeling a bit better thanks to the potion. I don't like losing. Losing in my family is not acceptable. Then get better. I could give you a few lessons in that subject too, James suggested. He had already planned on taking his friends to the room of requirement for some combat lectures, especially after what happened with the Lestrange brothers. He didn't want them to be defenseless when a war was approaching. Not that he wished for them to take any part in it, but one can never be too prepared. Any day now, they could find themselves having to fight for their lives. His amber eyes looked at Bella. If the Black family refused Voldemort's alliance, then Bella and the rest of the members would also be involved on the same side of the war. He knew Tom well enough to know that the man was too prideful and arrogant to allow the Black family to walk away unscathed after rejecting his offer to join his side. You want to teach me how to fight? Bella glanced at him. She could not say that the offer wasn't appealing. Even though she had never seen what James could do when he got serious, it was obvious that he knew what he was doing. If you want to, but let me warn you that, unlike with the potion lessons, these combat lessons will have more people in them, James said. A frown appeared on Bella's face. Who? Please tell me it's not my cousin. Your cousin, as well as Remus and Peter. I also plan on inviting Lily, Alice, and Frank, but I don't know if they will be interested. That's a lot of people. Sorry, but I don't have the time for personal lessons. It has to be done this way. Would they agree to have a snake in the lessons? Bella asked. James was the only Gryffindor that she got along with. She found it hard to imagine dealing with a group of them. If anyone doesn't like it, they will be free to leave. James was sure that his friends would stay in any case. Bella seemed to be considering something. And where do you plan to have the lessons? Here, she pointed at the chamber. Absolutely not. This is my personal laboratory. Other than you, no one knows where it is, and it will remain that way. Besides, there's no room for everyone in here. I'm the only one who knows about this place. Bella could not help but feel a bit happy to learn that. This meant that James truly trusted her, even after what happened the last time. I have a more appropriate location in mind for combat lessons, so don't worry about that. The room of requirement would finally be put to good use. Is it okay if I bring someone with me? Bella asked. That depends on which one of your sisters it is. Narcissa is an absolute no, as she will inform Malfoy immediately. Andromeda would be fine. Wait, how did you know I was thinking about my sisters? Bella asked. No offense, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends. And by that, he meant that she had 0 friends outside her family. That's just because everyone is insufferable, Bella huffed. She did try to make friends during her first year, but everyone in her house only cared about political alliances and improving their family's influence. She didn't find anything wrong with that, but she couldn't become friends with anyone with that mindset. Before the first trimester ended, she had already decided that she didn't need to have any friends in school. She had her family, and that was all that mattered to her. "I'll talk to Andromeda then," she finally said. James nodded. "Good, now we should go back, it's almost time for dinner." Chapter 106, A Change of Tactic. On Friday night, the doors of the Great Hall opened, just as they were about to serve dinner. "Look, they're back," Sirius exclaimed. "Yeah, great," Remus huffed. "I thought they would be angrier when they came back," Frank commented. "You think they'll come for you? Ouch," Peter got smacked on the head before he could finish. "Shut up," Sirius gave him a glare. They were not supposed to talk about that fight. James told them that he had erased their memories, but people were already suspicious of them, so they had to be very careful with what they said. It took almost a week for the Lestrange brothers and the rest of the Slytherin boys, whom they fought, to return to school. By then, people had come up with all sorts of hypotheses about what happened to them. Of course, none of them knew how serious their injuries were. Students had just been told that several Slytherin seniors were attacked and were sent to St. Mungo's to heal. The only thing that James found curious was how long it took them to come back from the hospital. He knew better than anyone else what kind of injuries they had been inflicted. Cuts, bruises, and broken bones may take a while to heal for Muggles, but in the magical world, any qualified healer would have gotten them fixed in an hour or two. They should have been back the day after the attack at most. James could only think of one reason for this long delay. They must have got into some legal trouble with the Ministry. And the cause of this had to be the Obliviate spell that James had used on them. He never finished his Auror training, but he still knew well enough how they operated. Every time memory charms are involved, it is protocol for the Aurors to perform a full investigation. Since they didn't have a culprit to arrest, they must have analyzed everything in the possession of the boys, including their wands. Rodolphus had used the Cruciatus curse on him, and James had used his brother's wand to cast an Imperio. A single use of those curses was enough to put someone in Azkaban for life, even if they had been used in self-defense. The Aurors must have detained the boys after realizing that, forcing their families to come help them. However, James was not surprised to see them back. The Unforgivables are only illegal to use on humans. If the Ministry wants to send you to jail for their use, they need to prove that they were used on someone. With their memories wiped out and the attacker missing, there was no way to do this, even if logic dictated that they must have been fighting someone. With a lack of damning evidence and pressure coming from several important pureblood families, the Ministry must have had no choice but to let them all go. "Look at Rabiston, he looks so smug," Sirius frowned. "Of course he does, the Slytherins got away with it," again, Remus whispered. James saw the food appear before him and began eating. "Don't concern yourself with those guys, just enjoy your dinner." "I don't know how you can always be so calm," Peter said. James looked over at the Slytherin table as Rabiston and the others went to take their seats. They were being received with cheers, as if they had accomplished something great. He doubted the other Slytherins knew many details, so they must have their own theories about what happened. Rabiston went to sit next to Bella and was welcomed with a look of disgust. This at least had the effect of taking away his smug look and replacing it with his usual angry one. That's better, James thought. As much as he wanted to distance himself from school drama, he was going to need to keep an eye on those guys. The Slytherins from this era were much bolder than the ones he remembered. He had been overlooking a lot of things so far because they only went after him. These children were as much of a threat to him as a few ants to an elephant, so he had been responding with minimal violence and trying to de-escalate things. That obviously didn't work. His amber eyes moved to Malfoy. He was now talking about something with the Lestrange brothers and Snape. By the face he was making, it was something serious. I have to admit that Lucius Malfoy is much more dangerous than Draco ever wished he was. James was reasonably certain that the attack had been something Malfoy planned, and he was not going to stop here. And now he had a good idea as to why he was escalating things so much. James stopped his meal for a moment and took out a letter. The envelope carried the symbol of the House of Black. This was a message from the patriarch that he had received that afternoon. His mind went back to a few hours prior, when he had read its contents. Lord Pollux had made up his mind, after performing a thorough investigation into the Malfoy, Lestrange, and Caro families. The old man had finally decided to end the engagement contracts with these three families. This also meant that he was going to reject Voldemort's offer. Nothing had been officially announced yet, so Bella probably didn't know. But the Malfoy lord must have been suspecting that this was going to happen sooner or later. James had no doubt that this was going to devolve into violence. Those families and the Dark Lord were not going to take the insult without fighting back. The most likely scenario would be for Patriarch Pollux to be killed. The old man must have known this. I cannot let that happen. James pulled out a piece of parchment, a quill, and began to write. James, what are you writing now? We're having dinner, mate. Sirius glanced at his friend. I'm writing an important letter. James had made up his mind. He could not let that old man die. He was too important for that. Without him, the Black House would end up in Voldemort's hands, and things would be the same as in his past. I'm going to have to intervene directly this time. Chapter 107, Is This a Date? Hey James, do you have a minute? He was about to leave the Great Hall after dinner when he was suddenly called by Alice. When he turned around, he saw Frank and Lily standing beside her. Yes, James wondered what she wanted. Even though they were all part of the same group of friends, he hadn't really spoken that much with these three. At least not compared to how much time he spent with Sirius, Remus, and Peter. Tomorrow morning, we're going to make a shopping trip to Hogsmeade and maybe grab something to eat at the end. If you have some free time, do you feel like coming along? You want to visit Hogsmeade again so soon? He had expected that after the experience from the previous week, they would be more reticent to go there. Alice made a troubled expression. It's the only fun place we can visit during the school year. We can't let something like that ruin it for us. Yes, and if James is with us, we'll be safer, right? Lily added. So I'm a bodyguard now, James thought. Sirius and Peter said they wanted to go watch the Quidditch game between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. And Remus wanted to research something in the library for a personal project of his, Frank said. James knew this, of course. Remus was working on the map. He wanted to research some new rune formations to use. Sirius told him about going to watch the game, but he didn't feel like wasting his morning like that. He had planned to just spend his time at the lab, get some stuff done. But he could also do that during the afternoon. Right now, it wasn't a bad idea to accompany these three to Hogsmeade. The Lestrange brothers were back, and Malfoy might try something. Okay, I can join you, but I need to return after midday at most, James told them. That's no problem, Alice said with a grin. That's great, James, thanks for coming. Frank gave him a pat on the shoulder. After breakfast at the main gate. We'll see you tomorrow then, Lily added before looking away. Yes, James responded. What's with Lily today? She's a lot less talkative than usual. James wondered if it had something to do with what she saw the previous week. Alice then got closer to him and whispered in his ear, "Good luck." She left with the others after saying those cryptic words to him. What was that about? James asked no one in particular. The next morning, James had a quiet breakfast with Sirius, Remus, and Peter. He told them about his plans to visit Hogsmeade with Frank, Alice, and Lily while they ate. Really, that's good, Remus said. Have fun, Peter said. Yeah, have fun, Sirius chuckled. James looked at them with suspicion. By their tone, they seemed to know something that I don't. He didn't like not knowing things. Well then, I'd better get going. Frank said to meet them after breakfast. James stood up. He had already changed into some casual robes, so there was no need to make a stop at his bedroom, and he could go directly to the castle's back entrance, from where students took the road to Hogsmeade. Good luck. James heard Sirius shout at him as he was leaving. Those were the same words that Alice had told him. How suspicious, James glared at them one last time. He arrived at the gates with no delay. Several groups of students were already gathering there, waiting to leave the castle. but he did not spot Frank and the others. Maybe I came too early. He liked to be efficient, and perhaps this morning he had been a bit too efficient. Aim, James. He heard someone call for him. When he lifted his gaze, he saw Lily standing in front of him. She was wearing a large winter coat and a comfy black beanie on her head. Hi, she greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning, Lily. He looked around again but still couldn't see Frank and Alice. Are those two? Sorry, they're not coming, Lily said with an apologetic expression. They're not. What happened? James inquired. Well, they remembered they had something important to research in the library, some project for runes. James had to admit that Lily was a genius in many aspects, but lying was not one of them. I see, James was finally able to put the pieces together. It seems like all of our friends colluded together to interfere in my personal life, James thought. James, if you don't want to go with just me, it's fine, I understand. Lily was starting to get uncomfortable with his dry response. Not at all, I'll be happy to go with you. James may not have had any romantic interest in Lily, but he still cared for her, and the last thing he wanted was to hurt her feelings. Really? Her mood recovered immediately. Sure, James offered her his arm like a good gentleman. Let's go then. Lily seemed a bit embarrassed for a moment and moved her eyes around to check if anyone was staring at them. Yes, let's go. She then grabbed onto his arm and they began to walk. She glanced at his robes. They were made with a fairly thin fabric that offered easy movement, but did little to protect him from the cold. Are you going to be okay with, Lily realized before finishing the question, warming charms? Yes, they come in very handy. I can wear comfortable clothes and still remain warm, James responded. Why didn't I think of that? Lily wondered. The two of them left the gates of Hogwarts behind and began to traverse the road that led to Hogsmeade. Chapter 108, Time with Lily. The road to Hogsmeade usually takes around 10 minutes of walking to reach the entrance gates to the village. They were almost there, and Lily hadn't said a single word since they left the castle. Usually, James would enjoy the silence, but he was getting an uncomfortable feeling, as he could tell that Lily was very nervous. Do you actually have something that you want to buy from the village, or do you prefer to go directly to a pub? He decided to ask something and hopefully get her to relax. Oh yes, I do have to buy some things, Lily said. I've been looking for a book on ancient tombs from the Middle East and South America. Ancient tombs? That's certainly not a topic that would be covered in school. At least not in our year, James pointed out. I know, but it's something that began to fascinate me last year when I started studying ancient runes. Most of the transcripts that we see in our school books were originally found in some of those tombs, or the ones in Egypt, Lily explained. Mo, I didn't know you were interested in that, James said as they crossed the gates into the village. I suppose it's a more recent thing, but after reading about it, I just thought that Cursebreaker could be an interesting career. I mean, you get to travel all over the world and explore places that haven't been touched for centuries. Who knows what you could find there, she said with excitement. The awkwardness from before had disappeared. For a moment, James thought back to Hermione Granger. Lily certainly reminded him a lot of her. They both seemed to be in their element when talking about some academic subject. I'm sure it's an exciting profession, but it's also incredibly dangerous, he said. He knew this from personal experience. Although he had never properly become a cursebreaker, he had joined some expeditions during his travels and got to know many veterans in the trade, as well as delved into several ancient magical sites. I know there's danger to it. I'm not that naive, Lily responded. You know what you've read from the school library, but I doubt those books get the message across properly. Most of the time, the only thing they find in those tombs is death. In the pre-ministry era, there were no regulations on what curses could be used to protect property, so magical folk used the most deadly ones they could think of, very nasty stuff. You seem to know a lot about the subject. Before this year, I would have sworn that your only interests were Quidditch and pranks, Lily commented. James shrugged. I know a bit of everything, but if you want my advice, try talking with an actual cursebreaker about their job before making any serious decisions on that career. I haven't really decided yet. We're still in 4th year, so it's just an interest among many. I just find everything about the magical world so incredible. She glanced at him. I suppose it must be different for you, since you're a pure-blood wizard and not a muggle-born like me. Not at all. No matter how much I've lived in this world, it will never stop being interesting to me. So I understand how you feel, James told her. Lily had a bright smile on her face. Ah, that's the bookshop I wanted to visit. I hope they have the books I've been looking for. The shops were just opening their doors as students ventured into Hogsmeade. James and Lily were the first ones to enter the bookshop, and Lily showed the list of books she had been looking for. But unfortunately, the shop didn't have a single one of them. Not even one. Lily exited the shop with an expression of disappointment. It's not that strange. This is a small shop, and books that delve deep into the topic you're researching aren't something many students will be interested in. You'd have more luck in Diagon Alley. Right, but then I'd have to wait for the next break. I wanted to read it now. Lily pouted. I may know about a shop that could have what you're looking for. James was very familiar with Hogsmeade, as he had visited the place countless times in the past. You do, but this is the only bookshop in Hogsmeade, Lily pointed out. Most students are only familiar with the businesses on the main road, but there are a few lesser-known shops on the outskirts of the village. Also, this shop I'm talking about isn't specifically a bookshop, but it has all sorts of old trinkets. An antique shop, I love those, where is it? Lily asked with interest. I'll take you there. James offered her his hand, and Lily gladly took it. This time, she didn't feel awkward at all, as she was having fun. They walked for several more minutes, leaving behind the main road and the crowd of students there. As they got away from the center, the houses started to look a lot more humble. Some of them were in dire need of repair, while others were simply abandoned. I've never seen this part of Hogsmeade. Lily looked around, and James felt her grip on his hand becoming stronger. There's nothing to be concerned about. This is still Hogsmeade and completely safe. It's not like we're going to Knockturn Alley. The reason it looks like this is because the houses here are cheaper, so they're typically bought by magical families who are struggling for coin, or by old folk who can no longer work or use magic properly to keep their homes from decay. I guess it makes sense that the magical world would also have neighborhoods like this. I've only seen the more glamorous side until now. It's not that bad. Look, there's the shop I was talking about. James pointed ahead. At the end of the road they were walking on, there was a wooden sign hanging from the side. Mysticarum Antiquities. Lily read the name out loud. Indeed, I think you're going to like it. James guided her inside. Chapter 109, An Interesting Find. James opened the door and walked inside the shop, with Lily following right behind him, as if she was afraid to get lost if she allowed the distance between them to increase too much. This place gave her some goosebumps the moment she entered. New faces, that's very unusual, particularly one so young. Lily looked around but could not locate the source of the voice that had just spoken. It sounded like an old lady. Hello. She gasped when she felt a hand on her shoulder, but quickly realized it was James. He was using his finger to point upwards. Lily tracked his sign and looked up. Above them, there was a second floor with a wooden balcony that overlooked the entrance where she was standing. Glimpsing at them from above was an old lady wearing dark robes that covered most of her body, and one of those very old-school and ridiculously oversized witch hats. If a muggle were to see this person up close, they would immediately identify her as a witch, even if they didn't know that magic was real. My apologies, I was doing some cleaning, the old lady said with a smile so warm that it seemed to contradict everything about her appearance and that of her shop. Not at all. I was just looking for something, Lily said with hesitation. Oh, you have something in mind. Give me a second. Much to Lily's shock, the old witch jumped from the balcony of the second floor without hesitation. Lily wanted to close her eyes to save herself from the macabre spectacle she expected to occur, but the old witch just landed on the floor, stood up, and patted the dust from her robes like nothing had happened. Now, would you tell me what you are looking for, young lady? The witch asked. Lily felt very nervous under this person's inquisitive gaze. She could feel as if she was having her very soul examined. She is looking for books on ancient tombs and other magical locations of old. James answered for her. That is an interesting request. Let's see what I have. The old witch became lost in thought while perusing the shelves of her shop. There was a large section for books on the left side, and she was going over it quite thoroughly. Are you feeling okay? James asked Lily after noticing that she looked a bit uncomfortable. I'm fine, she said in a soft whisper. I just felt something strange a moment ago. It is a bit hard to describe it, but it made me feel. You felt you were being analyzed to your very core when you glanced into the witch's eyes, James asked. Yes, it was exactly like that. How did you know? Lily asked. She probably used legilimency on you. Perhaps you should avoid looking into people's eyes when walking into places like this one, James said. The mind arts, I read a bit about those types of magic. But using it on someone without warning, that has to be illegal, right? Lily asked, while keeping an eye on the old witch in case she had been heard. But the shopkeeper seemed very busy at the moment, looking for the book she requested. James glanced at Lily. Do not be so quick to claim something is illegal. The use of legilimency may be somewhat restricted, but it depends a lot on the situation. Right now, we are inside someone else's property, so they can always claim they only used it to protect themselves, in case we came here with bad intentions, just in the same way that wards are used. Oh, I haven't really considered it from her perspective. You may be right. Lily felt a bit embarrassed, as her first thought had been to go warn one of her professors that someone had used a mind spell on her. I think it's over here. The old witch climbed a set of spiral stairs and went to the second floor. Apparently, there was another library over there, albeit a much smaller one. Did you bring gold? I'm sure the second floor section is only for very rare tomes, James commented. Really? I didn't expect the books to cost that much. The most expensive book I bought this year cost me 1 galleon and 11 sickles. Aha, found it, the old witch called to them from above. Come here, young ones, I have located what you are looking for. See, I told you this shop was likely to have something useful, James said. The two of them went up there and found that the witch had already laid 3 books on top of a small table. These 3 contain the information you are seeking. They go into great detail about the contents of several important ancient magical places. The witch then went on a long explanation about each of the tomes. Lily was paying attention to her words, but James got distracted when he spotted something on one of the shelves where the witch had taken some of the other books. The Silent Crypt was the title written on the spine of the book. He had read this one before and knew well enough which tomb it was referring to. The book is about the expedition that was carried into an ancient tomb in the south of Wales, around the beginning of the 20th century. The tomb was supposed to belong to a very famous figure from ancient legends who was related to the first Merlin. But the expedition was a complete failure, and everyone, except for the author of that book, died in that tomb. But it made for a good story, at least. Not many believed the tale to be based on real events, and the author died shortly after writing that manuscript, so they couldn't even ask him. However, in 1980, just the year he had been born, someone found the actual tomb and managed to uncover some important treasures from there. There was one particular artifact in there that James would have loved to have for himself. James shook his head. That's too bad, it's too late for. Hold on, right now it's just 1975. He was still getting used to living in the past. That means I can go in there and get it for myself. I can do it. James, Lily turned around to look at him when she heard him mutter some words she couldn't understand. Were you saying something? James pointed at the book. I will take this one. Chapter 110, Old Things. That one, huh? The old witch raised an eyebrow. That is a very unique tome. You mean expensive, James corrected her. I mean expensive, she agreed. There were only a few copies made. In fact, that may be the only one left in this country. Most magical books were protected against any type of duplication spells to prevent illegal copies. But ancient tomes like this one took even more precautions. Some couldn't even be touched without permission, or the offender would suffer terrible curses. The Silent Crypt, Lily read the title aloud. Isn't that about ancient tombs as well? She wondered why the witch hadn't shown her that book as well. Forget about it, that book is for true collectors. The witch simply hadn't expected James to be willing to spend so much on a single volume. And she had no idea of its real value, but James did. Without this tome, locating Kilgara's tomb would be almost impossible. The author had only found it by accident while searching for a different site. Not all the clues were written down, but when combined with what James already knew, the book would be enough to find the tomb. And, more importantly, survive it. The tome contained invaluable information about the traps inside. Without it, venturing inside would be akin to suicide. Name your price, James insisted. Now that he had made up his mind, he wasn't leaving without that book. He must have it. The witch looked him over, taking in his posture and the robes he wore. What is your name? Draco Malfoy, James replied smoothly. Lily shot him a questioning glance, wondering what he was playing at. You don't look like a Malfoy, the witch said slowly. But you do look like a pureblood heir. Very well, the price for that book is 500 galleons, and I won't take a single coin less. What? Lily blurted out without thinking. That was more money than she had spent in 4 years at Hogwarts, and likely more than she would spend in the remaining 3. I'll take it, James said without hesitation. It was an absurd amount of money for a single book. For comparison, the Nimbus 2000, a top-of-the-line broom, had cost around 200 galleons when it first launched, but this tome was far more valuable to him. The cost of this book was closer to that of the firebolt that his godfather had once bought for him. James had never cared much about money. For him, it was just a tool to reach his goals. Even if he had to spend every coin he had, it would be worth it, as long as he achieved what he set out to do. Ho ho, the witch chuckled. What an interesting boy. You are either very foolish with your money, or you know something about this book that I don't. Does it matter? James replied coolly. You're a merchant, don't you want to make a profit? He glanced at the other 3 books on the table. I'll buy those 3 as well. He conjured a large bag, reached into his holding container, and pulled out 500 galleons. He placed them in front of her. That's for the old tome. Wait, she hasn't even said the price yet, Lily protested. These 3 books, the witch smiled, handing them to Lily. You can keep them, consider them a gift. The price of the 3 books was not low, but neglectful compared to that of the book that James had just bought. Giving these away for free was not a big deal, if that allowed her to make a connection with a rich client. Really, I can keep all 3, Lily asked, surprised. James secured the tome in his satchel, wary that the witch might change her mind or start asking questions. Come on, we should get going. Aim, yes. Lily clutched the 3 books and followed him downstairs. From the second-floor balcony, the old witch watched them leave. Her sharp eyes glinted beneath the brim of her oversized hat. Mr. Malfoy, it was a pleasure doing business with you. I hope you visit again. Once they were several blocks away from the shop, Lily finally spoke again. James, how can you spend so much on a single book? I know your family has money, but that seemed excessive. I only spent my own money, and it wasn't wasted. That tome is worth every coin, though I can't explain why, not here nor now. He gestured to the books she carried. You should put those in a holding bag. Oh, right, she quickly opened her satchel and stored them. I should have thanked you first, for the books. I bet they were expensive too. No problem. She gave them to me after overcharging me for the old tome, James said, so she still made a big profit. He was convinced that the original price for the book he bought must have been at most half of what the witch asked him for it. But it was better if the witch thought he was just some foolish rich boy with little sense, rather than someone who knew exactly what he was buying. She wasn't sure which family I belonged to, so she probably gave them to gain some favor in return. I assure you that she didn't take a loss at all. Why did you tell her you were a Malfoy, and who's Draco? The only Malfoy she knew was Lucius. I didn't want her to know my real name. She was trying a bit too hard to dig for information. Even more so after her legilimency attempt on him had failed. You seemed pretty wary of that old lady. Is she dangerous or something? Lily asked, shivering slightly. She looked creepy, but just an old witch, right? Just an old witch. Let me ask you something. What do you think is the greatest source of power for a witch or wizard? Source of power? Lily thought about it. There are legends about powerful wands that make the user invincible. She recalled an old tale she found at the library about some ancient, powerful wand. No one's invincible. A wand can help, but it's not the source of one's power. It's just a tool. Try again. I know, she grinned. Knowledge. The more one knew, the more one could do. It is thanks to all the knowledge that she had gained reading books and paying attention in class that she was able to become one of the best students in the school, despite having been born in the Muggle world. James nodded. Correct. You asked if that old witch was dangerous. Her shop has been around for centuries, older than Hogsmeade itself. Forbidden knowledge, lost artifacts, ancient tomes, countless rare and powerful items have passed through her hands, over many, many years. He looked at her. Now tell me, Lily, do you still think she's just an old witch? No, not anymore, Lily said quietly. Don't underestimate the old folk. In the magical world, knowledge is power, and those who live long enough can accumulate far more than you'd expect. Lily nodded, thoughtful. Well, James said, changing the subject, now that the shopping's out of the way, do you want to visit a coffee shop? Really? Lily's face lit up. Yes. Chapter 111, The Training Room. Where is this room exactly? Peter asked while looking around nervously. Stop acting so suspicious, Peter. We are not doing anything illegal, Sirius scolded his friend. We just have to go up one more floor, James responded. And don't worry about anyone following us. I'll make sure there is no one around before opening the door. Say, James, how did things go with Lily? Remus asked in a whisper. Don't bother, I already asked him about it last night, and he didn't say a word about it, Sirius said with a tone of annoyance. It depends on what you mean by that question, but I don't think she got bored at least, James responded. You know what I mean, Remus glanced behind them. Lily and Alice were following just a few steps behind. She was very cheerful when she returned and said she had a fun time, Frank commented. Come on, Frank. I'm sure Lily told every single detail to Alice, and doesn't your girlfriend share everything with you? Sirius asked. Frank chuckled. Of course not. Are you crazy? And I am too much of a gentleman to push for information that is none of my business. Frank is right, and gentleman or not, I wish you would all stop behaving like old gossips. James glared at them with eyes of disapproval. It does not suit you. I was just curious, that's all. Sirius raised his hands. They continued onto the 7th floor of the castle and followed a corridor until they arrived in front of a large tapestry hanging from the wall. Okay, give me a moment, James said to the group. Is it here? Lily looked around, trying to find the entrance to the room James had mentioned. I hate that tapestry. It always gives me the creeps, Alice frowned. I think it's hilarious. Do you think that actually happened? Sirius chuckled. All of a sudden, they heard a stranger's voice. You mean the trolls wearing tutus? Don't be ridiculous. What do you expect from our dear cousin? He is an idiot after all. That voice, Sirius narrowed his eyes. You can remove the invisibility. I made sure that no one else is around, but we should hurry to go inside, James told them. Andromeda and Bellatrix came into view. They were standing on the other side of the tapestry, looking at them. Andromeda was tall and imposing, with her long black hair and piercing black eyes. Her tone sounded casual, but her posture denoted that she was wary of them. Bella was more relaxed, just because she trusted James, and found amusement in the expressions the Gryffindors were making as they looked at them. Andromeda, Bella, what in Merlin's name are you two doing here? Were you following us? Sirius had a hard time controlling his tone right now. I invited them, and stop talking in the hall. We can discuss more when we are inside, James said as he paced around in front of the tapestry. Inside where? There are no rooms here, Alice pointed out the obvious. James, what are you doing? Lily saw him walk back and forth and couldn't understand his actions. But just then, they all heard a noise coming from the opposite wall. A door had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Whoa, I saw it forming from the stone itself, Peter exclaimed. So there was a door here after all. Interesting, Remus said. Let's not waste more time. James pulled the door open and signaled for them to enter. Once they went inside, the group found themselves staring at a massive hall, almost as big as the one where they usually had their meals. It had already been equipped with training dummies and other types of equipment to practice spell casting. Several dozen torches illuminated the place quite well, giving it an almost cozy atmosphere. James closed the door behind him and made it disappear so no one else could see it. It would only reappear when they were ready to leave. Welcome to the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement. I've never heard of a room like this in the castle, Remus said. Very few have discovered it over the centuries. James proceeded to explain to them everything they needed to know about the room, like the method to gain entrance, or that the room was capable of changing shape to fit whatever they needed at the moment. Incredible, so it's a secret room made by one of the founders. Lily was now more impressed after learning that Rowena Ravenclaw herself was the one who created this place. It can be turned into anything, so if I want to take a nap, I can come here, Alice asked. The less you come here outside our training sessions, the better. Because every time you do, there's a chance of someone else finding out about its existence. And then we'll need to find another location, James said. Wait, hold on. Sirius pointed at the two Slytherin girls. Should you be telling all of this in front of those two? We're your cousins, you prat, Bella huffed. So what, you're Slytherins. If you say something to your housemates, they'll take over this room in no time, Sirius said. Andromeda frowned. You think we're incapable of keeping a secret? You should know better by now, Sirius. As I said before, I invited Bella and her sister to attend the lessons. I hope you can get past all that Slytherin versus Gryffindor unpleasantness so we can train together. This is something that could one day save your lives, James said. Save our lives? Aren't you exaggerating a bit, James? Alice chuckled. Remus, Peter, and Lily also found his statement somewhat exaggerated. Sirius, Andromeda, and Bellatrix, however, did not think the same. As they were the only ones who knew about the new Dark Lord and were smart enough to understand the future danger that this implied. Chapter 112, Practice and Demonstrations. Peter, that's the wrong wand movement. Sirius, where the hell are you aiming? The dummy is over there. Alice, what are you even trying to cast? You're fourth years. You should be able to throw stunners and disarming charms without thinking. James walked around the room, giving instructions to the group. We just learned the disarming charm a few months ago, Frank muttered. And I can tell you haven't practiced it at all since then, James pointed out. You barely scraped through class with it. I mean, that was enough to pass, Alice added. Why would we need to master combat spells? It's not like I plan to become an Auror. I just agreed to come here because Lily insists. Alice, don't say that, Lily interrupted quickly. James sighed. I can't really blame them for lacking motivation. They have no idea a war is coming. In his previous life, when he helped create the study group that they decided to name as the Dumbledore's Army, there had been plenty of students desperate to learn how to defend themselves. That was after Voldemort had returned to life, and his Death Eaters began launching attacks all over Britain. But Alice and the others hadn't seen any of that. They never experienced the horrors of war and didn't even know Voldemort existed yet. Should I tell them? James considered it. It might be the only way to motivate them, but that comes with its own problems. He didn't want to spread knowledge of the Dark Lord unless it was absolutely necessary. He hadn't even told Dumbledore yet, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to have that conversation with the headmaster. It would be easier if Dumbledore learned from another source, one that had nothing to do with him. No, I can't involve them in this. I'll teach them whatever they're willing to learn, but I won't put that weight on their shoulders. He hadn't told Sirius either. His friend might have heard about the existence of the Dark Lord, but he had no idea just how dangerous that man truly was, and it was better to keep it that way for now. James. He turned to the source of the voice. Bella and her sister were practicing near the far corner of the room, keeping some distance from the rest. He was already grateful they hadn't started fighting. As long as they could tolerate each other's presence, that was all he could ask for. Could you come here and give us some pointers? Bella asked. Yes, Potter, give us some pointers. That's what we came here for, isn't it? Andromeda said, looking amused. Not now, Andy, Bella huffed. You can learn something from him. Really? I'm a 7th year and he's a 4th, but I've heard the stories about your accomplishments, Andromeda said, glancing at James. So why not? Sure, James walked over. Your form is solid, no problems with your posture. Wand movements are clean, you're even using some silent casting. I'm sensing a but. Andromeda raised a brow. You take too long between spells. James's wand slid into his hand. He demonstrated. His wand moved with fluid precision. 4 spells fired off in rapid succession and struck the dummy. He disarmed it, stunned it, impaired its legs, and bound its arms with conjured ropes. Oh, that's impressive, Andromeda admitted. Think you can match that with a bit more effort? James asked. Not that fast, but Andromeda mimicked his sequence. She pulled it off, though it took her nearly 3 times as long. Still better than Bella. I thought she was the fighter in the family, James teased. Hey, she's 3 years older than me, Bella huffed. Haha, don't get upset, Andromeda chuckled. You're not wrong, Potter. Bella has more raw talent than I do when it comes to wand work, and she knows some truly nasty curses. Make sure you never make her angry. She's still too clumsy. Doesn't matter how deadly your curses are if you can't hit anything with them. Hey, Bella snapped again. James pointed at the dummy. This is why training matters, once you master this style of fast casting. His wand flashed again. The movements were fluid but deliberate. Another 4 spells struck the dummy in rapid succession. However, these weren't basic spells like the ones from before. The first blew a hole in its chest. The second severed the head cleanly. The third shattered both legs. And the fourth sprayed a thick green liquid that melted what was left. Merlin, Andromeda looked horrified. Those were hexes, and that last one was a dissolving curse, Bella said. She wasn't surprised James knew them, but the speed had caught her off guard. The more complex a spell, the harder it was to cast silently, and even more so, to cast them with minimal wand movements. It wasn't uncommon for 7th years to use silent expelliarmus, but curses were a different beast. Whoa, James, you completely demolished that dummy. Peter and Sirius rushed over. Why aren't you teaching us that instead? Sirius asked. Were those curses? Remus asked. James gave him a look. If you try to run before you can walk, you're just going to fall. And in this case, falling could mean a spell backfiring and killing you. Sirius fell quiet. Where did you learn that, James? Frank asked. Were those spells even legal? Alice added. 3 of them were. The last one was a dissolving curse, I think, Lily answered. That one's classified as a dark curse. That's just the ministry's way of labeling spells. Don't pay too much attention to it, James said. All 4 spells I used were potentially lethal. He clapped his hands. Now stop gawking and get back to practice. We've only got a couple of hours here. Andromeda leaned toward Bella. Looks like you found an interesting boy. Shut up, Bella muttered, pushing her sister away before turning back to her target. Andromeda chuckled. It was rare to see her little sister flustered, but she knew Bella better than anyone in their house. Interesting indeed. Chapter 113, Mixed Reaction. Damn it. Bella was walking at a hurried pace through the endless corridors of Hogwarts while looking behind her every so often. She was feeling grumpy because she couldn't finish her lunch in peace and had to rush out without making it seem obvious. Since his return, Rodolphus had been keeping a closer eye on her, but so far hasn't attempted to get closer to her since she told him off the other day. But the moment she left the Great Hall, Bella had this feeling that someone was following her. She took a sharp turn and finally arrived at the classroom she had been looking for. Bella opened the door and rushed inside, trying not to make any noise. Huff, you don't look too well. She heard his voice coming from the other side of the room. And whose fault is that? Bella glared at James. The boy was comfortably sitting on the teacher's table. The chair was missing, among many other things. After all, this classroom had not been used in who knows how long, and the thick layer of dust seems to corroborate this. Sorry about that, but there was something important I wanted to tell you, and there isn't much time for it, James said. Couldn't even wait until the end of classes. I missed breakfast today, and thanks to you, I didn't even finish my lunch, Bella said with a tone of annoyance. You won't die from skipping a few meals, don't worry about it, James responded. Bella crossed her arms. Are you implying something? James ignored her question and instead used his finger to point to one corner of the room. You were being followed. Bella followed the direction he was pointing and saw two Slytherin boys lying on the ground, looking completely unconscious. I knew it. Her instincts were not wrong this time. She was really being followed. Those two. Do you know them? Bella shook her head. I don't know everyone, but I think they are companions of Rabastan. Should I have used the potion? Bella had been wondering that. She could have done differently, but was hesitant to use the doppelganger potion because there was a limited number of uses, and she was saving them for when she had classes at the Chamber of Secrets. No, there is no need to waste it. That thing is costly to make. James glanced at the two boys. And they won't wake up for a few hours anyway. What is so important that you have to send me a message during lunch? Bella was very curious about it. James had never called her before in such a way. I wanted to give you a heads up before it becomes official. James handed her the first letter that Lord Black had sent to him just a few days back. Bella took the piece of parchment and read it with care. Her expression went through several changes as she read its contents. Is this real? Is my grandfather actually doing this? It does look that way. Bella's purple eyes moved away from the letter and towards James. Why would he send you this letter? Why is he informing you before me or my sisters? As I said before, this is not official yet. Lord Pollux was just telling me what he intended to do, James said. That didn't answer my question completely. James, what did you do? Did you ask my grandfather to end our engagements in exchange for curing him? Not exactly. I merely requested for him to take a closer look at who he was engaging his granddaughters to. I did not want to use a life debt to force your grandfather to do something he didn't want to do. He sent me that letter because he probably felt like he needed to inform me of his decision. He is going to end our engagements. I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, I know I should be happy since Lestrange is a piece of trash, but this is going to have some serious consequences for our family. Bellatrix had never felt so conflicted before. She wanted to feel happy about getting rid of the brute, but also felt concerned about the future of her family. These three alliances were extremely important for the future of the House of Black. Your house has been around for longer than this castle. It's not going to collapse because the Lord rejected some alliances. There will be other offers in the future. However, you are not wrong to be concerned about consequences. The three lords of these houses will not take the news very well. This will be a great insult to them. You think my grandfather will be in danger. I know my parents will be angry as well when they learn the news, especially my mother. I cannot even imagine how she will react, Bella said. Lord Pollux can keep his family under control, so I would not be too concerned about your family's reaction. The three offended houses are a different story. They will definitely try something to change his mind. That's it, I should go back home then. I need to speak with my grandfather about this, Bella said with a nervous tone. It's too late for that. The decision has been made, and there is a meeting tonight between the four lords. Your grandfather is planning on giving them the news then, although I'm sure they already suspect what it is about. But what if they? She did not want to say it. Her grandfather was the only one who treated her well in that family. She did not want to think about losing him. She had to keep the tears from emerging. Maybe this was a mistake. James sighed. He had only planned on informing her so she would be prepared and alert in case the Lestrange brothers or Malfoy tried anything to get revenge. Do you want to see this meeting? What? Bella stared at him with shock. What are you talking about? There is no way we can get permission to leave, and even if we do, my family won't allow me to get anywhere near such an important business meeting. I have a way, but I have some conditions that you need to agree to before anything else. Chapter 114, Stay Hidden. Do I really have to get on that? Bella stared at James's broom with a hint of concern. Yes, there is no better way to leave the castle. James was holding his broom, having one foot over one of the large windows of the 7th floor. We're not going to travel all the way to my house on that, right? Bella asked. Of course not, that would take too long. It will only be until we leave the wards, then I can apparate us there, James responded. Okay, Bella said with hesitation. I just don't like heights all that much. I'd rather stay on the ground. Yes, I can see that. James mounted his broom and kept it floating just outside the window, but I can assure you that I know what I'm doing. I know that, I have seen you play Quidditch. Okay, fine, here I come. Bella climbed the window with care. Don't look down, don't look down. I wasn't looking D. I was talking to myself, Bella exclaimed. I'm trying to As she was about to put her other foot on the ledge of the window frame, she slipped and her body fell forward. James lowered the broom a bit while grabbing her arm and pushed her onto his lap while she kept screaming. That was an interesting way to mount the broom. James, don't let me go. She was now looking directly down. Since they were currently on the highest floor of the castle, the view was quite something. I won't, but we need to move away from here. This was supposed to be a quiet exit, but that ship has sailed with all the screaming. James commanded his broom to fly away. W8, you can't carry me like that. Let me go on the ground, Bella demanded. We will descend once we are outside the wards. If I go down here, someone could see us. It's still very early, and there may be students around the fields. I want to get down. If you don't stop screaming, I'm going to have to silence you, James told her. Wait, James. Bella's mouth became shut all of a sudden, and she was unable to say one more word. I warned you. It was starting to darken in the streets of London. Near the entrance of a vacant alley, two young people appeared out of nowhere. Here we are. James looked around to make sure no muggles were close by. This was unnecessary, as they were already covered with a muggle-repellent charm, so no one would pay attention to them. Bella tried to make noises. Your house is just 2 blocks away. James waved his wand and cast a tempest charm. We still have an hour before the meeting starts. Bella smacked him on the shoulder. Right, the silencer. James waved his wand at her and dispelled the magic. James, Bella huffed. Don't give me that. You were yelling too much and gave me no choice, James pointed. She took a moment to calm down. Now that she was no longer flying through the air, she felt much better. All right, fine, let's forget about what happened. You mean about you screaming like crazy because you were afraid of heights? Yes, don't tell anyone about that. I have a reputation to maintain, Bella said. You have a terrible reputation, James pointed out. And I will maintain it. No one bothers me that way. As you wish, my lady, but before we go anywhere, James pulled a cloak from his pocket. These will be your garments for the evening. What is that? Other than the ugliest cloak I have ever seen, you don't really expect me to put that on. Bella glared at it with disgust. James moved some of his magic through the garments, activating the runes engraved into it. No one will notice you in any case. Bella saw James's arms disappear beneath the cloak. You got an invisibility cloak. I mentioned to you before that there were going to be conditions. This is one of them. You will stay under this cloak and keep your presence hidden. Under no circumstance will you speak or make any noises that would give away your position. You want me to stay hidden the entire time? Absolutely N. You said before that you were going to agree to any of my conditions in order to attend this meeting. And you are already rejecting the first one I mentioned. I didn't know you were going to ask me something like this. I want to speak with my grandfather. That's the whole point of coming here, Bella complained. No, the whole point of coming here was because you were worried about Lord Pollux's well-being, and you wanted to make sure he was not going to be harmed by those other lords. You can do that under the cloak, where no one will see you or know of your presence. This is not up for debate. If you don't agree to this, I will send you back to Hogwarts. You can't do that. Do you really want to test me? James's tone left no room for argument. But why? Bella asked. For your own good. You don't want those lords to know you are listening to their conversation. It will just make their response more violent. Trust me, I understand how they think. Bella took the cloak in her hands. Why use a cloak? I know how to use the invisibility charm. The charm is not meant to be maintained for long periods of time and is much easier to detect than a high-quality cloak like this one. We just need to apply a silencing charm on your shoes, and no one will detect your presence. This is high quality. Bella looked doubtful. Do you agree to my condition or not? We don't have all the time in the world. Fine, I'll stay beneath this cloak, but if my grandfather is ever in danger, I won't stay hidden and watch it all happen without moving a finger, Bella responded. Your grandfather won't be in danger tonight. That's what I'm here for. Chapter 115. The Lords Arrive. The door to the manor opened with a loud creaking noise, and James was welcomed by the sight of Creature, giving him the stinky eye. "You again. I have an appointment with Lord Pollux. Surely you don't want to make your master wait any more than necessary by keeping me here." "Right." Creature mumbled something under his breath. "Come in, Mr. Potter." The elf moved aside and allowed him to enter. James stood at the door a few extra seconds while pretending to straighten his attire, to give Bella some time to enter. Creature didn't seem to notice anything. The elf probably didn't even consider the possibility of someone sneaking inside the manor using an invisibility cloak. This only worked because Bella was already tied to the property wards since it was her house. Any unauthorized intruder would be immediately detected and dealt with. Once inside, the door closed by itself and they began to climb the set of stairs. "Master is waiting at the main hall," Creature simply said before turning around and guiding him. James's eyes scanned the house as he walked, but could not see any of its occupants. It would not be far-fetched for Bella's parents to be present at the meeting, since this is about their daughters. But I was expecting to see Sirius's parents somewhere around here, given the importance of this meeting. He wasn't sure how much Pollux had told his family about what he planned to say tonight, or if this was meant to be a surprise for everyone present. In any case, he was going to find out very soon. James walked at a slow pace to let Bella keep up without difficulty. Creature would often look back and become more annoyed when he saw James dragging behind. Eventually, they reached their destination. "Master, Mr. Potter has arrived." "Come in." The voice of Pollux came from the other side, quickly followed by loud murmurs, making it clear that the patriarch was not alone in there. Creature opened the large wooden doors and made a gesture for James to enter. He once more took his time to pass through the doorframe and made a subtle gesture with his hand to indicate for Bella to go stand in one of the corners of the room. "Mr. Potter, greetings." Lord Pollux greeted him with a genuine smile. Cygnus and Drula Black did not seem as happy to see him. They were both sitting to the left of Lord Pollux and glaring at him with narrowed eyes. "Father, what is that child doing here?" Cygnus asked with confusion. Neither he nor his wife had been informed about the real reason for this business meeting. They had assumed it had to do with the offer given by the Dark Lord. They could not possibly understand for what reason the patriarch would have invited James to such an important event. Drula was moving her cruel eyes between the patriarch and James, but since her husband had already asked what she wanted to know, she chose to keep her mouth shut for now. Pollux was quick to brush the question off. The motives for James's presence will become apparent later on. The truth was that even Pollux himself was not sure why James had been so insistent on being present during this discussion. For the patriarch, the nature of James was still a mystery, but from the few interactions he'd had with the boy, he could tell there was wisdom in his words that did not match someone of his age. Something told Pollux that he should listen to his advice, and that the incredible talent for potions he had seen so far was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. After following proper etiquette and giving his greetings to the hosts, James took a seat on the right of Lord Pollux. This was a seat reserved for the guest of honor, so it immediately caught the attention of everyone present that he chose to sit there. But the more surprising fact was that Lord Pollux never said anything to him, and opposite of being upset, the patriarch actually appeared to be amused by James's actions. Moments later, another house elf brought them some tea, so they would have something to do while they waited for the rest of the guests. Cygnus and Drula were getting increasingly nervous. Cygnus had asked his father twice already about the nature of this meeting, but never received a clear answer. Pollux never opened his mouth to explain anything to them, so they could only continue to speculate as before. Minutes passed, and they could all see through the one large window at the top of the back wall that the sky outside had completely darkened. Bella was watching everything from the corner of the room, where she remained hidden beneath the invisibility cloak that James had given her. Unlike her parents, she did know what this meeting was going to be about, but that didn't make it less nerve-wracking. She was sure that the attending lords were not going to take the news well, and neither would her parents. Around 20 minutes after James's arrival, Creature returned to the hall. "Master, the guests are here." Pollux glanced at the door. Let them in. Everyone watched with attention as Creature opened the door and allowed 3 well-dressed men to enter the main hall. He didn't come with them, that's good. James had been a bit worried that Voldemort would also attend, but now that he could see that only the 3 affected lords had made an appearance, he felt much better. This was something that he would have no problem handling. Lord Malfoy, Lord Lestrange, and Lord Rosier, welcome to my humble home. Pollux greeted them politely, despite that he was about to spit on their faces. Please take a seat. Lord Abraxas Malfoy was the first one to speak. What is this all about, Lord Pollux? You made us 3 come here to speak about the marriage arrangements between our heirs. I hope you are not thinking of doing something foolish. Father, Cygnus and his wife glanced at the patriarch. What is going on? Chapter 116, Breaking the Deal. Pollux made a gesture to the 3 lords. Sit down, we can discuss this while we have a light meal. Creature. Yes, master. The house elf vanished, and just a moment later, dozens of plates appeared in front of them. There were plates with all kinds of fruits, expensive cold cuts, and freshly baked bread. For drinks, they all had glasses of vintage wine, although James noted that his glass only contained grape juice. Okay, the food and drinks are here. Can we talk now? Abraxas Malfoy was already in a terrible mood. Lord Edwin Lestrange looked quiet and cold as usual. The man showed as much emotion as a brick oven. He merely caressed his mustache and drank some wine while his eyes moved across the table, ultimately landing on James. The current Lord Rosier was an old man in his early 70s. Although his long, unkempt white hair and massive beard made him look like he was well over 100 and could drop dead at any moment. His first son and heir of the Rosier household was a large, middle-aged man. He was as fat as he was cruel, and his reputation did well to reflect that. He was also the one engaged to Andromeda Black, the eldest daughter. Yes, Lord Malfoy, we can talk. Pollux could already tell that this was going to go south very quickly. He stood from his chair and walked to an old bureau table he had placed in a corner of his hall. He stopped there for a moment as he felt something strange. Father, what is it? Cygnus asked when he saw his father just stand there and look at that table. Oh, nothing. Pollux had to ignore the presence he just felt and opened one of the drawers. Inside, there was a large stack of papers. He took them all out and brought them back to the dining table. Bella wanted to sigh, but didn't want to make any noise. She had been standing next to the table when all of a sudden, she saw her grandfather walk towards her. For a moment, I thought he had seen me. But he had only been trying to take that stack of papers. Those papers, Bella caught a passing glimpse of the one on top. It was clearly a marriage contract. She now had no doubt that what James had told her was true. Her grandfather intends to break all 3 contracts, and Bella could not help but be extremely concerned about how everyone was going to react. Malfoy was already angry, and Pollux hadn't done anything yet. Father, those are. Cygnus could clearly see them since he was sitting next to his father. Lord Pollux, please, tell me that you don't intend to renegotiate the contracts. We already went through this extensively, and all parts were in agreement. Drula said. Lord Pollux, Malfoy spoke with barely contained emotion. Think very carefully about what you want to say next, and the consequences that your actions could bring to this entire house. Lord Rosier put down the cheese. Lord Abraxas is correct. You are a very intelligent man, and you should be able to guess what will happen if you try tea. Lord Rosier, Pollux interrupted him. Are you threatening me? He lifted the papers with one hand and used his free one to fetch one of the nearby candles. Father, Cygnus and his wife were starting to freak out. It was becoming clear that the Lord was not intending to renegotiate anything. He intended to destroy the contracts instead. Threatening you, please. We have known each other for decades, Pollux. You know I despise threats. I was trying to warn you. Malfoy glared at James. And what is the purpose of that boy being here? Is this your way to tell us that you'd rather have your progeny tied down to a family like the Potters than ours? Is that true? Cygnus could no longer control the volume of his voice. What? I will not be marrying any of my daughters to those blood traitors, Drula exclaimed. It seems like your family disagrees with you, Lord Pollux, Malfoy narrowed his eyes. "It is not too late to reconsider. Put those contracts back in your safe and never bring this up again." Lord Lestrange spoke for the first time since arriving here. "Do not forget who is now behind us. Breaking this alliance at this point will be like spitting in the face of the Dark Lord. Tread carefully, Lord Black." He slowly placed his wand on the table. "Some offenses will not be tolerated." "There is no need for violence, Lord Lestrange," Cygnus hurried to say. "What say you, Lord Pollux?" Rosier asked. "Are you going to do the right thing, or are you going to be a stubborn old man until the end?" Abraxas Malfoy was holding his cane very close to him. His right hand was caressing the top of the cane, from which his wand was ready to come out at any moment. "What do I say?" Pollux asked. His hands moved quickly, and he brought the candle to the papers. "I say to be so good as to bugger off." The papers caught fire and burned quickly. "Father, no," Cygnus shouted. "Stop him," followed his wife. "You will regret this," Malfoy said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You dare insult us and the Dark Lord today, Lord Black," Lord Lestrange said. His hand was now firmly grasping his wand. "Ah, foolish old man, you forced our hands," Lord Rosier said. He had been holding his wand under the table and was about to bring it up, when all of a sudden he felt something pass at tremendous speed between him and Lord Malfoy before crashing into the back wall. The projectile made a horrendous noise and left a large gaping hole in the enchanted wall of the main hall. None of them had seen Lord Pollux make a single move to attack them, and they were wondering how he had done that. Just then they heard James speak. "That was just a warning. Put down your wands." When they looked at James, they saw that he was holding a bunch of grapes in his hand. Chapter 117, The Three Fools. They had almost forgotten he was even there until James spoke just now. Lord Lestrange looked at the back wall where the impact had occurred. Something had passed by them and pierced the wall, leaving a large hole in it, but he was sure it wasn't a spell, but a physical object projected at great speed, akin to a projectile. However, piercing that wall should not have been possible. This was an ancient magical house, and its walls were all heavily reinforced by magic. Even more so for the main hall, as it was one of the most important places in the entire manor. James pulled another grape from the bunch and held it between his fingers. "Did you not hear me? Put the wands down." Lord Rosier became enraged. "Boy, who do you think you are? You will talk to us with the proper raise." Another projectile passed by them. This time, it hit the double wooden gates and sent one of them tumbling to the ground. Now they had all been paying attention to James, so they saw exactly what he had done. Everyone saw him flick his fingers and make that grape shoot out with the force of a medieval cannon. "And that was the last warning I will give you." James placed another grape between his fingers as before. The trick with the grapes was a simple Pratigo charm formed around the grape and then launched with a wandless banishing charm. With this, you can use any object as ammunition, and no matter what you use, they would be akin to steel bullets thanks to the shield around the object. He glanced at Lord Rosier, Lestrange, and Malfoy. "Does any of you want to be remembered as the fool who was killed by a grape?" Malfoy looked at his two companions. They were as hesitant as he was, but now was not the moment to back down. He instead addressed the host. "Lord Black, what is the meaning of this? You invited us to your home just to destroy our alliance and spit in our faces, and now this boy sitting at your right is threatening to kill us. Are you going to sit there and do nothing?" Lord Pollux's dark eyes could barely hide his contempt at this moment. "Should you really be the one to be offended right now, Lord Malfoy? The three of you are still holding your wands while in my presence. And yes, that cane is not fooling anyone. Father, maybe we shall." "You shut your damn mouth," Pollux snapped at his son. "I will deal with you later, you useless brat." His eyes never left the three lords. There was no telling what was going through their heads, but it didn't seem like they were willing to back down. While they were arguing, James moved his other hand under the table, removed a black ring from his finger, and sent it rolling to the other side of the room. Malfoy heard a strange noise beneath the table. His right hand was still clutching firmly onto his cane, ready to pull his wand in a second. "Abraxas," Edwin Lestrange called for his attention. Malfoy made eye contact with his companion and knew exactly what he wanted to know. He nodded in response. If they turned around and left now with their tails between their legs without having accomplished anything, the Dark Lord was not going to be happy. They had already seen what happens to those who displease him. Compared to that, fighting a boy with grapes in his hand and an old man who was at death's door not long ago, it didn't look too bad. James kept close attention on the three men, and thanks to his magic, he was capable of enhancing his senses and perceiving every single one of their moves as if they made them in slow motion. Lord Rosier may have looked decrepit, but his wand skills had not decreased over the years. He was lightning fast with his moves, and the first threat James had to assess. Evadiketevs. James flicked his fingers, and the grape in his hand shot out faster than a normal bullet, piercing Lord Rosier's head from front to back. Lord Lestrange was standing up from his chair while pointing his wand at James. His mouth opened, and he muttered something. The tip of his wand began to emit an eerie light. James's right hand was touching the wooden table and could easily transmute its surface. Before Edwin Lestrange could release his spell, he felt something hit his belly with tremendous force before he was sent back until he hit the wall. Ah! He felt a stinging pain in his chest and abdomen, and when he looked down, he realized he had been stabbed. From the table, a massively long wooden spike had formed and pierced Lord Lestrange's body, leaving him stuck against the wall. Malfoy removed his wand. Nyxaris, James muttered. The black ring was now behind Malfoy. The moment James made the call, it transformed into a tiny girl with wings. James did not need to give her any vocal commands. He and Nyxaris shared a mental connection, and she knew exactly what she was supposed to do. Lord Malfoy only got as far as extending his wand arm toward James, but before he could even open his mouth, he saw a flash of light pass in front of him. The next thing he saw was his arm falling onto the ground, while blood burst from the stump. What? Malfoy was in shock. He didn't even feel any pain yet. His eyes moved down and he looked at his severed arm. It had been cut at the height of his elbow and was still grasping his wand. A little fairy flew quickly in front of him, grabbed his arm, and moved away. "W8, that's mine," Abraxas Malfoy shouted at her. "Master!" The fairy descended in front of James and deposited the arm in front of him, as she was tasked to do. "Ah!" Malfoy let out a blood-curdling scream. His brain had finally processed what was happening, and the pain caught up to him. James glared at the three lords with cold eyes. He felt no pity for any of them. Their poor decisions had led them to this moment. "You should have listened to my warnings. Instead, you made the worst possible decision." Chapter 118, I will leave it to you. Are they dead? Cygnus muttered as he stared at the Lord, and the pool of blood extending across the floor of the hall. Lord Malfoy is still screaming, so no, Lord Pollux pointed out. Lord Rosier is definitely dead. Drusilla glared at James. She wanted nothing more than to curse him right now. She may now be a Black by marriage, but the Rosiers were her family, and James had just killed her granduncle with a grape. James tapped the table, and a moment later, the spike impaling Lord Lestrange retracted, allowing the man to collapse on the floor. Those two may still live if they receive immediate medical attention. He glanced at the man next to him. I'll leave it to Lord Pollux to decide their fate. I merely acted in self-defense, but the threat has been dealt with, so my job is done. Right. Lord Pollux stood up from his chair and walked to Malfoy with his wand in hand. Father, you are not going to actually kill them, right? You can't do that, Cygnus said. And I told you to keep your mouth shut, Pollux responded without taking his eyes off the other lords. He gave Lord Rosier a passing glance. There was nothing to be done there. The projectile had gone through his head from side to side, killing him instantly. The other two were grievously injured, but could still be saved. Should I save them, though? That is what Pollux was wondering. Lord Malfoy, you come to my house and attack me. What kind of message would I be sending if I just let you go? Malfoy struggled to keep standing. He had barely managed to cover his stump to stop the bleeding, but he was still in tremendous pain and feeling lightheaded. W8? His voice had lost all its previous arrogance. He was well aware that right now, He was in the hands of Lord Pollux, and there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Mercy. You want mercy, Lord Pollux scoffed. A moment ago, they were all ready to kill him in cold blood. Aza. They heard Droola scream and looked back. The fairy that James had summoned was burning Malfoy's arm, along with his wand. I guess you are not getting that back, Pollux grinned. The alliance between our families is as burnt as that arm of yours, but, Creature. The house elf appeared in front of him. Master called. Creature saw the state of the room, but didn't seem to be bothered by it. Go to my study and fetch some healing potions, the ones with the green liquid, and bring them here. His eyes moved over Lord Lestrange. The man was still alive, but barely. As James said before, if they don't receive any healing soon, they will die. Lord Pollux, Malfoy had newfound hope in his eyes. It appeared that the patriarch of the House of Black was going to spare their lives. The house elf returned in a few seconds and handed the potions to his master. Pollux removed the cork and gave one to Malfoy before ordering his elf to give the other to Lord Lestrange. Malfoy felt much better now and was able to think more clearly. His eyes darted to James, and he felt his heart filled with hatred. His arm was still burning on top of the table, and the fairy who severed it looked back at him. He knew that, at this moment, there was nothing he could do. But he swore to himself that he was going to get his revenge one way or another. Lord Pollux ordered his house elves to take the 3 lords and send them to St. Mungo's. He would no doubt be receiving a visit from the Auror department, but by then, he would be ready to defend himself. Fights to the death among lords of magical houses were not all that rare, and Lord Pollux knew that the ministry would not be punishing him for this after he explained what had happened. By all rights, they had acted in self-defense. What a mess, Pollux could not help but say. Now that the lords were gone, he could clearly see the terrible state of his hall. I'm sure the house elves will be able to fix it in no time. James stood up from his chair. Nyxaris had returned to her ring form, and he placed it again on his finger. Lord Pollux turned to James. You said you were leaving it to me, but did I do the right thing by showing mercy to those 2? Of course you did, Father. Why? I did not ask you, I asked for James' opinion, Pollux shouted. James shrugged. Had you killed them, Voldemort would have had no choice but to openly declare war on your house and mine. You gave them a way out and showed them that you are not easy to take down. They may try a more cautious approach now. But the end result will be the same, Pollux said. Time changes things. James knew that Voldemort was still not yet ready for a war. That's why he was discreetly trying to gain allies. But James was not ready either. And unlike Voldemort, he knew exactly what he was facing, so time was a much more valuable resource for him. Then why did you leave it to me? You could have just told me to let them go. Pollux would have listened to him. After what he had seen James do, he could no longer view him as a child with a gift for potions, but as a powerful wizard the likes of which he had never seen before. It had to be your decision, James said. They will come for you now. Your family, Pollux pointed out. He was not the only one who had offended those 3 houses and the Dark Lord today. In fact, the humiliation that James had inflicted on those lords was much more severe than anything Lord Pollux could have done. My family is protected, and I can take care of myself. I should return to Hogwarts now. I didn't exactly have permission to leave, James said. Aurors will definitely come looking for you there. Hold on. Lord Pollux thought of something. He walked to a drawer, tapped it with his wand, and opened it up. He then brought the contents back to James. If the Aurors give you trouble, show them this. James looked at the object in his hands. It was a well-crafted locket with the heraldry of the House of Black. He could feel some ancient magic in it. This is a unique artifact passed down through many generations of our house. You can use it as evidence that you were acting under the orders of the House of Black, shifting any responsibility to me. Today, you have saved my life, again, but we can talk about that on another occasion. I just want you to know that I will not forget about it. Chapter 119, Changing the Future. James had to politely refuse being escorted back to school and made his way out through the front door of the house, carefully measuring his pace to ensure that Bella could follow him outside. Then he returned to the same dark alley where he had previously apparated and placed a muggle-repelling charm. I'll give you credit. It is impressive that you managed to stay under the cloak and keep quiet despite what happened, James said. He saw the image of Bella appear in front of him as she removed the cloak. The girl had a complicated expression, and he wasn't sure if she was angry or scared. You okay? James asked. The Bellatrix he knew from the past would have probably laughed and patted his back for a job well done, but this young girl was still far from that murderous psychopath. I can still smell the stench of blood, Bella said. Yes, things went a bit out of hand back there. James was now regretting bringing her along. This was not a side of him that he liked to show people. He couldn't even recall at what point of his life it was, but somewhere down the line, James discovered that he had a real talent for taking lives. It just came easy to him, using magic as a weapon. This is why later on in his life, he decided to dedicate himself to something more productive, like alchemy, and maybe help the world while living a fulfilling life where he didn't have to dirty his hands. Now he was back here, and it was thanks to the same man. A bit out of hand? Bella looked at him. You killed the current Lord Rosier and almost ended Lord Malfoy and Lord Lestrange. By the way, Lord Rosier was my great-granduncle. Right, your mother is a Rosier. He had forgotten about that fact. Were you too close? Bella scoffed. That old man was a bastard, and not even my mother liked him. But that's not the point. You killed a lord from an ancient house. Aren't you worried about what is going to happen to you because of this? If you're worried about the Aurors, then. No, not them. Families like the Rosier are not going to take something like this without seeking revenge. They will come for you. 3 of the most powerful wizard families are going to make you their target. How can you be so calm? Bella asked. Oh, it's best if you don't concern yourself with those matters. They won't be making any reckless moves. As long as I am in Hogwarts, I should be safe. And when you leave? James smiled. We should return to the castle. Bella frowned. Are you going to ignore this? No, I'm just ignoring your question. Today, I did what I came here to do. I made sure your grandfather was not killed. I will deal with the consequences myself. Ah, she had almost forgotten about that. It was true that she had originally come here because she was concerned about her grandfather. I should have thanked you for that first. Sorry, you saved my grandfather's life, and I no longer have to marry that fool of Rodolphus. James made a gesture with his hand for her to approach. No problem. Now, grab my hand and I'll take us back to the castle grounds. Do we have to ride the broom again? James shrugged. I cannot apparate inside the castle, and returning through the front door is not an option. Ooh, Bella made some noises of complaint. The way to Hogwarts went smoother than expected. Bella just shut her eyes and grabbed onto his waist with all her might. It was getting late, and the halls were mostly empty already, making it easier for them to move around. James accompanied her until the entrance to the dungeons. I'll take my leave now. He was about to turn around when he heard her calling for him again. James, wait, there is something I need to ask you. Bella looked somewhat hesitant. What is it? I don't want to seem ungrateful, but why did you take such a risk for my family? I just don't understand it. James seemed to consider his answer for a moment before speaking again. For a better future. A better future? What do you hey? Before she could ask anything else, James covered himself with the invisibility cloak and disappeared from her sight. She stood there for a long moment, thinking about what happened tonight. If it wasn't for James, it was likely that she would have lost her grandfather. She did not believe for a moment that her father had the guts to fight against those 3 lords to defend him. And her mother was more likely to side with Malfoy and the others. Since she had learned of the new Dark Lord, her mother Drula had been making plans for their future. The future, she wondered what James had meant by that. The next day, the Ministry of Magic had become a very animated place. On the night before, the lords of 2 noble houses had appeared in the hospital of St. Mungo's, presenting serious injuries. And a 3rd lord was dead. Lord Malfoy and Lestrange had refused to elaborate much about what had occurred, other than that they had a disagreement with the lord of another house. After some pressure from the Aurors and encouragement from the minister, they discovered that the lord in question was Lord Black, and that the disagreement had taken place at his manor. The reason for Malfoy and Lestrange's hesitation to speak about what happened was due to the fact that they had been the ones who initiated the attack by taking their wands out while inside Lord Pollux's manor. And Lord Rosier had even attempted to use the killing curse on James before he died. If Lord Pollux and the other occupants in that room began to share the memories of what had transpired, they were the ones who would be on the losing side of the law. Chapter 120: The Origin of the Stone. Life at Hogwarts continued as usual. Other than Bella, no one knew what had occurred the day before. Not even the ones most affected, like Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers. Far from that, the mood among students was one of excitement, as they were only 2 weeks away from spring break, when they would get to go home for slightly over a week and rest from all the classes and tests. During potions class, Bella had tried to speak with James, but there were too many eyes on them, making it difficult. And James himself was too distracted with his next project, not really sharing Bella's concerns. His actions from the day before had definitely accelerated the rate at which major events would occur. From what he remembered from his godfather's stories, Voldemort was not supposed to openly start his conquest of Britain until they were in their last year of school, so 3 years from now. But there was no chance he would wait that long now that he had started to lose followers, and the House of Black had denied its alliance. Because of this, James was now forced to speed up his preparations. He had much work to do still. With this in mind, he made his way to his secret laboratory inside the chamber, and without even looking at the pile of letters that were accumulating on the drop box, James went inside his magical briefcase. It was here where he had stored his most important projects. He entered the room to the right and glanced at the golden cauldron sitting quietly on the table. The flame had long gone out, but the contents remained the same. James opened the lid. Inside the cauldron was a formless substance that seemed to emit a vibrant white light. It was the prima materia he had created during his previous break. This alchemic substance was the base for many of the most powerful creations that humans had come up with, but James had one specific purpose in mind for it. He was going to create the Philosopher's Stone with it. Not looking forward to that, he felt somewhat conflicted about this, but ultimately he had determined that it was going to be necessary to guarantee his victory. There was a dark secret about the Philosopher's Stone that almost no one knew about. Everyone praised Nicholas Flamel for his creation. If only they knew, would Dumbledore still consider him as a friend? James wondered. The truth was that Nicholas Flamel was not the inventor of this magical artifact, just the last one to figure out how to craft it. Back in his original life, James had been the last one to achieve this feat, but he never created the stone, despite knowing how to do it, and being well aware that with the elixir of life, he could have lived for several more centuries. The price was heavy, and he was not willing to pay it back then. There is little information about the original creator of the stone, as this happened during very ancient times, before the written word was invented, and people had to pass knowledge from mouth to mouth. During this long-lost era, there was an evil warlock who ruled over his land with an iron fist. He was able to wield magic in a primitive but effective way, more than enough to kill anyone who dared to challenge him. The only bits and pieces of knowledge about this man came from the one who found the remains of his kingdom many centuries after it had collapsed. A wizard from the great Sumerian Empire who lived around 4,000 years ago. The texts written by this wizard spoke of his expedition to these lost ruins and what he learned from them. But more important was the mysterious stone he discovered buried along with its long-dead owner. This wizard was extremely gifted, a genius of the likes that only appears once in a millennia. The wizard became fascinated by the stone once he learned that it could turn any metal into solid gold. But even back then, he knew there was more to it. After many decades of research, he was able to discover another use for the stone. He used it to create the first version of the elixir of life, and thanks to it, this wizard lived a tremendously long life. Near the end of his research, he learned how the stone was created and was horrified by it. But as a researcher, he still documented everything, hoping that whoever found his diaries and notes would make good use of them. It would be Nicholas Flamel's mentor who found his laboratory, a very long time after his death and long after the collapse of the Sumerian Empire. This wizard would then give his findings to his students, who went on to use them for personal gain and lived for over 7 centuries. Flamel had no students other than Albus Dumbledore, but for some reason, he never passed the formula for the Philosopher's Stone to him. If James had to guess, it was because Flamel must have known that Dumbledore would have destroyed everything once he learned what was necessary to create the stone. Something you can say about Albus Dumbledore is that the man has a firm set of morals. So instead of that, Flamel hid his most questionable pieces of knowledge in a secret laboratory, which location he never shared with anyone. It ended up being none other than Harry Potter, during one of his expeditions to some Babylonian ruins, who ended up opening the entrance to this secret laboratory and discovering the only remaining manual on how to create this legendary magical artifact. But he never constructed it, and he never passed this knowledge to any of his students. Instead, he took it to his grave. This is because the secret to crafting the Philosopher's Stone is human souls. The stone requires a large amount of souls from recently killed humans. Its first creator, the evil warlock, had likely created the stone by accident while massacring his people with his magic to enforce his rule. James stared at the prima materia while thinking about this. In his previous life, he chose to die of old age instead of creating this cursed artifact. However, now things were different. It was not only his life on the line. James had discovered another function for the Philosopher's Stone, one that none of its previous creators had come up with. The stone would almost guarantee his victory over Voldemort before he even had a chance to rise to power, thus saving countless lives. "I have to," James said softly. Chapter 121, Exploring the Castle. "Say, James, are you going to be busy this afternoon?" Remus asked him after they finished their charms class. "Of course he is. He is always busy," Sirius responded before he could. James glanced at his friend. Lately, Sirius had been getting somewhat bitter because they hadn't hung out together all that much, other than for homework or Quidditch training. "I can make time if there's something you need." Remus looked around to make sure that no outsiders were listening to their conversation. "As you know, I've been working on a personal project of mine, a living map of the castle. Do you need help with the rune work? It's not my specialty, but I can take a look," James offered. "No, I have that part under control, but I could use some extra help mapping the place. This castle is massive, and it has so many secret passages and rooms. Not to mention, it's constantly moving, making the process much harder," Remus explained. "We have been helping Remus with that task, although it would be nice if you came along," Peter quipped in. "I see. Very well, I can help you with that," James said. Other than the headmaster, there was probably no one who knew Hogwarts as well as he did. "Great," Remus said with enthusiasm. "We should go to the last 2 floors. Those seem to be the ones with the most secret passages for some reason." "Yeah, it sounds like fun," Peter said with a grin on his face. James glanced at his friends and felt a bit guilty for not spending as much time with them as he could. But he wasn't doing it all for his own personal amusement. The things he was working on today might give them a better tomorrow, so he was not going to stop now. Their last class of the day was Transfiguration with the Slytherin house. James noted that the students from the House of Snakes were quieter than usual. There's a saying that goes, "What happens in Slytherin stays in Slytherin," but it was obvious that something had occurred there. Bella threw a few glances in his direction, but never said anything nor tried to communicate with him in any way. It wasn't like James needed to guess that much. News traveled fast, so Lucius and the Lestrange brothers must have already heard the news about what happened to their parents the other day in the House of Black. Rabastan and Lucius were like the kings of Slytherin, so anything happening to them would reflect on the rest of the house, and the tension was palpable. He could not help but be a bit concerned for the 3 Black sisters, and even more so for Bella. Rabastan was a violent individual, and his reaction was definitely explosive. James had previously placed a capsule with basilisk venom inside Rabastan's body that could be activated any time he wished. Doing so would kill the boy in a few seconds, but it would also create a huge mess in the school. Students dying during magical practices was not completely unheard of. It does happen once in a while. But a student being murdered with venom was a different thing. There was a good chance that James was already being investigated for what had transpired the other day. If the son of the man he had just injured were to die now, he would definitely become a suspect. Having the ministry come after him would be rather inconvenient, so he would have to find another way to deal with this issue for the time being. James, Sirius, shook his shoulder. He glanced up and found Remus and Peter standing next to him. "The class is over, sleepyhead," Sirius said with a grin. "You're lucky that McGonagall didn't ask you any questions, because you were obviously paying zero attention," Remus added. Peter nodded quickly. "Right, you're so lucky. Professor McGonagall can be so scary. I once had detention with her and—" "Excuse me," a voice said from behind them. "Oh," Sirius turned around and found himself staring at the professor. "Professor McGonagall," Peter jumped from fright. "I am scary, is that right?" the professor asked with her arms crossed. "And no, I mean, a bit," Peter didn't know what to say. "Get out of here, the class is over," she pointed at the door. James stood up and was about to walk past the professor when she spoke again. "And Mr. Potter, I did notice that you were not paying attention. Let that not become a common occurrence, yes." "Yes, sorry, Professor." James apologized and wasted no time in getting out of there before McGonagall changed her mind, and he had to spend the rest of the afternoon in detention. Just as they had planned, the Marauders went on to explore the 6th and 7th floors of the castle, cataloging every detail and adding them to the map that Remus was creating. There were a few secrets that James could share with his friends. Unfortunately, the best secret room on these floors, other than the room of secrets that they already knew about, was the one that James had used as his first secret laboratory. The group passed by what had once been the entrance. The headmaster had transfigured the wall to make it completely solid and block the entrance to the room. The painting was also removed, as it had suffered a lot of damage due to the fire that James had created. "I think this is good enough," Remus said as he drew the last lines onto the map. "It's so detailed," Peter said. "It is, but you said you wanted to add another feature, right? I mean, if you leave it as it is, it will just be a nice map of the castle and nothing else," Sirius commented. "Indeed," Remus nodded. "I also want to include a function that will show the position of everyone inside the castle, but I'm still trying to figure out how to go about that." "We can help you with that too," Peter said with excitement. Remus smiled. "Sure, but before that, there is still a part of the castle that I am missing." "Which one?" James asked. "Well, it's the dungeons. I don't dare to go in there outside of classes. There are always Slytherins around." "That's all right, we can go there after dinner. I have just the spell to help us out." James gave his friend a thumbs up. Chapter 122, The Slytherin Arena. "So no one can see us?" Peter asked. "No, but they can hear us, so shut up please," Sirius responded. James had to place some disillusionment charms on them, as they would never fit all 4 underneath his cloak. Combined with some silencing charms on their shoes, they could walk almost anywhere in the castle without being noticed. Unless they began talking, of course. It was already completely dark outside, not that one could tell from the dungeons. The only illumination here was the magical torches that one could find every 10 steps or so. "Okay, from here on, stay to one side just in case students come by, and no matter what happens, keep your mouth shut," James said in a whisper, and then he continued forward. Most students would choose to wait a bit longer after dinner to return to their common room, but a few did pass by. Once in a while, they would need to stop so Remus could take notes that could later be added to the map. The dungeons were designed to be difficult to navigate, and new students would often get lost in them. Besides the common room, the potions laboratory, and some storage rooms, there were also resting areas equipped with basic commodities like couches, sofas, tables, and small bookshelves. The Slytherins were also the only house in Hogwarts that had their own private dueling room. It was utilized by the seniors almost exclusively and only had a small arena with training dummies on the sides, but it was more than any of the other houses had. This was because Salazar Slytherin was a great believer in honor duels between wizards and liked to use this as a way to solve disputes. James guided his friends through the dungeons with ease, as he had visited this place a few times in his previous life. It was still difficult to navigate, but he was confident he would not get lost, at least. Eventually, after passing by the entrance of the common rooms and several resting areas, he took them to the dueling arena. Luckily, it was empty at this time, so they could relax a bit here before making their way back. "Whoa, why do the Slytherins have something like this for themselves?" Sirius complained. "I have heard some students talking about this place," Peter commented, "but I didn't think it was real. You think people actually have fights in here?" "Technically, since it is outside their common room, this training area should be accessible to all students, and not just those from Slytherin," Remus said. "Yes, but good luck getting the Slytherins to let them come in here," James said while he looked around. "I doubt that students would come here after dinner, but you never know, so let's be quick about it." "I could go stand guard outside if you're worried," Sirius suggested. "That would be a good idea. If you spot someone approaching, just make a bit of noise to alert us." James reapplied the invisibility charms on Sirius, and he went on his way. James then helped Remus map the room and nearby corridors. The level of detail that Remus wanted in his map made this a lengthy task. They spent over 10 minutes drawing lines and making annotations on pieces of parchment that would later be transferred to the actual artifact he was working on. Just as they were about to be done, they heard a tap-tap-tap noise, and it was getting closer. "Sirius," Peter said. "Come here, hurry," James said, holding his wand and pointing at Peter first, applying the invisibility on him. Remus stored all the materials in his bag in a hurry and approached James, so he could do the same to him. "Guys," Sirius's whispering voice sounded alarmed. "Go to a corner." James could not see where his friends were, so he ordered them to get out of the way before someone came inside. And just as he was saying this, he could already hear several sets of steps. Sirius had no time to warn them of the identity of the people approaching, but from the sound of their steps, it appeared like a large group of people were running towards this room. The first one to cross the entrance was a girl with long black hair. She entered in a rush and had her wand in hand, pointing it in the direction she had come from. James was standing on the other side of the arena, and with the poor illumination, he couldn't immediately tell who this girl was, although her robes revealed that she was a Slytherin. Her body language also told him that she was being chased by several individuals. They spotted the shadow of someone about to enter the arena. The girl did not hesitate and threw several spells at the incoming individual. 2 of them were silent stunners, but the third one was an incarcerous charm that she worded out loud. "Andromeda." James recognized not just the voice, but also her skilled way of chaining charms together. The poor fool who came in first had no chance to fight back as he collapsed on the floor, tied up in magical ropes and stunned. "Idiot," an annoyed male voice could be heard coming from outside the arena. The next ones who entered had their shields up. There were 4 of them. "It seems like this pointless pursuit has come to an end." "Yes, you trapped yourself, Black." Lestrange brothers and Lucius, of course, who else? James used a silent charm to enhance his vision in this dark place. Snape, he knew that Severus Snape had been dragged to Lucius's side, but he had expected that, after what happened last time, he would have chosen to stay away from following that boy's orders. Some people never learn. Lucius stepped forward. "Miss Black, I believe that your family owes us a great deal. It is time for some payback." Chapter 123, Looking for Revenge. "Oh, you," Andromeda glared at Lucius with pure hatred in her eyes. "My family owes you nothing. Let me remind you that thanks to your grandfather, my father went through a great deal of suffering due to the injuries he caused." Lucius pointed at the Lestrange brothers. "And the same goes for their father, who is still in the hospital. And don't get me started with Lord Rosier. What a disgrace. You're lucky that his son is no longer in Hogwarts." "Don't think for a second that I am not aware of what truly went on," Andromeda responded. "Your parents went to my home and attacked my grandfather while he just defended himself. According to our ancient laws, his response was more than appropriate. If anything, he was too soft and should have ended their lives." James was listening to their conversation with attention. None of them had even mentioned his name, even though he was the main responsible for what had transpired. It appears that neither Abraxas Malfoy nor Lord Lestrange had informed anyone about my presence during the meeting. James could only speculate about what reason they had to hide his part, because it was definitely not for his own benefit. Perhaps they were trying to protect their pride, and refused to admit that they were beaten by a boy who was still in school. But regardless of their reason to avoid speaking publicly about him, James had no doubt that they would not rest until they had their revenge. Psst, Sirius whispered. What do we do? That's my cousin they're attacking. So do we help her? Peter asked. Of course we help her. How is that even a question? I don't care if she's a Slytherin. Remus whispered while keeping an eye on the situation. Does any of you know what they're talking about? Sirius, did your grandfather attack their parents? I don't know anything about that, but it's not like my parents would write a letter to me to keep updated with what's going on in my family. Maybe my brother knows about it, Sirius responded. They said that he killed Lord Rosier. Could that be true? Peter asked. SHH, keep quiet, James said. Snape perked his ears. Did you guys hear something? He asked while turning his dark eyes toward the back part of the arena. There were only a handful of torches illuminating the place, and they were not doing a very good job at that. The corners of the room were completely dark, and nothing could be seen past all that darkness. Stop getting distracted and don't take your eyes off that girl, Rabaston Lestrange scolded Snape. No one comes here at this hour, but we should finish this quickly, Lucius advised. Arg, Rodolphus groaned when a spark of light hit his hand, forcing his wand to fly away. That bitch. Were you expecting me to stay here and do nothing? Idiot, Andromeda said. Tisk, careful. Lucius began to cast restraining charms and hexes at her. Take her down, but don't kill her. We need her alive. James, come on, we have to do something. Sirius was getting anxious. It's not like I was planning on staying and watching. James had actually been thinking of sending the boys away and helping Andromeda by himself, but by the tone in Sirius's voice, that was not going to happen. He may not be very close to his cousins, but family was family at the end of the day. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Andromeda, for her own part, was doing quite well against 4 opponents. She had disarmed Rodolphus, who was likely the most dangerous, and was now exchanging spells with her brother. Her arsenal was not as extensive as her sister Bella's, but she had practiced her wand work almost every day and had become very skilled at it. She recalled the lesson she had with Potter and tried to imitate his style of chaining spells together. Once the motion of the first one was over, the second one would start from that position and continue from there, turning a barrage of spells into a very long, fluid wand movement. Ah, Rabaston screamed. When the wand was pulled from his hand, several of his fingers were broken in the process. It looked like Andromeda was gaining on them, but she had forgotten about the most important part when facing multiple opponents. Always keep track of where everyone is. Nu, a loud shriek came out of her mouth when she lost the feeling in her legs and fell down. Without her realizing, Snape had moved behind her and used a Jellylegs curse to make her lose her balance. Andromeda had to use her hands to protect her face from the fall. Lucius took advantage of his opening to disarm her and restrain her with a well-aimed incarcerus. By now, the Lestrange brothers had recovered their wands and removed the stunner from the first boy who came into the room. Andromeda was now surrounded by all 5 boys and completely defenseless. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and her previous worry was replaced by terror. These boys were not playing around, and they definitely had something terrible in mind. Well then, Lucius smiled with satisfaction at his defeated opponent. I have something special prepared for you. Andromeda glared at Lucius but said nothing. She would not give them the satisfaction of begging to let her go. That was not happening. Wait, what are you going to do to her? Snape asked. He was never given any details, just that they were going to teach a lesson to someone. Since it is her grandfather's fault that my father lost an arm, maybe we could start there, Lucius grinned. I think I will cut both arms instead and send them to Lord Pollux. Rodolphus walked in front of Lucius. Before that, I have something to give this bastard. The wand, grasped tightly in his hand, moved to aim at her. Krek-ella. Just before Rodolphus could finish his unforgivable curse, a powerful force hit his hand, breaking all of his fingers in the process. Chapter 124, To the rescue. Bloody hell, who did that? Rabaston Lestrange shouted, just after he saw his brother's hand become mangled and bloody. I told you I heard something before. Snape looked around the room once more. He could not see anyone but was sure someone was there. He lifted his wand and channeled his magic. Homnum Revelio. Thanks to Snape, they could now see 4 silhouettes involved in an eerie red light produced by the spell. But the Marauders had the element of surprise in their favor. By the time they were spotted, Remus, Peter, and Sirius had already sent several spells in their direction. Rabaston was pushed backward by a flipendo jinx, while his brother was burned by an incendio. Butcher those bastards, Rodolphus shouted as he attempted to extinguish the flames from his robes. He had lost his wand and his right hand was useless, making the task extra difficult. An Expelliarmus landed on Lucius. Unfortunately, it only managed to send his cane away, so the boy remained armed and angry. Sectum Sempra. Snape made use of his latest creation and sent it to one of the red shadows. Snape had no way of knowing that his spell was going in Peter's direction, who had no way to defend himself against such a curse. James conjured a metallic plate in front of Peter to absorb the impact and hurried to take care of Snape as this one continued to attack. It's you, Potter? Snape bellowed at the top of his lungs. No matter what he did, the same ones were always getting in his way. Even if he couldn't see his attackers, he was sure it was the 4 Marauders. James had to keep track of the others as well. Rodolphus was out of commission for the time being as he had lost his wand hand and his wand. Malfoy and Rabaston had recovered and were ready to strike back. Where is the other one? There was a 5th boy, the one that Andromeda had knocked out at the start of this brawl. James found him trying to sneak behind him out of the corner of his eyes. Bad choice, he thought before he twisted his body and used his left hand to cast a low-level fire hex at the boy. The unfortunate Slytherin senior, whose name he still didn't know, was sent flying away with his body covered in flames. He should be fine, I put little power on that one. James had no time to worry about that. Pratigo. Sirius managed to block 2 spells sent to him by Malfoy, while Remus avoided Rabaston's assault. Those 2 weren't doing so badly, but their opponents were clearly much more experienced. Peter had disappeared, and James could only guess that he had used his animagus form to conceal himself. That's probably for the best. The boy was not cut for combat, and at least he no longer had to protect him. Snape was going directly for him now while yelling, Potter. Okay, that one first. His wand moved like lightning. Sectum Sempra, he decided to give Snape a taste of his own magic. What? The boy was so shocked that he didn't even have a chance to raise any protection before the spell hit him. All over his body, deep cuts began to appear and bleed. James moved to the other targets. Obscuro. A dark cloud appeared around Malfoy's head, blinding him completely and making breathing very difficult. Get this off me, Lucius shouted while attempting to remove the cloud using his hands. Remus took this chance to attack again and finally managed to stun him. Defindo, Rabaston sent a cutting charm at Sirius and was about to use it again when James stopped him. Silencio. The silencing charm hit the target and took away his ability to speak. This was quickly followed by an impedimenta that reduced the speed of his movements and finally a petrifying charm to keep him in place. WE1. Sirius spoke with disbelief as he watched his opponent become frozen in place. James passed by Rodolphus's side as this one was done extinguishing the flames on his robes. Stupefy. The giant young man went down. His eyes went to the boy he set ablaze. It seemed that he had managed to put out the fire as well, but he looked badly burned and whimpering in pain. He is alive, that's all that James cared about. He could not afford to have a dead student right now. If they did something like this outside the castle, that would have been a different story. Finite, James removed the bindings on Andromeda. The girl hurried to fetch the wand that had been resting a few feet away from her and clutched it tightly. Who are you? The Homnum Revelio that Snape had used was still in effect, so she could only see their profiles as red shadows. Sirius was about to reveal their identities to his cousin when he saw James raise his hand and stop talking. James then pointed at Snape. He had diminished the hex that James had used on him, but decided to remain on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Not bad, but not enough to fool me. James pointed his wand at Snape and sent a stunner that hit his back. Let's not talk here, James then said in a soft tone. It was still enough for Andromeda to recognize his voice. This calmed her down quite a bit, despite the fact that she barely knew James. However, he had somehow earned the trust of her sister Bella, and that was no easy feat. Okay, I know a place where we can talk. Follow me. Andromeda dusted her robes, gave Malfoy and the others one last glance of disgust, and went outside the arena. Sirius and the others looked at each other. James nodded and pointed at the door as if saying, "Let's go," and they followed. Andromeda guided them through the endless maze that was the dungeons until they reached some dead end. She proved her knowledge of the area by opening a secret entrance and walking inside. The boys stood there for a moment, and Andromeda poked her head out. "What are you waiting for? I'm not going to bite you, so get inside before someone sees 4 suspicious red shadows and reports you to a professor." Chapter 125, Family Matters. James closed the door behind them and dispelled the invisibility charms from them. At this point, it was doing more harm than good anyway. Andromeda grinned while resting against a large couch. "I knew it was you, Potter." "What is this place?" Peter asked while peeking around the room they were in. It was filled with all sorts of fancy pieces of furniture, and it looked more like a living room that one would find in a pureblood family manor rather than something that should be in a school. "It is a room meant for important meetings, and I am not the only one who knows about it, so let's make this a quick conversation." She looked at James. "But first, I would like to thank you for the help. I may have been in a bit of trouble back there." "A bit," Sirius exclaimed. "Malfoy was threatening to cut your arms. What was that all about? What were they saying about Grandpa?" Andromeda moved her eyes to her cousin. "I assume you didn't receive any letter from home about what transpired a few days ago." "I would be surprised if my parents told me anything of importance when it comes to family matters." Sirius's tone depicted his conflicted feelings. He may not like his family, but being ignored was never a pleasant thing. Andromeda nodded. "To be fair, I only know the basics. The other day, our grandfather had a meeting with Lord Malfoy, Lord Rosier, and Lord Lestrange. The discussion was about our 3 marriage contracts." "Don't tell me, he broke them." Sirius could now start to understand the situation. However, he could not imagine why his grandfather would do such a thing. "He did," broke all 3, and knowing our grandfather, he was probably not very tactful when doing it. "But why?" Sirius inquired while Remus, Peter, and James merely listened to their conversation. This was a family matter, and they had nothing to say in that respect. "The motives? I don't know." Andromeda was telling the truth, as she had not been told many details in the letter, but she could not help but feel extremely happy when she read those words. Regardless, after giving the news to the 3 lords, they responded by attacking our grandfather. "Is he okay? They didn't kill him, right?" Sirius asked. Andromeda shook her head. "They failed in their attempt. Actually, they did more than fail. I only know that Lord Lestrange and Lord Malfoy ended up in the hospital with serious injuries, while Lord Rosier is dead." "Whoa, I didn't know Sirius. Grandpa was such a badass," Peter said. Sirius looked shocked. Grandpa killed him? He was aware of how scary the patriarch of his house was, but outright killing another lord was not something he thought the old man was capable of. Andromeda shrugged. "That seems to be the case." James listened to their conversation with attention. "It looks like Lord Pollux is trying to protect me by taking responsibility for the attack." This was likely his way to repay him for the help. So, Remus finally spoke. "If I understood this right, your grandfather got into a dispute with these other lords, and now their children are attacking you to get revenge." "It's understandable," said Andromeda. "My family has offended theirs, now they want some restitution." "That doesn't make any sense," Peter said. "This is something between the adults. Why do they have to involve you?" Andromeda smiled. "Aren't you sweet?" The comment made Peter embarrassed. But that is how things are in disputes between ancient wizard families. When something like this happens, the entire house is held responsible. She turned to look at Sirius. It's not very likely since you have always kept your distance, but they may come for you as well, Sirius. Be careful. Sirius huffed. Let them come, I'll kick their asses again, just like today. It looked to me that Potter did most of the work back there, Andromeda pointed out. Even if she only saw the silhouettes, it was evident who was the most skilled of the group. What about your sisters, are they doing okay? James asked. Well, they haven't been attacked, if that's what you mean, Andromeda responded. Narcissa has been depressed since she found out that she wasn't going to marry Malfoy. She really loved that prick for some reason I cannot comprehend. No one can comprehend Narcissa, to be honest. She is an idiot, Sirius commented. And Bella, she has been acting weird for the past few days. She doesn't leave her room much, and sometimes she just disappears. I have no idea where she is, but she should be fine, since it's obvious that they came for me. James wondered what that was about. Had the impression of seeing him attack those men been too much for her young mind? He had to keep reminding himself that this was not the Bellatrix he once knew. She was not the crazy, murderous witch who spent over a decade in Azkaban. This one was just a 15-year-old girl with a troubled childhood. We should get going now. Curfew is getting close, and we cannot be seen wandering these hallways, James said. Are you going to be okay? Sirius asked Andromeda. He never thought he would be worrying over his cousins, but here he was. Andromeda returned his question with a reassuring smile. I am a big girl. This is not the first time I've gotten into a fight, and I doubt that Malfoy and the others will try the same thing again, at least not for now. She looked towards James, and he had the feeling that she wanted to say something to him, but didn't want to do it in front of everyone. That would have to wait a bit. James was sure he was going to be very busy during the break that was now only a week away. The Marauders left the room and ventured back to the Gryffindor common room. They were all tired and in need of a good night's rest. Chapter 126, Spring Break. Over here, this one is empty, James told his friends before he opened the door of the train compartment. Remus and Peter hurried towards him and went inside. James had already stored his suitcase and was comfortably seated. Huff, Peter looked exhausted. Why do we always get late? This time, we almost can't find an empty compartment. Blame Sirius, he had us awake all night, talking and joking. There was no way we were going to wake up in time, Remus said. Well, can't blame him. He is going to spend the break alone in Hogwarts, Peter said. Remus tried to push away his tiredness by rubbing his eyes. It's only going to be a week and a half. His expression changed all of a sudden. That's right, I have to stay at home until the end of the month this time. A sense of panic invaded him. He had been too careless as of late and forgot about his condition. Stop stressing yourself, James told him, sensing his distress. He pulled something from his robes and offered it to Remus. Here. You remembered to make it. Remus felt tremendous relief when he saw the potion in James's hands. He quickly took it and stored it away, afraid that someone could come into their cabin and see it. Thank you so much. James brushed it off. No need. A moment later, the door opened up. Frank, Alice, and Lily were standing before the entrance. See, I told you they were going to be in the last one, Frank told the girls. Can we sit here? Everywhere else is very cramped, Lily asked while trying not to stare at James. I think almost everyone is coming back home for the break. That's very unusual, isn't it? Alice commented as she took a seat next to Remus. Peter made room for Lily, so she could sit between him and James, while Frank went to his girlfriend's side. Now that you mention it, it is rare, yes, Remus said. Usually, less than half the students would come back for spring break. It is the shortest break, after all, and most prefer to save themselves the hassle and just stay in school. Hogwarts can be a very nice place to be once you are no longer forced to attend classes or do homework. I think it's because the mood in the school has changed, Frank said. This piqued James's attention. His amber eyes moved to Frank. What do you mean by mood? I think I know what he means, Lily said. It's hard to explain, but it's like, it's like the environment has gotten more oppressive as of late. Everyone can feel some sort of tension in the air. Alice pointed at her. Exactly, I know exactly what you mean. I can never concentrate on studying because of that. Come on, Alice, that had always been an issue to be fair, Frank commented. but what Lily said is correct. It is hard to explain, but the mood in the school has been heavy, for lack of a better word. It's like everyone is waiting for something bad to happen. Students are more stressed than usual. It's not a surprise to see so many more people wanting to return home for the break. I see. James hadn't noticed anything of the sort. But that may be because he didn't have the mentality of a normal 15-year-old boy and was more used to tense situations. He moved his gaze towards the window and stared at the peaceful landscape. If there is tension in the school, there can only be one reason for it. The arrival of a new Dark Lord always brings change. Voldemort may have been the first Dark Lord he met. Unfortunately, he was not the last one. During his journeys over the world, he discovered the existence of many others. Some of them were even worse than Voldemort, while others rose to power with good intentions in order to oppose an oppressive government. I cannot worry about the rest of the world, though. My focus is here. He wasn't a selfless hero who would go out of his way to try to save everyone. He had once been like that, and that road always ends badly. The years had turned him into a harsher, more pragmatic person. He would eliminate Voldemort just because he was in his way, and as James, had the tools and knowledge to do so. His mind went over the things he had to do during this short break. There was much work to do and little time to complete everything he had planned. James. He heard Lily calling his name from his side. Yes, James turned his head to look at her. There was concern in her green eyes as well as something else. Nothing, it's just, you seem a bit distracted. Is something worrying you? She asked while the rest of their friends pretended to have their own conversation. There are many things wrong in the world, but nothing that requires immediate concern. Did you read those books you got during our trip to Hogsmeade? James asked her to move his mind away from the thought of what he had to do in the near future. Lily's face seemed to brighten at the question. I read 2 of them. I'm leaving the last one to read during the break. They are truly fascinating. Is that so? He couldn't say he shared the same fascination with old ruins, although he did find them useful. Many of them still contained powerful artifacts sealed inside their walls. Oh, that reminds me. What about? She looked around to see if her friends were paying attention to them and then spoke in a soft whisper. That book that you bought. She wasn't sure if this was something that James wanted others to know. After all, he had paid a lot of money for that thing. The book, right? I haven't had the chance to read it yet. Perhaps I will do so during this break. He didn't buy that book to entertain himself. James only got it to serve as the key to the tomb of Kilgara. A place that he planned on visiting soon, but that was going to be a dangerous journey, and before he could go there, he had some preparations to complete. Chapter 127, Another Visit to Knockturn Alley. James arrived home and received a warm welcome from part of his mother. A few hours later, his father returned home, and his attitude towards James was as usual. He was sure that his father had learned about what had transpired in the Black Manor, since the man worked at the Ministry of Magic. However, his lack of response towards him led him to believe that his involvement had been successfully kept a secret. Not to mention that he never received a visit from any Auror. After a pleasant family dinner, James excused himself and went directly to his room and locked the door to make sure he was not disturbed. There is much to do and so little time. He was feeling exhausted by the trip and the lack of sleep, but he had arranged a meeting for tonight and it could not be postponed. James changed clothes and performed a last-minute check to make sure he had everything he needed. The next moment, he raised his wand and disappeared from the room. He held no concerns for his parents noticing him leaving the wards. One of the first things he had done after his arrival in that house was to meddle with the main runic formation and make sure that something like that was not going to occur. It was dark already, but the streets of Diagon Alley still had a few wizards and witches walking around. James walked through the main road with purpose. He noted that the shops would be closing soon, but this was fine. The shop that he was going to visit would be open for him, even at this late hour. While trying to avoid being seen by too many people, James ventured into Knockturn Alley. The last time he visited was during the day. However, Knockturn Alley only came alive at night. In a moment, he had over a dozen eyes on him, watching him venture further into the dark alley. He was wearing nondescript robes, although his face could clearly be seen. James wasn't famous or anything. The reason he gathered so much attention was because it was not every day that they saw a young boy daring to walk into this place, much less during the night. Or at least, that's what he thought. Most of the wizards and witches limited themselves to looking at him from afar while talking among themselves. A middle-aged woman with messy hair and ragged clothes decided to get in his way. "Hello, boy. Did you wander in here by mistake? This is no place for children." James lifted his face to glare at her. "Move, witch." His tone was calm and hid a hint of coldness that he didn't like to reveal to others. The witch didn't seem intimidated by his words, not one bit. On the contrary, she looked more excited now. "What a handsome face." She extended one hand to touch him. "Would you like to keep me company for a while? I won't hurt you, I promise." James grasped the witch's hand before it had a chance to touch his face. As his skin touched hers, he pushed a wave of his magic into her body. The witch's eyes went blank, and she collapsed on the ground with a loud thud. James turned back and looked at the audience of people watching him with rapt attention. "She is only sleeping. I won't be so kind to the next one who gets in my way." After saying that, he took off and disappeared into the dark corridors of the alley. People murmured loudly. Some of them found the situation amusing, while others didn't seem to care one way or another, as this kind of thing was a common occurrence in the alley. But there were two wizards sitting beneath the low roof of the bar behind them who were paying more attention to James. They seemed to be having an intense conversation among themselves. "That boy, he looked like the one from the poster," one of them said. "That's impossible. No way that boy would come here alone," his companion responded. "He also looks very similar to the one who attacked the Possum band a few months ago. Remember, they were found petrified near the creeping ivy." We should send a message, just in case. We can get a hefty reward just for the information." The two men looked at each other and grinned. "Tonight is our lucky night." James had very good memory and spatial awareness, so this time he didn't have a need for a guide to reach the core part of the alley. In front of him was the small garden where the Black Rose shop was located. He moved closer without hesitation. Tonight he had a meeting with the owner of this shop. Hopefully, she was able to collect all the things he required. Otherwise, his plans would need to be changed, and James hated having to change things once he had everything arranged. The door of the small cabin became wide open before he even touched it. "I guess I'm being welcomed," James thought and went inside, hearing the door close right behind him. "Greetings, my dear customer," the owner of the shop said with her charming voice and demeanor. He followed the voice and found her sitting on a large leather sofa that had been placed next to a fireplace. "Good night, Lady Rose. Did you find everything I asked for?" James asked. She made an expression of displeasure. "Directly to business? How boring." She took a sip of her drink before placing it back onto a small circular table next to her. Lady Rose then stood up from her chair and walked behind the counter of the shop. After reaching for something behind her, she placed a small coffer made of wood and precious metals. James approached the counter and was about to touch the coffer when she moved it away and looked at him with a mischievous expression. "Before that, did you remember my request?" James sighed. "Is there any need to doubt my capabilities? I thought we were past that." He reached into his robes and pulled out a couple of potions. Chapter 128, A Shady Business Transaction. "What is this?" Lady Rose picked up one of the glass flasks and examined it closer. "What you requested, a method to bypass an ancient sphinx." James saw that she was about to remove the cork from the flask and hurried to stop her. "Don't do that, unless you want us to spend the next week or two in a profound coma." "Is it a sleeping potion?" she asked. "It doesn't look like anything I have seen before, this color and shine. What did you put in here?" "It is a sleeping potion indeed. An extremely powerful one, and it doesn't need to be ingested. The moment the flask breaks, it will release a mist that will put anything in the vicinity to sleep. Even a dragon would fall in a matter of seconds," James explained. "As for the ingredients I used, it's a secret." The witch stared at him for a moment. "If I cannot test the potion and you won't tell me what it contains." You are asking me to put a lot of trust in you. If this doesn't work, I may lose one of my most valuable assets. James shrugged. I think I have proven my skills to you enough, but if you don't want it, I'll take them back. She took the flasks and put them beneath the counter. That won't be necessary. I trust your skills, Mr. Ivory Alchemist. So, can I open the chest now? James pointed at it and she nodded. Inside the chest were only 2 ingredients. One of them was a black chunk of metal, and on the other side of the chest was a large crystal container with a silver liquid trapped inside. The liquid moved like a river of mercury, shining in several tones of silver. James spent a couple of minutes carefully examining the materials. There was no room for error on this. If they were not what he was looking for, he would have to postpone his plans and keep looking. Fortunately, that was not necessary, as the ingredients were top quality, just as the witch had promised him. Satisfied? Lady Rose asked, even though she already knew the answer. Very, James responded while closing the chest. About my second request, I know it has been sudden. You are damn right it was sudden. If it was someone else, I would have rejected your petition. She reached for a massive tome behind her and placed it on the counter. She then began turning pages of the tome until she reached the one she was looking for. Lady Rose ripped the page out of the book, folded it, and kept it in her hand while returning the tome to its original position. It was not easy to obtain all this information in such a short period of time. James nodded. I can imagine. He had asked for the location of secret hideouts in several places in Europe. These were the hiding places used by groups of dark wizards, vampires, and other dangerous individuals. She took an item out of her robes and deposited it on the table, on top of the paper she had folded. An unregistered international key that will take you to Paris. It is good for 2 uses. Get in and get out, that's it. That will do, you have been very helpful. Lady Rose's expression turned serious. Before we get to discuss the price, let me tell you one thing. I don't care what you intend to do with these items. I never pry on my clients, that's how I have survived for this long in this business. James nodded. That is a good policy, and the only reason he came here in the first place. But if you're caught using this, I didn't get it from you. James understood. International portkeys were extremely restricted items. Anyone discovered using or selling one would get a room reserved in Azkaban. Good, she nodded. Now, on to the payment. I'm afraid that your 2 potions won't even come close to covering the materials, the intel, and the portkey. Yes, I figured that much. James knew that everything Lady Rose had acquired for him was incredibly expensive. She wrote a number on a piece of parchment. That would be the price in galleons. James glanced at the sum. It was even higher than he expected, but he was glad that it was still within his budget. I see. Now, if you are willing to sell me some interesting information, we can work on the price. Like, for example, the recipe for that sleeping potion, or something else. No, James's response was quick and firm. I sell potions, but those formulas are not for sale. He pulled a large bag of money from his robes and expanded it. That's a shame. She looked really disappointed. Her eyes moved to the bag and she waved her hand over it. This seems enough as payment. James stored his items. Tonight he had spent most of the remaining money he had from the sale of the basilisk materials. However, this didn't bother him one bit. As long as he could complete the Philosopher's Stone, money would no longer be an issue. That's an interesting robe. Never seen one with so many pockets. Lady Rose was peeking at him with interest. Not for sale either, James told her. The woman simply shook her head, always too serious. Since our business is concluded, I will take my leave, James said. The witch raised her hand. Wait a moment, Mr. Alchemist, I have one more thing for you. For me, he hadn't made any other requests. Normally, I wouldn't do this for free, but you can consider this my way to protect my own interest and a good client. She seemed to take a piece of paper from beneath the counter and put it on top. James looked at it and was surprised to see a picture of him in the middle of the paper, along with several lines of text and a number at the bottom. This is. I'm afraid someone put a bounty on your head, Mr. Potter, Lady Rose said while pointing at the name beneath his picture, and at the bottom it was written the reward offered for his capture. James read the number, 10,000 galleons, not bad. Chapter 129, Pursuers. From the moment he left the Black Rose shop, James had the sensation he was being watched from afar. If Lady Rose hadn't informed him about the bounty hanging over his head, he would have to wonder about the reason for this. There is still the question of who put the bounty on me, James thought. He had recently offended 3 powerful dark families, so it must be one of those, but he wasn't sure which one it was. The more likely would be someone from the Rosier house, since he had killed the previous lord. Although using money to get rid of an enemy seems something fitting for a Malfoy to do. James pretended he was completely oblivious about the individuals following him and walked into a dark alley. He could have apparated away after exiting the shop. However, this would have carried some risks. The destination of a recent use of apparition can be tracked if the person is skilled in that type of magic. That could lead them directly to his house, and this was something he was not willing to gamble with. I have to deal with my pursuers before returning home, James decided. He began to walk faster, moving through narrow alleys with barely any light, while at the same time, he left behind some invisible marks on the walls as he passed by. Anyone who passed in front of the wall for the next minutes would become tagged with his magic. 3 wizards, they are well trained too. James realized that the ones hunting him were no amateurs. Hit wizards, most likely. They were the bounty hunters of the magical world, a very dangerous line of work where only the skilled ones survive. James reached an intersection and stopped all of a sudden. The wand hiding under his sleeve moved slightly, allowing him to track the 3 individuals who became marked by him. 2 of them were approaching from behind, while the other one stood a short distance away, likely to catch him in case he tried to escape. He applied a charm on himself, and his body became translucent. 2 shadowy individuals arrived a few seconds later and stopped at the intersection before looking at each other. Where did he go? He must have known we were following him. Impossible, there is no way he could have SHH. The masked wizard made a few gestures with his hand that his companion understood. Homnem rive. Crash, they heard a loud noise of something breaking right behind them and jumped from the shock. They immediately spotted a destroyed flask on the ground. The dark liquid inside had been spilled all over the ground and was quickly evaporating. This created a nasty-looking mist around them. Erg, one of the masked men, had not been quick enough to cover his face and inhaled some of the mist by accident. The effects were immediate, and in a matter of seconds, the man was on the ground, convulsing with foam coming from his mouth. The other masked wizard took several steps back before using a spell to remove the potion and the deadly mist. You are going to pay for that. Homnem revelio, show yourself, you bast. The man felt something hit his legs, and he lost his balance. James had been working one step ahead. After throwing that flask with basilisk venom, he moved to the other side of the crossing. While the masked wizard was cleaning the potion, James was already attacking him again. The cutting charm was something taught at school. Its main purpose was to cut small things, like a piece of paper or some cloth. But with enough magic and intent behind the charm, this one can be much more deadly. The masked man tried to stand up from the floor. Only then he realized what happened and began to scream. When he felt his legs being hit by something, this was the cutting charm separating flesh and bone. The initial shock had prevented him from feeling any sort of pain, but that quickly passed. He did not fall because he lost his balance. It was because he lost his legs altogether. James' wand was directly aimed at his head. Terebrare. The piercing hex went right through his skull, silencing him forever. Tusk, I wanted to get some information from these guys, but now that won't be possible. James hadn't expected the man to scream so loudly. He must have alerted everyone in the alley. James felt something on his left and conjured a brick wall as protection before moving away. Just as he did this, the wall broke into pieces after being hit by a deadly curse. The last masked man had arrived. This one had been standing a short distance away, waiting to intercept him if he tried to escape. But instead of that, James had killed his 2 companions. James looked at the masked man and made a quick assessment of the situation. Too far away, my spells will miss. There was no time for a standoff where they would continue to exchange spells from a long distance. This left him with few options. He sent a barrage of quick hexes to the masked man, forcing him to defend himself. James used his opening to store his wand and call upon his animagus form. With enough practice, he could now transform in just a second. The silver stag's body became covered in bolts of lightning as he focused his innate magic. "What is that?" The masked wizard looked at the strange creature with a mixture of surprise and fear, but his survival instincts kicked in and he moved to attack. Avada Kedavra. The stag saw the green spark of death approaching, and it felt like it was doing so in slow motion. The entire world felt like it was moving slower, everyone but him. The silver stag moved away from the crossing at such speed that it gave the impression of having been teleported. The next instant, he was right beside the masked wizard, who was still aiming his wand at the previous spot he had been in. Before the man could even understand what had happened, he was hit by a powerful bolt of lightning. His body was burned to a crisp, while being also launched towards the other side of the alley. Chapter 130, The Third Creation. James appeared back in his bedroom. He had to make several additional jumps for extra safety before returning here. That was unfortunate. He had wanted to obtain some useful information from these men, but it would have been too risky to remain there any longer. He checked his room to see if anyone had tried to open the door while he was away, but it appeared untouched. His parents seemed to respect his privacy, and he was grateful for that. It made things easier for him. James opened the window to look outside and was welcomed with a gentle breeze. "It's getting late already, and I feel very tired, but now is not the time to rest." He took a pepper-up potion from his reserve and drank it in one gulp. "That should keep me up tonight," he muttered to himself as he changed into something more comfortable. He then placed his portable laboratory on the floor of his bedroom and ventured inside, while carrying the materials he had bought tonight. Tonight's encounter with those hit wizards had at least served as a reminder that he was still limited when it came to combat. Primum and Nyxaris were powerful tools, but they required specific circumstances to unleash their full potential. James placed the small chest on the table and opened it up. His amber eyes moved to the silver substance inside the glass shard. This was a very rare ingredient. They called it liquid silver, but it is the blood of an ancient creature that is long extinct. The closest substance to this would be mercury, a metal that remains in a liquid state most of the time, as it has a very low melting point. He hadn't been sure if Lady Rose was going to be able to acquire it. It is that rare. James speculated that there was likely less than a gallon of this substance left in existence. "This jar has exactly 200 milliliters, just enough to create my next tool." He lifted the jar and brought it to another part of the table. He had already prepared all of the other ingredients he was going to need. I shouldn't do this here now that I think about it. There is little space here." The process for this creation resembled more the act of forging rather than potion making or alchemy, so I wouldn't be able to do it in such a closed environment. James collected all the ingredients and walked outside. Once he had everything ready, he apparated to a clearing near the border of his family property. The Potters had a massive piece of land around the castle. This included a forest, a lake, and this huge area filled with grassy plains and the occasional boulder. James scanned the area. "This is perfect. There is more than enough space, and no one will see me here." He positioned all the ingredients the way he wanted. Then he took out a cauldron made of a slick black stone. This was his most resistant one. The alloy that composed this cauldron included materials from the most fire-resistant magical beasts in the world. It wouldn't melt even if it's thrown inside an active volcano. Engorgio, James cast the enlarging spell on the cauldron, increasing its size 5 times over. He had to make himself an improvised platform beside the cauldron so he could begin to work. "Okay, let's begin." James' amber eyes became completely focused and gained a soft shine as he concentrated his magic. Letter 103A5, letter 103A8, letter 103B1, letter 103A4, fire. A dark crimson flame manifested beneath the cauldron. Vapor began to escape the surface of its metallic surface as all the moisture evaporated away. Once the cauldron had reached the appropriate temperature, James began to put the ingredients inside. The first one he threw in was the liquid silver he had just acquired. The metallic substance moved across the bottom of the cauldron as if it were trying to escape the heat. James' hands moved quickly. One hand was putting more ingredients in at the perfect timing, while the other one held his wand. Using a spoon to stir the contents was out of the question with something this large, so he had to make clever use of the mobiliarbus charm to move everything around. As he continued to add components, the silvery substance continued to change. Finally, James only had one ingredient left to use. It was a tiny bottle containing a red liquid inside. He opened the cork, and 3 red drops fell into the cauldron. Phoenix blood, pure life force. Let's hope that 3 drops will be enough. Thing is crazy expensive and hard to get even if you have the money. As the drops of blood touched the surface of the silver liquid, it seemed to react. With the materials perfectly combined, James removed the fire burning beneath the cauldron and began to chant in an ancient, dead tongue to bring this creature to life. Magical runes appeared out of thin air and rotated around him and the cauldron. A moment later, something stirred from within the cauldron. James' eyes became narrow. Did it work? All of a sudden, something burst out of the cauldron with tremendous force. As if it was a geyser, a column of silver liquid erupted from its container and flew into the air. James was truly glad he had made this outside. Otherwise, he would have lost his portable lab and his room. The silver liquid poured onto the grassy field, burning everything in its path while emitting strange sounds. Glacius, he had almost forgotten that this creature doesn't like heat, but it was impossible to create it without it. The mass of silver seemed to calm down when it was hit by James' freezing spell. The quivering mass of liquid appeared to become more solid and converged into a much smaller blob. "Hello there, can you understand me?" James spoke to the creature ahead of him. Blub, the blob turned around to follow the sound of his voice and tried to form sounds as well. They came from a mouth that had just formed, and just after that, the creature created a pair of eyes so it could look at its creator. It worked, it is alive and well. James grinned, his experiment had been a success. "I think I'm going to call you Turtiver." Chapter 131, The First Raid. On the next day, in the late afternoon, James activated his very illegal international portkey and appeared in a desolate alley in Paris. After getting a few hours of sleep, he went to his tower and prepared the things he needed for this trip. Luckily for him, his parents weren't the intrusive type and allowed him to have his space without bothering him. He was very thankful for that, as he was not used to dealing with parents at all, and this made things easier. Making sure that no muggles were around, James stored the portkey for later use and took out his broom. His first stop was on the outskirts of Paris, and it was too far to get there by foot. Leaving behind the busy metropolis, James pulled up the hood of his dark gray cloak and conjured a black mask to put over his face. This time, protecting his identity was of utmost importance. What he was going to do tonight was bound to get a lot of attention, and he could not allow anyone to link him or his family with this. After making himself and his broom invisible, he took off into the sky. Leaving behind the busy metropolis, James continued to fly until he spotted a suburban area filled with very ancient houses. Near the end of the neighborhood was a very large mansion that was surrounded by tall walls and trees. James double-checked the address to make sure he didn't get it wrong. No, this has to be it. He flew with his broom over the property a few times while trying to find a way in. The windows on the last floor appeared to be the best point of entrance, as well as the best escape route, in case he needed to fly away. The creatures inhabiting this property were fairly dangerous, after all, and he was not sure of how many were in here. Unlocking the window and sneaking inside was easy, just a simple charm did the trick. It was likely that the owners of this place were not too worried about being robbed. With his wand in hand, James began to make his way through the property. There was some noise coming from the floor below. He was currently in the middle of a hallway, surrounded by doors. His detection spells revealed the presence of people inside those rooms. James carefully opened one of the rooms and looked inside. It was a bedroom, and someone was already fast asleep on the bed. This must be where the human workers live, he concluded. From what he knew about vampires, it was very common for them to keep a few humans around to take care of things during the day. And it makes sense to give them the upper floor since it had the best access to natural sunlight, something that a vampire would like to avoid. James activated his black ring, Nyxaris. The fairy appeared in front of him. Master. Our targets are on the floor beneath us. Do you understand what you need to do? He asked, just in case his mental messages were not clear. Eliminate all undead creatures, she responded with her usual emotionless tone. It looks like she got it, James thought. Let's get to work then, said James. 10 minutes later. I thought there would be more of them, James spoke with disappointment. He was standing in the middle of a fancy hall, and all around him were the bodies of dead vampires, 13 of them, to be exact. The 4 human workers were still sleeping on the upper floor. James had placed a spell on them so they would not wake up, no matter how much noise there was down here. He did not want to kill any more than was necessary, and there was a good chance that those humans were just victims of these vampires anyway. James pulled out something he had kept tied around his neck. It was not a necklace nor a pendant, it was a pitch-black stone. This is nowhere near enough. This stone was the philosopher's stone he had created, using the prima materia and the piece of meteoric metal that Lady Rose had sold him. Although it was still far from complete, the most important ingredient for the creation of the stone was souls. Without them, the stone around his neck was nothing more than a very, very expensive paperweight. A lot of people believe that vampires have no soul, but that is not true. Their souls are just very corrupted, but still there. Pure souls would have done a much better job at fulfilling the needs of the philosopher's stone. He was very well aware of this fact. But that was a line James refused to cross. If he had to feed souls to this artifact, he would feed it the souls of those who, according to his own criteria, deserved to die. Vampires had been his first idea, and this is why he brought information about the location of many vampire dens across Europe. However, looking at how little progress he had made during his first hunt, James was starting to question his approach. I can only make a rough estimate, but if I keep feeding it only vampire souls, I'm going to need thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands. He concluded that this was because the souls of the vampires were so corrupted that they might as well not be there. That won't do. Even if I can find that many, it would take me decades. I'm going to have to use humans after all. He rested his body against a comfortable-looking sofa while taking out the paper given to him by Lady Rose. He had already predicted that this could be the case, so he had preemptively requested the location of several criminal hideouts. His eyes moved across the list until he found one that was here in Paris. A necromantic cabal. Okay, that will have to do, and it's close by. He looked at his side, where a dead vampire was still sitting next to him. Nyxaris had cut his head off before the poor creature even understood what was happening. Sorry about that. It appears that I have wasted your time and mine, James told the dead vampire and stood up. This was going to be a long night, and it was time to work again. Chapter 132, Primum's True Nature. How fitting, James muttered as he stared at a wall filled with human skulls. Next to it was a small door that had been hidden with several layers of spells, so muggles would never notice it even if they passed next to it 1,000 times. The catacombs of Paris were a famous tourist attraction, and many people came through here every day. Although the part that James was currently in was a bit outside the normal route. The visiting hours were long over, so he had to sneak in using magic. It was ridiculously easy to do. And so it was to remove the protections on the door, where the necromancers were supposedly hidden. He opened the entrance and walked inside. It was much more spacious than he expected. Right after entering, he found a massive chamber, at least 30 feet tall and wide. Dimensional expanding charms. Whoever created this place must have been quite skilled. James removed his white ring. Caillou, the chimera flew into the air with excitement. He took out a small rock from his pocket and threw it at him. Here, Primum, eat a snack. Primum happily munched on the rock. It was a small arkstone that had been filled with enough magic to power to make the wards of an average house work for around 6 months. James would buy empty ones and use the magic from Hogwarts to fill them up. It was much cheaper this way. Caillou, his blue eyes began to shine, and his size grew several times over. Go say hi to the necromancers. James pointed at the door located at the end of the chamber. As he walked forward, Primum roared and charged against the wooden door, turning it into smithereens and breaking part of the wall. A loud commotion erupted on the other side, but James continued to approach at a calm pace while performing scans with his wand. 10, 11? No, there are more. It's hard to get a good reading with all that nasty magic trapped inside. At least he was sure that Primum was going to take a few of them down by himself. A closed environment like this one was the perfect arena for the creature. Primum stood on top of the remnants of the door, while several individuals in red robes came running toward him. Intruder. What is that beast? Is that a young dragon? Kill it. Primum knew exactly what he had to do thanks to his mental connection with James. These people were his master's enemies and had to be eliminated. The chimera inhaled and opened its mouth. Careful, it's going to breathe fire, one of the necromancers yelled. The others hurried to take cover behind columns and large pieces of furniture. However, no fire came from Primum's mouth. Despite his looks, this was not a dragon, but a combination of many magical creatures. There were 2 particular creatures that had the strongest influence in this chimera. The first one was known as the Nundu. Dark green smoke emerged from Primum's mouth and began to fill the secondary chamber. The 3 wizards in there felt the effects of the smoke almost immediately. Cough, cough, what is this? One of them covered his mouth when he saw the nasty-looking smoke seeping from beneath the furniture he was using as cover. The 2 other wizards had already collapsed on the floor, after breathing just a tiny bit of Primum's poisonous breath. The last one tried to escape and warn his companions, but couldn't even get to the next door before falling victim to the poison inside his body. A few seconds later, more wizards dressed in similar robes opened the door and saw what was happening. What happened here? Poison, don't breath it, someone yelled. Cleanse the air, hurry. The one in charge ordered immediately when he saw the smoke. Who did this? He looked around the room but could not find the culprit anywhere. He just saw the broken entrance and nothing more. This doesn't look like the work of Aurors. They would never use poison as a weapon, another one of the wizards said. The leader shook his head. Of course they weren't Aurors, but it wasn't like they lacked enemies. Find the intruders. They must have escaped, someone suggested. The leader pointed at the broken entrance. Then hurry, we cannot allow anyone who knows the location of this place to escape with their lives. 4 more wizards ran toward the entrance chamber where James was in. Right as they were passing by the rubble, the white ring that was on the ground began to stir and transformed back into the full-sized Primum. Roar! One of the wizards fell to the floor, while the other 3 froze in shock. Primum was able to transform back into his ring form if he wanted to, and was intelligent enough to use this feature for a surprise attack. Chomp! His large mouth closed around the head of the wizard who fell, ripping it from his shoulders in one bite. D-Dragon, one of them yelled. Move, the leader shouted while aiming his wand at Primum. Avada Kedavra, ah! A ball of fire came out of nowhere, and he was forced to duck in order to avoid it. Master, above you, another one of his followers warned from behind. When the leader glanced up, he saw a tiny creature floating in the air. A fairy? First a dragon with poison breath, and now a fairy who could throw fireballs. He had no idea what was going on anymore. Ah! The 3 necromancers near the entrance screamed as Primum began to chase them. Fulmen! Nyxaris made a gesture with her tiny hands, and powerful sparks of electricity were conjured in front of her, before combining into a bolt of lightning that shot toward one of the necromancers in front of her. Seal the gate, we need to wake them up, the leader shouted as he ran away. As his followers did what he asked, he saw Primum using his claws and fangs to tear apart the other 2 wizards. Master! What do we do? His followers asked. The leader was trying his best not to show his despair. He had no idea who they had offended to deserve this attack. We have monsters too, let's revive them, they will take care of this problem. None of them saw the silvery liquid seeping from beneath the door. Chapter 133, The Necromancer's Weapon. James pulled the black stone hanging from his neck. The runic engraving on its surface created an array that would absorb a large part of the souls from anyone dying in the proximity and store them inside. Okay, that's better, James said as he observed the changes on the stone. 8 necromancers had just died, and their spirits were used to temper the philosopher's stone. The surface of the stone was no longer pitch black, but it had begun to gain a reddish tone in some parts of it. Much more promising than with the vampires. That's a shame, though. I had planned on exterminating most of the clans in Europe. That would be a waste of time, though. It had become immediately obvious that he needed humans for this to work. James was sure that the souls of innocent humans would have worked much better, but that price was too high for him to pay. If this cursed artifact wanted human souls, he would give it the souls of those who deserved such a fate. It was the least he could do. It's still hard to estimate how many souls I'm going to need, but there is still a long way to go, that's for sure. James glanced at the door. On the other side, there should still be a few more necromancers, including their leader, who had quickly run away. Master, Nyxaris hovered next to him, shall I destroy this door? Caillou, Primum was asking the same question. I'll do it, he looked at Primum for a moment, you can come back. Caillou, the chimera moved its wings quickly as a form of complaint. You have done enough, don't worry. There are going to be more chances for you to demonstrate your talents. We still have much work before this is finished, James said. This seemed to cheer up the little guy, who quickly turned into a white ring that flew onto James' finger. Master, that slime has sneaked from under the door, Nyxaris pointed out. James nodded. I sent it ahead to start cleaning. But more importantly, he didn't want the necromancers to start awakening their army of zombies and skeletons now. That would just increase his workload and bring him no benefit whatsoever since he could not use those undead creatures. His wand traced a line from the top to the bottom of the door, revealing all the protections that were keeping it sealed. Unlocking this will take too long. On the palm of his left hand, a golden flame appeared out of nowhere. Oreo Ignum. Of the 5 alchemy flames he could create, this one was the second most powerful, at least when it came to the temperature of the flames. This one would be able to melt the scales of a red dragon. The golden flames shot out of James' hand like a flamethrower. The reinforced wooden gates and stone wall had no chance to resist this magical fire and melted in a matter of seconds. As soon as holes began to appear on the gates, the screams of the individuals on the other side could be heard. Let's go, Nyx. Kill on sight, but be mindful of what magic you use. Remember that we are underground. James passed by the hole left behind by his flames, while the fairy followed right behind. Yes, Master. The bodies of 2 necromancers could be seen just a few feet away from the gate. They were laying in a pool of blood that was still pouring from their necks. James ignored the bodies and continued moving. Ahead of him were several more chambers. One could never have guessed how big this hideout was. Master, I cannot detect any more magical signatures from living people, the fairy said while looking around. I believe the slime may have killed them all by now. James' eyes became narrow. He didn't doubt what Nyxaris said, but he still felt something moving on the other side of those walls. Crack, something hit the walls, creating countless fissures on them. Master, Nyxaris went on full alert and created a shield around him. A moment later, the wall exploded and a massive bone hand emerged from the rubble. Tusk, they had to make 2 of those. James looked with irritation at the 2 massive skeletons that were now crossing into the chamber he was in. In front of him were 2 skeletons that were raised using the bodies of adult giants. They were unarmed, but that didn't make them any less dangerous. Skeletons like these could keep almost the full strength of the living creature they were made of, with all the benefits that came from being an undead. They are autonomous too, James commented. Sometimes, when a necromancer dies, the creatures they had created would fall as well, because they were dependent on their creator's magic to continue moving. These 2 would continue to move and attempt to fulfill whatever order their master had given them before dying. Most likely, it was something along the lines of kill the intruder, or something like that. James spotted something silver that was stuck on top of the ribs of one of the giants. Come back, Turtiver. The slime was very effective against flesh opponents, but not so much against skeletons who had no flesh or muscles to cut nor organs to pierce. The silvery substance, stuck to the ribs of the giant, quickly changed forms and shot out. James extended his left hand and it wrapped around it, forming a silver bracelet. The massive red eyes on the giants seemed to shine brighter the moment they spotted his figure, and they began to move towards him. Now, how do I deal with you? James scratched his chin while thinking about it. Most spells were going to be useless in this case, but then something seemed to occur to him. Oh, I think I just have the thing. A confident smile appeared on his face. Chapter 134, Old Languages. Master, I recommend demolition or exploding charms, Nyxaris said. According to the Great Guide of the Undead, written by Lord Floyd in the 1920s. Go ahead and do that, James told her. The one on the right is for you. The giants were almost on them. Nyxaris began by enhancing her wings with a charm so she could move faster, and then flew in between the giant's legs, positioning herself on its back. Her hands moved quickly, forming her next piece of magic. Bombarda Maxima. Her spell hit the back of the monster, right at the top of its vertebral spine, and broke several small pieces. But for the most part, the creature remained whole, and it promptly began to repair. For his part, James also decided to enhance his legs for faster movement and avoided being grabbed by the other giant skeleton. It would only take him one mistake to die here. Master, their bones are reinforced by magical enchantments, Nyxaris said. The probability of a bombardment spell doing substantial damage is less than 5%. I figure that much. These two are far from normal undead. The necromancers must have put a lot of time and effort into creating them. This is their magnum opus. Of course, their bones were going to be protected, James told the fairy. His second creation was clever and powerful, but she was still naive in her methodical way of thinking, and could just use whatever knowledge she had acquired from his memories or from reading books whenever she sneaked into the Hogwarts library after it was closed. Now it's my turn. James jumped backward to avoid a massive fist being slammed onto the ground. Then he moved his wand a dozen times while molding the magic inside his body. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke a single word. Heed tuvit, Enus, melt. A yellow orb manifested in front of him and immediately shot out towards the giant. The creature was slow and clumsy and had no chance to avoid it. The orb hit it right on its forehead. Some kind of liquid was splashed all over its skull. The acidic liquid began to melt the bones while making a sizzling noise. The giant skeleton attempted to move again, but James's spell had already corroded all its face and eyes, preventing it from finding its target. James only had to move away once more, and after a few more seconds, the giant could no longer fight or move. The corrosion had progressed to the rest of its body, and the bones began to crack under the sheer weight. Nyxaris glanced at him with an unreadable expression. Master, that language, it is not in my memory. It's not Sumerian nor Mesopotamian. That was Sanskrit, an old language close to the source of magic. And no, I did not place it in your memory, James said as he sent a blasting curse to the other giant to stop its attack on Nyxaris, although it didn't cause much damage to the giant. He quickly followed with another corrosive orb. Just like before, the spell managed to melt away all the skeleton's bones in a matter of seconds, leaving nothing but a yellow smoking puddle. Okay, I think we are done here, James commented as he went to check the rest of the place, just to make sure. Master, why? Nyxaris flew next to him. Why what? James peeked at her. Why withhold information about magic? Isn't it my primary function to serve as a depository for magical knowledge? True, that is your function. But not every piece of magic should be passed on for future generations. Some knowledge would be better being lost, as it is too dangerous. Ancient tongues were not the only thing that he failed to share with this fairy. His mind was filled with all the knowledge he had acquired in his 150-year-old life. A good part of it he had spent traveling all over the world, and it was during these travels that James had learned about magical creations so dark. that they would make Voldemort blush. He had rarely withheld knowledge from his students, even dangerous ones. He was of the belief that it was up to the wizard and witch to know how to properly make use of that knowledge. But there were exceptions. "But master, yes. That's enough, Nyxaris. Return to your ring form and rest," James ordered. This was the first time he had seen this fairy show anything resembling emotions. However, this was not up for argument. He could not pass on to her the knowledge of any magic close to the source. That magic was more complex than just saying the words and moving the wand. Any mistake could cost your life. James went on to examine the other rooms of the hideout and found the rest of the necromancers' bodies, including their leader. It appears that his little slime had done short work of everyone in here. The stone had gained a little bit more color, although just a little bit more. "I'm going to need at least another 10 more hunts like this one, if I am lucky." He only had a week at most to complete this task. Then he would need to finish the stone, among other things, and he had to do this before returning to Hogwarts. He would not dare to perform any sort of dark ritual inside the walls of that castle, as it was likely that Dumbledore would discover him. "Tempus," James said out loud, "it's almost midnight already." He pulled out the notes he had about the hideouts. "There is a dark cabal of witches right outside Paris. For the other ones, I'm going to have to travel further east." James took a small flask and drank its contents. It was another pepper-up potion to keep him awake. This was the second he took tonight, and it was not going to be the last one. This is going to be a very long night. Chapter 135, Too Much Work. "James, you are looking rather dreadful this morning," his mother, Euphemia, commented during breakfast. Today, it was just the two of them and Dipsy, one of their house elves, who was still finishing placing the plates in front of them. I had to stay up until late last night. I had some homework to finish." Of course, James was going to look tired. He had just come back home an hour ago and passed out for around 30 minutes before he was called for breakfast. "Oh dear," his mother looked at him with concern. "You need to pace yourself, my son. You still have plenty of free days left." James nodded while taking a sip of coffee. "I know, it's just a lot of work to do." A grin appeared on Euphemia's face. "I'm glad to see that you are taking school so seriously now. I'm sure you are going to have a brilliant future ahead of you." "You may be right. I believe I'm going to take a rest today," James said as he ate his breakfast. He had already planned to rest for the day, but could not stop going out at night. It was just a matter of time before the news about what he was doing started to circulate around and put everyone on high alert. If those groups of criminals believed that there was someone hunting for them, they may move to different locations, making his information completely useless. There is also the matter of visiting that tomb. I had wanted to get that done during this break, but there may not be enough time. He had to give priority to completing the stone. The object hidden in those ruins was not going anywhere, so he could always pick it up during the summer. "James, were you listening?" Euphemia shook his shoulder slightly. "Sorry, I had my mind somewhere else." He glanced at his mother. "What were you saying?" "I was saying that your father won't be coming back home for a few days. Apparently, something came up and he had to travel to France," she told him. "France?" James asked. That can't be a coincidence. He didn't find it surprising that their magical government already found out what happened, but he did find it odd that they would involve the British ministry in it. His father is the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. This means that they were worried about Muggles finding something out and requested assistance to ensure the statute of secrecy. But that's odd. I made sure to take precautions. He made sure not to show any change in his expression. Did something happen in France? Oh, you know your father. He doesn't like to talk about work, so he only tells me the minimum, as always. Euphemia shrugged. This was a common occurrence for her, so she didn't even question what could have happened. There were still a couple of hideouts in France that I was planning on visiting tonight, but I better leave those alone, James thought. 3 days later. A knock on the door woke him up all of a sudden. James rolled on his bed. Master James, are you awake? He recognized the voice. It was Laurie, one of the 2 house elves of the Potter family. James had forbidden them from entering his room without permission to avoid any possible complications, so Laurie could only call him from outside. "You may come in," James told the elf while moving the sheets off his body. "What time is it?" He didn't even recall when he got to bed, but his muscles were still aching. Using magic to enhance one's body always comes with a price, not to mention the dozens of pepper-up potions he had drunk during the past week. Maybe I could come up with something stronger, James thought for a moment, even though he wasn't too sure if that was a good idea. Master James, the house elf opened the door, came inside, and offered a polite greeting. "Master Fleamont is requesting your presence in the main dining hall." "My father is back." James hadn't heard anything from him since his mother gave him the news that he was going to be away for a while. "Wait, the main dining hall?" They never ate there. That place is too big for 3 people, so they always ate in the kitchen or the second hall. He made sure to stay far away from Paris on his next visits. This meant that he had to buy more illegal portkeys. He got one for Germany, Italy, and lastly, one for Spain. "Okay, tell him that I will be there in 5 minutes. I need to get dressed," James told the elf as he got off the bed. As soon as the elf closed his door, James took out the stone that was always hanging from his neck and looked at it closer. It had acquired an intense crimson tone, and if one looked at it for a while, small lines of light could be seen running across its surface. It was a very mesmerizing sight. "It's almost there," James said in a soft whisper. One more trip should do it, and he knew the perfect place to finish this quest. "I won't be needing a portkey for that one." He got dressed properly, as he knew how his father could be when pointing out flaws. Once he was sure that nothing was out of place, he went out of his room and walked all the way to the other side of the castle, where the biggest dining room was. Why would he call me there? He could not help but wonder about the motives behind that decision. His father was a very meticulous man, and everything he did had a logical reason behind it. The only thing that James could think of is that they had an important visit. The question is, who? Chapter 136, Lord Pollock's Proposal. James opened the large double doors of the hall and peeked inside. "There it is, James, come on in." His mother, Euphemia, called for him from the table on the other side of the room. "What is this?" James stared at the entrance with a look of surprise. Of all of the things that he could have anticipated, this was not one of them. On the large dining table, he found his father sitting at the head, with his mother at his side. At his left was none other than Lord Pollock's Black. The old man had a mischievous grin on his face as he glanced back at James. Next to the patriarch of the House of Black were his son, Cygnus Black, and his daughter-in-law, Drula Black. Cygnus looked concerned, while Drula could barely hide her disgust for being here in the first place. On the other side of the table were their 3 daughters, Narcissa, Bellatrix, and Andromeda. "James, don't just stand there. Come take a seat already." His father pointed at the empty seat between his mother and the 3 girls. The expression on his face showed how seriously he was taking this meeting. Right now, he was not acting as his father, but as the lord of the Potter house. "Right." James went to take a seat while exchanging glances with Lord Pollux and Bella, as if he was trying to ask them what this was about without using words. "So we are all present now," Lord Pollux said. "So we are," Fleamont added. Pollux gave James a hand gesture before pointing at the girls. "Tell me, James, which one of my granddaughters would you like to marry?" There was a moment of silence after that. Straight to the point as usual, Lord Pollux, Fleamont sighed. "What?" Narcissa almost jumped from her chair. "Father," Cygnus stared at his old man with shock. "This has to be a jest. Please tell me that's now why you brought us all here." Drula's frown deepened even further. "Couldn't this have waited until dessert?" Euphemia asked. James looked back at the old patriarch. "I should have seen this one coming." In his defense, he had been preoccupied with other matters. The Black House could no longer ally itself with any of the Dark Houses, as most of these were already on the Dark Lord's side, and the ones who aren't will be soon or will be destroyed. This left him with limited options. "What do you think, James?" Pollux asked. "James, dear, you don't have to make a decision right now. We can discuss this further," Euphemia added. "No, there is no time for that. A decision must be made as soon as possible." Pollux gave Fleamont a knowing look. James did not miss this. Does father already know about Voldemort? That seemed to be the case. As the head of an important ministry department, it wouldn't be so strange, although he had the feeling that Lord Pollux was the one who told him about it. If things go this way, the Order of the Phoenix may be created several years before how it should have occurred, James thought. Now that his father had been brought into the loop, ally families like the Longbottoms or the Bones would soon follow. And as the supreme mugwump, Dumbledore will have to be informed of this as well. James, his father called for him. I know this is sudden, but it would be a good time to say something, son. Wait a moment, Drula interrupted. My husband and I have not agreed with this yet. No offense, Lord Potter, but we should discuss what other options are available, Biff. Shut up already, Lord Pollux huffed. As the patriarch, I already considered all the options. This time, I want what's best for the girls and not just for the house. And the Potters are the first on that list. James over there is an excellent young wizard with a brilliant future. Just his talent for potions alone would make him a renowned man one day. You think that's not good enough? Well, Cygnus Black looked nervously at his wife. He knew that the reason she didn't want the Potters had nothing to do with their heir's personal achievements, but because she still wished for an alliance with the Dark families and Lord Voldemort. But when he looked at his father, he did not dare to oppose him right now, and he had to admit that James Potter also terrified him quite a bit. Grandfather, if you allow me a word. Andromeda raised her hand. Go ahead, speak. Pollux made a gesture with his hand before taking a glass of wine. I believe it's obvious who James should choose. Narcissa only has room for that blonde brat in her tiny head. Hey, the girl complained, don't talk about Lucius like that. And don't get me wrong, I think James is cute. Andromeda offered him a playful wink, but I'm not into younger boys. Besides, she glanced at her other sister. I think Bella would curse me in my sleep if I took him from her. I may still curse you, Bella muttered. I see. Pollux moved his black eyes between Bella and James. Yes, I think those two would make a good pairing. Of course, if James has no complaints with that decision. James felt the eyes of everyone in the room landing on him. They were all waiting for him to say something. He corrected his posture and cleared his throat. I have no objections. He had no choice but to agree to this. An alliance with the House of Black was a step in the right direction. This is what he intended from the beginning, although he could never have guessed that this road would end up with him being engaged to Bellatrix Black. Excellent, Pollux exclaimed with a wide grin on his face. What about you, girl? I promised someone to listen to your opinion as well. Are you satisfied with this? Now is the time to speak. Well, Bella was trying to avoid looking at James right now. And no, grandfather, I have no objections either. You heard the kids, Fleamont. Pollux patted his father's back. Yes, I will prepare the contract. We can sign it when they are all present, perhaps during the summer break. Bah, why wait that long? I'll have it ready by the end of the week. We can make it official before the kids go back to school, Pollux responded. Why the hurry? They are still so young. Euphemia didn't like how much he was rushing things. No, Lord Pollux is correct. We best get this done as soon as possible. Fleamont gave his wife a look that promised to explain things later. Chapter 137, Alliances and Lords. James, his mother Euphemia, glanced at him. You look concerned about something. James saw one of the house elves closing the doors of the hall. Their guests had just left, and his father went to accompany them to the fireplace so they could use the flue to get home. Only his mother and he remained in the room, along with Laurie, the house elf. I just don't want you to feel pressured to agree with this. You are still so young, she said. It's okay, Mother. I know this is important for our family. At the very least, he understood the importance of alliances, and this marriage contract would cement their union with the House of Black. This may also help bring to their side other houses that were currently keeping themselves neutral, like the Greengrass or the Zabini. James, you know that your father never cared all that much about that kind of thing. We always said that, in the future, you would be free to choose whoever you wanted. Something must have occurred. The doors opened again. Of course, something has occurred. His father made his entrance. Dear, what is going on? Euphemia asked. You've been away for so long, and then you came back and immediately put this meeting together with Lord Black. Fleamont sighed as he sat back down. Look, he glanced at them for a moment before he continued to speak. What I am going to reveal to you must remain a secret. You cannot tell anyone. His eyes moved to James. Not even your best friends. Do you understand? Sirius already knows, James thought, and now I have to look surprised. I understand, Father. Go on, Fleamont. Stop with the suspense. What in Merlin's name happened to make you act like this? Euphemia was losing her patience. She could not imagine what could have happened to make her husband behave like this. Very well, I'll get directly to it. We may be in the midst of an upheaval caused by the appearance of a new Dark Lord. A new Dark Lord? Euphemia exclaimed. You mean like that Grindelwald? We're not going to suffer another war like that one, are we? Her voice was filled with concern and fear. It is still too early to tell. Perhaps this one can be stopped before it gets that far, Fleamont said. We are lacking too much information about this wizard. We don't know how powerful he is or how many allies he already has. We have a list of confirmed houses that have tied themselves to him already. But this is the best time to try to form an alliance that will oppose him when he tries to take over our country. That's why you insisted on this union with the House of Black. Euphemia now understood. The Blacks were known to be on the anti-Muggle side when it came to politics. This always placed them opposite the Potters, Longbottoms, Diggories, and many other old houses. But now, things had changed, and this powerful, ancient house was willing to make an alliance with them instead. I still don't understand why, though. Why is the House of Black suddenly changing sides? Euphemia asked. They have always been set in their ways. It is because of Lord Pollux. He had a disagreement with the Malfoy, Lestrange, and Rosier families. This led him to search for alliances elsewhere. Fleamont looked at his son. Do you understand the importance of the meeting we had today? Does he think that I'm an idiot? James wondered. I do. Fleamont nodded. And are you okay with this union? You seem to have shown interest in the girls from that house before. This is why I agreed to have this meeting in the first place when Pollux sent me a message. I have no issues with it, James responded. As far as he was concerned, it was just a contract for an engagement to justify an alliance. Bella and he would not have to get married anytime soon, as they were still underage and in school. And when the war was over and Voldemort was defeated, there would be no more need for that contract, and it could be broken then. He may have grown a bit fond of this version of Bellatrix, but it's not like he had any intention of actually getting married to anyone. This was just another thing he had to do in order to win. This was the only matter in his head at the moment, to get rid of Voldemort and his allies before they caused all the damage they originally caused even before he was born. He did show interest in that girl before, didn't he? Euphemia now recalled. He brushed it off when I asked, though. If there is nothing else to discuss, I would like to retire to my bedroom, James said. I still have homework to finish. His father made a gesture with his hand. That's fine. You can go. Remember that in a few days, Lord Pollux will return with the proper contract to sign. This will have to be done before you all return to school. James nodded. I understand. As he was leaving, he heard his mother ask about what his father had been doing in France for the past days. He only caught a few bits of the conversation as he went through the doors. As he had suspected, his father and his department had been called by the French Magical Ministry to aid in their investigation of the attacks on several secret enclaves where criminals had been hiding. James went back to his room as he told his father, although he had no intentions of staying here for long. Tonight, he had one more trip to do. He changed his clothes into something more comfortable and checked the time. Good, the shops should still be open for one more hour, and there will be plenty of people in Diagon Alley since we are in the midst of spring break. His next plan was going to require him to be seen in public. He needed to catch a few individuals, and for that, he would need to be the bait. Chapter 138, Captured. Here you go, Mr. Potter. The waitress placed a glass of butterbeer in front of him. James thanked her, and she went away. All around him were dozens of wizards and witches, as this was the most popular cafe in Diagon Alley, and he had to make sure that he was seen by as many people as possible. He had walked all over the alley for the past hour, and many of the shops were closing. This cafe would also be closing soon enough, leaving only a few bars that would continue to work until past midnight. James finished his drink while pretending to keep his attention on some book he had brought, but in reality, he was very aware of who was close to him and who was watching him. After finishing a second drink, he left the cafe and began to walk through the main street. The alley was much more desolated by now, with only a few individuals here and there remaining in the streets. James stopped and pretended to look at the items behind the closed shop windows. And then, something caught his attention. From the other side of the street, he spotted someone hiding behind a large shop sign that had been placed next to a narrow alley. Once he waited for a bit longer, he began to walk again, this time leaving the main road and venturing into one of the alleys. The magical mark he had left at the entrance told him that he was being followed by two individuals. And the fact that he could hear their steps told him that these two were much less experienced than the previous bounty hunters he had encountered. This didn't really matter for his plans. If anything, it made things easier. "Oh man, I don't think it was this way." James appeared confused while looking around the badly lit streets. "You lost, mate." A voice came from behind him. James turned around and saw a young man in his early 20s standing in the middle of the alley where he had come from. His posture gave away his nervousness, despite trying his best to appear calm and confident. Amateur hit wizards. James was sure now that he had seen him. These usually don't last long in the job unless someone more experienced takes them under their wing. He detected the partner of this young fellow, hidden behind a large wooden box that some resident had left on the street. "Yes, I don't usually come here at night," James said as he approached the young man. He made sure that his hands were visible at all times so as to give them a sense of confidence. "I had been told there was a shortcut to the Leaky Cauldron through this street, but that doesn't seem the case." "The Leaky Cauldron? I'm afraid not. You can only get there by following the main street." The young man pointed with his left hand. His right one was still in his pocket, no doubt holding his wand. "Ah, it looks like I have been lied to. Thank Merlin you were here to tell me." James looked at the young man with an innocent grin. "Thank you." After saying that, James began to walk towards the exit of this dark street and back onto the main one. "No problem, mate." The young man moved aside and allowed him to pass. James was about to walk by the wooden box where the partner was hiding. All of a sudden, this one jumped from behind the box with his wand in hand. Like the other one, this bounty hunter was also a young man. The way he held the wand and his posture told James how lacking in experience he was. He estimated that even Bella may be able to win against these two. "Don't move," the one in front of him shouted. "Lower your voice," the other one shouted back. "Someone could hear you." "You are shouting as well." James stopped and looked at them but said nothing and just pretended to be scared. His attention was on perceiving their wand movements and feeling their magic. If he detected the use of any lethal spell, he would have to go with Plan B instead. The bounty was for dead or alive, but it is common knowledge that in these cases, there is always a bonus if you can bring the target alive. And this one was no different. Whoever put a bounty on him hated him enough to want to kill him in person. James felt a spell being formed by the person behind him. Stunner, he immediately recognized the spell. Stupefy, the young man cast a red spark that went directly for James and hit him on his back. James did nothing to avoid or resist the magic. As this one hit him, he felt his consciousness fade away and his body collapsed on the ground. Incarcerus, the other one summoned magical ropes to bind him, just for good measure. "We got him," one of them said. "We got James Potter. We are going to be rich." SHH, lower your voice. "Mate, I have to say, I thought it was going to be harder." The young man picked up James's body and sat him upright. "I know, right? When I heard that some hit wizards were killed in the alley the other day after someone spotted the boy, I don't know, but this was so easy. The boy was clueless and didn't even have his wand out. Maybe we got lucky. Let's not think much about that and just contact the client. We'd better do that from the house." The two young wizards were so excited about getting their first successful bounty that no one realized there was someone else observing them from a spot nearby. Nyxaris was doing as her master commanded and just watched as the two hit wizards took him away. She was only allowed to intervene if they were to use any lethal spell. Other than that, she must observe and follow until the moment is right. And that's what she did. She drew closer when she saw one of the wizards take a portkey from his pocket. She made herself smaller and hid inside James's robes before they were all teleported away. Chapter 139, The Hideout. Upper Appleby is an old, magical settlement with a small community near the west coast of Scotland. It is a tranquil place all year round, and people living here tend to keep to themselves. At the end of a long street was a very old wooden cabin. The walls were filled with small holes, and the roof tiles were starting to fall due to the poor maintenance the house received after the previous owner died. It was the middle of the night when two individuals appeared in the front garden of the house, carrying a third person who was unconscious. "Hurry, let's bring it inside," the first one said. His name was Jim Becken, and this was his late grandmother's house. No one had reclaimed it since she died, so he and his good friend Thomas had decided to use it as their hideout when they decided to get into the hit wizard business, not even a month ago. After bringing the unconscious body of James inside the house, Jim hurried upstairs, where his owl was waiting, so he could send a message to the client. Meanwhile, Thomas left James resting on the living room floor and went to one of the cabinets. He pulled out their last bottle of fire whiskey and poured himself a drink to calm his nerves. Shite, his hands were trembling while he gave James a glance. This was their first successful capture, and they were both extremely tense right now. If everything went right, they wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. 10,000 galleons was an incredible fortune for them. Neither of them had ever seen so much money in the same place before. Thomas grasped his glass and looked at the stairs from where his partner was coming down. "What are you thinking? This is not the time to get drunk," Jim frowned when he saw what his friend was doing. "You should be keeping an eye on our prisoner." "I am doing that too," Thomas exclaimed as he showed that his wand was still next to him. "And there is no way that boy will wake up anytime soon. That stunner is going to last for an hour at minimum, and he is also restrained. Haven't you heard the rumors about this boy? They say that he killed the 3 previous hit wizards who went for him. Not to mention, he also beat up a gang of thieves in Nocturne Alley." PFF, people like to exaggerate. Thomas rolled his eyes and took another sip of fire whiskey. He was already feeling his nerves go away as the sweet alcohol went down his throat. "More importantly, have you contacted the client?" Jim nodded. "I just sent him an owl, telling him that we have the boy alive and where to find him. He should be here soon with our money. We just need to keep this boy for a bit longer, and then we'll be rich," Thomas chuckled. Jim stared at James for a bit. "I really thought this was going to be much harder. I mean, they were offering such a high reward." "Bah, you know how rich families are. 10,000 galleons is probably not a big deal for them." "Maybe, but don't you wonder what could a schoolboy have done to offend them so much?" Jim asked. Thomas shrugged. "I honestly don't care. Besides," he pointed at James, "this is also a rich boy. You know, the Potters may not be that high up in society, but they are still an ancient house. I bet they have a vault filled with gold in the bank." "So it could be a dispute between ancient houses," Jim concluded. "I only care about my coins, whatever these old wizard families do and their politics. It is not my business," Thomas responded. The two friends continued to chat for 30 more minutes while taking the occasional sip of whiskey. None of them noticed the robes of James moving slightly as Nyxaris made her way out and hovered above them, placing herself in a point of advantage. "You know, lately I have been hearing some strange things," Jim suddenly said. He felt much more relaxed now and was comfortably sitting on the couch. "What things?" his friend asked. "The other day, I heard some guys in a bar mentioning something about a new Dark Lord making an appearance in Britain." "Oh that, yeah, I heard that too. Some old blokes mentioned that a powerful dark wizard was recruiting and that he was giving a generous pay to those who joined. That sounded very iffy," Thomas said. "Aren't you curious? I mean maybe, W." "Oh come on, Jim, you want to give up being hit wizards already? Look how well we are doing." I think we just got lucky. Next time it may not go so smooth, Jim said. I'm just thinking about the future. What if this Dark Lord is as good as they say, Enough, Thomas interrupted his friend. I don't want to hear that shite. I don't want to work for some wannabe dark wizard who thinks himself a big shot. You don't even know this Dark Lord. They said that he goes by the name of Lord Voldemort. You think he's an actual lord? Jim asked. Thomas made an expression of annoyance. I don't give a sh. A sound came from outside. This made both of them jump in alarm. This part of the town was always quiet, so any sound would have them on full alert. Must be the client, Jim said. Better be, Thomas added. What they were doing wasn't exactly legal. Proper hit wizards are only meant to take bounties from the Ministry of Magic, not from private clients like they did. But as always, there is a black market for everything, and this is where they had decided to do business, so they had to be very careful. Jim approached the window with caution. There was little light inside the house, so he could see very clearly outside. A large man wearing a black cloak had come down on a flying broom. Is it the client? Thomas asked, wand in hand. I think so, can't see the face, but it's definitely not an Auror, Jim responded. The man turned towards the house, and Jim noted that he was hiding his face with a creepy white mask. Chapter 140, The Trap. Jim opened the door while Thomas stood guard nearby. The masked man walked up to the entrance with his broom in hand. Are you, AIM? Jim wasn't sure how to ask it. They didn't know the real identity of this person, just their alias, and that he was from a very wealthy magical family. These illegal bounties were managed by a large criminal group, so anonymity was a crucial part of it. Do you have the boy? The masked man responded with annoyance. He was still being kept at the door. Why, yes, right here. Jim moved away and allowed the man to enter. James was still laying on the floor, right where they left him. One could see him after taking a few steps away from the door. The masked man said nothing to them, and just gave James an intense look. Yes, this is the bastard I was looking for. There was a lot of contained rage in his voice. I find it hard to believe that you got him alive. Oh yeah, it was very Jim was hit on the shoulder by his partner, along with a glare that warned him to be more careful with what he said. Moo, the masked man turned to them. Thomas spoke next. It was a difficult hunt, sir, but we managed to capture the target. According to the bounty, there was an extra for tea. Of course, the large man brushed him off. I have your money right here, and there is an extra for capturing him alive. He produced a bag from his robes and expanded it before laying it on the ground. The two bounty hunters wasted no time to grab it and check its contents. Neither of them could control their excitement when they saw the large amount of gold coins stored in the bag. The masked man ignored this. Money was of no significance to him. His only interest was bringing James back to his house. I'm going to make you regret what you did. From the moment he received the message that James Potter had been captured alive, he had been thinking about all the ways in which he was going to make him suffer. He brought his large hand closer to James and was about to grab him by the neck. Suddenly, he saw James's right hand move, followed by a silver shine. The next instant, he felt an intense pain in his shoulder and spotted a sharp blade embedded in his flesh. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream that alerted the two hit wizards nearby. Jim and Thomas had been happily counting the money just a moment ago, and then, all of a sudden, they heard their client screaming. What the fuck? Thomas saw a sharp object poking from their client's back. Jim took his wand out and was about to rush towards James to stun him again. Glacium Spica. Out of nowhere, sharp shards of ice were shot towards him. Being caught completely by surprise, Jim didn't even have time to process what was happening before several of those spikes pierced his chest and pushed him backwards with tremendous force. Thomas only had time to spot the place from where the spell had come. Stupefy, a red spark appeared from his wand and flew towards the ceiling of the house. It hit nothing but empty air. You dared attack my master. Thomas heard a female voice coming from behind him. He was about to turn around when she spoke again. Divulsa. A blade formed from an eerie purple light moved in an arc and passed by him at the height of his neck, severing his head from his shoulders with no effort. Thomas died before he could even understand what had happened. Jim was laying on the ground, bleeding and heavily injured but still alive. He saw what had happened to his friend. A small fairy had appeared behind him and chopped his head off with no mercy. He also saw his client being thrown on his back by the boy they brought here. James Potter should have been stunned and restricted by magical bindings, but somehow, he was still moving and had some sort of blade in his hand. What Jim could not see was that beneath his clothes, all over James's body, there were silver metallic lines created by Turtiver. Using this, the metallic slime was capable of moving James's body and fighting, even if James himself was unconscious. While the masked man continued to scream and grab onto his injured shoulder, the unfortunate hit wizard was struggling to stay conscious, with 2 large ice spikes piercing his chest. W8, I MJ. Silence, Jim's begs were interrupted by Nyxaris. She extended her tiny hands towards him. NOPL. Glacius, Nyx called his sentence. Jim's body became covered in a thick cold mist that completely froze it in a matter of seconds. After making sure that both of them were dead, she turned her attention to her master and promptly dispelled the magic they had placed on him. Finite. James's eyes opened again. He took a moment to assess the situation. A large bleeding man was laying in front of him. The mask alone was enough for him to know that this was the person he had been looking for. A bit further away, there was one man missing his head and another one who had been frozen. Nyxaris hovered next to him. Master, we did as you told us. Turtiver, James spoke. The slime retrieved its metallic tendrils and returned to its normal form as a bracelet on his wrist. This allowed him to recover his ability to move. The masked man had stopped screaming and was now staring at James with a terrified look on his face. You must be the one who put a bounty on me. James's tone was ice cold. He had no mercy to offer this person. Tonight, many more were going to die. A wand appeared in his hand. Let's see who this is. Chapter 141, Take Me With You. With a wave of his wand, James pulled off the mask from the man's face. This one yelped in pain before going back to covering his bleeding shoulder. Please don't kill me, the man begged. He didn't even make an attempt to pull his wand out. James stared at the face of this person for a few seconds. Okay, I give up. Who the hell are you? Rosier, Evan Rosier. Rosier, right? I suppose that makes sense. And by your age, you must be the son of the previous lord, the one I killed. James saw the man flinch at the mention of the murder. Evan Rosier clenched his teeth. Why, yes, you killed my father. I understand now. You must be the current lord of the house. And the one who put a bounty on me for revenge. 10,000 galleons were very generous. You must really hate me. If you let me go, I promise to remove the bounty. Please, don't. Let me stop you there and save your breath. James pulled a green-colored potion from his robes and handed it over to the man on the ground. This one took it by reflex, wondering what he had just been given. Poison? You expect me to drink this? It's a healing potion, for your shoulder. You don't want to bleed out in this rundown shack, do you? James asked. The man stared at James with pure shock in his eyes. Are you really not going to kill me? He found it hard to believe. This person who had shown no mercy to his father was now willing to let him go after what he did. Unfortunately for Evan Rosier, he was not able to see through James' intentions and quickly drank the potion. The only reason he was being allowed to live was because James had a use for him. The effects were immediate. Evan's expression changed to one of relief as he felt the pain go away. Thank you, he hurried to say. I promise you TH. His words froze in his mouth when he saw that James was pointing his wand directly at him. Imperio. As James spoke the name of the unforgivable curse, Evan Rosier's eyes lost all their luster, becoming glazed over and lifeless. Hello, Evan. Are you going to behave properly and follow all my commands? Yes, Evan said in a tone lacking all emotion, like he was in a sort of trance. Tell me, is your family all at home tonight? James asked. Except for my cousin Felix, yes, Evan responded without hesitation. James nodded. This was more than what he expected already. How many are there? 8, Evan said. Any children? James added another question. No, Evan said. He was already one of the youngest. Only his cousin Felix, who was in his early 30s, was younger than him. Has your family already sided with the Dark Lord? James asked. Evan seemed to visibly fight the curse for a few seconds, but ultimately was unable to resist it. Yes, we are all loyal to our Lord. Good, that makes things easier. Do you have a portkey that would take you back home? James knew that all these wizards and witches from important families always carried an emergency portkey that would take them directly into their family manor. Yes, as expected, Evan Rosier responded affirmatively. James walked closer and made a gesture to Nyxaris so she would return into her ring form. Then, he got to Evan Rosier's side and grabbed onto his arm. Use the portkey, let's go home. Evan's hands trembled as he took out a small pendant that was hanging from his neck. This one had the symbol of his family. Evan held it in his trembling hands, still trying to fight the curse. Activate the portkey, Evan. Don't make me wait. James' words were too much for the man at his side. His mental defenses were not enough to resist any longer. Rose tree. Evan spoke the keywords in a soft tone, and the portkey in his hands became active, taking them both away. They reappeared inside a large, elegant hall, filled with fancy pieces of furniture, and a massive glass chandelier hanging over their heads. Nice place, is this the main family manor? James asked. It is, Evan Rosier answered, while beads of sweat were falling across his face. James nodded. Very well. He placed his right hand on the man's head. At his will, the silver bracelet changed shape and formed a long, sharp blade that went straight through Evan Rosier's skull, killing him instantly. I'm sure Andromeda won't be too sad to find out that her ex-fiancé is now dead, James commented while staring at the body of the large 40-year-old man on the ground. Now he had to hurry, as he wasn't sure if the other occupants of the house had noted his arrival. James promptly called for his creations, Nyxaris primum tertiver. The creatures emerged at his command. There are 8 targets in this manor. Find them and kill them. The 3 of them rushed out of the door, and James soon followed them. 15 minutes later, James was standing outside the Rosier property. The family was not able to put up much of a fight under the assault of the creatures he created. James himself did not even need to lift a single finger. After all, those wizards and witches weren't veteran fighters or anything of the sort. Just old folk too, set in their ancient ways, who sided with the wrong person. The Blacks are on my side, and the Rosiers are now essentially gone, James thought. One by one, he was going to take away all of Voldemort's followers until he had nothing. But more importantly, James glanced down at the stone in his hand. Its color had turned into a vibrant crimson tone and was brimming with magical energy. The Philosopher's Stone is finally complete. Now he was done with the hunting part, at least for now, and was very glad for that. Killing was not something he enjoyed doing, and he only did it out of necessity. These men and women he killed today would have gone on to become Death Eaters and massacre countless Muggles in the name of Voldemort. The world is better without them. One last thing to do, I suppose. His amber eyes observed the house of the Rosier family, his wand aimed directly at it. He had been very careful, but it would still be a big risk to leave everything as it was. Better not to take any chances. Dark sparks of flame manifested before him. Fiendfire. Chapter 142. The day of the contract. 2 days before the end of spring break. James was inside the private laboratory he created in one of the towers of his family property. In front of him was a large chunk of gold. Not bad, but I am going to need to perform a few more tests. A moment ago, this chunk of gold had been nothing but iron, proving that the Philosopher's Stone worked as intended. At least one of its functions. He had yet to test the others. It appears that money is no longer a concern. I can't wait to see the face of the goblins when I arrive with a pile of gold to sell. James chuckled and sat down in his chair. That was some stressful break, but at least it's over. His eyes moved across the table as he made mental notes of everything he was meant to finish during this week. He stopped when a particular book caught his attention. Oh, I had forgotten about you. He stood up and went to pick it up. He had paid a lot of money for this book. It was almost like that shopkeeper didn't want to sell it to him. She looked very interested in the book as well. He recalled her odd behavior when he showed interest in this tome. The book he bought during his shopping trip with Lily gave many details about the tomb of Kilgara. This was an evil wizard who lived during the era of the first Merlin, the one many claim had been the most powerful wizard who ever existed. Kilgara was not too far off from Merlin, but very few people knew about him. Not many wanted to write tales about such a nasty individual, not when heroic figures like King Arthur or Merlin were around. Most preferred to forget about Kilgara the Cruel. James cared little for old history about forgotten wizards, but he cared about his tomb. To be more specific, he cared about one item in particular that should be hidden inside that tomb. I had always wanted to get my hands on that thing. How wonderful would it be to experiment with it? He opened up the old book and began reading. He already had a good idea of where the tomb was, but the information stored there would prevent him from falling into a trap and dying. Now let's see, he began reading. An hour later, he heard his mother calling for him from outside. "James, you there? Can you hear me?" He put down the book and peeked from one of the windows of his tower. "I can hear you just fine. What is it?" Euphemia put her hands on her hips. "Have you forgotten already? We had an important visit today. You should have been in the house, getting ready." Ah, right, James just remembered. He had many things in his head, so it was normal for something to fall through the cracks. Is Lord Black here already? They were supposed to sign the marriage contract between him and Bellatrix. Yes, he is already here, along with the rest of the family. I hope you are presentable at least, Euphemia said. James looked down at himself. It was a good thing that he took a bath after breakfast. I think I'm fine. Then you better hurry up. Everyone is currently waiting in the main hall. After saying what she came to say, Euphemia turned around and left. James sighed. Let's get this over with. He went back to store his things, making sure he didn't leave anything important lying around. As much as he trusted his parents, this was still their house, so it wasn't out of the question for them to visit his laboratory. That's why he was always careful with what he left in sight. He then made the long way back into the castle and to the main hall. The gates opened, and he was welcomed by a similar view from the last time. His parents, Lord Pollux, Cygnus, Bella, and Andromeda. Only Drula and Narcissa were missing. It was easy to guess why those two were not here. Narcissa had no interest in this meeting, and Drula was likely asked not to come to avoid any conflicts during the meeting. The woman's preferences were not a secret. She very much would have preferred to be on the other side of the war. I bet she changes her mind once she finds out what happened to her family, James thought. The news about the destruction of the Rosier household should begin to spread soon enough. Hey, James. Andromeda greeted him with a smile as he sat down. Hello, Bella was in her usual cold mood. James had only seen her speak warmly to Primum. He greeted everyone back and sat down in the same place as the last time. Lord Pollux and his parents then began to discuss the marriage contract that Pollux had brought. There was still time to make some changes if necessary, at least before they signed. Magical contracts usually had enchantments that prevented other parties from breaking them or destroying them. They were also enforced by the Ministry of Magic in case one of the parties failed to uphold their side of the contract. Once they all signed, only Lord Pollux or Lord Potter would be able to destroy it by burning the paper it was written on. Just like Pollux did with the Malfoy, Lestrange, and Rosier contracts. After a few minutes, his mother turned to him. James, this is going to take a while. Your father wants to be very thorough and go over the entire contract. Her eyes moved over to Bella and Andromeda. Why don't you take the girls outside and do something more fun? I bet they are getting bored. James raised an eyebrow. I'm not exactly the fun kind of guy. You're probably looking for Siri. Actually, Andromeda interrupted, I would love to get some fresh air. We've been stuffed inside our house for the entire break. Can we go see the fields? Euphemia smiled. Of course you can, my dear. She glanced at James. You heard the lady, go on. Chapter 143, On a Fun Trip. Wow, those towers are all in disrepair, Andromeda commented as they walked through the massive yard around the castle. All except for that one. James pointed at the one he had fixed. I got that one fixed. Did you make a lab in there? Bella asked. Of course, it seemed like a waste not to, James responded. She had to fight the urge not to roll her eyes. Of course. This entire garden seems to be pretty much abandoned. What a shame, I bet it would be gorgeous if someone fixed it a bit, Andromeda said. We have a house in Wales with a big yard like this, but we rarely go there. Oh, that one, Bella seemed to recall something. It's been years since. I don't think Mother likes that house. I remember her saying that it was too bright or something like that. Yes, I think our mother is half bat or something. Something caught Andromeda's interest. Let's go there. She pointed at a small gazebo that had been placed next to a pond. It was made of wood and covered in vines, but it was obvious that no one had used it for a very long time. That thing is not going to fall on our heads, right? Bella asked. It looks like the structure is still solid, James said. He had been there before, so he knew it was going to be fine. He liked to come here to read when he wanted something more peaceful than his room. This place is beautiful. Andromeda went to sit on one of the wooden benches, and it's a lot cleaner than it initially looked. That's because I cleaned it, James thought. He was the only one in his family who used it. I suppose we can wait here for the meeting to end, Bella said. They will call us when we have to sign our. She threw James a furtive glance. Part. James noticed the stare, but decided to ignore it. She has been acting out of character since Pollux mentioned the marriage contract. Bella was never one to swallow her words. If she wanted to say something, he preferred if she just said it. Seeing that the girls got comfortable, he took a seat and pulled out a book to read. The three of them remained in silence for a few minutes, watching the pond and enjoying the cool breeze. Andromeda and Bella seemed to be enjoying the peaceful landscape, but that didn't last long. I'm bored, Andromeda complained. She turned her attention to James and the book he was reading. The Silent Crypt, what is that about? An ancient tomb, James answered without lifting his eyes from the paper. Bella's interest seemed to have been piqued. And here, I thought that your only interests were potions. James put the book down. Not at all, I have many interests, although I will admit that ancient tombs are not one of them. Then why are you reading a book about that? Andromeda asked. Because I am interested in this particular tomb, James said. How so? What does this tomb have that interests you so much? Bella asked while taking a peek at the book's cover. This tomb may contain a magical item of incredible power. I was actually planning on visiting it today, but... Did you forget that we were coming? Bella wasn't too surprised. James was always getting distracted with his personal projects and tended to forget about the rest of the world. A little bit, he brushed her off. It matters not. I should still have some time tomorrow. I wanted to get this done before returning to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, you have to be at the station before midday. I don't think you have much time for expeditions, Bella pointed out. James frowned. He had forgotten about the time. Bella was right. There would not be enough time for this. The other option would be to go tonight, but finding the tomb during the night was going to be much trickier. That's... Why not go now? Andromeda asked. You two have several hours before you are needed. I couldn't possibly leave you two alone. My mother would certainly disapprove of such action, James said. Who said anything about leaving us alone? Of course we are going too. Right, Andy? Bella looked at her older sister. This one had a mischievous smile on her face. Obviously, we are coming along. Come on, Poe James, we are pretty much family now. Are you sure? It could be dangerous. Ancient tombs are no joke. Many people have died while exploring them. James' tone was completely serious. He was confident in being able to protect those two, but he didn't want them to accompany him with such a casual attitude. That just makes me want to go even more, Bella said with a rarely seen grin on her face. James felt a shiver go down his spine. Once in a while, she gave him these short glimpses of the woman that she was in his other life. Well, what do you say? You may not have another chance to do this until the summer break. Are you okay with that? Andromeda asked. Come on, we can take care of ourselves, Bella insisted. She really seemed eager to do this. James had to consider it for a moment. He would have preferred to go by himself, but perhaps having 4 extra eyes could come in handy, and he really didn't want to wait until the summer to visit the tomb. He could use these few last months of school to experiment with that thing. "Laurie," James called. A moment later, the house elf appeared in front of him. Master James called. "Inform my parents that I will be taking the two ladies for a stroll outside the property. We will return before it is time for dinner," James said. That would give them over 6 hours, more than enough time for a quick exploration. Or so he thought. Chapter 144, Finding the Entrance. James, Andromeda, and Bella were now standing on an open field. Behind them were the ruins of an abandoned medieval town. "What happened here?" Bella asked. "Nothing is just old," James said. "Is this a Muggle town? Looks kinda rundown." Andromeda looked around. "Are you sure the tomb is here?" "Is not here, but it is close by." He pointed at the ruins behind them. "These are the ruins of an old medieval town called Kenfig. It is mentioned in the book." James pulled out the tome he had been reading. This book is the key to finding the actual tomb. It was written by someone who actually found the tomb like 70 years ago. He was the only one who survived, but only long enough to write this thing. "That book has been around for 70 years. How come no one has found the tomb again?" Bella asked. "Yes, that tomb should have been raided already," Andromeda agreed. "There are few copies of this tome, but more importantly, no one believed that the tomb was real, the way the author described it. Well, it sounded like fantasy. And he died shortly after writing the tome, so he never had the chance to prove anything," James said. "Although that wasn't going to last for long. Just 5 years from now, someone will be making the discovery. Or at least, that was supposed to happen originally." Now you got my curiosity." Andromeda leaned forward to take a peek at what James was reading. "So, does it say where to go from here?" Bella asked. "There should be a lake nearby. Then we need to locate some type of rock formation," James said. "There is a weird drawing on that page," Andromeda noted. "Yes, I think we need to find something with that shape. That would lead us to the entrance," James explained. "It looks like a skull thought," Bella noted. The walk to the lake only took a few minutes, although it was more of a large pond than a lake. "How are we supposed to find any rocks in here? It's all filled with plants," Andromeda complained. It was true that the entire shore of the pond was filled to the brim with all kinds of tall plants that made it impossible to see any details. "We are gonna have to get closer then," James said. "Seriously, you don't really expect us to get into the muddy water, right?" Bella raised an eyebrow. She may not have been as pompous as other ladies from ancient houses, but there was always a limit. "I can place some bubble charms to avoid the water," James suggested as he held his wand in hand. "Hold on, you can't use magic outside Hogwarts. You don't have your owls yet," Andromeda hurried to say. "The trace on your wand." "I already removed it," James said as he placed a bubble charm that went up to his waist. "He also removed mine." Bella took out her wand as well. "I see, how naughty." Andromeda just found it amusing. "Do you need help with that?" James saw Bella trying to apply the charm, but it was only covering her feet. "I can do it, it's only a bubble charm," she huffed while she tried again. "Don't beat yourself up, sis, that is a 5th-year charm." Andromeda pointed her wand at Bella and applied the charm properly. "I could have done it myself. I was getting the hang of it," Bella exclaimed. "Come on, we don't have much time to find the entrance," James said before walking towards the water. "Ugh, it's still nasty. Why is the water so dark?" Andromeda covered her nose. Looking at the surrounding land, this must have been a lake in the past, but it has been shrinking over the centuries. "This tomb was built almost a millennia ago," James said. "This is going to take forever. There is too much SHR, Bella yelled. "What happened?" Andromeda ran towards her. "A snake. I saw a snake as I was moving those blasted plants out of the way," Bella responded while moving away. "What kind of Slytherin is afraid of snakes?" James chuckled. Bella turned around, looking angry and embarrassed. "HMPH, it just took me by surprise. I'm not afraid of any snake." "Where was it? I don't see anything," Andromeda asked. "Over there, it was on top of something and tried to lunge at me," Bella pointed. "Wait," James saw something slick shining in between the shrubbery. "Move away from there." James pointed his wand ahead. "What are you doing?" Andromeda asked while she and Bella backed from the water. "Depulso." James put a lot of power in the spell, enough to send every single plant in the area flying away, as well as one unfortunate snake. As soon as everything settled down, James saw a large rock that had been hidden under all those plants. "Is that?" Bella got closer. "It doesn't look like the one in the drawing," Andromeda pointed out. "That's because you are looking at it from the wrong side." James spotted something inside the water. "What do you mean?" Andromeda looked confused. James jumped out of the water and pointed his wand at his feet. "Farabatter." His feet separated from the ground, and his body began to levitate in the air. "What the?" Bella was staring at him with shock. "You can fly?" She had never heard of a spell that did that. "I'm not flying, just levitating a bit," James said as he continued to ascend. "A human levitating charm," Andromeda recognized the magic. "They don't teach that in school." "I think I found the entrance," James said from the air. From his high point of view, he could finally see the rock formation he had been looking for. It could only be seen properly from an aerial perspective, but if one got high enough, they could discern something resembling the skull of a beast, with the upper part of the skull being at the shore of the lake and the mouth being under the murky waters. And according to the texts, the entrance would be inside the mouth. "That means we have to go for a dive." "We are going to need some full-body bubble charms for this," said James. Chapter 145, Speak Open. I thought this would be easier once I found the entrance." James frowned. He had dived into the murky waters and located what should be the entrance of the tomb. It was inside the mouth of the skull. However, the gate was closed shut, and no spell that he had tried so far was able to unlock it. "And I thought this would be more exciting." Andromeda had conjured herself a chair and was comfortably sitting at the side of the pond. "Why not blow it up? I bet I can knock these rocks with a single bombarda," Bella suggested. "Why am I not surprised that she would say something like that?" James sighed. "I had considered it, but it's risky. We don't know what kind of protections and countermeasures were set in place down there. For all we know, the entire tomb could collapse, burying and destroying everything inside," James explained. "Hey, James," Bella called for him as he was getting out of the water. "I already told you that I'm not blowing this thing up," he repeated. "It's not that," she huffed, looking annoyed at him. "Have you seen the marks down here?" "Marks?" James glanced over at her. He had seen the runes carved on the surface of the rocks, but hadn't found anything where Bella was looking now. "Let me see." He approached and knelt down next to her. She was right. There were more symbols that had been carved on the side of what would be the top of the beast's skull. "They are not runes, right? I have never seen symbols like these," Bella added. "Let me see too." This had pricked Andromeda's interest, so she jumped from her chair and went toward them. "I have studied runes since my 3rd year of school. These don't look like any runic language I have seen before, and they don't seem to be ordered to create any array either." "It looks like an Eastern language," Bella commented before turning to James. "Do you know what it says?" "You are almost right. These are not runes of any kind, it's just a clue on how to open the entrance. Mu Iota Lambda Alpha, Alpha Nu Omicron Iota Chi Tau Alpha. Pi Iota Omicron Kappa Omicron U Tau Alpha, Sigma Tau Eta Nu, Pi Eta Gamma Eta. "It's written in Greek," James said. "Greek? Why would they write something in Greek here? Wasn't the guy buried here a Briton?" Andromeda asked. "Yes, but many wizards of that era also studied older languages like Latin or Greek. There is power in words. That's why we use them to cast spells," James commented to the girls. "Do you understand its meaning? You said it was a clue to open the gate," Bella said. "My Greek is a bit rusty, but it could be roughly translated to speak openly, closer to the source." "Speak openly?" Andromeda tilted her head in confusion. "Closer to the source of what?" Bella was making the same expression. "The source, could it be that easy?" James stood up. "Wait, did you figure it out already?" Andromeda asked. "Perhaps, let me try something." He jumped on the largest boulder and looked down at the mouth of the beast. "Hiod katet anus?" James's tone of voice sounded strange to the two girls. He had just spoken a single word, but it sounded completely alien to them. Bella was about to question him about what he said, when all of a sudden, the ground began to shake. "It's open." Andromeda ran to the water and watched as the mouth of the skull opened up slowly. "Speak openly" actually meant to speak the word open. and the other part of the text was telling you which language to use, one that was closer to the source than Greek. There are only 2 languages that would fit the criteria, and this one was the oldest, James explained. Great, let's go inside, Bella said with excitement. Let me put a full-body bubble charm on you, Andromeda told her sister. James did the same on himself. The water is not going into the hole, he pointed out. This meant that the creator of this tomb must have placed some type of barrier that prevented the water from going inside and filling the tomb. Had they tried to blow their way in, the barrier would have been destroyed. Just like James had predicted, everything inside would have become ruined. Let's go, Bella jumped into the waters, followed closely by her older sister. Wait, let me go first, James shouted at them, but the 2 didn't seem to be listening anymore and sank into the murky waters. Damn it, children never listen. James was about to jump when he got a strange sensation in his body. What is this? He took a moment to look around, but found nothing out of place. Just now, I felt a faint trace of some foreign magic. Could it be from the tomb, or? He had a bad feeling about this. There was this nagging feeling at the back of his neck that made him feel someone had been spying on them. Unfortunately, he could not delve into this. Those 2 girls had already gone inside the tomb, and James knew how deadly that place was. The book he had read warned him of the traps waiting inside for them. If he took too long to follow them, he might find them dead. Tisk! After making his annoyance palpable, he jumped into the water. The entrance was narrow, just enough for a person to pass by diving headfirst. Inside the mouth of the beast, there was a semi-translucent layer. As soon as James crossed it, he saw all the water disappear, and his body was once again pulled by gravity toward the ground. He found Bella and Andromeda just a few feet away from where he landed. Bella was sitting on the ground, while Andromeda tried to help her up. The room they were in was square in shape, and made of a dark gray stone that had been smoothly carved. Some light came inside from the small entrance, but it wasn't much. You okay? James asked. She just fell on her butt, Andromeda responded. I'm fine, Bella shouted to hide her embarrassment. James shook his head. You need to stop being so reckless. This place is dangerous, so from here on you let me go first. He glanced at the dark corridor ahead of them. Chapter 146, The Deadly Tomb. Still bored, Andromeda? James asked. Shut up. The girl looked completely rattled. Her hair was a mess, and her clothes were dirty and torn in several places where arrows and blades had damaged them. They had been walking through the tomb for well over an hour now, and encountered a myriad of traps. Arrows coming from the walls, spears emerging from the floor, or trapdoors opening beneath their feet, leading to holes filled with blades. Bella also had a few close encounters, but she seemed to be holding up much better than her sister. She actually found the experience quite refreshing compared to her usual life. James, does the book say how long this thing is? She asked when she saw James pulling the old book again. Let me see. He had already read all the relevant parts. Now he was being extra cautious and making sure he didn't miss anything important. Ouch, Andromeda complained. Her foot had become stuck on something and she almost fell down. What's wrong with the floor in here? She looked down. Most of the stone bricks that formed the floor were either broken or missing. I think I heard a noise coming from behind. Bella glanced back, but could only see darkness behind them. The entire tomb was pitch black, so they had to rely completely on the small shiny orbs that James had conjured. Hold on, I think I remember seeing something about a narrow corridor with a broken floor. James began to flip through the pages. The floor is more than broken, it looks. Warped. Andromeda noted that the bricks in the middle had sunk further than the rest, giving the floor a subtle U shape. The sound is getting louder, Bella insisted. Oh, I found it, James said with excitement. There it is. As I thought, there is a trap here. 2 of the expeditionaries died on this one, leaving only the author of the diary and 1 more person. Let's see. There is something approaching, Bella said with more urgency. I can hear it too. It sounds like something is breaking, Andromeda added. Ah, so that's what it is. James stored the book in his robes. What is it? Andromeda turned to him. Do you know what kind of trap this is? James nodded. It's a giant round boulder that gets released into the narrow passage to crush its victims. Did you notice that we have been going on a descent for a while now? Why are you so calm? We have to run, Andromeda shouted. James shook his head. I can deal with something like this easily. He tapped his wand on the wall. I just have to transfigure the walls to close up. That will stop the boulder. As he said this, he was already sending his magic to the wall. A few more seconds passed, and they could now see the boulder approaching. Well, hurry up and close the passage, Andromeda told James. James separated the wand from the wall. I have bad news. The walls are protected against transfiguration. It's going to take me a few minutes to break through the enchantment. We don't have minutes, Andromeda shouted. Yes, I realize that, James rolled his eyes. Let's just destroy the boulder. Bella aimed her wand ahead. That was going to be my plan B, James said. Hurry, Andromeda pointed her wand as well. Bombarda Maxima. Bombarda Maxima. Bombarda Maxima. The three of them said together. Their spells hit the massive stone sphere, causing a few cracks on the surface, but they did nothing to stop its advance. I'll be damned, they also reinforced the boulder, James said. That was very clever. James, Bella pulled on his robes. Run, Andromeda shouted, although she was already 10 feet ahead. That was going to be my plan C. He took off running after the two girls. Don't stop running, no matter what you hear. That was my plan, Andromeda responded. What are you going to do? Bella could not finish her sentence. James had used another demolition charm, but this one carried a lot more magic and was not aimed at the boulder, but at the ceiling of the tomb. Did the boulder stop? I can't hear it anymore. Andromeda said as she continued to run. She did not dare to stop now. We should move faster. James caught up to them. The boulder is no longer a concern. What is that noise? Bella asked. Then why are we still running? Andromeda asked. Because I may have caused a bit of a collapse, James said. Ah, Andromeda saw as the ceiling was breaking apart, allowing countless tons of dirt and sand to fill the corridor. We are going to be buried alive. How are we supposed to leave now? Bella wanted to know. It was obvious that they could no longer return the same way, and it was not very clear if apparition was possible from inside the tomb. We can worry about that later. If we are still alive, of course, James commented. How long is this corridor? Beads of sweat were falling across Andromeda's face. She was becoming visibly exhausted. James launched several orbs of light ahead of them. I think I can see the end, he said. Get ready. Ready for what? Andromeda gave him a side glance. I see it too. The corridor ends there, Bella said, but I don't see anything else after that. What is T? Her eyes opened wide when she realized. The corridor led into a massive trench, over 30 feet wide, where one could not see the bottom. On the other side of the trench was another platform, and it had a small door on it. There is no way we can jump all the way there, Andromeda exclaimed. James, Bella looked at him, hoping that he had an idea of what to do now. The moment we reach the end of the road, hurry up and grab onto me. Make sure not to let go, James said. That's right, you know how to fly without a broom, Andromeda said. But can you carry two people while doing that? Bella asked. Bella, now is not the time for questions, Andromeda scolded her. We are about to find out, James responded. They reached the end of the hallway. Andromeda and Bella latched onto him for dear life before he jumped off. Chapter 147, The White Door. The two girls were screaming at the top of their lungs. Would you quit it already? And stop moving so much, James complained. He was trying to focus on levitating while holding each of them in one arm. But we are going down, Andromeda exclaimed. That part was true, at least. After jumping into the bottomless chasm, James made use of his levitating charm to attempt to reach the other side. However, as the seconds passed, the group was slowly losing height. At this rate, they would miss the other side of the cave and fall into the hole, just like the round boulder had done moments ago. I never tried to carry two people while using this. It is not meant for that, James said. We are not going to make it, Bella said. They were still moving forward as well, but there were still a good 15 feet until they could reach the platform ahead of them. But they had lost so much altitude that they were almost at the point of going beneath the platform. James had his wand grasped tightly in his right hand. "Bella, use your legs to grab onto me. I need to use my wand now." To do that, he had to let her go. Bella used her arms and legs to wrap herself around his body, not really concerned with how embarrassing her posture was at the moment. James was now able to freely move his hand. He pointed the wand downward and pushed as much magic as he could. Torquio. A powerful gust of wind emerged from beneath them, pushing them upwards with tremendous force. "Whoa," Andromeda cried, grabbing James' face and almost pushing it into her breasts. Thanks to the wind, they were able to regain altitude and made it across the chasm safely, reaching the platform on the other side. The landing was a bit rough. James' feet touched the ground first, but he could not keep his balance while carrying the two girls in such an awkward position. They fell onto the floor with a loud thud. "Ouch," Bella complained when her elbow hit the ground, and she rolled herself away from them. She recovered her balance and glanced at her sister and James to make sure they were okay. "Hey," her eyes opened wide with shock. HMMP. James had ended up beneath Andromeda, and she was unintentionally crushing his face with her generous meat bags. "Andy, get off him," Bella shouted at her sister, while a tinge of redness covered her cheeks. "Oh dear," Andromeda recovered her senses and pushed herself off the boy. "Sorry about that." "Huff, it's okay." James shook his head and stood up. "They are surprisingly big," he thought. "She always wears loose robes, so one cannot tell." "They are much bigger than they look, huh?" Andromeda saw the expression James was making and commented with a playful smirk. "Andy," Bella huffed. "Haha, oh Bella, you have nothing to be envious about. You are still growing." Andromeda chuckled. "Shut up already," Bella shouted. James looked at the girls and sighed. "I suppose this is better than having them panicking." After all, this had been a close call. They were now safely standing on a stable platform, but on the other side of the cave, everything had already collapsed. He conjured a few more orbs of light to get a better look at where they were. The platform was formed out of the rock walls of the cave and only had around 20 feet to every side. Around the middle of the platform, there was a small door made of some pristine white stone. Countless symbols were carved over its surface, and it lacked any obvious way to open it. "Don't touch it," James exclaimed when he saw Bella about to touch the door. She was startled. "Sorry, I wasn't thinking. The surface looks so smooth that I had the urge to feel it." "You think there is a trap on the door? Shouldn't we be close to the end already? We survived so much to get here," Andromeda asked. "I think so too, but we cannot discard the possibility of more traps being present. Until we leave this place behind, don't lower your guard. Be careful where you step and don't touch anything." James gave them the same warning as when they first entered the tomb. James then scanned the door, looking for anything that looked dangerous or out of place, but couldn't find anything. "It doesn't appear to be any tricks here, but the door is definitely enchanted." "I recognize the symbols this time," Andromeda said. "They are Celtic runes. They are the predecessor of the system we use nowadays, but there are still many similarities." "Can you tell what it does?" Bella asked her sister. Andromeda had a deep frown on her face. "Some of it," she pointed at the bottom part. "There is a detection enchantment, and that one on the lower part is an explosive one." "What, that thing can explode?" Bella exclaimed. "Yes," James confirmed her fears. "Basically, if you cannot figure out how to open it properly and try to force your way in, the door will explode and presumably destroy the platform where we are currently standing." Their faces went pale. This platform was the only thing preventing them from falling into that bottomless hole and surely dying. All around them was nothing but darkness waiting for them. "Can we leave this place in any other way, like apparating or a portkey?" Bella asked. "I haven't tried it yet, but maybe we should," Andromeda said. "I am not leaving this place without the prize at the end, but I can understand if you wish to do that," James said. He was not going to have another chance to acquire this item if he left now. The entrance was now destroyed and unusable. If he didn't succeed, it would become impossible to return here. "Doesn't that diary you have give you the answer for this?" Bella asked. James negated in response. "This is where that expedition ended. The man who survived must have escaped after avoiding being killed by the boulder, although it doesn't explain how he escaped. Do you know how to open the door then? Bella looked at him. I'm sure I can figure it out, James said with confidence. Then I'm not leaving, Bella finally said. Bella, come on. Andromeda glanced at her for a moment. She knew Bella better than anyone else, and seeing her current expression, she knew how impossible it would be to convince her to leave James behind. Sigh, fine, but I want you close to me at all times. If things get too dangerous again, I'm pulling us out. There's no way I'm letting my little sister die in a place like this. Andromeda had her wand well secured in her hand. Bella didn't smile often, but this was one of those rare times. Thanks. James left the sisters to have their moment and approached the door. Now, how do I open you? Chapter 148, The Solution. James was sitting cross-legged in front of the door. His mind was completely focused on the task at hand. What time is it already? Andromeda waved her wand. Oh, it must be getting dark outside. James, you have been sitting there for over an hour. Maybe we should leave after all, Bella said in a soft tone. She knew that this was important to him, even though she had no idea why. Have you even come up with something? Andromeda asked. I have thought of a few methods that could work, but the door is rigged with explosive enchantments, so I may only get one attempt before the whole thing blows up, James explained. Yes, that would be unpleasant. Andromeda rolled her eyes. So, what are you going to do? There are no clues this time, right? Bella said. They had been looking for hidden writing everywhere, but couldn't find anything. The only runes were written on the door itself, and unlike the entrance, this one didn't seem to have any indication of how to unlock it. I think that's the point of this test, James said. There are no clues because this is not a puzzle. The runes on the door are meant to be visible, so the person trying to enter can understand the risks. Other than that, it's up to the wizard to figure out the best way to break in without dying in the process. Fantastic, and if this idea of yours doesn't work? Andromeda asked. Then we can apparate away before the platform collapses, James responded. Okay, fine, Andromeda glanced at her sister. I really hope there is a mountain of treasure in there to make this trip worth it. Why does a rich girl like you want more treasure? Your family vault is filled with gold already. James still remembered the day he ventured in there to find one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Our family may be rich, but it's not like I can use any of that gold, Andromeda said. Besides, she was about to say something and stopped herself from continuing. Andy, Bella had an idea of what was troubling her sister. James could also take a guess. Given what he knew from his life as Harry Potter, Andromeda had just graduated when she decided to bring forth the news about wanting to marry her Muggle-born boyfriend. She was promptly kicked out of the family and had her name burned from the tapestry. If possible, he would try to avoid that from happening, but now it was time to focus on the present. James took out several vials containing liquids of different colors. There was one light blue, a vibrant green, and the last one had a pitch-black substance inside. Potions? You are not going to brew something in here, I hope, Andromeda said. What are those potions for? Bella asked, feeling very curious about what method James had come up with. Not brew, just going to mix a few ingredients to create something, James said as he removed the cork from the first bottle. Don't you need a cauldron for that? Bella's eyes locked onto the glass vials. Not for this. No cauldron could withstand this substance, so I have to use a different method. His magic pulsed through his hands, and the blue liquid inside the first vial began to levitate in the air while it moved slightly. James uncorked the second vial and repeated the process. The two liquids began to mix while they floated in the air. Not bad, that requires a lot of control. And you're not even using your wand for that, Andromeda commented. James is an expert in wandless magic. Bella mentioned what she had once been told. For alchemists, it was important to be able to manipulate their magic without the need of a wand, as many processes would keep their hands occupied. James took several steps back as he removed the lid of the vial containing the black liquid. What is that? It looks nasty. Andromeda covered her nose, and it doesn't smell much better either. Stay as far away as you can, and try not to breathe too much, James warned them. I'm about to create something called the alkahest, a universal solvent capable of eating anything that comes in contact with it. It's one of the most dangerous substances in the world, James explained. It's great that we have so much room to move around then. Andromeda backed away while keeping an eye on the edge of the platform so as not to fall. James, Bella stared at him with concern. The blue and green liquids began to rotate as the thick black substance started to cover them. Gray smoke was produced by the reaction, and James had to create a strong shield in front of him. Even the vapor alone was enough to melt the stone above them as it went up, and the process wasn't even finished. The substance started to rotate with more violence and began to emit an eerie sound as it did. The color changed from a pure black to a dark green. A few drops fell onto the ground of the platform, and this offered no resistance. The drops dissolved the floor immediately and went through it, leaving small holes behind. Merlin, Andromeda went pale. If that liquid touched them, they would not have a pleasant death. James' amber eyes flashed as he focused his magic to push the liquid away from him. The substance made contact with the white door, and just like with the floor, the enchanted door was unable to offer any resistance against the corrosive power of the substance James had brought into existence. Get ready. Once the door is gone, we need to pass through before the platform gets eat. What? Hold on, we need to jump past that thing, Andromeda exclaimed. The hole left behind by the door was getting bigger, but as James said, the alkahest was now eating the rest of the wall, as well as the floor. If they didn't hurry, there would be nothing left for them to stand on. Come over here, hurry, James told them before muttering something under his breath. You have to get on top of me, I'll bring you to the other side. Get on top? What are you, T? The words died on Andromeda's lips when she saw James transform into a beautiful silver stag. Whoa, Bella looked as surprised as her sister, but this was not the time for that. The platform beneath their feet had started to tremble. The corrosive liquid was eating the stone that was keeping it connected to the wall. In just a moment, it was all going to come loose and fall into the bottomless hole. The two sisters jumped onto the stag and held on for dear life. James pushed his magic as far as it would go. His body had countless sparks of electricity running across it. Just as the platform began to break apart, the stag moved at explosive speed, disappearing from the spot and passing through the corroded hole while carrying the two girls on his back. Chapter 149, The Treasure Chamber. The potion that James had thrown continued to work after dissolving the white door. It corroded the stone wall and floor, with no sign of stopping anytime soon. James, in his silver stag form, had to jump over a large gap to avoid touching the stuff. If just a tiny bit of it were to touch any part of his body, he would die in seconds. Just as he was landing on the other side of the door, the platform they had been standing on moments before let out a loud, cracking sound as it began to fall apart. Did you see that? The platform went down, Andromeda exclaimed. We barely made th. Whatever Bella was about to say was interrupted when she fell to the floor. James had ended his transformation all of a sudden, and the two girls lost the large stag back where they had been sitting. Ouch, Andromeda complained. A warning maybe, she huffed to him. Bella rubbed her butt. This was like the third time she fell on top of it, and it was starting to get sore. She wanted to complain to James as well, but then she saw something concerning behind them. The corrosive liquid was not stopping. After eating the door, wall, and making the platform collapse, it continued to eat away anything that came into contact with it. James, why is it still corroding everything? Is it not going to stop? They were now in a large chamber, much better than where they were before, but if that didn't stop, they were going to run out of room very soon. James looked behind them. It will stop, eventually, but just in case, we should hurry to get the treasure and leave this place. I'm more worried about the entire tomb crumbling down rather than the solvent itself. Oh, that's right, where is the treasure? Please don't tell me there are more traps, Andromeda said. James pointed at a large arch at the end of the room. Let's go check it out. Stay behind me. By the way, are we not going to talk about you turning into a white deer? Bella commented. A silver stag, James corrected her. So James is an animagus, huh? I bet you're not registered, Andromeda added. I would appreciate it if you don't mention this to anyone. And no, I'm not registered, James said. We won't say anything, I promise. Bella knew how much trouble an unregistered animagus could have if the ministry found out. Worst case scenario, James could end up in Azkaban. You can rest at ease, Andromeda told him. If there is something we've learned in our family, it's how to keep secrets. James nodded, thanks, not that he had much choice but to trust them. It was very beautiful, though, Bella muttered. Andromeda threw a glance her way. Bella suddenly realized that she had said that out loud. I mean the stag. It didn't look like a normal one. I didn't think there were silver ones. James shrugged. It's a magical creature. I still don't know which one, though. He made a gesture before turning around. Now, come on, it's getting late, so let's find this treasure. I can agree with that, Andromeda said. I'm in dire need of a bath and something to eat. James moved ahead, wand in hand, checking for anything that looked suspicious. Luminous. The room beyond the arch was completely dark, just like the rest of the tomb, so he sent several orbs of light to illuminate the area. They crossed the entrance and were shocked when they saw what lay before them. Whoa, Andromeda exclaimed. I think we found the treasure, Bella muttered. Before them was another chamber, even larger than the previous one. This one had a pyramidal shape, with the top becoming a narrow tip. At the very center of the chamber was a coffin made of a smooth white stone, similar to the one used for the door that led them here. All sorts of markings had been engraved on the tomb, and it was also filled with complex decorations made of pure gold. How ostentatious, Andromeda commented, and kinda tacky. This is the resting place of the wizard that was known as Kilgara the Cruel, a nasty piece of work that lived during the times of Merlin the Great and King Arthur the Brave. James looked around. He must also have been very fond of gold. There were coffers filled with gold coins all over the chamber, as well as many other pieces of jewelry and precious stones, resting on top of shelves or even on the ground. Kilgara the Cruel had accumulated immense wealth over his lifetime, and before his death, he had commanded his followers to build this place and bring it all here, so it would remain with him after he passed away. You can look around, but don't touch anything before checking for curses. James looked at Andromeda. Can you do that? Of course, she said with confidence before taking off to find something for herself. You still haven't told us what you are looking for in here. She knew that James was only here for one thing in particular and had little interest in the rest of the treasure. What I'm looking for. James' eyes were scanning everything in the chamber as he spoke. There were great riches in the room, but what he wanted was not made of gold, nor silver, or any precious metal. It was not a treasure in the conventional way. His eyes then moved to the tomb itself. What I want is probably in there. He did not find anything resembling what he wanted on the shelves or laying on the ground. And if Kilgara had any idea about its real value, he would not have wanted to leave it with the rest of the treasure. He would have wanted it to be at his side. Inside his tomb, along with him. Wait, you're going to open the coffin. Bella wasn't sure if that was something she wanted to see. That body must have been there for over a millennium. The smell alone might kill her. But James was not deterred by something like this. He approached the coffin with an expression of determination. Chapter 150, The Skin of God. Oh, are you going to open that? Andromeda poked her head next to them. Bella gave her sister a glance. Andy, what are you doing with that? Andromeda was wearing a gold tiara on her head and a necklace with a thick gold chain around her neck. What? I checked for curses, and I think it suits me quite well. You are fast, James said. It had only been like 2 minutes since they came inside. Are you sure that thing is safe to open? Andromeda pointed at the stone coffin. I was just checking that, but it doesn't appear so, James said as he tapped the surface of the coffin with his wand. But you may want to stand back a bit. He then used a levitating charm to lift the cover in the air and move it aside. Erg, Bella covered her nose. It smells even worse than how I imagined. 1,000-year-old mummy, what did you expect? Andromeda said with amusement. James climbed on top of the coffin and looked inside. There was a well-dressed skeleton. His face was covered by a cloth, and he was holding a long staff in his hands. He scanned the contents of the coffin. looking for that item, until he finally returned to the piece of cloth that had been placed over the face and realized that it was not cloth, but a smooth leather with a light brown color. Could that be? He had never seen this thing in person, just heard about it in books, but the few pictures and drawings depicted in them were kind of similar to this. He stretched his hand and picked it up. It was just around a 30-inch square in size. The moment he touched the leather, James felt like he was hit by a spark of lightning. This is definitely it. He jumped down while carrying the piece of leather with him. The two girls looked at each other before turning their attention back to the object James had picked up. "What is that?" Bella was the first to ask. "An old piece of leather? You came all the way here just for that." Andromeda couldn't believe it. The room was filled with enough treasures to tempt someone like Malfoy, and James was only interested in a piece of leather that wasn't even big enough to make a jacket. "Do you two know something about the origin of magic?" James asked them. "What are you talking about?" Andromeda looked confused. "An origin, like the first wizard or something," Bella said. "Something like that, but even older. What do you think makes us different from Muggles? Why can we do magic when they can't? Why are some animals magical in nature while others have nothing of the sort?" James commented. "Ah, I see what you mean. I asked something like that to my mother when I was a kid. Something like, why can't Muggles do magic, or why are Muggle-borns inferior to us? She got angry as usual, but this time, she answered me something," Andromeda said. "She actually answered a question for you. Usually, her only response to me was to scream. I stopped asking her things when I was 5, Bella added. James cleared his throat. "Anyway, there is an old legend that speaks of an extremely ancient creature who came into the world when humanity was still in its infancy. This creature was supposed to be a god with incredible powers, and it is thanks to this god of magic that a few chosen humans, as well as animals, were given the ability to wield magic. The current wizards and witches are those who carry some of the bloodlines of those first humans." "Wait," Andromeda pointed at the piece of leather. "If that creature was a powerful god, how did anyone manage to get some of its skin?" "There is another version that tells the tale in a different way. In this interpretation, the humans didn't venerate the creature as a god, but instead, they killed it and ate its flesh. It was this act that gave them magical powers that would then be passed on to their descendants," James said. "What kind of creature was it?" Bella asked with curiosity. "It's just a legend, so it was up to the imagination of the one telling the tale. I have seen it being depicted as a large mammal similar to a bison. In others, it looks more humanoid, except much larger and with thick fur covering its body." He looked down at the skin in his hand. "Looking at this, the first depiction may be more accurate. This skin resembles that of a cow and not anything resembling a human. Even if that is true, what do you intend to do with that piece of leather?" Bella said. "I mean, does it have anything unique about it?" James took out a wooden box and carefully placed the leather inside before reducing its size and storing it in his pocket. "I will need to run some tests, but I'm sure I can do something great with it." He already knew that the leather was authentic because of his knowledge of future events, so he wasn't taking much of a gamble here. "If you say so," Bella didn't look too convinced. To her, all those legends were nonsense, and James had just risked his life for something that appeared worthless. But she also knew how wise James was, so if he said that it was valuable, then it must be so. "Hold on a minute. There is something that doesn't make sense to me," Andromeda said. "Just one thing," Bella asked. "How did you know that the leather was inside this tomb?" Andromeda recalled that the expedition depicted in the diary James had used to get here never made it into the treasury. Otherwise, they would have had nothing to grab. But she noted that James had been looking for something specific from the beginning. Andromeda had the feeling that there was much James was not telling them. "I would love to answer that, but..." James pointed behind them. The group heard a sizzling noise that was getting increasingly louder. "Oh no, it's still going," Bella said. The floor of the chamber they were in was starting to become corroded and fall apart. "You have to be kidding me," Andromeda shouted. "Doesn't that thing ever stop?" "As I said before, it will stop, but I don't think this room is going to survive," James said. "Hurry up, grab a souvenir, and let's get out of here." "But there is so much treasure," Andromeda pouted. There was no way they would have time to carry everything outside now. She made a mad rush and began to grab things, putting them in her bag. I'll check for curses later. Come on, Bella, help me out here. Sigh, fine. Bella did not enjoy this aspect of her sister, but still went to help. The two of them took a couple of minutes to fill a bag to the point that she could no longer carry it, and James had to place several charms on it to make it light and small. Ready, let's get out of here. He lifted his wand while Andromeda and Bella held onto him. The next instant, they were teleported away as the chamber became consumed. Chapter 151, Pursuit Part 1. The group appeared on the side of the pond, from where they had previously accessed the tomb. Ah, we left so much treasure behind, Andromeda cried. We are back at the pond, Bella noted. I thought you were taking us directly to your home. She didn't understand why they were still here. That's exactly where I intended to go. James's eyes were darting around the grassy fields. By now, the sky had darkened quite a bit, making it difficult to see anything far away. However, he still had the same strange sensation from before entering the tomb. We have to run, James said all of a sudden. The girls were startled. What do you mean? Bella noticed how serious his tone sounded, but could not understand what got him so concerned now. They were already outside the tomb, and there shouldn't be any dangers here. No way I'm running. I'll just use app. Andromeda could not finish what she was saying. James had grabbed her and Bella by their waists and lifted them up before he took off running at great speed. James, Bella felt her face heating up. Hey, let me go, Andromeda shouted at him. Just an instant after he had moved them, the ground where they had been standing exploded with tremendous violence, sending dirt and dust everywhere. What was that? Andromeda and her sister looked behind them. It was a trap, James exclaimed. His worried expression showed how serious the situation was, and the two sisters picked up on that very quickly. During their expedition in the tomb, they had gone through many dangerous situations, but James never looked as concerned as he was right now. Letter 10, 3B letter 10, 3AF letter 10, 3A4 letter 10, 3A4 letter 10, 3A3, speed. James called upon ancient magic to enhance his body further and increase his movement speed. We are inside a barrier that prevents us from teleporting away. We have to force our way out before escaping. A barrier? Andromeda looked confused. There was nothing like that when we got here. Is someone attacking us? Bella could not imagine any other scenario, but had no idea who could be after them. She glanced behind them as James ran. However, she could see nothing other than a cloud of dust. Ah, Andromeda cried when James threw her over his shoulder. What are you doing? She said with indignation. Being carried like a sack of potatoes was not something she was accustomed to. James had only done this to free up one of his hands and pull something from his robes. A small vial appeared between his fingers, and James threw it behind them without hesitation. The girls saw this and were about to ask him what kind of potion he had thrown away. They had no time for that, as just a second later, a column of fire rose from the spot where the potion had landed. The resulting heat was enough to force a reaction out of them, and they hurried to cover their faces, even though James had already gotten quite far from the explosion. That was the only vial of phoenix flames I had available. Those are extremely hard to get. James answered the question they didn't ask. That should buy us a few seconds at least. He kept going through the field until they spotted a forest in the distance. There, he had just spotted the end of the barrier. It was a semi-translucent shield that covered almost a mile all around the pond. James did not slow down one bit and continued to run toward it. W8, don't you need to stop and destroy the magic field first? Andromeda said. We are going to crash, Bella exclaimed when she saw the barrier getting closer and closer. Letter 103A1 letter 103B1 letter 103A4 letter 103A0 letter 103AA. Break. He jumped into the air as his right leg began to emit a golden glow. Without holding back, James kicked the barrier, and the magic he had summoned did the rest of the work, tearing a hole in the protective barrier and allowing them through. James then continued to dash toward the forest ahead of them for a few more seconds before he finally put the girls down. Hold on to me. Andromeda and Bella didn't question him anymore and did what he said, as they could at least understand that the situation was very serious, given how cautious James was being. While they held on to him, James moved his wand to point in the direction they came from. He could feel something moving at great speed toward them. He only got a flashing glimpse of a figure, covered with flames running in their direction. Fiendfire, a stag made of dark crimson flames, came into existence and stood before them in a protective manner while burning everything around them. The two girls were from a dark wizard family, so they immediately recognized the incredibly illegal magic James had just used. But before they could say anything, he apparated away from the forest. The next instant, they found themselves on top of a rocky cliff, surrounded by a barren landscape of more rocks and boulders around them, and the ocean on the other side. "What is this?" Andromeda looked confused as she had no idea where they were. There were many places like this around the coast of the British Isles, but none that she personally knew. Bella glanced at him. "James, what is going on? I thought I can't go directly home," James interrupted her. "The warlock will easily trace us there. We need to lose them first." "A warlock?" Andromeda exclaimed in shock. She, of course, knew what a warlock was. This was the title given to the most notable wizards in the entire world. The ones that the International Confederation of Wizards considered as the most powerful of their era. Albus Dumbledore was a well-known member of this select club. At the very least, the one chasing us is someone of that level. The phoenix fire I used would have killed anyone else. He was very confident about that. The potion he used was one of his most potent weapons, and that person had just run through it like it was nothing. An opponent like that would be a difficult one to deal with. We will need to teleport a few more times to lose them, but for now, he pointed at the cliff before them, we need to jump down. Chapter 152, Pursuit Part 2. After jumping off the cliff, James used a spell to slow down their fall and apparated them away before they hit the bottom. Doing it like this would make it much more difficult for their pursuer to catch on. The group appeared inside a dense forest, filled with immensely tall trees. The ground was covered in thick shrubbery and a dense fog that gave the whole place an ancient feeling. "Do I even ask where we are?" Andromeda commented as she looked around. "Why don't we just fight this person?" Bella asked. "Bella, no," Andromeda snapped. "James said it was a warlock. Do you know what that means?" "I do," Bella responded. "But can we keep running away? Won't they find us eventually?" "What I said is," James walked to one of the trees, "that it must be someone around that level at least." "At least?" Andromeda raised an eyebrow. "Aren't warlocks like the most powerful wizards in the world? You know, like Albus Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and all those old folk who have been around for over a century and learned an immense amount of magic." James snapped a large branch from the tree and glanced back at her. "There is still so much that you don't know about this world. There are true monsters out there, hidden in the shadows, but don't concern yourself with all of that." He gave his wand a wave, and several small stones began to emerge from the ground and align themselves between them, forming complex shapes. "What are you doing now?" Bella asked. "Runes. What are you making?" Andromeda was staring at the ground where the stones were continuously moving. "That is the rune for fire." "What can I say? I like fire. It can be a very useful thing," James said as he finished arranging the stones. He then turned his attention to the stick in his hands. "Are you going to burn the forest?" Bella wondered. "No, I'm just going to burn our traces. This forest won't burn from something like this," James said. He was using his wand to carve symbols into the piece of wood he had grabbed. Andromeda was watching from behind him with interest. "Are you making a portkey? Why?" "Portkeys are harder to follow than apparition. Now," he finished drawing the symbols. "We're done. Grab onto it." He pointed his wand at the stones on the ground, and these began to emit a red light. "And you may want to hurry up. I already activated the fire array." "Oh, Merlin." Bella felt the heat that the stones began to release and ran to grab onto the stick. Andromeda did the same, and James activated it just a moment before the circle of stones erupted into a burst of flames. Andromeda and Bella were startled by the sudden change of scenery. They were now in some dark alley inside a city. "Manchester," James said before they could ask. Come on, he walked off. I'm not very presentable right at this moment, Andromeda complained. She and her sister had gone through hell and were covered in dirt, ash, and other stuff. Their clothes weren't any better. Even though they had chosen some fancy robes for their visit to the Potters, these were now ready to be thrown into the garbage bin. James pointed his wand at them and performed a quick piece of magic. Notice me not, the muggles won't even look your way. That's good. Bella looked down at herself and felt somewhat awkward because now she was realizing that even if muggles could not see her in such a deplorable state, James could. The trio walked into the streets of the city at night. There were plenty of people around, but no one paid any attention to them thanks to James' magic. After crossing several busy streets, James guided them into another desolate alley, where he apparated away. They had to repeat this method 3 more times throughout Glasgow, Edinburgh, and London, before James finally decided it was safe enough to apparate back to his house. They arrived at the front garden, having the gates of the castle in front of them. Finally, Andromeda had to put in a great effort to avoid falling to her knees. She could not recall the last time she felt so tired. Bella didn't want to show it, but she was also exhausted, so she just breathed in relief. James was still on full alert. Although he was fairly sure there was no way for their pursuer to follow them here, he would not be lowering his guard just yet. If it came to that, he would have to kill this person to make sure his family would be safe in the future. The main gates of the castle opened up, and several people rushed outside. James, his mother Euphemia, was the first one to speak. Following her were the rest of the family members, who were present during the meeting. "Where have you been, boy?" His father was obviously furious. Lord Pollux and his son, Cygnus, arrived next. "Why do you look like that?" While Cygnus looked outraged at the state his daughters were in, his father Pollux was more amused than anything. "Looks like the kids had some fun," Pollux chuckled. "James Potter," Euphemia huffed, "what is the meaning of this?" "Mother, I just did as you told me and kept the girls entertained for a bit. I hope you adults had time to finish your business while we were away," James told her before turning to glance at Andromeda and Bella. "You didn't get bored, did you?" "No, it was very entertaining," Bella responded. "Yes, James gave us a tour of the countryside, I suppose," Andromeda added. "A bit of a long tour, don't you think, James? It's already past the time for dinner," Fleamont told him. "And look at yourselves, all dirty and with your robes torn," Cygnus said. "I don't think I want to know what you were up to. Just be glad your mother is not here to see this." "Oh, we are definitely glad for that," Andromeda said. James, his mother Euphemia, was glaring at him for a further explanation. He just shrugged. "I warned you that I wasn't the entertainer type. This is really on you, mother." Chapter 153, Back at School. After receiving a few cleaning charms, James and Bellatrix were escorted back to the dining room, where they had a short dinner and signed the marriage contract. It was all carried out as a professional business transaction, because at the end of the day, that is exactly what it was. A promise of mutual protection for the incoming war. That is all that it was supposed to be. "Sigh, that girl," James sighed and rested back on his bed. He was not oblivious to the fact that Bellatrix Black seemed to have real feelings for him, ones that went beyond what their relationship was meant to be. He didn't know what to do with that, so for the time being, he decided to pretend not to notice. There were many more important things to occupy his mind with. I should get some sleep. He wanted to rest, as tomorrow morning he would have to start packing for his trip back to Hogwarts, but there were too many thoughts running around his head to do that. James also felt that it would be better to keep an eye open, just in case that warlock made an appearance, no matter how unlikely that was. Who could that be, he wondered. During the attack, he had been unable to see the face of their pursuer, as his priority was to get the girls to safety. However, now that he could think things through more calmly, perhaps he should have faced their attacker after all. Andromeda knew how to use apparition and could have taken Bella back to their house. Or James could have given them a portkey to some safer location while he took care of this person. Now he had a threat hanging over his head. Whoever this individual was, they definitely knew his identity. "At least I don't have to worry about them coming here while I'm gone," One thing he was sure of, they were after the piece of leather he got from the tomb. That meant they would come directly for him. What a shame, I was looking forward to doing some tests on that thing. Unfortunately, there was no time for that. He would now have to wait until he was back at the castle for a day or two, so everyone could settle back into their routines. I can't wait. He already had a project in mind for the leather, and if it worked as he expected, it would become one of the most powerful artifacts he had ever created, in this lifetime and the previous one. James, come on, wake up, man. He felt someone shaking his shoulder and opened his eyes. Peter, he spoke in a tired voice, just let me sleep a bit longer. He had barely rested during the spring break. Because of this, almost as soon as he reached his cabin on the train to Hogwarts, he closed his eyes and fell into a profound slumber. You can't do that, Peter said. James, we've arrived at Hogwarts, and you haven't even put on your uniform yet, Remus spoke next. James groaned in response. Why couldn't the ride to school take a few more hours? Okay, I'm up, James said, eyes still closed. He got changed in a rush, and the group walked to the castle. Once inside, they left their luggage for the house elves to carry to their rooms and made their way to the main hall. But right before getting there, they found someone waiting for them on one of the hall benches. Sirius, Peter called with excitement. It had only been a bit over 2 weeks, but they had all missed their friend. Hey, you guys are finally back. Sirius waved at them. You have no idea how dull this castle has been. Almost no one stayed here. Yeah, we can imagine, Remus said. We did notice that most students had decided to leave during the break. It was very weird, Frank added. Hey Frank, did you get into a fight with Alice? I saw her walking past with Lily and neither of them looked too happy, Sirius pointed out. Oh, that, Frank glanced at James, who was yawning. You're still sleepy. I can't believe this, Peter said. Are you feeling all right, mate? Frank Longbottom shook his head. I kinda feel sorry for Lily. She sat at his side and he didn't even give her a minute of attention before falling asleep. She looked so disappointed, Peter added, also feeling sorry for her. Sirius threw James a knowing glance. Oh, so that's why. Maybe there's another girl on James' mind. James' eyes opened and he returned the look to Sirius. Something you want to say? Sirius didn't look too pleased. Can't speak of family matters now, can I? James wondered what kind of version of the story Sirius had heard from his family. The most likely to have told him something was his younger brother, Regulus. We can speak about this later, just you and I. What is going on with those two? Peter turned to Remus. I have no idea. Remus was equally confused. After that strange conversation, the group entered the Great Hall and moved to their table. They immediately felt that something was wrong in the hall. More specifically, there was a bad mood at the Slytherin table. The boys sat down at their usual places and asked the others present if they knew what this was about. There were people murmuring all over the hall. This continued until Charlie Bell, the current captain of the Gryffindor team, leaned forward and whispered to them. One of the Slytherin seniors died during the break. What? Peter could not control the volume of his voice. Who? Remus asked. Charlie looked back at the other table to make sure they hadn't heard him. Rodolphus Lestrange. Chapter 154, A Private Conversation. Rodolphus, you mean that huge brute? Peter asked. SHH, lower your voice. John Bell, Charlie's younger brother, made an exaggerated gesture to Peter. By this point, they had caught the attention of everyone at the table. We can't speak of this now, Charlie said. Can you at least tell us how? Remus realized that many seniors at the Slytherin table were now glaring at them. Never mind. He had the feeling that if they continued this conversation, many of those boys were going to attack them. James was resting his head on top of his hands and barely paying attention to what his friends were talking about, as it was of little interest to him. Of course, he knew exactly how Rodolphus had died. The capsule of basilisk venom that James had left inside his body could have been activated from anywhere in the world, and he had done just that before it was time to return to school. Rodolphus Lestrange was an extremely violent and dangerous individual, even for his young age. There was no telling what he would try on the Black sisters now that his engagement was broken. It was also just a matter of time before the news about the agreement between his family and Bella's. Not that he had any intention of telling anyone, but these things always find their way out somehow. And once that information became public, Rodolphus would have become enraged and uncontrollable. One less problem. James didn't feel too bad. He had met the man as an adult, and he was an unredeemable piece of shit. His brother was not much better either. He lifted his head for a moment and gave the Slytherin table a passing glance. As the others had said, the mood over there was not a good one, and James was sure there was more to it than just the death of Lestrange. The complete destruction of the Rosier house may have also had something to do with it. Even if no students from that house were currently studying at Hogwarts, news like that was not something members of ancient pureblood houses were used to hearing. Many of them must have grown up with the idea that they were untouchable, just because their families had been around for many generations. This also made them feel like they were above everyone who didn't come from a distinguished and old magical house. That was now changing, and they didn't know how to deal with it. He found Bella sitting on the other side of the table. She seemed to be having an animated conversation with her older sister. The two of them had grown much closer over the year. Meanwhile, their other sister, Narcissa, appeared to be quite isolated. The girl had dedicated everything she had to catch the attention of Lucius Malfoy, and now that she had lost that, she was having a hard time figuring out what to do with her life. On the other side were Malfoy, the remaining Lestrange brother, Snape, and all of their minions. James caught Lucius throwing a few glares his way, but immediately looked away when he realized that James was watching him. Rabaston Lestrange, however, did not look away. He was glaring at James with a defiant demeanor, as if it was a challenge. Foolish boy, James yawned again and returned to his resting position. Hopefully, tonight I can get some proper rest, he thought as he closed his eyes. The calm did not last long. Just a couple of minutes later, the professors, as well as the headmaster himself, had entered the hall and pronounced a short speech, mourning the death of Rodolphus Lestrange and wishing everyone luck with their final exams. Dinner carried out in a very solemn manner. James could not remember a single time that Hogwarts was this quiet during an opening dinner, but that suited him just fine. He finished his meal and was about to stand up to leave the hall when he felt the stare of Sirius. James gave his friend a gesture, and this one stood up from his chair. "Where are you going? There's still dessert," Peter told them. "I'm not really that hungry today, just tired," James said. "Me too," Sirius added. "I'll see you later at the common room." "Sure," Remus responded, right before exchanging a look with Peter. "Well then, if you excuse us." James stood up and began to walk out of the room, with Sirius following closely behind. The hallways were still empty, since most students were still enjoying their food at the hall. James walked with purpose, and Sirius kept at his side. "James," he suddenly spoke. "Not here, wait for a minute." He cut him off while continuing his walk up to the third floor. Once there, he located one of the abandoned classrooms he was looking for, opened the door, and indicated for Sirius to enter. Then he used his wand to place a locking charm, as well as some privacy ones. "Okay, what is it that you have heard?" "I heard that you are going to marry my cousin Bella. Have you lost your mind?" Sirius snapped. At this point, James wasn't sure if Sirius was upset because he was trying to be protective of his family, or because he disliked his cousins so much that he would rather his friends have nothing to do with them. "Is that all your brother told you? How do you know it was Regulus?" "Who else?" James raised an eyebrow. "You barely speak with your parents, and I know that the three sisters would be better at keeping a secret." "All right. Yes, he only told me that our uncle and grandfather went to your house to make the contract and have it signed," Sirius said. "Okay then, it is true. Officially, at least, Bella and I are engaged, although I imagine that Regulus was able to take a guess as to why this arrangement had to be made in such a short period of time," James responded. "What are you talking about?" Now Sirius looked confused. "I will explain it, but please pay attention because I'm tired and want to get some rest." James sat down on one of the tables and began to speak again. Chapter 155, Alliances and War. "There is a war approaching. You know about that at least, right?" James asked. "You mean Are you talking about that Dark Lord my family mentioned? Sirius asked. James nodded. Precisely. As we speak, more and more wizard families are allying themselves with that man. Eventually, everyone will have to choose a side. The marriage contracts of your 3 cousins were meant to cement this alliance even further by tying your family to the houses of Malfoy, Lestrange, and Rosier, who are deep on the Dark Lord's side. Your grandfather changed this by breaking those contracts. Are you saying that for once the House of Black is on the good side? Sirius found it hard to believe. He always had a terrible impression of his family and its values. This was one of the main reasons for wanting to get out of there as soon as he became a legal adult. Good or bad is a matter of perspective. But right now, the House of Black is opposing the Dark Lord and all the traditional ancient families who support him, James explained. Anyone who opposes a Dark Lord sounds like a good guy to me, Sirius said. So this marriage thing. It is a way to formalize the alliance. This is going to be necessary if they need to prove on which side they are currently standing when other houses, like the Longbottoms or Bones, come to question them. And you are not going to marry my cousin Bella. Is that what got you upset? James asked. According to what is written, there will be no actual marriage until both of us are legal adults. My parents insisted on that. There are still around 3 years before that occurs, and many things can change in the meantime. You got it wrong, James. I wasn't upset because I don't want you to marry her. Honestly, I think you can do better than that crazy girl. I was just pissed off because it felt like you went behind my back and didn't tell me anything. There is nothing wrong with Bella. She is a girl with incredible potential and he wasn't sure why he was defending her right now. Never mind. I didn't tell you anything because it's not something that should become public knowledge. That would just make her life more difficult at Slytherin and much more dangerous. Right. Sirius had not forgotten how his other cousin was attacked before the break. But I have the feeling that this is not something that will remain a secret for long. James shrugged. He had already anticipated that. Regardless, I would appreciate it if you didn't say anything. But more importantly, you need to be silent about anything related to the Dark Lord and the war. This is not public knowledge and must remain as such, as it would only cause panic and force Voldemort's hand to act quicker. Don't you think that our friends deserve to know? At least Remus and Peter. The 4 of us have been like brothers since our first year. How can we hide something like this from them? Sirius said. What good will come from them knowing? There is little chance for their families to become involved in this mess for now, James responded. Both Remus and Peter came from humble wizard families, and until the war had properly started, there would be no danger of them being targeted by Death Eaters. But James, Sirius was not very happy with that. I can promise you something. James interrupted him before the boy could start to complain. If we get to the point when I believe that remaining in ignorance could become a danger to them or their families, I will inform them personally. The only one in their group who could be in danger sooner than later would be Frank Longbottom. As a member of one of the major families that remained in opposition to Voldemort, they would certainly become one of the main targets of the war. Hopefully, I can end this thing before it comes to that. What he needed to do now was to figure out a way to deal with Voldemort's Horcruxes. Once he could do that, he would be able to directly confront the Dark Lord with no more barriers in the way. Okay, fine. Sirius didn't want to admit it, but he knew that James was much wiser than him or any of their other friends. So if he was so sure of this, he couldn't quite disagree with him. Aim. Is there something else bothering you? James could tell that Sirius had something in mind. It's about Lily, Sirius said. What about her? You do realize that she likes you, right? Sirius told him. I'm not that blind, James responded. And how do you think she's going to react when the news about you and my cousin begins to circulate? You're already assuming that the secret will get out in the near future. I know how these things are. All it takes is for someone to catch a whiff and start a rumor, Sirius said. I'm sure my brother will keep his mouth shut, but I wouldn't put that much trust in Narcissa. She'll say anything to Malfoy. And my mother is still friends with many ladies from other pureblood houses, and they love to gossip. I haven't really put that much thought into that, but you're right, the secrecy won't last. James had to agree on this one. I will talk with Lily, although I have no idea what I am supposed to tell her yet. All he knew was that he didn't want to hurt her. Maybe I should have made things more clear from the beginning. He was now regretting being so ambiguous just because he didn't want to have any uncomfortable conversations. I'll leave it to you then. Sirius felt much better now and had finally recovered his usual smile. Chapter 156, Bella's Feelings. A week later, Chamber of Secrets. Lower the heat, it's going to burn, James indicated to a frustrated Bella. She went to grab the switch at the side of the tube, but ended up touching the tube itself by accident and burning her fingers. Ouch! James sighed and turned off the fire himself. What is going on? Your skills seem to have deteriorated since the last time you were here. He looked at the girl sitting beside him. Her attitude had changed so much that he could barely recognize the old Bellatrix Black. Caillou, Primum flew to her side and stared at her with concern. I'm fine, Prim. I just burned myself a little, Bella tried to smile. Here, James handed her a recipient with a white paste inside. It's a healing balm. It will calm down the pain. Did you make this too? She took the recipient. How do you have time for all of this while also attending class? She asked. You would know if you were paying more attention. James moved aside and pointed at the other part of the laboratory. Bella's eyes opened widely when she saw another James Potter working on some potions in the distance. You are using that potion as well. Bella still had a few doses of the cloning potion that James had made for her. She used it to make a copy of herself when she wanted to come here, so people wouldn't wonder where she was. Not that she had to worry much about that anymore. Now that she was no longer Rabiston's fiancé, no one was following her around to see where she went. You told me that potion was very expensive and hard to make. Are you sure it's fine to use it like that? Bella asked. I'm not using the potion. This is a spell that produces a similar effect, James responded. Not that money was an issue any longer. Although he still had to pay a visit to the goblins to exchange all the gold he had been accumulating and get some galleons. Most businesses didn't just take raw gold for safety reasons, so you had to use the legal coins. Why didn't you teach me the spell instead? Bella asked. James raised an eyebrow. Because it takes years to master, and I figured that you wanted to dedicate your time to learning something else instead, although that is not going too well either, from what I can see. Bella glanced at her ruined potion. The draft of living death was truly complicated and required her full attention during the whole process. After all, it was not a newt-level potion for nothing. About that, she had to admit she'd had a hard time concentrating on brewing as of late. And the reason for that was sitting next to her, making it even harder. Is there something troubling you? Maybe we should deal with that first so you can go back to concentrating, James said. There is, but can I ask you something first? Bella's expression had turned serious. You can ask whatever you want, but I cannot guarantee that I will answer, James said. Rodolphus's death, were you the one behind it? She inquired. What makes you say that? James returned another question. It's just a hunch. No one is really suspecting you or anything. She had heard many rumors and theories about what had happened to Rodolphus during the break. It had happened a week before classes started. The boy went to sleep one night and never woke up again. The strange thing is, Bella continued, the healers who were trying to figure out how he died said they found traces of venom inside his body, basilisk venom. She glanced at the basilisk skeleton still hanging from the ceiling of the chamber. Well, how curious, James feigned ignorance. Come on, James, Bella insisted. I need to know, please. James returned her look. It was extremely rare for her to use that word, please, so this must be really important to her. I did, yes. Bella's eyes opened widely, and a smile appeared on her face. I knew it. That was not the reaction James was expecting, but then again, this girl was not exactly normal. A more sane person would look a bit more horrified if a classmate confessed to a murder in front of them. But what Bella did next surprised him even more. She got up from her chair and launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him into a tight hug. You are amazing. You have no idea how much I had wanted to kill that bastard. You're welcome. James looked confused. Don't worry, I won't say any. Bella stopped as she suddenly realized she was holding onto James in a very intimate manner. Their faces were only inches away. There was a moment of awkward silence after that. "Master, are you going to kiss that female?" The silence was broken by a fairy who was hovering above them. "Nix, go back to your duties, and mind your own business," James huffed. "Of course, Master. But if this is going to devolve into something primal, as I've seen in those books, I must remind you to be careful around the volatile materials thaw." "That's enough, go away," James told her. I should never have allowed her to read those erotic novels. Now he was regretting that, but the fairy kept asking, and he just wanted to be left alone. "Caillou?" Primum asked. "Yes, you too." James promptly sent the chimera away. "What about my mother's family?" Bella suddenly asked. "Excuse me?" James wasn't sure what was going on anymore. Bella was still holding on to him and didn't seem like she wanted to let him go. "The Rosiers. We just found out that they were all exterminated very recently. Mother has barely said a word since we heard the news," Bella said. "Oh, those? Yes, that was me, I suppose. Although I was told that someone called Cousin Felix was not present at the time, so it wasn't exactly all of them." James was not allowed to finish his sentence, because Bella had crashed her lips against his. Chapter 157, Danger Level. When she got her face away from his, he observed an increasing amount of panic in her expression. She then let go of him and looked away. "Any chance we can forget that happened?" "No, unless I obliviated myself, which I won't do ever again," James said with confidence. "Care to explain what happened?" "I kinda lost control for a moment," Bella said. "I mean, you were talking about all those wonderful things and—" "I was confessing to several murders." James raised an eyebrow. Bella licked her lips. "Please stop." "Okay, I see." Just in case he had forgotten about it, this was still the Bellatrix who one time became the most dangerous and deranged witch in Britain, and she seems to have a thing for murders. This was something he would have rather not learned. "Let's move on." "I appreciate it. I think it's best if I leave." Without waiting for an answer, she picked up her things and walked out of the chamber. James sighed after the door closed. "This is why I didn't want to get too involved in other people's lives." "I don't think it was that bad." James glanced at his clone on the other side of the room. "I did not ask for your opinion." "You don't have to. I am you, that means that. We have the same op." "Finite incantatum." James dispelled the magical construction with a wave of his hand, and the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. "Did you enjoy the company of the female?" Nyxaris hovered above him. "Do you have no duties to attend?" James stared at the magical fairy. His patience was taking a toll today. "Actually, no. I have finished assimilating all the knowledge that the master has provided me with. What should I do now?" she asked. "Why not put some of it to the test? It's very different to gain knowledge of something and actually learn how to use it," James responded. "Is Master suggesting one of those practice matches?" Nyx asked. "Perhaps on another occasion. Today there is an important project that I need to work on." He walked to the largest desk at the end of the chamber, right in front of the statue of Salazar Slytherin. "You can practice with the target dummies if you wish to. I have something to do right now." This is where his clone had been working before he got rid of it. The clone was making the preparations for the experiment, and now that they were concluded, he wanted to handle the next part in person. "Caillou," Primum poked his head from behind. "Are you curious about what I'm doing?" James asked, and the little creature nodded its head. "Fine, you can stay and watch, but don't disturb me." "Master," Nyxaris approached as well. "Yes, you can stay too, just be quiet." James took out a parcel from his storage and began to unravel it. Inside, it was the mysterious piece of leather he had obtained from the tomb of Culgera. James had no idea how that wizard came across this item. He only found it being referenced in one of his diaries, and despite his lack of wisdom on how to use it, Culgera somehow knew that this object was very special. The fact that it was buried with him should serve as evidence of how much he valued it. James, however, had a good idea of how to make use of this thing. During his life as Harry Potter, the leather ended up in the hands of one fellow alchemist, after passing through many others. That man was someone whose skills even he had to admire, and he was the first one to even begin to tap into the potential of this object. That alchemist was also the one who came up with a theory about the origins and provenance of this piece of leather. James did try to buy it from that alchemist, but once its value became known, the alchemist refused to part with it. He believed that with it, he would be able to create a magical artifact that could surpass anything that was ever crafted before. Magical artifacts have their own ranking system, given to them by the Ministry of Magic. This one is based mostly on the danger that the item itself could pose if it fell into the wrong hands. The danger level rank, or DL rank, goes from 1 to 10, 1 being nearly harmless and 10 being world-ending. Any artifact that ranks higher than 5 becomes immediately tagged as illegal to possess by the Ministry, as it is considered too risky to have around. Just for reference, a magic wand has a DL rank of 4, and a flying broom is just a 2. James has already created several potions that would immediately fall into the illegal category. The artifact that this alchemist ended up creating using this piece of mysterious leather was a very peculiar one, and it made it very difficult for the Ministry to properly rank it. James was convinced that they had a lot of personnel watching this alchemist very closely after that day, just to make sure that he would not pose a danger to society with his creations. What he didn't understand was why that old man decided to make something like that, but the leather was turned into a sentient magical hat. The capabilities of the hat were not all revealed to the public, not even to other fellow alchemists. Something that he had found very frustrating at the time, as he wanted to learn more about this object but couldn't. All that was known was that the hat was capable of absorbing any magic that was thrown its way, and then reusing it in some other way. James doubted that was the full extent of its capabilities, but the truth is that even if that was the case, it would still remain a very powerful object. There is nothing in existence that is capable of stopping every single spell. No matter how strong your protections are, they will have to be vulnerable to something. That's just the nature of magic. There are no absolutes. Except for this, James stared at the piece of leather in front of him. He had already decided what to create with it, and it was not going to be a hat, that's for sure. Chapter 158, The Furnace. Everyone ready? James asked as he stood before the laboratory table. 3 copies of himself were standing behind him, while Nyxaris and Primum flew around the chamber, observing with curiosity what their creator was about to make now. Yes, we are ready, one of the James clones said with exasperation. You know we are, as we share the same consciousness, another one added. The real James turned to look at them. You could say that it's merely a formality to speak these things out loud. You know your part, get to it. He walked past the clones and toward the middle of the chamber. The 3 clones all had their tasks to complete. One of them got to work on the potion left behind by the previous clone and lit a fire beneath the cauldron. The second one took a container with a special ink that had been carefully left on the desk and began to write complex symbols on the divine leather. The last clone went to assist James in organizing the rest of the materials. The real James opened a dozen pockets in his robes, and countless boxes began to fly out. The clone used wandless magic to capture these boxes and place them with more care on the ground. Each box went to a specific place. Only once they were all set up did they begin opening them. Master, you were holding all of that. Nyxaris stared in shock at the boxes as their contents were emptied on the floor of the chamber. Soon, these materials started to form piles that continued to grow bigger. The largest one was made purely of large chunks of gold. There was enough gold in that pile to almost crash the economy of magical Britain, as it kept piling up until it was close to touching the ceiling. The only reason it was not collapsing was because James' clone was keeping it steady with magic. Smaller piles were composed of other precious metals like silver, copper, and palladium. Of course, James had not paid for any of these materials. They were all transfigured using the ability of the philosopher's stone to alter matter. The old tales made people believe that it could only be used to transfigure gold, but that was not the case. It was just that creating gold was the dream of many, so that was the part of the tale that was passed down the generations. Beautiful, huh? James stared at the large shiny mounds of metal in front of him. "Don't waste time. I only have 1/4 of your magic, remember?" the clone next to him said. His expression showed how much effort he had to put in to keep everything steady. James rolled up his sleeves and took his wand out. "It will only take a minute." He glanced behind for a moment. "Almost ready," the clone preparing the potion said. "I'm just finishing with my part," the clone writing the symbols on the leather added. 10 seconds, and you place it inside the cauldron." The clone continued to stir the liquid inside as it began to gain a golden glow. "Master, what are you going to do with all of that metal?" Nyxeris could not help herself but ask. Caillou, Primum was also wondering the same thing. James conjured a pure golden flame right in the middle of all the precious metals, and they started to melt almost immediately under the intense heat. There is a Greek legend that speaks about a fleece created by a primordial god. It was made from the body of a winged golden ram, and it was imbued with powerful abilities. James spoke as he manipulated the flames. "I am trying to create something that will surpass that." He glanced behind him. "Well, timing is important." "Almost done," his clones said together as they dipped the piece of leather inside the cauldron. "I'm going to pull everything together, make sure nothing falls out of place." James spoke to the one beside him. "Tesk, I know." Beads of sweat fell across the clone's face as he forced his limited magic to its limits. Moving thousands of tons of metal could put a toll on the most veteran of wizards. Piles of gold, silver, copper, and palladium flew into the air and circled around the golden flames, melting and combining with each other, while James' magic was also added to the mix. There was a very precise amount of every single type of metal. All of them were going to fuse and form a very sturdy magical alloy called glint metal. "We are ready." The clones came running with the piece of leather floating beside them. They couldn't touch it anymore, as it had absorbed the contents of the cauldron, making it emit a tremendous amount of energy in the form of heat. One of the clones positioned the glowing piece of leather ahead of where James was standing, right below the molten mass of metal. "Remember that we are aiming for 13 layers and we are starting," James said. The sphere of molten metal had taken a light golden tone and shone brightly like a star. James used his magic to manipulate the substance and divide it into 13 equal portions. I can't." The clone that was helping James keep the thousands of tons of metal in the air ran out of magic and was forcefully dispelled. "I got it." Another clone took his place immediately, so the alloy would not fall on top of them. James began to move down each of the portions of glint metal and got them closer to the leather. The last clone helped James in shaping them into plates that would then wrap around the glowing leather. Instead of being destroyed, the leather seemed to absorb the magical alloy with tremendous hunger, just like a dry sponge would take in all the water that came into contact with it. The runes seemed to gain strength as this happened. "Second layer," James warned them as he moved another one. While this was happening, Nyxeris and Primum were keeping their distance, as much as possible. Even with all of their incredible resistances, they would be destroyed if they ventured too close to all that fire and molten metal. The Chamber of Secrets had been turned into a furnace, and it was being used to craft a magical artifact like the world had yet to see. Chapter 159, 13 Layers. 10th layer, James shouted as he sent more of the enchanted alloy into the divine piece of leather. This one continued to assimilate all the materials that James and his clones were sending it, with no apparent issues, becoming more resilient with every addition. James was already starting to feel exhausted, and his remaining clones were also reaching their limits, but stopping here was not an option. He had decided on 13 layers because it was a very significant magical number. There was power in words, symbols, and numbers, and of all of them, 13 was considered the most dangerous, so much so that even Muggles felt its effects on occasion, even though they could not wield or see magic. 11th layer, James moved another piece of molten glint metal while shaping it simultaneously. The runes engraved on the leather were serving as a bridge, helping it assimilate the special properties of the metal. However, this process would have immediately failed after the first layer if that had been a common piece of leather. Even skin taken from an ancient dragon would not have lasted more than 6 layers of glint metal before falling apart under the intense heat. However, this piece of leather had already taken 11, and James was sure it would have no problem taking the remaining 2. In fact, James was convinced that it would be able to sustain much more than this. However, the process was constrained by his own human limits. 12th layer, James clenched his teeth. His muscles ached and trembled, and his vision was starting to get blurry. Just one more, come on, you can do this. At that moment, he received a mental warning. The clone that was holding the piece of divine leather in place had been dispelled. James had to act quickly, as the leather needed to remain in place until the process was complete. Any changes would affect the final result. Tisk! James clenched his muscles and pushed more magic from his left hand to reinforce the charm that kept the leather steady, while at the same time, he began to move the last glob of glint metal towards him. The remaining clone soon dispersed as well, as it no longer had enough magic to sustain itself, leaving him to finish the process alone. Master, Nyxaris exclaimed, realizing that her master was in a bad situation. Caillou, Primum flew towards the center of the chamber, quickly followed by the fairy. Master, what do we do? She asked. Give it a push, James instructed them. He no longer had the power to move the metal. Primum dived with no hesitation and rammed his body against the molten piece of enchanted metal. Despite its small size, this piece alone already weighed several tons, not to mention that the surface was at over 10,000 degrees. Primum's skin was resistant, but not enough to avoid suffering damage from something like this. Still, the little creature pushed past the pain and continued. Magno depulso, Nyxaris joined in and used power to help move it. With their joint effort, they managed to move the enchanted metal until it reached the piece of leather that James was holding. He used the remainder of his energy to shape the metal and wrap it around the divine leather. 13th layer complete. The golden flames burning at the center of the chamber were exhausted just as James felt his vision starting to darken. The last thing he saw was the glow being emitted by the leather as it levitated before him. We did it. That was the last thing he could say before passing out. Where is James? Lily asked when she saw Sirius, Peter, and Remus arrive at the Great Hall during dinner. Yeah, wasn't he also missing during lunch? Alice glanced to her side. Now that you mention it, Frank looked pensive. About that, Sirius sat down. We don't know either, Peter added, showing concern on his face. We've been looking for him all afternoon, Remus sighed. I mean, he usually disappears on weekends so he can work on his projects, Sirius said. He wouldn't miss lunch and dinner without giving us a warning, at least. He always tells us when he's going to be away for too long, Peter pointed out. What is he working on? Lily leaned closer to them and whispered. The Marauders exchanged a look. We don't know, Remus responded. Seeing that Lily didn't appear to be too convinced, Sirius spoke next. This time, we really don't know. We don't even know where his. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. We don't even know where his new lab is, he said in a soft whisper. After what happened the last time, he didn't want us to get too involved in that. I mean, he almost got expelled, Peter explained. And because of that, now we have no idea where he could be. Remus avoided telling them that they couldn't even find James on the Marauders map. They hadn't completed it yet, but it was already able to track down the positions of the professors and themselves. However, James did not appear on the map at all. Could he have left the castle? Peter asked. It was the only thing they hadn't considered. What are you talking about? No one can leave the castle premises during the school year, Lily told him. It's against the rules. Of course, and James always respects the school rules. Alice rolled her eyes. No, he wouldn't leave the castle without saying a word. Remus was sure of that. He must be somewhere we cannot see him. A concealed room. This castle must have a few of those at least, Sirius muttered before looking toward the Slytherin table. They didn't know where James's secret lab was located, but there was someone over there who could. Bella, Sirius finally said. Chapter 160, James Goes Missing. What did I tell you about talking to me in public? Bella glared at Sirius like she was getting ready to curse him. The Marauders, as well as Lily, Alice, and Frank, had gone to speak with her just as she was leaving the Great Hall. There were lots of students from all 4 houses staring at them, as it was very unusual for a group of Gryffindors to approach a Slytherin student in such a direct way, unless they were looking to pick a fight. "This may be important. We need to speak with you for a minute." Sirius did not allow her scary expression to intimidate him. "We just need to ask you." Remus was interrupted by the sudden arrival of several older students who made their way through the crowd to approach them. "Look at that, Black is hanging out with some Gryffindors," a large blonde guy said with a smirk on his face. The Marauders glanced at the seniors and quickly spotted the figure of Severus Snape, glaring back at them with pure vitriol in his eyes. Snape moved aside to let Lucius Malfoy and Rabaston Lestrange walk up to them. Lucius completely ignored the Gryffindor's presence and just stared at Bella with a pair of narrow blue eyes. "Is this how low the House of Black has fallen? You turn your back on your allies to make friends with these blood traitors, or, worse." He made a face of disgust when looking at Lily. "How disappointing, Bella." "What my sister does is none of your business, Malfoy." Andromeda walked up to them. "Oh, look at that. Another one." Rabaston spat the words. Since the death of his brother, he had felt nothing but rage and could not wait for the moment when he could release his frustrations on someone, and he would love it if it were one of those 2 sisters. They had no evidence of this, but his father had already put the blame on the House of Black for the murder of Rodolphus. Andromeda noticed the stare she was receiving from Rabaston. "You have something to say?" She knew exactly why the boy was angry with her and her entire family, but she was not going to let herself be intimidated by him. "I have many things I want to say," Rabaston responded. Lucius Malfoy noticed his friend reaching into his robes for his wand and decided to stop him. "Not here." He pulled him away from the Black sisters. "They will pay their due, just wait for the right time," Lucius whispered into his ear. This managed to calm Rabaston a little bit, and he walked away with Malfoy. Snape stared at Lily for a bit before he followed them, along with the other seniors. "Who does he think he is to tell me what to do?" Bella huffed. They did have a point, though. Andromeda gave the Marauders a passing glance. "This is not a good place to talk with some Gryffindors." A short blonde girl made her way across the crowd and almost jumped in front of them. "Were you picking a fight with Lucius?" "Sissy, not now, please." Andromeda rolled her eyes. "Do you have any idea how much I had to work so he would talk to me again? He hates our family now." Narcissa pointed at them. "Who cares about Malfoy? The guy is a rich twat," Bella commented. "I care," Narcissa exclaimed. "This is all your fault and grandfather's." "Hey, don't blame him for this. He did nothing wrong." Bella confronted her younger sister. She would not allow anyone to speak ill of Pollux Black, not even her own sister. "Girls, please, calm down. You are making a scene now." Andromeda got in the middle of the 2 sisters. "You are all making a scene. We just wanted a quick talk, that's all," Sirius said. "It's about James," Remus added. This made 2 of the 3 sisters react. Andromeda and Bella exchanged a glance. "Okay, come with me. Let's talk." She graced Sirius's shoulder with her hand and walked away, only to turn around after taking a few steps. "Just my cousin. Speaking with one Gryffindor is more than enough." She said this while staring at Remus and Peter. "He can relay the conversation to the rest of you after we are done." "But we all need." Peter stopped talking mid-sentence when Remus gave him a gesture with his hand. "That would be fine." Remus understood better how these things work. Andromeda and Bella could not act too friendly toward a group of Gryffindors in public, as that would earn them a great deal of scorn from their own house. This is why she was being so cold toward them. Andromeda glanced at Remus and nodded in acknowledgement. "Come on, I don't have all night." Bella went to follow her older sister and left the other one behind. Narcissa stood there, glaring at them, clearly upset about having lost her lofty position as the fiancée of Lucius Malfoy due to the actions of her family. Remus suggested to the others to go wait for Sirius somewhere else, as the hall was still very crowded. Andromeda, Bella, and Sirius walked in silence through the corridors of the castle and went up to the 2nd floor. The older girl was the one leading the pace, and the other 2 were following her. Bella gave Sirius a side glance once in a while, wondering what he had to say that was so important. The fact that it was related to James just piqued her interest further. "Here is good enough." Andromeda stopped in front of a small wooden door and opened it up. "Andy, that's a broom closet," Bella exclaimed. "Yes, but this one is empty, see? It's very spacious." She pointed inside. "I think I've been in here before," Sirius pointed out, earning an inquisitive glance from his cousins. "What? I have a social life, you know." "Hurry up before someone sees us." Andromeda hushed them in and closed the door before applying a silencing charm. Bella looked around. There was just enough light seeping from the bottom of the door to see what was going on. As her sister had said, the closet was fairly spacious, and the three of them could stand inside with no problems. But something then occurred to her. "Hold on, Andy. How did you know about this empty closet?" This was obviously something that was used by the students for one very specific activity. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. "Do you really want me to answer that?" Chapter 161, An Emergency. "No, I'd rather you don't." Bella frowned. It was obvious that her older sister was still seeing that Muggle-born boy, despite all her warnings to stop doing that. "Now, cousin," Andromeda turned to look at Sirius, who seemed very nervous at being locked in a broom closet with them. "Tell us, what is this important thing you wanted to ask?" Sirius cleared his throat and peeked at Bella. "Do you know where James's new laboratory is hidden?" Bella did not react to the question, but Andromeda did. "He made another one. After the first one blew up and he almost got expelled. What was he thinking?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Bella responded. Sirius rolled his eyes. "Come on, don't take me for an idiot. I know you've been seeing James in secret all year. I also know about the Engag." Bella closed his mouth. "How did you find out about that?" "Regulus," Andromeda said. She had reached the same conclusion as James. Sirius nodded. Bella sighed and removed her hand. "You better keep your mouth shut about this. We already have enough issues at our house. If they find out that my grandfather broke our engagements only to then create a contract with a house like the Potters." "You don't have to worry about me talking," Sirius responded in an annoyed tone. He was starting to feel angry that no one would trust his capability to keep a secret. "If I were you, I'd be more concerned about Narcissa telling something to Malfoy, because she also knows about it, right?" Bella and Andromeda exchanged a look. As much as they wanted to defend their younger sister, they also knew she would probably do anything to get back into Lucius's good graces. "Okay, fine. Why do you want to know that?" Bella wanted to move the conversation forward. "James is missing. We haven't seen him since early this morning. He missed lunch and now dinner. We're getting a bit worried. This is not like him. He must be working on something." She had seen him that morning, but had left shortly after that awkward scene. However, she knew James would often lose track of time when working on one of his projects. "He always gives us a heads up when he's going to be working on something for a long time, but we haven't heard anything from him. Was he doing something dangerous when you last saw him?" "When I last saw him?" Bella's cheeks gained a reddish tint as she recalled what happened back then, and nothing happened. She was glad the broom closet was dark enough to hide her face. "Oh," Andromeda leaned closer. "That sounded like something did happen." "What?" Sirius exclaimed. "Wait, that's not what I was asking. What happened?" "None of your business," Bella responded. "You're worrying too much, Sirius. I'm sure James knows what he's doing. No way he'd get hurt while working on one of his projects," Andromeda said with confidence. After seeing what he was capable of during their little trip to that ancient tomb, she couldn't imagine him being hurt by something like that. "I agree. I'm sure James will appear soon enough," Bella told him. "Now, can we leave this closet already? It's getting stuffy in here." Sirius frowned. He was sure that Bella knew exactly where James's lab was, but it didn't seem like he would be able to get her to talk. "Caillou, caillou." What was that noise? Andromeda asked the moment she heard something crying outside. "Sounds like an animal of some sort, someone's pet," Sirius wondered. Bella gasped, "Open the door." "What or why, ouch." Sirius cried in pain when she shoved him to one side so she could get the door open. "Bella, what is G?" Andromeda was also pushed aside. "Move." Bella got the door opened just enough to squeeze outside. "Prim," she called immediately for the little chimera. She had recognized his voice immediately, although she had no idea why he was roaming the halls. James would never allow him to do that. Caillou. She heard him again, this time closer, and started running through the halls. Alarmed by her sudden reaction, Sirius and Andromeda also hurried outside and followed her. The moment Bella turned the next corner, she found Primum. The little creature was flying with difficulty, its wings were damaged, and a large part of its body was burned. "Oh no," Bella exclaimed with shock when she saw him in such a deplorable state. "Caillou," Primum found her and moved rapidly toward her, almost collapsing into her arms. "What happened to you?" Bella looked down at the injured creature. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain what had occurred and only continued to whimper. "What is that?" Sirius asked when he saw his cousin holding some pale, winged creature in her arms. "It looks like a tiny dragon. Where did it come from?" Andromeda wondered. Bella glanced at Sirius for a moment. "You may be right about James." She looked down at the creature with concern. "This is Primum, one of James's creations." "James made that," Sirius pointed at it. "Poor thing, it looks very hurt. Maybe we should take it to Hagrid so he can take a look," Andromeda suggested. "Hold on, if that creature got hurt and it was with James." Sirius stared at the whimpering Primum. Something bad must have happened to him. "You came looking for me, Prim. Did something happen to James?" Bella asked. "Caillou," Primum nodded its little head. She glanced at the other two, having made up her mind. "Fine then, I'll take you to his lab." Chapter 162, Into the Chamber. "I can't go in there." Sirius was staring at the bathroom sign on top of the door. "This is for girls." "You are very observant, cousin," Andromeda commented. "Hurry up before someone spots us." Bella kicked his butt to push him in. "Hey, okay, I'm going." Sirius opened the door and walked inside with trepidation, hoping that no one was already inside. Andromeda noticed him taking peeks at the stalls on the sides and let out a chuckle. "No one uses this bathroom, so you're not going to see anything spicy, if that's what you were looking for." Sirius glared at her with indignation. "I wasn't trying tea." "You can't be here." Myrtle's ghost flew up from one of the stalls and yelled at Sirius. "Boys are not allowed." "Yeah, I already said that," Sirius huffed. "Relax, Myrtle," Bella said as she walked to the other end of the room. "We'll be gone in a minute." "Did James really build his lab in a girl's bathroom?" Andromeda asked. "No, the lab is underground. This is merely the entrance I use. He has a different one, but I don't know where it is," Bella responded. "The entrance is here." Andromeda saw her sister approach one of the faucets at the end before turning to her. "I need you to hold him for a moment." Bella handed Primum to Andromeda before turning back to the faucet and placing her hand on one of them. "Open." There was a loud click noise, and the entire wall began to move aside, revealing a set of stairs that descended into darkness. "Whoa, did James create that, or was it already there?" Sirius asked. "Also, couldn't he have chosen a more complex password?" "The password is irrelevant. The mechanism is tied to my magic. It won't open for anyone else, no matter what they say," Bella explained. "Also, from what I know, this was all here from the beginning. He just made some modifications." Bella took Primum back into her arms. "You go first. I need to close the entrance behind us." "Lumos." Andromeda cast a light spell before she began descending the stairs. "This was already here. What kind of secret room is this?" Sirius followed behind her and was wondering the same thing. After exploring the entire castle with his friends, he had a good idea of the kinds of hidden places found in the castle, but this was something different. "Be careful where you step and try not to touch anything," Bella warned them. The group reached the bottom of the stairs and found themselves in a small room made of slick gray stone. "There's a weird smell here." Andromeda covered her nose. "This small chamber used to be filled with bones," Bella explained. "James just covered the floor with new stone, leaving all that stuff beneath. So yeah, it still smells." She had to go through that every time she came here and was already getting used to it, but she could understand her sister's comment. "Bones, what kind of place is this?" Sirius asked. Andromeda was staring at the engravings on the corridor that led further inside the cave. "This is giving me the same creepy feeling as that tomb we visited." "What tomb?" Sirius had no idea what his cousin was talking about. Bella crossed into the next part. Let's not waste time, I want to make sure James is okay. Fine, Andromeda went after her sister. But as soon as she and Sirius crossed the archway that led into a long corridor, they heard some strange noises. What is that? Sirius asked. It sounds like some gears moving around us. Bella, is that normal? Andromeda was watching the expression on her sister's face, and she was clearly concerned. No, this is bad. Bella spotted the markings on the ground starting to shine brightly. When bringing Andromeda and Sirius here, she had forgotten about an important warning James had given her. I shouldn't have brought you in here. What do you mean? Andromeda asked. He told me never to bring anyone. There are powerful protections in this place. If anyone other than me steps inside, the defenses will become active. Bella looked at the archway they had used to get inside. Hurry up, you need tea. The door closed in an instant. Are we trapped now? Andromeda looked around. Did James make the protections, or was it something that was already here? Sirius was asking because, if it was something created by James, it couldn't be too dangerous, as they must have been aimed at stopping other students from getting inside, like how Snape did on his previous lab. I don't know, he is very secretive with this kind of stuff, Bella said, but I wouldn't be surprised if this chamber already had many traps of its own to stop intruders. Bella, what exactly is this place? Andromeda spotted several carvings on the walls. Most of them seemed to show depictions of different kinds of snakes. She had seen drawings like these inside the dungeons and in the Slytherin common room. About that, this is the Chamber of S. Bella was startled by a loud noise. Now what? Sirius threw a light spell in the direction of the noise. It had sounded like something was breaking apart. Is there no other way to leave? You said we had only used one of the entrances, so there must be more, right? Andromeda wanted nothing more than to get out of here right now. This was giving her some very unpleasant flashbacks from their last trip with James. Merlin, Sirius's eyes were opened wide as plates, and he was pointing at something in the distance. Lumos, Andromeda sent another light spell in that direction when she spotted something moving. What is THO, Merlin? Moving toward them was the colossal skeleton of an ancient creature. Is that a snake? It's huge, Sirius shouted. Actually, that is a basilisk. Bella had seen this many times before. It was usually hanging from the ceiling of the main chamber, although she had no idea James had incorporated it into the chamber's defenses. A basilisk? There are basilisks down here, Andromeda exclaimed. There was just one, and that's all that remains of it. A 1,000-year-old basilisk that belonged to Salazar Slytherin, said Bella while taking a few steps back. This is his Chamber of Secrets, after all. Chapter 163, On to the Main Chamber. Did you say that this is the Chamber of Secrets? Andromeda gasped. Guys, forget about that. What are we doing with the snake? Sirius pointed at the skeleton that was getting dangerously close. It's a basilisk, or at least it was. Bella pointed her wand at it, and we are going to have to destroy it before it kills us. What are you thinking? A bombarda will do, Andromeda asked, while she also pointed her wand. Why wouldn't it? It's just a pile of bones, Sirius said. Here, you hold him. Bella handed Primum to Sirius. What? Why do I have to hold this weird creature? Sirius complained. Can you use demolition charms? Bella asked. Sirius remained silent. That's why. Bella pushed Primum onto Sirius's arms before turning around to face the creature attacking them. The basilisk skeleton was hitting the walls of the narrow corridor as it moved. With one last push, it reached the area where Bella and the others had become trapped. Bella, come on. Andromeda did her best to hide her concern and focused on casting her spell. Ready? Bella aimed her wand and put as much magic as she could muster. Bombarda Maxima, the two sisters shouted in unison. The demolition charms should have been able to decimate a thick brick wall with little effort, but when they hit the surface of the basilisk bones, they only managed to produce some slight cracks on them. Impossible, Andromeda was in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The bones must be reinforced. Bella was not too surprised by this. After all, James was the one who put that skeleton there to serve as the protector of the chamber. But this also meant that they had no way to stop it. Behind them, the door had been sealed shut so they could not return using the same way they came in. And in front of them was the basilisk, leaving them with nowhere to go. Delta Iota Alpha Sigma Pi Omega, break. The spine of the massive snake snapped in half all of a sudden and completely stopped its movement before it could reach the girls. "Whoa," Sirius exclaimed. "The snake broke." "Who did that?" Andromeda asked. By the sound of that voice she just heard, it was very evident that it had not been James. Otherwise, that would have been her first guess. "That won't last, you need to hurry up." The voice came from above them. Andromeda and Sirius were looking everywhere for whoever had just saved them. "Nyxaris," Bella called for the magical fairy. "What happened to you all? Why is Primum so injured?" Just then, she got a better look at the small creature and was able to perceive that just like the chimera, Nyxaris also looked to be in a terrible state. "I don't have time to explain. The basilisk bones have an auto-repair enchantment on them. It will only take a minute or two to move again. And I'm kinda low on power right now," the fairy said. "Is that really a fairy? I didn't know they could talk," Sirius asked. "She is so adorable," Andromeda gushed. "Why did you bring these two in here? You do realize that they are the ones who triggered the defenses, right?" Nyxaris pointed at them. Bella had nothing to rebuke. She knew that it had been a mistake on her part. "I was just worried for." "Never mind, it's too late for regrets," Nyxaris huffed. "My master could use some help right now. You need to get into the main chamber." "How everything is sealed?" Andromeda asked. "The door is indeed damaged, so it won't open." The fairy pointed up. "There is a small gap that goes through the ceiling of the chamber." "There's a gap up there." Sirius couldn't quite see it. Nyxaris glanced at Primum, who was now resting on Sirius's arms. "It wasn't there before. That little guy just made it so he could go ask for help." Bella's eyes went to Primum. Whatever happened here had left him tremendously hurt, but even then, he had gone through the effort to carve a tunnel into the rock so he could go look for her. Andromeda threw a ball of light towards the ceiling. "I see the hole now. Geez, how are we going to get up there? I cannot fly like James does." "Wait, I know." Sirius took something out of his pocket. "James taught me how to keep my broom miniaturized so I can always carry it around with me." "Great, we can use this to get up there." Bella hurried to take it and remove the shrinking charms that were placed on it. The broom returned to its normal size. "I'll go first and then drop the broom for you." Bella grabbed onto the wooden handle and rose herself into the air until she reached the small opening that Primum had created. It appeared that the stone had been melted to create a tunnel that had around 2 feet of diameter, just enough for a person to crawl inside. She handed the broom to her sister and began to make her way through the tunnel, using a light charm to see where she was putting her hands. As she advanced, Bella could hear Sirius and Andromeda entering the tunnel, but she moved ahead because she was getting more and more concerned about James's condition. Whatever occurred to him was enough to put Primum in such a desperate state, and despite Nyxaris's ability to conceal her emotions, Bella could tell that the fairy was worried as well. "Erg," she began to feel the tunnel becoming increasingly hotter as she crawled deeper into it. Then, all of a sudden, she was starting to get hit by a wave of extremely hot air. After applying a cooling charm on herself, she pushed ahead, already seeing a light at the end. The last part of the tunnel seemed to go on a deep descent. Just a bit more, she saw the exit getting closer and closer. The stone beneath her hands and feet was now hot enough to burn her skin. The only thing preventing this were the protective charms she had cast on herself. Reaching the exit, she found herself on one of the walls of the main chamber, just a few feet above the ground. But the moment she looked at the center of the room, she was shocked by what she saw. Chapter 164, Emergency Exit. "What in Merlin's name happened in here?" Bella exclaimed. She had been here mere hours ago, and the chamber was perfectly fine. Now it looked like hell itself had manifested inside the room. Everything was burned, charred, or even melted. The previously smooth gray stones that covered the floor were now transformed into deformed black rock, and the center of the chamber still had some molten liquid, making it look like the inside of a volcano. "Whoa, what is this?" Andromeda poked her head next to Bella. "Hey, move, I'm burning my ass in here," Sirius complained. He had applied some charms on himself, but it was not enough to override the suffocating sensation. James! Bella finally spotted the figure of James lying on top of his table at the end of the lab, and he didn't seem to be conscious. The next moment, she jumped out of the hole and onto the ground. There were only a couple of feet, so it wasn't difficult, but just as she ventured into the chamber proper, she felt the temperature continue to increase in a radical manner. Bella, wait! Andromeda went down as well but immediately stopped. Uff, this place is a bloody furnace. Shit! Sirius hurried to conjure some water to cover himself. What did James do in here? I thought he was just brewing potions. Bella, come back here, Andromeda called for her sister. A large part of the floor was melted, and it wasn't clear how safe it was to step on it. The sides of the chamber used to contain water, but now they were completely empty, leaving behind some deep holes that one could fall into. Tusk, Sirius, stay here. Andromeda knew her sister would not be able to carry James out by herself, even if she could get there. Hold on, why do I? Sirius glanced down at the creature in his arms. Right. Glacius? Bella conjured some ice to cool the stones a bit, as the heat was already starting to burn her shoes. The ice didn't even last for a second before turning to water and evaporating into vapor, but it was just enough to let her walk by. The two girls noticed that the hottest area was right at the center of the chamber, where there was something floating above the molten stones. It was shining with an intense golden light, making it hard to discern what it was. Aquamenti. Andromeda continued to summon water to keep her body and Bella's as wet as possible while they passed by the shining object and were able to get to the other side. They reached the table, and Bella went to check on James's condition. James, come on. She shook him a bit and got no response. Forget it, we need to get him out of here before checking how he is doing. I think I know a good spell for it. Andromeda pointed her wand at James. Mobilicorpus. His body began to levitate in the air, making it easy for them to move him around. Sirius did what he could to help them on the way out. He didn't know how to conjure ice the way Bella did, but water was easy enough for him to manage. How are we going to leave the chamber, though? The exit is sealed, he asked. After all, they needed to leave this room, but the next door was still closed. And there was also the basilisk skeleton, which, according to Nyxaris, would have already repaired itself. There is an alternate way to leave the chamber from here. The fairy floated above Sirius. Can you open it? Bella asked as she arrived with James and her sister. She only knew of one way in and out of here. She was aware that James used a different secret entrance, but he never shared where it was, and she never asked. Nyxaris pointed at James. I will need Master's magical signature to unlock it. I'm not sure if it will work while Master is not conscious, but we have to try, right? Andromeda said. I mean, if we stay here, we are going to cook. The only thing preventing that was their own magic, but that was not going to last forever. It's already a mystery how he managed to survive this long. Andromeda glanced at James. Turdiver had protected him from most of the damage, and I did my best to maintain his body temperature as cool as possible, Nyxaris responded. What's a turdiver? Andromeda asked. Bella shook her head. It doesn't matter right now, we H. Can we leave now? I'm not a fan of the heat, by the way, Sirius commented. I would very much like a cold shower right now. Aquamenti. Andromeda threw some water over him. That's not what I meant. Sirius had an annoyed expression on his face. This way, Nyxaris guided them to a corner of the chamber. At first glance, nothing appeared out of the ordinary, just more gray stone bricks like the rest of the wall. But she then began to tap some of these bricks in a specific pattern using her fingers. Some of the stones moved out of the way to reveal a strange, smooth crystal with a pale blue color. Place Master's hand on the crystal. If it works, the door should unlock. Bella and Andromeda moved his unconscious body and placed his hand on the crystal panel. This one gained a soft glow, and following this, they heard some mechanical noises. Did it work, or did we just activate more traps? Sirius wondered. No, it worked. The exit is opening. Nyxaris pointed at another part of the wall as it began to part away, revealing an entrance. Okay, nice. Let's get out of this hell already, Andromeda said. Bella pushed the floating body of James through the opening, and the group began making their way out of the chamber. Man, that was intense, Sirius said as they walked, feeling much better now that the temperature was manageable at least. Yes, but, Andromeda looked down at herself. Looks like every time I spend time with James, I end up looking like crap. I need a bath, she sighed. A mischievous grin appeared on Sirius's face. Aquamenti. Chapter 165, Waking Up. James opened his eyes and found himself lying on a comfortable bed, surrounded by a white curtain. What the? He felt disoriented for a moment, and this was promptly followed by a wave of sharp pain that spread all over his body. Ugh, damn it. He recognized the signs of magical exhaustion. This time, I may have pushed myself a bit too far. James then lifted his arms and noted they were completely covered in bandages. Did I get burnt as well? The only thing he was sure of right now was that he was in the school infirmary. This was a place he had become very accustomed to over the years. Who brought me here, though? He didn't think that either Primum or Nyxaris would be capable of dragging his body all the way here. The only other person who could enter his laboratory was Bellatrix. A set of loud steps was soon followed by his curtain being opened. Madame Pomfrey didn't look too pleased with him right now. Mr. Potter, do you have any idea how serious your condition was? You nearly exhausted your magic to completion. Something like that would have either killed you or left you as a squib. What were you thinking? I was working on something important. James wanted nothing more than to return to his lab now and check on the results of his experiment. I hope it was something worth risking your life for, Madame Pomfrey said in a sarcastic way. Me too, James responded as he tried to push past the pain and stand up. Mr. Potter, what are you doing? You need to stay in bed. I have done what I can, but your body needs time to recover. Your arms and chest were also severely burned. Tempest. James waved his hand and conjured several glowing numbers in the air that told him what time it was. Looks like my magic works fine. Wait, it's just 4 p.m.? He had expected it to be much later, as he began his project around midday. Mr. Potter, it is Sunday. You were brought here yesterday after dinner, and you have slept since then, the nurse answered. Sunday, more than a day had passed since he concluded his project. Now he wanted to go there even more. After dinner, who brought me here? Madame Pomfrey took a moment to think about it. I believe it was one of your friends, Mr. Black, perhaps. Sirius? James wondered how Sirius had gotten involved in all of this. Anyways, James stood up from the bed, much to the complaints of the healer. Mr. Potter, you must be in tremendous pain right now, and I cannot give you more calming draft, lest you not wake up again. What is so important that you have to go right now? There are no classes, so you can rest until tomorrow. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt that much. His need to find out what happened was more important than his personal comfort. The healer requested again for him to stay in bed, but James once more ignored her and walked out of the infirmary after grabbing his personal belongings. As soon as he was out, he produced a potion that contained a rare fish poison and allowed a single drop to fall onto his tongue. He had waited until now to do this, lest Madame Pomfrey go crazy. In high doses, this poison would kill him, but a single drop would act as an anesthetic, numbing his nervous system and making it easier for him to move around. Unfortunately, he could tell that his magic had yet to recover completely, so he could not cast any spell that was more exhausting than a Lumos. Maybe I should change first. His robes were very damaged, despite all the protective enchantments on them. He was relieved to see that all his pockets had survived, as well as all the items contained in them. If it wasn't for these protections, he would have likely lost his arms altogether. That would have been annoying. However, despite this, the damage on the robes was very visible and eye-catching. His eyes moved to the silver bracelet on his wrist. There were cracks on its surface. Turdiver has also been damaged. The cracks were likely produced due to its source of energy being depleted. What James didn't know at the moment was that one of the reasons he had not suffered further damage was because the metallic slime had protected him for as long as it could, until it ran out of magic, creating the cracks on its surface. It should still recover over the course of a few days. He had designed it to be self-sustained after all. This reminds me, His black and white rings were missing, meaning that Primum and Nyxaris were not with him. Where did those two go? He walked through the castle as he considered this, earning the stares of many of the students. After all, despite Madame Pomfrey's care, his looks were still a bit deplorable. His robes were burned in several places, while the hospital garments peeked from beneath them. His arms were covered in bandages, and several spots on his face had been affected as well, making it seem like he had just escaped from the hospital. James ignored the stairs and arrived at the Gryffindor Tower on the 7th floor. He walked past the painting of the old lady and entered the common room. James, oh my God. He turned to the source of the voice and found Lily jumping from a sofa and rushing towards him. We were all about to go visit you at the infirmary. Did Madame Pomfrey let you out already? Kind of, James responded. She wasn't exactly happy about him leaving so early, and he was already expecting to be called by the headmaster at any time to be scolded about his reckless behavior. Chapter 166, Checking the Results. But what happened to you? Lily asked. We went looking for you yesterday. Sirius came back an hour later, all roughed up and wouldn't tell us any details. She huffed. And where is Sirius now? James asked. I'm not sure. Haven't seen him all day. I can say the same for Remus and Peter. I think they are up to something. Lily frowned. I hope they don't get in trouble now that the year is ending. Okay, I'll go find them later. I first need to change robes. James was about to leave, but she stopped him. Hold on, James. You haven't told me what had happened to you. Are your robes burnt? She was staring at his clothes with a confused expression. Just had a bit of an accident during a personal project of mine. Now, if you excuse me, I could really use a shower and some clean clothes, James said before making his way to the boys' bedroom. Wait, but what about? Lily sighed. There was something else she had wanted to ask. Alicia poked her head from behind Lily, and Lily let out a gasp. Don't startle me like that. I was thinking about something. Did you ask him? Alice said in a whisper. I didn't have time. Lily looked down. She had wanted to ask him about Bellatrix. Yesterday, Sirius seemed convinced that she somehow knew where he was, and her instincts were telling her that something was suspicious there. It made no sense to any of them that James and Bellatrix Black were so close. As far as they were aware, they only spoke during potion classes because the professor had placed them together. But then again, James had also invited Bellatrix to their private defense lessons in the room of requirement. Lily and the others had been surprised that James would trust someone from the Slytherin house with the location of such a valuable room. Oh dear, don't worry. I'm sure there is nothing there. Alice tried to hide her concern, but just like Lily, she also thought it was suspicious. James arrived at his room and found it empty. He had no idea where his friends were, but that would have to wait. He reached into his suitcase and pulled out his replacement robe. It was exactly the same as the one he had been wearing. Someone wise once said that if you can make one, then you should always make two instead, James said as he began the process of moving all his stored possessions onto the new robes. This did not take as long as one would imagine, despite the large number of items he had in there, because everything was properly stored and organized, making the task much easier. James then went to the bathroom and removed all the bandages that had been placed on his body before applying a healing ointment of his own creation, which was very effective at helping the damaged skin heal. I have gotten a bit careless this time, he thought as he looked at his injuries. His eagerness to work with that piece of divine leather had pushed him to hurry things up instead of taking more time to figure out a safer process like he would have done in the past. Although eagerness was not the only reason. He had a Dark Lord to deal with, and he was still figuring out how to locate all the Horcruxes. I should work on that next. Using the one I already have in my possession, I could create some spell that would track the others. From what he knew about Voldemort's Horcruxes, all of them were connected somehow. There was a time when he was a Horcrux himself, and he would often get visions from the perspective of Nagini, Voldemort's snake, who was also a Horcrux. If there was a link, there must also be a way to follow that bond to the other side. James walked into the shower and began to clean himself up, removing all the dust and soot that had built up on him. Feeling much better after a nice shower, James got dressed in his new robes and walked out of the common room. He ignored the stares from the other students and walked at a brisk pace to the second floor of the castle. Once he made sure no one was nearby, James approached a large statue and tapped his wand on it. This one then moved aside, revealing a small entrance that would lead him directly to the chamber. This entrance was made by him with a lot of effort. The chamber had other points of access, but unfortunately, he could not use them due to no longer having the Parseltongue ability. Salazar had put a lot of effort into ensuring that only his chosen heirs were able to gain access to his chamber. However, that was not enough to stop him from making new entrances. I can still feel the heat. James noticed the temperature rising as he got closer to the main chamber. And once he entered the room proper, he realized the terrible state that the chamber had been left in. Wow, I guess I really messed up the place with my latest stunt. He should have predicted that turning the chamber into a furnace was going to cause massive damage to it, despite all its protections. But this would all be worth it, as long as his project had succeeded. James' eyes went to the center of the chamber, where a glowing object was still floating. It's still extremely hot. James noted that the piece of leather had turned into a perfect sphere and was levitating by its own magic. James began to examine the artifact without getting too close to it, as the heat was still enough to burn him if he wasn't careful. Looks like I will have to wait a bit longer to see the results of my experiment. James had the feeling that the leather was still in the middle of a process. And only when this process was concluded, James would be able to see if he had succeeded. This leather was a material like nothing he had used before. It seemed to have a will of its own to some degree. And right now, it was processing the materials that James had provided it with. James stared at it for a bit longer before deciding to leave. Right now, there was nothing else he could do and could only trust that his method had been correct. As he turned around, he noticed that something was missing from the ceiling. Where did my basilisk skeleton go? Chapter 167, Follower. Bella stopped for a moment and looked around. The moment she left the library, she could not help but feel that someone was following her. However, no matter how much she looked, there was no trace of anyone. This gave her a bad feeling, as it reminded her of that day when Snape and the other minions of Malfoy followed her. The result of that was the destruction of James's laboratory on the 6th floor. He never blamed her for it, but this did not help make her feel any better about it. Since that day, she had always been so careful that she almost began to develop a sixth sense for these kinds of things. Her original plan was to visit James in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had reassured them last night that his life was not at risk, although he had been close to completely exhausting his magic. What were you thinking? Bella still couldn't understand what experiment could be so important to risk his life. But that would have to wait now. She didn't want people to see her visiting James in the infirmary. Who could be following me, though? Since her latest return to school, no one had bothered her. Rodolphus was now dead, and Malfoy was ignoring her for the most part, other than to make some snarky comment behind her back. She did find it suspicious. Bella was convinced that the other Lestrange brother was planning to get some revenge against her family, and Malfoy was definitely going to help him. Without counting her older sister, she had no allies in the House of Snakes anymore. Once the news about her family's broken alliances spread, no one wanted to get close to them, as if they were cursed or something. She stopped again and looked around. Still nothing, but the feeling of being followed was not going away. Bella decided to try something and began to walk faster, making her way to the stairs that led to the 4th floor and continuing onto the corridors. This floor had many classrooms she could use, and since it was Sunday, they should all be empty. At the very least, she was confident in her ability to handle any students who tried to attack her. After turning a corner, she walked inside the first classroom she found and closed the door behind her. She then placed an invisibility charm on herself and waited for someone to show up. Bella stood in a corner of the room while staring intently at the door for a couple of minutes, but no one tried to enter the classroom, and she did not hear anyone passing by. Was I being too paranoid? Bella wondered. They are not coming. She was startled by the sudden appearance of a voice next to her. Her wand moved fast as lightning, and without thinking twice, she shot a paralyzing hex in the direction of the sound. Her spell exploded into countless sparks of light, as if it had hit a brick wall. And then she spotted a figure covering its face right behind it. "Could you stop throwing hexes at me? If I have to go back to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey is truly going to get upset with me." James, as her eyes adjusted, she now recognized his voice. James moved the metallic shield out of the way, and it returned to its original shape as his bracelet. Turdiver is still moving a bit slow. He would have to let it rest for longer. "What are you doing here? You should be in the infirmary," Bella exclaimed. "I had to leave. You see, I was very saddened by the fact that my own fiancé would not come to visit me while I was injured," James said in a dramatic tone. "I was about to. Wait," Bella then realized. "You are not being serious." "Maybe just a bit," James shrugged. "I did have to check on my project, so I could no longer stay in that hospital bed for longer than necessary, and also," he pointed at Bella's hand, "I needed to retrieve them." Bella lifted her fingers. She wore 2 rings, one black and one white. "Primum got seriously hurt, and Nyxaris didn't look too much better either," she said before handing them back to James. "They both have an auto-recovery function. As long as they can get some rest, they will be back at full strength in no time." "And what about you? Do you also have one of those functions?" Bella changed her tone. "Because the way I see it, if I hadn't gone into the chamber and gotten you out of there." "Speaking of, did you bring more people in there?" "The defense systems were activated, and I found my basilisk in the other room," James asked. "It was an emergency." Bella knew she had made a small mistake there, but given the circumstances, she had little choice. "Sirius and Andy came with me. You went missing for the entire day. Your friends were very worried about you." James put the rings back on his hand. "That was dangerous. When I told you to never bring anyone in there, it was only for your own safety. How did you even stop the basilisk?" "That's Nyxaris helped us." "I see. I suppose it's fine. It's not like I don't trust Sirius to keep a secret. And the same can be said for your sister." "Hold on, you are deviating from the topic like you always do when you don't like it. What in Merlin's name were you working on? According to Madame Pomfrey, you exhausted your magic enough to put your life in danger." James grinned. "Looks like you are starting to know me. By the way, I took care of the 2 guys following you. You're welcome." "You're doing it again," Bella huffed. "Wait, who was following me?" Chapter 168, Weapons of War. There was someone actually following me then? Bella had first concluded that the feeling she had was caused by James, but it turns out someone was after her. Who was it? "Just 2 Slytherin boys from 7th year. I forgot their names." "What did you do to them?" "The usual. Knocked them up, tied them together, and read their memories before dumping them in a broom closet." "James, you are still recovering from magical exhaustion. Didn't the nurse warn you to avoid using magic? Are you trying to become a squib?" Bella asked. "A bit of legilimency won't cripple me, and I didn't use any magic to take them out." James made a few glass flasks appear between his fingers. "I have many tricks up my sleeve." Bella sighed. "So you read their minds. What did you discover?" "Those 2 were close with Malfoy." "I knew it. The git is not giving up." Bella huffed. "I'm going to have tea." "The pompous blonde didn't send them to attack you. Those 2 did it out of their own free will. They were trying to get on Malfoy's good side and thought that attacking you would do just that. You are not very liked in your own house, are you?" "PFF, so what? I could have handled a couple of idiots." James's expression turned more serious. "Overconfidence can get you killed, you silly girl." "Look at yourself before saying something like that," Bella responded. "You are the one who almost got killed, and for what?" "It was a calculated risk, and the resulting creation will be more than worth that much, probably." "Probably?" Bella looked confused. "Are you saying that you don't even know if your experiment succeeded yet?" "It is still in a sort of transitioning state. I will have to wait a bit longer to confirm if it came out the way I wanted," James explained. "I can't believe this." She had to sit down on one of the desks. "You are so reckless," James shrugged. "I have been called that already, and much worse. But without risks, there is no progress. Remember that." Bella's eyes became narrow. "Don't take me for an idiot, James. I know you are not doing this for something like fame or recognition. No one even knows what you are working on. In fact, as a student who hasn't even passed his owls yet, you are not allowed to work on anything on your own. There is something you are not telling me." James took a seat in front of her. "There are many things I'm not telling you." He didn't deny it, as there was no point. "I do have a good reason for that." "You won't tell me the reason either." "The reason is that some knowledge is dangerous to have. You could become the target of some very dangerous people. And I'm not talking about Malfoy and his minions. I'm talking about true monsters." "Monsters?" Bella found the way he worded that strange. "Indeed, and my creations are tools to assist me in defending myself from such beings." It was then that Bella realized that everything James had been doing so far was all done for one purpose. "You are making yourself weapons. That is what Primum, Nyxaris, and Turtiver are. Isn't that right?" James had always looked carefree to her, something that had infuriated her on occasion, as it didn't seem like he took anything seriously. The reality was that beneath that mask of aloofness was someone making preparations to fight a war by himself. He neither confirmed nor denied her suspicions. It was better this way, as he didn't want her to become more involved than she already was. Bella didn't wait for him to respond. She knew she was right in her reasoning. "And this last project, it is also a weapon. It must be an important one for you to risk your life. But I still don't understand why you are so invested in this. Whatever this is, who are you trying to defeat? Is it that Dark Lord? What has he done to you?" As far as she knew, this Voldemort person had recently appeared and just started to recruit allies. He could not have done anything to James or his family yet. But there was no one else that Bella could think of. James was obviously at war with someone more dangerous than their classmates. "That's enough, Bella. It is meaningless to continue to think about it." James hoped that the girl would drop the subject already. Otherwise, he would have to consider more drastic measures to stop her from getting herself into a situation where she would become the target of someone like Voldemort. She remained silent for a moment, looking at him with her intense violet eyes, as if she were considering something. "Okay," she finally said. This took James by surprise. "Okay, just like that. Have you forgotten that I grew up in the House of Black? I recognize the look on your face. It's the same one my grandfather has when I ask him too many questions about family secrets and things like that. Since I was little, I had to learn how far I could push things and when to stop." James nodded. "It would be for the best if you don't get more involved in this. Just attend classes like a normal student. Don't worry about Malfoy or Lestrange. I will make sure he leaves you and your sister alone." This made Bella frown. "I said I will stop asking you questions for today, but I am not staying away from this. In case you haven't noticed, it also affects my family." She pointed her finger at him. "As for Malfoy and Lestrange, I can take care of myself against guys like those. I am Bellatrix Black, not some damsel in distress that needs constant saving." After saying her part, she turned around and left the classroom in a rush. Well, that could have gone better. James remained there for a bit longer, considering what to do next. Chapter 169, The Headmaster's Call. "Something on your mind?" Lily leaned closer. James placed down the fork. "Many things, but I'm just not very hungry this morning." He had spent a large amount of time in the chamber, observing the leather, looking for any changes. Nothing had occurred so far, and he was beginning to lose his patience with that project. He had invested a lot in it for it to fail now. Maybe I should have made a hat after all, James considered. "Are you concerned about the game?" Lily asked. "What game?" James looked confused. "The Quidditch game," Lily muttered. "Don't you have to play tomorrow?" "Quidditch, right," James said. "You didn't forget about it, did you?" Charlie Bell, the team captain, was staring at him from the other side of the table with an upset expression. "You are the only seeker we have now." Of course I haven't forgotten about it. James had totally forgotten about that. From all the things on his list of priorities, playing Quidditch didn't even enter the list at all. He was only on the team because Sirius insisted, and to be fair, he thought he was going to be nothing more than a spare player, not an active one. "I hope that's true. We are playing against Slytherin," Charlie added. "Don't worry about it, Charlie. You guys are going to crush those snakes," Peter exclaimed with confidence. "Please don't mention snakes," Sirius grumbled. So, anyways, Lily ignored the others. If it's not about the game, are you perhaps concerned about next week's exams? We have exams, James asked. Maybe I should pay a bit more attention to what the professors say. He considered for a moment. It would be quite humiliating if he failed a class despite having 2 lifetimes' worth of academic memories. Sure, we do, charms and transfiguration. Lily's green eyes moved quickly across the table. You know, if you need help studying, I'm going to spend most of my afternoon at the library, she said in a soft tone as if she didn't want the others to hear it. James was about to answer that he was busy, but he stopped for a moment to think. He had been meaning to speak with Lily since he returned to the school. He wanted to make things clear to her that they could never be anything other than friends. Even if circumstances were different and he wasn't engaged to Bella, that would still be true. Lily Evans would always be important to him, although the reasons for that were something he would never be able to reveal to anyone. She was certainly a lovely girl, and he understood perfectly why his father had been so crazy about her. However, as far as he was concerned, anything more than friendship with her would be complicated on several levels, and not something he was interested in getting into. James was about to accept her offer when someone called for him. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall stood behind him with a stern expression on her face. James glanced at the woman and wondered what he could have done wrong now to upset her. Yes, Professor. The headmaster requests your presence in his office. She glanced down at his empty plate. If you are done with your breakfast, I will escort you there. Right. Not being given much of a choice, James said goodbye to his friends and walked out of the hall with the professor. What do you think this is about? Peter asked. It could have something to do with what happened the other day, Remus said. He had not been told the whole story, but whatever James had been doing, it landed him in the hospital. It was safe to say that the school nurse must have told their head of house, at the very least. Oh, I hope he doesn't get punished too harshly, Lily said. Professor McGonagall escorted him all the way to the last floor of the castle, without giving him any explanation about the reason for this summons. James didn't ask either. He was going to get his answers when he spoke with Dumbledore. Besides, he already had an idea of what the old wizard wanted from him. Toffee eclair, McGonagall said to the gargoyle before it turned around and revealed the stairs. Never had those, are they good? James asked. McGonagall cleared her throat. They are, a favorite of mine. Now go on, Mr. Potter, don't leave the headmaster waiting. James walked into the office and found Dumbledore at his usual place, working on some papers while his phoenix relaxed on its perch. Greetings, headmaster, and you too, Fox. The Firebird let out a happy cry in response. Dumbledore smiled gently. Please take a seat. He made a gesture and pointed to the chair in front of him. I hope I didn't interrupt your breakfast. If that is the case, let me know and I will have one of the elves bring you something. That is fine, James sat down. I wasn't hungry anyways. Oh, something got you worried. Dumbledore lifted his eyes off his desk for a moment and stared at James with a look he had seen many times. He knows something about me, but wants me to be the one to bring it up. I presume the reason for this call is related to my hospital visit. James responded with another question instead. That would be a correct assumption. Dumbledore nodded. Madame Pomfrey informed me that the injuries you sustained were a product of some spell-casting practice that went wrong, and you suffered some serious burns, as well as a serious case of magical exhaustion. That must have been what Bella told her. Pomfrey never asked James how he got hurt, so he never had to lie to her. But by how Dumbledore was glancing at him, and that annoying glimmer in his eye, James could tell that the old man was not buying that story. Mr. Potter, didn't I already warn you about what would happen if you continued with your dangerous experiments in my school? Dumbledore spoke in a firm tone that showed how serious he was. Chapter 170, Expelled. James leaned back in his chair. I believe you said something about expelling me. You don't seem very concerned about it, Dumbledore pointed out. He really wasn't. His necessity for the school facilities was promptly coming to an end. James could easily find some place else to finish his projects, now that he had gotten this far. The main reason for him to stay here was that there were several people important to him in this school, and it would greatly sadden his parents if he were to be expelled from here. They had been extremely tolerant and understanding so far, despite how much he had changed since waking up in the hospital. But he didn't think they would take it well if he had to find another school to finish his education. "Don't get me wrong, headmaster. I do not wish to be expelled," James responded. "Will you continue with these dangerous experiments on school premises?" Dumbledore asked. "I can assure you that my experiments posed no danger for the rest of the students," James said. "There is no way for me to verify that without seeing where and what kind of projects you are working on. Will you tell me?" "No," James simply answered. "I presumed as much." Dumbledore didn't seem offended by his cutting response. But the reality is that even if they truly don't pose any danger to the other students, they are obviously a danger to you. And believe it or not, your safety is also my responsibility. Do you now understand the difficult position that you are placing me in?" "I do understand it." He had nothing to say in his defense, since he did not wish to reveal any secrets to this man about what he was trying to accomplish here. It wasn't because he didn't trust Dumbledore, but because he knew the man all too well. If he were to learn the truth about himself and what he could do, he would try to take control of the situation and guide him in the right direction, just like how he did in his past life. Dumbledore's intentions were always good. However, the old wizard was very manipulative and somewhat arrogant, believing that his way of doing things was the only correct one. "I suppose that promising you that it won't happen again won't be enough," James said. Dumbledore shook his head. "I'm afraid not, as I already gave you that choice and you failed at keeping your word." "I see. It looks like he will have to finish his education somewhere else after all. I wonder if my parents will be okay with me being homeschooled. That would make things easier for sure," James thought. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Potter, but I have no other choice." Dumbledore looked genuinely upset about doing this at least. James nodded. "However, since there are only 2 more months of school, I will allow you to finish this year, for as long as we don't have any more incidents, of course. However, from next year on, you will need to attend a different school. I can give you some recommendations if you wish to." "That's very generous," James said. "Will you be informing my parents right now?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I see no need for that. Behave yourself a bit and you can end the year in peace. Although once the summer starts, your parents will have to be informed of this." "Appreciate it," James said, "if there is nothing else." Dumbledore seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if he had something to add. "No, that would be all. Just remember to avoid any more dangerous experiments for the remainder of the year. I will be keeping an eye on you, Mr. Potter." "I understand." James stood up. "Have a good day, headmaster." He turned around to leave. "Mr. Potter," the headmaster called once more. James was already at the door and turned around. "To be honest, I expected you to fight this decision a bit more than that," Dumbledore commented. "Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, headmaster." James was now sure that the old wizard had been waiting for him to reveal more than what he did. But he was not intending to do that, as it would make his life more difficult. "Your motives for the expulsion are reasonable, so I have no right to complain." Dumbledore nodded. "Goodbye, Mr. Potter." After James left and the door at the bottom of the stairs closed shut again, Dumbledore sat back down on his chair and let out a loud sigh. "Did I do the right thing?" He turned to Fawkes for advice, but all the Phoenix could do was produce a loud cry. He opened one of his secure drawers by tapping it with his wand and took out a small leather notebook. Passing a few pages, he found the one where he had been taking annotations about James. All the things he had found about him, as well as his own theories. "The boy is definitely an alchemist, I have no doubt about that. The alchemic flame he used during the previous incident had left recognizable traces. The problem was that he still had too many questions about James Potter. One cannot become an alchemist from one day to another. It was something that took many years of study and dedication. Talent alone could take you only so far." Having no idea of how James had acquired all this knowledge at his young age was something that had him very nervous. But since the boy hasn't shown any bad intentions so far, he had left it alone for a while. However, now that his experiments are obviously escalating in danger, Dumbledore could no longer stay still and was forced to take action. Magic can accomplish many wonderful things, but this, who are you really? His blue eyes scanned more of the pages of the notebook. Near the end, he had notes about another student of his, one whom he saw very recently, when the boy came back from his travels and requested a position as a professor. Dumbledore had rejected him because he felt there was something wrong with him. There were some similarities in the notes he had taken about these two students. They were both too advanced for their ages, and they both liked to keep secrets, showing a clear distrust toward figures of authority. Although he didn't see the same darkness in James Potter as he did in this other student. Tom Riddle. He read the name at the top of the page and wondered what he was doing now after refusing to hire him. Where are you now? Chapter 171, An Invitation from James. Hogsmeade. Lily looked at him with curiosity. Yes, I thought of inviting you for lunch in the village, James told her. This earned the attention of everyone else present at the Gryffindor table, since they were all having dinner now. You mean just you and me? Lily asked. Yes, unless you want to invite more people. James felt someone tugging at his robes. Mate, what are you doing? Sirius whispered in his ear. James had previously made it clear to him that he didn't wish to pursue a relationship with Lily, particularly now that he was engaged to Bella. This made Sirius very confused when he suddenly heard him ask Lily for a date. James glanced at Sirius. I know what I'm doing, he whispered. There were only a few Hogsmeade weekends left, so this was a good chance to speak with Lily and clear things up. This may actually be the last chance to do this, since he could be asked to leave the school at any moment. Sirius didn't look too convinced that this was a good idea, judging by the face he was making. I hope you do. So, what do you say? James turned his attention back to Lily. A light blush appeared on her cheeks. I would love to. Hold on, James. Charlie Bell joined their conversation. Tomorrow is the Quidditch match. I have not forgotten about it, but the game is during the morning. There will be time to get lunch at Hogsmeade after it's done, James explained. That will only be the case if the game ends quickly. It could potentially go up to 3 hours if W. Trust me, it will end quick. I am the seeker, James responded. Oh, I love the confidence, Charlie grinned. Is that okay with you? He asked Lily. We can go after the game is concluded. Of course, Lily had a wide smile on her face. Murmurs erupted all over the Gryffindor table as the students began to gossip about what had just happened. By the end of dinner, the entire school knew about James's date. During the course of this year, James's infamy had grown to the point that everyone knew about him, either for his Quidditch skills, his squabbles with the Slytherin seniors, or because he blew up the castle with his secret laboratory. This earned him a lot of hatred and envy among the students, but also a lot of fans. Much like he had experience in his previous life, although this time it was a much more earned reputation, instead of being famous for something he did as a baby and had no way to even remember. But regardless of the reasons, any gossip about him would spread as fast as wildfire. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy, Lestrange, and the other seniors had just heard about it. Malfoy, come on, Lestrange insisted. I am considering it, Lucius responded. We cannot rush things. We won't get another opportunity like this one. Potter rarely leaves the castle, Rabastan said. Malfoy was hesitant for several reasons. One of them was that he didn't see the Potter boy as a priority to target. He would have rather gone for a member of the Black family instead. Malfoy knew that the reason for Rabastan's sudden urge to destroy Potter was due to what they had just learned the other day. James was now engaged to Bella, who used to belong to his brother Rodolphus. They had kept this quiet for now, and it was not out of desire to protect any of the Black sisters, but because it would also be humiliating for them if everyone heard that Lord Black would rather have his granddaughters married to a family of blood traitors than to one of theirs. My brother will not rest in peace unless I crush Potter. I cannot let this go, Rabastan said. Lucius's eyes moved to Severus Snape. The boy had been a lot more shy since the day when he almost died while trying to destroy Potter's laboratory. What say you, Severus? Potter is going on a date with that mudblood you like. Don't you want to do something about it? Snape was clutching his fists with enough force to stop the blood flow to his fingers. Of course I want to. Then, Rabaston glanced at Lucius. By this point, Lucius Malfoy had become the unofficial king of Slytherin House, and they could not make a move like this without his permission. A cruel smirk appeared on Malfoy's face. Yes, I believe it would be a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. We will have to make sure to set an example that others will remember. Yes, Rabaston said with excitement. He was well aware that they couldn't exactly kill Potter, but leaving him a cripple would not be out of the question. On the other side of the table, Bella and her sisters were glancing at the other boys. Those idiots are plotting something again, Bella pointed out. They don't learn. When are they not plotting something? It's all they do. Honestly, it gets boring, Andromeda added. Don't speak badly about Lucius, Narcissa complained. You're also doing the same all the time, but more importantly, the blonde girl glared at her other sister. Are you okay with your fiancé going out with that know-it-all mudblood? Lower your voice if you wish to keep that tongue, Bella grumbled. Narcissa gulped. She had always been wary of Bellatrix when she was upset, and this was clearly one of those occasions. James is not like that. He must have a reason for, Bella furrowed her eyebrows. Well, there is one way to find out. Andromeda leaned closer and whispered, we can follow them to Hogsmeade. What? I will not lower myself to do that, Bella responded. What's lowly about it? I follow Lucius all the time, Narcissa said. Ugh, Bella rolled her eyes. Even if you have a lot of trust in James, I can tell that you are going to be in a permanent bad mood unless you see it for yourself, Andromeda added. Bella sighed. Her sister was correct this time. Fine. Chapter 172, Keeping an Eye. I'm telling you, that is not a date. James adjusted his robes and looked at himself in the mirror. Remus was sitting on the bed and glancing at him with an amused expression. Well, you should still have fun. I'm so envious. I want a girlfriend too. Peter looked down. I don't have a girlfriend, James responded. He did have a fiancée, though. Then perhaps you should try talking to some girls, Remus suggested. The other day, I saw Leora Honeywick staring at you during charms. Leora, that redhead girl from Hufflepuff, Peter became interested. That one, Remus grinned. James glanced at Sirius. The boy was lying on his bed, reading some magazine with a grumpy expression. What's gotten you so upset? Sirius put down the magazine and glared at him. Why do you think I'm upset? You ended the game in 5 minutes. He pointed at James with his finger. So you're angry because you didn't get to show off your skills? James raised an eyebrow. Seems kinda selfish, don't you think? The team won. I'm not saying that I didn't want to win, just, you could have waited a bit longer. Sirius huffed. I do that, and the Slytherin Seeker takes the snitch. Then what? The truth was that James just wanted to end the game quickly, but his point was still valid. Yeah, I get it. Sirius went back to his magazine. Well, James checked himself in the mirror once more. I should get going then. What are the rest of you going to do? Any plans? The boys shared a look with each other. Not much, just hang around, Peter said. I may work a bit more on the map. I think I'm getting close to finishing it, Remus commented. I have some plans with Marlene later on, Sirius responded. James had the feeling that they were hiding something from him, but then again, he couldn't exactly blame them. After all, he was hiding many things from them. He still hadn't told them that this year was going to be his last because he got expelled. James was waiting for the right moment to do that, since he knew they would be very disappointed when they learned about it. See you guys later. James took his leave from the dormitory after saying his goodbyes and promising to see them later. Remus, Peter, and Sirius remained in the room in silence, listening to the sound of James's steps getting farther away. Once they could no longer hear him, they looked at each other. Are we really going to follow him and Lily? Peter asked to make sure. Of course we are. I cannot miss this, Sirius said. It still feels wrong. He's our friend. We should not be spying on him, Remus added. We're not spying. This is for his own good, Sirius insisted. Look, when it comes to girls, James is a bit clumsy. I don't want him to ruin his relationship with Lily. What is there to ruin? I don't think James is in love with her anymore. He barely spoke with her this year, Remus said. Yeah, remember last year? He asked her out like 50 times. It was getting kinda embarrassing to watch, Peter commented. I know, Sirius muttered. He did know this for a fact since he spoke with James directly, and he also knew about James's engagement. He has changed, but that's all the more reason to check on him. I don't know, mate, Peter said. Do you have anything better to do? Ah, but before I forget, I need to bring my girlfriend with us. Sirius stood up from the bed. Wait, that part was true. Peter looked shocked. You want to bring your girlfriend to spy on James and Lily? Remus couldn't believe it. Sirius chuckled. It's okay, Marlene is a gossip. She'll love the idea, I can promise you that. Remus and Peter shared a look. This is so exciting, Marlene peeked from behind a column. Sirius turned to Remus and Peter. See. Ah, they are going out of the castle, Peter pointed out. Hurry, but keep the distance. Sirius covered himself with his cloak and grabbed Marlene's arm. Let's go like this. This way, we can pretend to be a normal couple walking to Hogsmeade. We are a normal couple walking to Hogsmeade, Marlene reminded him. What about me and Peter? Remus pointed at himself. You, Sirius moved his eyes between them, may want to walk a bit further behind. While the group of friends stalked James and Lily, they failed to realize that two more groups had the same idea as them. A bit further behind, Bella, Andromeda, and Narcissa were also walking at a slow pace, while keeping an eye on them. And still near the castle was a large group of senior students. Lucius Malfoy was no longer playing around, and this time he had brought everyone he could with him. Potter is not going to get away this time. Lucius did a good job of keeping his emotions in check, despite the fact that he was looking forward to seeing the look of despair on his face. The truth was that he had never forgotten the humiliation Potter had inflicted on him months ago. Today, he was finally going to get his payback, with interest. Overlooking the passage to Hogsmeade was a small forest and several tall hills that covered the area. Much to the ignorance of everyone present, on top of a snowy peak was a black crow with red eyes, observing everything that was happening below. Its unnatural eyes had become fixated on James Potter since the moment he left the castle. The creature waited until it was sure James was going in the direction of the village before it took flight at great speed. It had a very important message to report to its master. Chapter 173, A Fancy Place. Where are we going? The Three Broomsticks is that way, Lily pointed out as he walked into the main street of Hogsmeade. I know, but it's always filled to the brim with students. I know of a better place to eat, and it should be much quieter during lunchtime, James explained. Cue quieter, Lily muttered. A few blocks ahead, and after taking a turn to the right, there was a 2-floor wooden building with some fancy stained glass windows and a sign that read the Golden Unicorn. There we are, we can eat here, James said while pointing at the restaurant door. Lily gasped. I know about the Golden Unicorn. Isn't it a super fancy restaurant? I listened to some Slytherin girls bragging about eating here one time. That's the best thing about it. Students rarely come here, come on. James walked into the restaurant and was soon faced by an old man who was standing behind a small wooden podium with a book on it. The man glanced James and Lily up and down and furrowed his gray eyebrows. Do you have a reservation, mister? Potter, is the second floor empty? The old man raised an eyebrow. It is. Good, then I will take it, James said. Mr. Potter, the second floor tables are reserved for the most distinguished guests. I'm afraid a student will not be able to request a table up there. The man shook his head. But perhaps I can arrange a small table for two here at TH. Excuse me, but, James interrupted. I didn't say that I wanted a table on the second floor. I said that I wanted the entire floor. He placed a leather bag on the small podium. The old man scoffed but still went to open the bag. If you think that a few galleons will, he stopped. Is something wrong? Lily leaned closer to James. We can go somewhere else. No, the old man hurried to say. Please, allow me to escort you to your table. He pointed at the stairs. This way. He guided them politely. Oh, okay. Lily looked confused by the sudden change in attitude and turned to James. What was in the bag? Just a bit of money, don't worry about it. James brushed it off as if it wasn't a big deal because to him, it wasn't. Though he was starting to run low on actual coins and would no doubt need to visit the Goblin Bank again during the summer to exchange a few £1,000s of gold, silver, and other precious metals for wizard currency. This is our best table. The old man showed them an elegant, large table inside a private room on the second floor. It was meant to host important meetings for the most powerful people in the country, like the Minister of Magic or lords from ancient magical houses. "This will do," James said. "Make sure no one bothers us." "I will send the waiter to take your order." The old man gestured for them to sit down. "No need, just bring us a bit of everything," James responded. "As the sir wishes." The old man showed himself extremely polite, turned around, and left them there. Lily was looking everywhere with nervous eyes. "Isn't this a bit too much? You didn't need to spend so much money." She had no idea how much James had given the other man, but it must have been a lot to make that old man react in such a way. Of course, Lily had no idea how much wealth James had at this moment. With the philosopher's stone in his power, he could have as much as he wanted, so this kind of act was completely irrelevant. "Just wanted a bit of peace and quiet so we could talk." He offered a seat to her before taking one for himself. The table was big enough for a dozen individuals, so it felt somewhat strange for only 2 people to be sitting there, although James didn't show it. "That's good," Lily said. "There was something that I had been meaning to ask you." "Go ahead then, you can ask me anything," James told her. "Don't you want to go first?" "We have plenty of time. What is it that you wish to ask me?" James said. "Okay, last weekend when you went missing, Sirius said something that I didn't understand. He said that only Bellatrix Black may know where you were. Also, for most of the year, I have been hearing these strange rumors saying that Bellatrix was sneaking around to meet with you." Lily lifted her eyes from the table to look at him. "I never believed them until Sirius said that, but—" "You wish to know if there is something between me and Bellatrix Black," James said. Lily nodded. "I suppose there is no need for me to beat around the bush now that you brought it up." He was originally planning on getting to this point a bit slower. "The truth is that my family and the House of Black have recently formed an alliance. The basis of this alliance is a marriage contract between me and Bellatrix." "What?" Lily shouted, her eyes opening wide. She opened her mouth to say something else, when all of a sudden, the door to their private room opened and several waiters walked inside, carrying large trays of food. Lily remained seated in a state of shock, while a dozen individuals began to set plates filled with delicious-looking dishes on the table. "That was quick," James commented. He had expected the food to take a bit longer than this. They had to wait several minutes for everything to be set up. One of the waiters was about to start explaining each of the dishes, but James quickly asked him to leave as he needed to continue his conversation. "Sorry about that, we were interrupted at a bad time." "I don't understand," Lily muttered as soon as the door closed. "It's a bit complicated. Give me a moment." The last thing James wanted was to hurt the feelings of the girl next to him, but that might be unavoidable after all. Chapter 174, Secrets. They went in there. Remus looked at the door of the building as he hid behind a wooden box. "The Golden Pegasus. Is that really a restaurant? Never heard of it," Peter muttered. "You haven't, it is a famous place in Hogsmeade," Marlene said. "Yes, I also know about it," Sirius said. "My parents go there once or twice a year. It's the fanciest restaurant in Hogsmeade." "That seems outside the budget for most students, although I can imagine Malfoy going in there," Remus commented. "I wish a certain someone would take me there one day," Marlene commented, earning a glance from Sirius. "I was joking." "That's good, because I would need like 100 allowances to reserve a table," Sirius responded. "Why would James go to such a place? I thought he was working hard selling potions because he needed money for some secret project. Now he is wasting a fortune on a fancy date?" Peter seemed to recall hearing something like this months ago. "If he can afford a meal in there, he is no longer hurting for money." "I can assure you of that," Sirius said. "I don't think he needed to try that hard to date Lily. She seemed to be very into him the last time I checked," Marlene added. "My birthday is next month," Peter commented. "You think James would take me tea?" "Ah!" He suddenly let out a scream. Sirius and Remus snapped their heads to look at what had startled their friend so much. "What are you doing here?" Sirius exclaimed when he spotted his 3 cousins standing behind them. Andromeda had a mischievous grin on her face, as she was the one who had startled Peter by grabbing his shoulder. "Sorry about that. Didn't think the little one was going to get so jumpy." "I am not little," Peter complained. "Well," Marlene made a complicated expression. "Would you lower your voice? We don't want anyone to see what we are doing," Bella huffed. "Then we shouldn't stand here," Narcissa added. "Were you also following James?" Peter asked. "Not that we were doing that." Remus gave him a glare. "We just saw our friend by chance and got curious about where he was going with his dad." "It's not a date." Bella's narrowed eyes landed on Remus, making the boy very uncomfortable. "What's her problem?" Marlene whispered to Sirius's ear. This one returned a gesture, as if he was saying, "Not now." "Whatever that is, James chose a very nice place this time." Andromeda let out a whistle. "Lucius took me there once," Narcissa commented with a grin on her face, remembering the good times. "It was so amazing. That is the most exclusive restaurant in Hogsmeade, and they normally don't let students eat there," she said with a smug grin on her face. "That means James must have dropped a large bag of galleons to get inside," Andromeda said. "That's it, I'm going inside." Bella pushed Peter and Remus aside. Her 2 sisters had to restrain her, while Marlene, Remus, and Peter watched in confusion, as they didn't know why Bella was so angry. "Hold on, Bella. Let's not rush into things," Andromeda told her. "Yes, don't make a scene. That is beneath our status," Narcissa grumbled. "I need to know what is going on." Bella glared at her sisters. "Would you stop already?" Sirius got in front of her. "This is not what you think. James only asked Lily to come here so he could talk with her properly about." "You know something about this." Bella grabbed Sirius's robes. "Tell me." "Yes, tell us." Marlene was extremely curious about it. "If I say this, you have to keep quiet about it." Sirius glanced at his girlfriend. "Hey, I can keep a secret," Marlene huffed. "You can." Remus didn't look too convinced. Sirius sighed. "Fine." He knew that if he didn't calm his cousin down, she was bound to get violent. James wanted to make things clear to Lily so she wouldn't be hurt. "Hold on, what do you mean by getting hurt?" Peter looked confused. "Yes, what are you talking about? James has been obsessed with that girl since the first year," Marlene added. "James cannot date Lily, or anyone else for that matter," Sirius responded. "He wanted to tell her in person before she heard it from someone else." "Tell her what?" Remus gave the 3 girls a passing glance. He was starting to put the pieces together already. "Sirius, you can't tell them anything," Narcissa warned him. Sirius snapped at her, "Like you didn't already tell Malfoy about it." Narcissa looked surprised. "How did you?" "No, but Lucius is not like that. He will not reveal it to anyone." "This is getting confusing," Peter said. "Is James engaged to one of them?" Remus finally asked. "What?" Marlene exclaimed. "Is that true?" The 3 sisters appeared to be shocked. Sirius, however, was grinning. "I knew you would figure it out." Remus cleared his throat. "I read a bit about pureblood family customs. Arranged marriages are still a common thing, although I didn't think the Potters would use them, much less with a house like the Blacks." "Something wrong with our house," Narcissa huffed. "Careful there, don't insult my family," Andromeda added. "That was not my intention," Remus corrected himself. "It's just that your views are very different in so many matters." His eyes went to Bella. "It's you, isn't it? James is engaged to you." That would explain why she was so upset about James being with Lily, and it would also explain what Sirius had said the previous week when James disappeared. "Oh, he is engaged to Bellatrix Black," Peter said with shock. "Shut up, or I will do it myself." Bella pointed her finger at Peter in a menacing manner. "SHH, lower your voices," Andromeda told them while looking around. Luckily for them, not many students wandered into this part of the village, so there was little cause for concern. "Sorry," said Peter. "It was just very shocking news." "You can say that again." Marlene glanced at Sirius. "You can't tell anyone," Sirius warned her. "I know," Marlene huffed. "Seriously, you can't talk about this to anyone, is that clear?" Bella warned them. "I understand," responded Remus. "I was mostly referring to them." She pointed at Peter and Marlene. I won't say anything, Peter cried. Me neither, Marlene added. Peter can keep a secret. It's not him that I would be concerned about. Sirius gave his cousin Narcissa a passing glance. Hold on, Marlene said. What abo? We can't all stay here, Sirius interrupted her. We look too suspicious. 3 was one thing, but 6 people hiding behind a wooden box was too strange, and any adult who passed by was going to become alarmed by it. Andromeda pointed at the other side of the street. There is a clothing shop over there. We can spend some time trying on clothes while keeping an eye on the restaurant. That's a women's clothing shop, Sirius pointed out. It will be okay as long as you all come with us, Andromeda shrugged. You can carry our bags afterwards. I could use a new dress. I want to see some shoes. Narcissa became excited all of a sudden. Chapter 175, Incoming Threat. I can't believe you are engaged, Lily said as she stared at her plate. I heard stories about political marriages between old wizard families, but I never thought that it could happen to someone I knew. To be fair, my family isn't exactly that hung up on old traditions. If that was the case, then my parents would never have gotten married in the first place. James recalled how his mother, Euphemia, went against the wishes of her house, and that was what got her expelled. Then I understand it even less. Why would they force you to marry someone? And it had to be Bellatrix Black. She is always so angry, Lily muttered. Bella does give a terrible first impression. James had to admit that he thought the same. It is a bit complicated, and I cannot reveal everything to you. But in magical Britain, pureblood houses are mostly divided into 2 fronts, one that supports change and progress, while the other wants to preserve old traditions. I know that much. After finding out that magic existed, I have been reading a lot about how our society works, Lily said. Her former friend Snape had also told her many things about the politics of the magical world. Most students in Slytherin come from houses that are on the old tradition side, and they hate Muggleborns because they believe that our blood is not pure enough to deserve having magic. There was a tint of bitterness in her voice. The word mudblood was something that had been used against her a few times already. Correct, and the House of Black has always been on the traditional side. However, very recently, the Patriarch made a decision that put him directly in conflict with several of the most powerful traditional families. That left them in a difficult situation. He purposely avoided any mention of a Dark Lord. They changed sides. Lily was surprised to hear this. They had little choice at that point. The Potters are a well-known family from the progressive side, so my father offered an alliance to the Black Patriarch to cement the position of the house. That way, no one will have doubts about where they stand. And the marriage contract is part of this alliance, Lily asked. That's correct, James nodded. A marriage is the most efficient way to unite 2 houses. I understand it, but it still feels wrong. What about what you want? Lily asked. Surely your parents care about that. They do. That's why I was given the choice to reject this engagement if I wanted to, James finally revealed. Lily's eyes opened wide with shock. Wait, so you actually want to be with Bellatrix? Do you like her? James had to take a moment to think about how to properly answer that. He had to admit that he had become somewhat fond of the girl over the past months. I don't dislike her. That was as far as he could go. The idea of liking a girl who was so much younger than him, mentally at least, was still something that made him a bit uncomfortable, even if he had been able to get over the trauma caused by the betrayal of a certain redhead girl from his previous life. I see, Lily looked very disappointed. I really thought this date was going in a different direction. It was normal that she thought that way. After all, the real James Potter had spent the first 3 years chasing after her, and he would have done the same this year if the dragon pox hadn't claimed his life. I do care about you, Lily. That's why I wanted to tell you about this in person before the rumors began to circulate around the school. You care about me, Lily asked, but you mean as a friend. Sorry, James said in an apologetic manner. You know, usually it's the girl who says those things, Lily responded. James thought that things were going to go much worse than this, but observing her expressions, she didn't look all that upset. I apologize if I gave you the wrong impression, James said. Lily smiled. You have nothing to apologize for. It was just my fault for. Never mind. She looked down at the food on her plate. We should eat something. It seems like a total waste to leave this delicious food untouched. You are right. Not many students get to eat here either. James picked up the cutlery and cut the steak in front of him. It was still warm at least, despite having been talking with Lily for several minutes after they brought the food. My, this is delicious. What kind of meat is this? Lily asked. I believe it is dragon meat, but I'm not sure which one. We didn't listen much to the explanation of the dishes, and I had just asked for a bit of everything, James told her. Now I feel bad. We should have let the waiter explain, Lily said while staring at the dish. Could it really be dragon meat, or were you joking about it? Of course it could. James stopped mid-sentence when he felt something strange. James, what is it? Lily asked after seeing him make a very serious expression, as if he was upset all of a sudden. Someone is searching the place with magic. I just felt the spell tugging on me. James took his wand out of his sleeve and held it firmly in his hand. Searching, what do you mean? Who is search? We have to go, James stood up, now. Lily became alarmed after realizing that he was not joking. James, I don't understand. James extended his hand to her. I cannot clarify it now, but someone very dangerous is coming this way, and we need to leave immediately. Do you trust me? Lily looked at his extended hand and grabbed it with no hesitation. I do trust you. Chapter 176, Leaving in a Rush. I love this dress, Narcissa said while spinning around in place. She gave Sirius a playful smile. What do you think? Should I buy it? I don't care, Sirius huffed in response. They had been here for less than 30 minutes, but it was already feeling like hours to him. I think you look very nice, Peter managed to say despite the deep blush on his cheeks. Why don't I buy it for you? Andromeda walked to the counter while carrying a large stack of clothes. I will take these as well. Since when are you so generous with money? Narcissa glanced at her with suspicion. Did you get a rich boyfriend? Andromeda grinned mischievously. There was no way in hell she was going to say anything to Narcissa about the large bag of treasure she got from their little trip with James. I'm just trying to be nice to my little sister, but if you don't want it. I'll take it, Narcissa hurried to say. I wish I had money to buy something from here. Everything is so expensive. Maline glanced at Sirius. I barely get an allowance, you know, Sirius huffed. Remus shook his head and turned to look at the last of the sisters. Bella had remained sitting next to the window the whole time they were here, looking toward the restaurant. They are going to take a bit longer, he said to her as he walked closer. I mean, usually when eating at a restaurant, things take around an hour at least. HMPH, Bella only let out a sound of annoyance. I know it's not really my business, but you and James seem very close. I was wondering if... You are right, Bella glared at him, her eyes filled with fury. It is none of your business. Remus took a step back, feeling somewhat intimidated by her hostile look. There is no need for that. I was just curious. James is one of my best friends after all. Bella returned to her original position and glanced outside. Then ask him. Remus was getting annoyed. He didn't deserve that attitude for a simple question. He was about to respond when he suddenly saw the door of the restaurant open and two people walk outside. James is out, Remus said before looking for the rest of his friends. Hey, James just came out with Lily, come on. That was quick. Did they even eat anything at all? Marlene said. What a waste, going to that restaurant and leaving in 30 minutes. Narcissa looked annoyed at not being the one in there. Something must have happened. Look, Peter pointed. They are leaving in a hurry. They saw James walking at a fast pace while holding Lily by her hand. They do seem to be in a hurry to go somewhere, Sirius pointed out. Peter gasped. You think they are going to, you know, he got nervous just implying it. Don't be ridiculous. Sirius hurried to shut down that avenue of conversation before his cousin Bella could rip Peter's head off. Let's just follow them and see for ourselves instead of speculating. Hold on, I'm still paying for our clothes, Andromeda told them. I'm not leaving without my new dress, Narcissa said. Then stay here, I'm going after them, Bella responded before taking off. Wait, we are coming as well. Remus went after her and was immediately followed by Peter, Sirius, and Marlene. They are going back to the main road, Bella said. The small group of 4 was trying to keep their distance so as to avoid being spotted. But James and Lily were walking so fast that it was making it difficult to be discreet. Why are they in such a hurry? Is someone in dire need of the bathroom? Peter wondered. Mate, I'm sure they had bathrooms in the restaurant. There has to be a better reason, Sirius said. Is it just me, or are they speeding toward the exit to Hogsmeade? Remus noticed that James was making a beeline toward the end of the village, ignoring the large multitude of people in the way. James, slow down. Lily was trying her best to keep up with James's pace, but he was not making it easy. Sorry, but we need to get away from the crowd as fast as possible, and I cannot leave you behind either. You will become a target then. James tried to sound calm, but he had not been this worried in a long time. Whoever was chasing them was likely the same warlock he encountered after leaving the tomb. And he knew exactly what this person was after and why they were being so insistent. A target from who is following us? Someone from Slytherin? Lily asked. This would not be the first time she had a bad encounter with someone from that house. In fact, she and James had already been ambushed by Malfoy and his friends months ago. No, it's not like that. James went past the last group of students who were entering Hogsmeade and finally spotted the wooden arch at the entrance. Around them were just a couple of houses, a cliff to their right, and a small patch of forest. Ahead of them was the dirt path that led back to the castle. James kept using his wand to scan the area for the presence of the warlock, but this one was either too far away still or they were really good at hiding their presence. Meaning that what I felt inside the restaurant was just because the warlock wanted me to know. James concluded that it must have been a warning to lead him away from the most crowded area. James, Lily tugged at his hand with force and pushed him back. He was about to urge her to continue when he realized that she was pointing at the wooden arch. A group of students was standing there, looking at them with unfriendly faces. James recognized Malfoy, Lestrange, and Snape. He knew that this was not a coincidence and that they had been waiting for them. A frown appeared on his face. I don't have time for these games. Chapter 177, Ambushed from All Sides. Hello, Potter. Fancy seeing you here. Lucius Malfoy had a cruel smirk engraved on his face. Get out of the way, Malfoy. This is a terrible time for your juvenile plays, James said, his wand firmly grasped in his right hand. Is that a threat? That's not very polite. Malfoy glanced for a second at Lily. Are you trying to appear brave in front of your mudblood girlfriend? I'm even surprised you have time for that. After all, I heard a rumor about you getting engaged to someone else. Rabastan frowned. He did not like hearing the reminder that his family was tossed aside for a house like the Potters. Malfoy, let's get this over with. James, Lily tugged at his robes as she spotted 4 more boys behind them. It was clear they were trying to prevent them from running back to the village. But what caught Lily's attention was that one of those boys was her former friend, who stood at the back, staring directly at her. Severus, why? Lily muttered under her breath. In front of them were Malfoy, standing next to the wooden arch that led out of Hogsmeade, and Rabastan Lestrange, a bit closer to them. Also ahead were 4 more senior students whom Malfoy had convinced to accompany them. So 10 people in total, and they were all here to make sure James would spend the rest of the year in a hospital bed, or completely leave the school. Both Malfoy and Lestrange wanted to make sure that their message was heard loud and clear. No one would offend their houses without paying a heavy price. However, no one except James was aware of the danger that was approaching them from the skies, and it was doing so at a tremendous speed. Lily, stay away from Potter. Come over here now, Snape shouted at her. Severus, how can you join these awful people? I don't understand you, Lily frowned, but I'm not going anywhere. She held her wand in her hand, ready to jinx anyone who approached. The boys did not look very intimidated by Lily's determination and merely chuckled while getting closer to them. It was then that Rabastan realized James wasn't really paying any attention to them and was instead looking up, with an expression of concern that he had never seen on him before. Potter, look at me. Rabastan became enraged as he aimed his wand at him. Lily, stay close to me. Don't move no matter what, James told her. Wisps of magic began to form around his body. They looked like tiny sparks of light to the beholders. Lily watched them with shock. She had never seen a wizard concentrate so much magic in a single place to form luminescent shapes, but she had read about it in her books. No one understood James's actions and thought he was getting ready to attack them. The boys who were currently surrounding James began to get nervous and decided they needed to attack him while there was still a chance. So they aimed their wands and were about to fire. Malfoy saw something in the sky. However, it moved too quickly for him to understand what it was. "Potter!" Rabastan shouted at him with pure rage. The tip of his wand gained an eerie shine. This was as far as they got. The warlock who had been chasing James descended from the air like a cannon shell. Grand Custodia, from James's wand, a large translucent structure was manifested. It was shaped like a curved shield and was large enough to cover James and Lily completely, protecting them from the violent impact. The 5 Slytherin boys who had been standing the closest to them were not as lucky, as nothing was there to shield them from the damage caused by the collision. The shockwave generated by the meeting of these two forces was enough to send them all flying away, breaking bones and flesh in the process. Snape, Rabastan, and Malfoy were fortunate enough to have been quite far from James and were only sent to the floor, but remained relatively unharmed. Lily screamed due to the shock that the sudden attack caused her. Her eyes were now staring in awe at the aggressor in question. On top of James's protective charm was now a person standing there, like nothing had happened. It was a petite old witch. Her body was completely covered in some old, ragged black robes, and on top of her head, she wore one of those large witch hats that muggles like to employ in their fantastical depictions. She glared down at James through the transparent shield. "I finally found you, little thief." James glared back at her. "I thought it had to be you." The moment he felt the warlock in Hogsmeade, he knew there was only one possibility left for the identity of his pursuer. "You are the witch from the antique shop." Lily recognized her too, as she had been the one to accompany James on the day he bought the book. The witch jumped from the shield with an amount of agility and speed that no one would think possible for a woman of her age. She did a spin through the air and landed in front of Rabastan Lestrange as he was standing up from the floor. "Lily, you're going to have to run back to the village," James whispered to her. Malfoy and Lestrange stared at the old witch with confusion. They had no idea what had just happened. All of a sudden, something fell from the sky like a meteorite, and now this decrepit woman was in front of them. "Malfoy, who is this hag?" Rabastan asked. The witch turned to look at him. "Oh, are you with Mr. Malfoy as well?" Chapter 178, The Dark Witch. Both Malfoy and Rabastan were staring at the witch with absolute confusion. All of the other boys who had come with them were now on the ground, and it didn't look like they were going to be standing up anytime soon. "Who are you?" Malfoy asked her. But the witch was now looking at Rabastan. This one felt extremely uncomfortable under the gaze of her deep black eyes. Rabastan reacted with fury, aiming his wand at her. "You!" He had only taken his eyes off her for less than a second, and she was already gone. Lestrange felt something hit the back of his head, promptly followed by an acute pain, then nothing. "Aya!" Malfoy screamed in horror. It all happened so quickly. That old witch moved at an impossible speed and situated herself behind Lestrange. Before he had time to react, she grabbed his head and separated it from his body like it was nothing. She made it seem so effortlessly that it gave the appearance that Lestrange's body was made of something as soft as butter. The witch let out a loud and creepy chuckle as she held the bleeding head of Rabastan Lestrange in her hand, and then looked towards James. "Lily, run," James told her. "Hihihi, was this one a friend of yours, Mr. Malfoy?" she asked. James looked confused for a moment since she was obviously talking to him. It took him a moment to realize what had happened. During his visit to her shop, he had given her the name of Draco Malfoy. So when Lestrange mentioned that name, she made the assumption that Lestrange was one of his friends and killed him with no hesitation. He never thought that this little lie of his would lead to the death of the last Lestrange brother. "Oh well, I was planning on killing that one later on." His eyes moved to Lily. The girl was frozen in place. Her face showed how terrified she was as she stared at the macabre spectacle in front of her. "Snape," James shouted at the other boy. "Come over here, take Lily and bring her as far away as possible." Snape seemed to react to his words and turned his attention to Lily. He only hesitated for a moment before running towards them and grabbing her by the arm. Lily was too confused at the moment to even resist his pull and allowed Snape to bring her away from James. "No, you don't." The witch reacted to this. She was not inclined to permit anyone to escape her grasp now. She moved so fast that her body almost looked like a blur. Yet James was ready for her. From his right wrist, the silvery bracelet transformed into a long piece of metal that moved right in front of Snape and Lily. Once it had gotten into position, hundreds of little spikes grew from its surface, creating a protective metallic wall that forced the witch to rethink her plan. "Nyxaris," James continued by calling on his second creation. The fairy came out completely ready to fight and began assaulting the witch with a barrage of spells. Her mental connection with James allowed her to communicate with her master without the need for an exchange of words. The witch had to move away and allow Lily to escape. Malfoy, who was watching everything, decided that he didn't want to remain here any longer. He turned around and began to rush towards the castle. It was at that moment that Sirius and the others finally managed to get past the crowd forming nearby and were able to see what was happening. "There is Lily, she is with Snape," Marlene pointed at the redhead. "James," Bella found him facing off against the witch. "Who is that?" "Don't come near," Snape shouted at the crowd. "Don't go near that witch, she just killed Lestrange." "Snivelus, what are you doing here?" Sirius spotted all the boys lying on the ground around James and the witch and recognized the Slytherin uniforms on them. He then understood why Snape had come here. "How dare you?" "Are those guys all dead?" Peter wondered. The students behind them began to murmur about what was happening. "There's a pool of blood over there." "Merlin, that guy is dead. Look, his head is gone." "Someone call the Aurors, quick." "Is that witch attacking James?" Remus asked. "We have to do something." "Go ahead then, she'll kill you too," Snape said. "You didn't see her move, she's a monster." "Let go of Lily," Sirius snapped at him. "Is she hurt?" "She is fine," Snape responded. "And it was Potter who told me to take her with me. She would have been killed if she had stayed with him." "Lily looks so scared, give her here." Marlene took Lily from Snape's arms. "I think she's in shock." "Foguras," Nyxaris produced a bolt of lightning aimed at the witch. The latter moved out of the way, just in time to let the lightning pass by her. "This fairy is very feisty, I'll give you that." And she glanced at the wall of metal that was now surrounding her completely. Turdiver had expanded its size, creating a circumference that didn't allow her to escape while Nyxaris kept her in place. The two of them were working together and trying their best. However, James knew that this was not going to be enough. "Primum," he called as his white ring was tossed into the air. "Caillou," the chimera transformed, floating above him. "No more holding back. We're ending this warlock right here and now." James pulled a bag from his robes. Inside, it were all the magical crystals he had left. 9 left, he counted them. These objects were hard to come by, but they were the quickest way to empower his first creation. "Here, Primum, eat a snack, there's a witch to kill." Chapter 179, Unleashed. Primum saw the 9 crystals floating in the air in front of it and opened its mouth, devouring them with pleasure. A single one of these crystals contained enough magic to allow it to transform and grow in size to almost 3 times its normal state. During his encounter with the necromancers, James had given Primum 2 crystals to consume, allowing it to become even bigger and more powerful. But for this enemy, James had decided that he would have to allow Primum to unleash its full potential. So he gave it more than enough in order to get there. The crystals went into the chimera's mouth and were swallowed without a single bite. The blue eyes on the creature began to glow like beacons, and it immediately let out a threatening roar that froze everyone in place. Primum's body began to grow and grow until it was almost the size of a house, and its white wings were large enough to shed a mantle of shadows over the terrified audience. "Imit!" Primum roared again. This time, it had enough power to create a shockwave that pushed everything away, forming a massive cloud of dust around its body. Then, it took to the skies. Primum, what happened to him? Bella was watching with concern, wondering what James had done to the adorable creature to make it transform into such a scary monster. Dragon. A white dragon, run. The students at Hogsmeade had already been panicked before, but now that they saw the massive monster rise into the sky, they thought they were all going to get eaten. It only took a moment before the first person began to run further into the village to get as far as possible from the fight happening at the entrance. Several of the Slytherin boys, who had been left unconscious on the ground after the witch's arrival, had the luck of being pushed away by Primum's roar, getting out of immediate danger and clearing the area. James ordered Nyxaris and Turdiver to move away, just in time as Primum descended upon the witch, just as she had done before to James. "Ha, come here, you little lizard." The witch let out a chuckle as she grabbed onto Primum's horns when it charged at her. "Master, how is she so strong?" Nyxaris came to his side. James reformed Turdiver around his wrist. "Rituals, demon deals, who knows, that's not important." He glanced at the fairy. "Now, pay attention, I'm going to unlock your full memories. There are a lot of dangerous spells that I put behind a mental wall so you couldn't use them. Don't go crazy on me, okay?" "I didn't know that," Nyxaris responded. "That's because your memories were sealed. Are you paying attention?" "Yes, master." James pointed his wand at her. "Aperia Nemo." Nyxaris's eyes went blank for a second. When they returned to normal, she felt that something had changed in her. "Master, this magic, can I use it?" "I trust that you will use it with moderation, but right now, it's not the deadly magic that I need you to use." James looked around. Primum was entangled in a struggle with the witch, but James knew that the chances for the chimera to win by itself were none, even with its full potential unlocked. He saw the witch stopping one of Primum's massive claws with one hand and punching the creature with the other, breaking several of its teeth in the process. In the distance, James spotted all his friends watching him with concern in their eyes. As things progressed, this area would only get more dangerous, and James didn't want anyone else to get hurt. He also saw that Bella was there. That girl was crazy enough to charge into this to try to help him out. The professors had definitely been called already. It was just a matter of time before they got here. James made a decision. He was going to end the life of this dangerous individual, and he was going to do it right here and now, by himself. Nyxaris, seal the area, use the 5 pillars formation. The fairy looked at her master in shock. She had just received knowledge about that piece of magic and was fully aware of what it did. More than a spell, it was a formation capable of completely separating a piece of space from the rest. Once it became locked, there was no way out until the formation was broken or stopped, no matter what happened inside. "Master, I will need at least 3 full minutes to set up tea." "We will buy you the time and keep the witch occupied. Get to work." James began to walk towards his opponent while chanting spells in a language long used in ancient Mesopotamia. Letter 10, 3B letter 10, 3AF letter 10, 3A4 letter 10, 3A4 letter 10, 3A3. Speed. Letter 10, 3F letter 10, 3A letter 10, 3BC letter 10, 3A4 letter 10, 3B1. Power. A golden glow appeared around him, and James felt his muscles tensing up. Maintaining this magic for more than 3 minutes would destroy his bones and muscles, pulling tendons apart and crippling him as it placed tremendous pressure on the body. However, for the next 3 minutes, he would be able to move several times the speed of a normal human. Too bad I can't use my animagus form in front of everyone. That would have also served to buy me some time. It was the one thing he didn't want to show. Primum was pushed aside by the witch, and James took the chance to attack. He moved behind her while forming a pattern with his wand. Infernus! A dark red ball of fire appeared in front of him and flew at the target. The old woman stomped the ground, and a wall of rocks emerged behind her, blocking James's spell in the process. "You finally decided to face me in person. I was getting bored of your pet already." The old witch had a confident smirk on her face. James glared at her. His amber eyes were glowing due to the immense amount of magic coursing through his veins. I can assure you of one thing, you won't be smiling for long. Chapter 180, 5 Pillars Formation. The witch glared at him for a moment. Boy, let me make one thing clear. You have no chance of winning this fight, but if you give me what I want, I am willing to let this go. Otherwise, she pointed at the dead body of Rabiston Lestrange. You and your other friends are going to end up like that one. That idiot was no friend of mine. I was actually planning on killing him later, James responded. The witch did not look amused. Give me the leather. I know you have it. I have been waiting for too long to find someone who could enter that tomb and get it for me. So you knew it was in the tomb, but you were too useless to get it yourself, got it? James formed a spark of lightning around his wand. And you think you can beat me? How arrogant. A spark of light appeared in front of him and shot towards the witch. Fulgur. She used her own arm to deflect the magic. Part of her robes burned off, revealing her hard skin underneath. This had a pale green tone and featured some scales, making it appear quite inhuman. James noted that his lightning had barely any effect on her, despite being hot enough to melt iron and turn it into a puddle. What have you done to your body? The old woman grinned and was about to speak again when Primum came charging from the sky with its mouth open, trying to bite her head off. She jumped to meet him in the air and gave Primum a resounding slap on its face, one that carried enough force to send the now colossal creature tumbling onto the ground. Devulsa, he made a line with his wand, forming a purple blade of light that shot out towards the witch. James decided to continue his assault from afar, not wanting to get close to someone who could handle Primum in its ultimate form with just her hands. It was obvious that this woman had done many modifications to her body, turning herself into a magical weapon capable of superhuman feats. James could enhance himself temporarily, but even then, he could not compete with something like that. The old woman seemed to recognize the dark curse and decided not to test it on her skin. With a light tap on the ground, she formed a wall of dirt that received the impact. It was then that James noticed something off about the way she kept transfiguring the ground. It was too fast to be a simple transfiguration, not even for a wandless one. It was like she had complete control over the dirt beneath her and could transform it at will. You are an earth elemental, James muttered. The witch heard him and looked somewhat surprised. You know about elementals as well, quite knowledgeable for someone so young, maybe too knowledgeable. James thought it was a fair statement. After all, the existence of elemental wizards and witches was not exactly common knowledge. Centuries ago, there were several tribes capable of bending one of the 4 basic elements. But once magical societies began to form, the people in power decided that the elemental tribes were too much of a threat and hunted them down before it was too late. A single elemental wizard would be able to take down 10 normal ones on average, so this was not an unfounded fear. If they banded together, no government would be able to enforce any law on them. I merely read about them in some forgotten tome, never met one in person. They were supposed to be extinct. That's not too far from the truth, as I am probably the last one alive, the witch responded. James aimed his wand again. Then I'll have to fix that. She growled at him. You pretentious boy, you don't know what you are dealing with. These alchemy toys you created will not be enough against someone like me. I know, but James saw Primum standing up. That was not the point right now. Dozens of white ropes were conjured in front of him before being tossed her way. At the same time, Primum jumped into the air and attacked her from above. Master, Nyxaris shouted to warn him. Do it, James ordered her. But Master, you will become TR. Activated already? This is an order, James exclaimed. He never meant to use the barrier to trap the witch while he escaped. If he did that, even if the ministry managed to capture her, they would not be able to hold someone that powerful. James did not want to worry about this monster cruising into his house to kill his family in the near future. He was ending her now. The barrier was not only to prevent her escape, but also to protect the village from what he was about to do. What is that? Sirius pointed at the sky. 5 white stone pillars were now hovering over the area where James was standing. They had appeared out of nowhere at the moment when Nyxaris had completed her magical formation. James, get out of there, Remus shouted. Don't tell me, Bella stared at Nyxaris. She knew the fairy would never do something like this without James's consent. What is he planning now? The witch saw what was happening and finally realized that she was in danger. However, when she tried to make an escape, she was delayed by a combination of primum and the ropes that James had conjured. Just long enough for Nyxaris to finish the spell and close the formation, trapping them inside. Chapter 181, News Spread Fast. Albus Dumbledore was in the middle of a meeting with some of the other professors when a small frog made of pure white light entered through the window of his office and landed on his desk. "That's Horace's Patronus," Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "So interesting, I've never seen an African frog as a patronus." Sylvanus Kettleburn, the professor for care of magical creatures, leaned closer to stare at it. "He was supposed to be at Hogsmeade, keeping an eye on the students," Professor Flitwick said. "Albus," the frog screamed, "you must come to Hogsmeade immediately. A dark witch is attacking the students." Once its message was delivered, the frog dissolved into particles of light, leaving all the adults in the room looking quite startled. "A dark witch," Valeria Walker, the defense professor, turned to the headmaster, looking alarmed. "We should hurry and call the Aurors as well." "Do that, I will go there myself to see what's going on." Dumbledore turned to look at the phoenix resting on its perch as he stood up. "Fawkes, it appears this is an emergency. Do you mind taking me there now? It would be faster than using my broom." "Don't you want us to go as well?" McGonagall asked. "No, as Miss Walker has said, if someone is attacking the village, it will be better to notify the Auror department to handle it. I will go there to make sure no student gets hurt in the meantime. Oh, but do call Madame Pomfrey and tell her to come as soon as possible. Someone might be in need of her skills." Dumbledore extended his arm, and the phoenix landed on it. A moment later, the headmaster disappeared in a burst of flames. He reappeared near the entrance of Hogsmeade and was immediately shocked by what he saw. 5 colossal white marble pillars surrounded a large area near the entrance of the village, and there were signs of destruction all around. A magical formation? Who could have done that? When he heard that a witch was attacking the village, he was not expecting to see something like this. It would require an entire cabal to create a formation of this size. What does it do, and where are the students? He was unable to see any person at first, as the pillars covered most of the view, but as soon as he approached a bit, he spotted 2 figures standing inside the encirclement of pillars. One of them was dressed as one of his students, while the other was covered in black robes and wore a large black hat. "That's the witch, that's for Sue. Is that a dragon?" He didn't know how he had missed it, but there was a large white dragon towering over the witch as if it were getting ready to bite her head off. Dumbledore decided to hurry before someone got hurt. Ouch! The moment he tried to cross the boundary between the pillars, he felt like he had hit an invisible wall. "This is a barrier. Never seen one like this before." The headmaster stared at this magical creation with a mixture of surprise and veneration. It was then that he was able to see the side of the student's face, the one standing opposed to the witch. "James Potter, you did this." He should have realized it sooner. If there was one student capable of this, it would be him. "James, we have to get him out of here. This thing won't budge." Dumbledore heard a group of students yelling loudly from the other side of the barrier, and decided to approach before they did something foolish and got hurt. "Get away from the magical structure." Before Dumbledore could get there, someone else started to shout at the students. Sirius and the rest just turned around in time to see Professor Slughorn running with difficulty toward them while waving his hands. "Get away from there." "Professor, do you know what this is?" Remus asked. "Why can't we get past it? We need to reach James," Sirius added. "That is a very dangerous formation. If you try to breach it, it could react to defend itself, just like a house ward would do," Professor Slughorn explained. "It's best to stay away from it until it disappears on its own." "How long would that take?" Bella asked. "That's impossible to know, since we have no idea how much magic has been poured into its creation." They heard another person speak nearby. "Headmaster," Slughorn stared at Dumbledore with slight relief. "Thank Merlin, you received my message. I didn't expect you to get here so quickly." "Fawkes brought me here," he pointed at the barrier. "Can someone tell me how this started?" It was Potter, he did this, Snape responded. Hey, you stay away from this. Sirius looked ready to punch the other guy. It's not James's fault. Lily hurried to speak next. Someone attacked us, a strange old woman dressed in black. She also killed a senior from Slytherin. A student is dead? Dumbledore said with shock before looking around the area. He had missed this when he arrived. Who else was involved? Some seniors from Slytherin. Lily glanced at Snape. The one who died was Aim. Rabaston Lestrange, sir, Snape added. There were other seniors. They were knocked unconscious. I don't know if. I found them. Professor Slughorn interrupted him. I brought them further into the village and already asked for a healer to check on them. It didn't seem like their lives were in danger. Dumbledore sighed in relief before turning his attention to the barrier. Who is this witch, and why is she attacking my students? I have no idea. Never seen her before, Slughorn spoke. The other students looked at each other and shook their heads. I know her, Lily raised her hand. James and I met her during a previous visit to Hogsmeade. She runs an antique shop on the outskirts of the village. I don't remember the name of the shop. The owner of an antique shop? Dumbledore muttered. Looks like we are missing a lot of context here. It was obvious to him that the person inside that barrier was not someone so simple. Chapter 182. Trapped. Nyxaris was levitating over the battlefield, observing her finished work. The 5 white pillars stood in place, and she knew the formation was successful, despite it being the first time she had performed such high-level magic. However, to accomplish this feat, a price had to be paid, and her magical reserves were now completely empty. Master, I can't. She was unable to continue speaking. It's okay, you did a good job. The voice of her master resonated in her mind. Go rest. With a great sense of accomplishment, Nyxaris closed her eyes and transformed back into her ring form, which was promptly caught by James and placed on his finger. You just made a grave mistake, the witch bellowed with rage. Now you are trapped in here with me. I will rip you apart until you give me what I want. Primum roared and tried to bite her head. The witch scoffed at the attempt and moved aside. These useless creations of yours are not going to save you. She moved at an unnatural speed and launched herself at the draconic creature, aiming to punch its head. The barrier is to prevent your escape, and my creations are far from useless. Primum. The chimera perked up at hearing his voice. You can stop holding back now. The barrier will protect the others, he said. The witch didn't understand what James was talking about, but it was too late to rethink her strategy as she was now right next to the creature's head. Oh, it was then that she saw it. Primum opened its mouth slightly, and a deadly miasma emerged from it, covering everything in its surroundings. The creature had been avoiding using any of its most deadly moves because it was afraid of hurting the other students, but mostly for Bella, who was also there. The witch used her legs to hit the sides of Primum and pushed herself away from it. The miasma had merely touched her right arm and dissolved her clothes and a large chunk of skin. Just as she was about to land, the witch realized that the ground was covered by a layer of something metallic. The moment her feet touched this metal, it transformed, folding like a mantle over her and covering her entire body within its surface. Primum landed next to it and created more poison until it covered the metallic surface. This poison was different in color, closer to purple, and it didn't do anything to the metal itself, just remaining floating in the air as a deadly mist, waiting for the witch to reemerge. Turdiver continued to fold upon itself, creating more and more layers over the body of the witch, containing her inside while crushing her body at the same time. James took several potions from his pockets and began drinking them one after the other as he walked closer to where the witch was being held. Some of the potions were meant to protect him from Primum's several kinds of poisons, while others were to enhance his physical form beyond its normal limits. He glanced at the barrier at the same time, making sure that Nyxaris had not committed any errors, but it appeared to be perfect. No poison was leaking to the outside either. Hopefully I won't have to test its limits today, James commented. He glanced at the sides, beyond the pillars, and spotted several members of the audience. All his friends were there for some reason. Were they also coming here? They didn't mention anything about it. Next to them was also Professor Slughorn, and even the headmaster was watching him now. He got here very quickly. James expected the place to be surrounded by Aurors very soon as well. One did not unleash hell in a magical settlement without expecting the ministry to do something about it. Whatever measure of normal school life he had enjoyed so far, it was now over. Once everyone knew what he could do, there was no going back. I was going to get expelled anyway, so I suppose it doesn't matter. If the headmaster wasn't already planning on doing that before, this would certainly change his mind. I have no regrets. This was not an opponent where he could hold back. If left alone, this witch could be almost as dangerous as the Dark Lord. She could be much worse if she weren't alone and had a grander goal. The only thing he lamented was showing Voldemort his cards before he was completely ready. That was going to make things more dangerous in the future. But I guess that I will deal with that when the time comes. For now, this witch was a problem he had created himself by going after that divine leather. The ground began to shake. Stubborn old woman, James knew that Turtiver was not going to bear it for long. At the very least, he was sure that she could not escape by using her elemental abilities. Despite the look of this formation, there were no weak points to be exploited. The barrier took the shape of a cylinder, with invisible walls cutting all points of access from the sides, above, and below. At most, the witch could dig herself 10 feet below the surface before she was stopped. The ground shook again, this time with much more violence. Turtiver began to emit some loud cries. "Let her out before she rips you apart," James ordered the metallic slime, fully knowing that it was reaching its limits. As soon as it lowered the pressure, the witch opened a hole and shot out into the air, flying through the cloud of poison and continuing until she crashed against the invisible wall at the top of the barrier. She screamed and fell back down, burning herself on the dirt like a mole. But she immediately found the bottom barrier, letting out one more yell before emerging, looking dirty and angry. James chuckled. "No way to leave this place, witch. You are trapped in here with me." Chapter 183, Got You. The witch glared at him. "Trapped? Maybe, but don't think for a moment that you can truly kill me. Many have tried that before." She showed him the arm that was previously injured by Primum's corrosive poison. It was completely healed by now. At least the wounds were healed. Her skin still had a very ugly green color to it, and James could now see some type of scales layered on it. It was a clear sign that this witch had done some heavy modifications to her body to the point where she could barely be considered human. "I have been chasing after that piece of divine leather before your parents were born," the witch spoke in a grave tone. "It belongs to me. Give it now, and I may consider letting this go." "Belongs to you just because you are an old hag? What kind of logic is that?" James asked. "Don't test me, boy." She moved towards him so fast that it gave the impression of having been teleported. Primum was nowhere near able to move that fast and could not stop her. However, James was prepared now. He lifted his hand, and a massive metallic shield appeared in front of him. While the witch was speaking, Turtiver had transformed into a thin rope and returned to him without his opponent noticing. The metallic shield grew in size until it formed a dome around him, covering James completely. The witch took this as a sign of weakness. That James was aware that if he was hit directly by one of her attacks, it would be his death. The previous anger was now replaced by confidence, ran out of tricks. She punched the shield with full force, forming shockwaves that made the ground tremble. "That metallic creature won't save you from me." She punched again, forcing Turtiver's metal to bend and give way. Just then, Primum appeared above her and tried to hit her using his tail. Venomous spikes had formed at the tip of this one. The witch slammed her right foot on the ground and bent the earth to make a massive stone column that intercepted the attack and hit Primum on its chest, sending him tumbling down before turning her attention back to James. "One more," she punched with even more force than before. Her fists seemed to carry the weight of a mountain behind them, and the impact made Turtiver cry with despair as its shield was broken open. She quickly followed this with a powerful kick directed at James. "Custodia." James formed a magical barrier, but even this one was unable to stop such an attack, and he was pushed back with tremendous violence. "I got you now." The witch smirked with glee. Her fighting style was very plain and simple, but extremely effective against other wizards and witches who had a hard time following someone who could move so fast and hit hard enough to destroy entire buildings. Her feet sank into the ground for a moment, and then she vanished from the spot. As an earth elemental, the witch had full control over the environment and could use it to her advantage in many ways. One of them was to bend the ground to assist her in moving faster. It only took her a fraction of a second to reach James again, and it gave the impression that she had teleported. Magna Depulso, James used a hand gesture to push back at the witch with a great display of wandless magic. This made the witch retreat for a few feet, but did not deter her advance all that much. "Did you lose your wand, boy?" She could not recall with precision, but she was sure that James had been using his wand when the fight started, and now he was only resorting to wandless magic. No matter. She used her skills to raise a wall of rocks behind James, preventing any chance of escape before she charged again with full force. James created a translucent blue shield, like the one he had at the beginning when he was protecting Lily. That won't do anymore. The witch didn't slow down and crashed directly against the shield. Unlike back then, she was attacking with much more force. Her right fist made the barrier crack into particles of light and dissipate. The next instant, she was already holding James by the neck. "Got you, ha-ha-ha." The witch celebrated, but also failed to notice that Primum was no longer trying to attack her. Turdiver had disappeared from the battlefield without making a noise, leaving only the witch with James. "Last chance, boy," the witch warned. "Why do you even want that piece of leather so much? I doubt you have the knowledge or skills to do anything with it. It would be wasted on a brickhead who only knows how to punch things," James responded to her. A deep frown appeared on her face. "You have guts to threaten me right now. I'll give you that." "It's okay, you don't have to answer my question. I'll assume that you just want the same as any other Dark Lord I have met. You are seeking a way to gain absolute immortality. How boring." James looked disappointed. "Tell me that when you have been around for as long as I have and you feel the end getting near. You would understand then." The witch clenched her teeth and increased the grip on James's neck. He did not react. "What you seek will never be yours," James told her with a mocking smile. "I always get what I want," she screamed. "I will break your neck and take everything you have." They could hear several people screaming outside. James recognized the voices of his friends. "Sorry for making you worry." The witch clenched the fist on her free hand, and with no hesitation, she punched James's head with her full power, reducing it to dust particles. "What?" the witch exclaimed. There was no blood, just dust. And then the rest of the body vanished as well, leaving everyone dumbfounded. James was gone. Chapter 184, White Flames. The old witch looked around, but all she could see was dirt and the broken pieces of the stone path that led outside Hogsmeade. That was until she spotted the form of Primum, although the beast had now lost its gigantic size, reverting to its small and adorable look. "What is this? Where is the boy?" she asked the chimera, as if this one could give her the answer. "Caillou," Primum responded defiantly despite its obvious exhaustion. Its ultimate transformation consumed a ridiculous amount of energy, and even with all the magic stones it had eaten, Primum was only able to maintain it for 5 minutes. "Return now, Primum." The voice of James reverberated inside the barrier. "I knew it," the witch exclaimed. "That was just some sort of decoy. Show yourself so I can kill you already. My patience is limited," the witch complained. "Caillou," Primum didn't seem too pleased with the order, still glaring at the witch with its intense blue eyes. "You have done more than enough. You gave me time to do what I needed to. Now come back and rest. Leave the rest to me." James' invisibility came undone as he finished his sentence. The witch immediately noted that something was different with James. His body was surrounded by wisps of white flames that seemed to orbit around him. His eyes and hair were also of a much lighter tone than before, as if there was now a filter placed over him to alter her perception. The old hag was eager to rush at him, as she had previously done to the fake one, and crush his neck, but her many years of combat experience told her it would be a terrible idea. Those wisps of white fire were giving her shivers despite her, not being able to feel any heat emanating from them. James extended his left hand and grabbed Primum as this one transformed back into its ring form. Turdiver had already returned a moment ago and was secured around his wrist. His wand moved with a single fluid motion. Simulacrum. 2 copies of himself appeared at his sides and immediately began to walk towards the witch. So that's the trick that you used? Very resourceful for a brat. The old witch tried to hide the fact that she was getting very nervous about the situation. Her eyes constantly scanned her surroundings, looking for a way to escape. Letter 103A7, letter 103A, letter 103AB, letter 103A3, hold. 3 rims made of light manifested in front of one of the clones and were sent toward the witch. The old hag moved out of the way while placing several walls in the path of the rims. With a loud crash, these managed to cut through the dirt and stone, continuing their way toward her without slowing down. Where did you learn Sumerian curses from? The witch became startled, as she didn't expect James to know spells that were this ancient. The other clone was kneeling down with his hands touching the ground while he chanted something in a foreign language. At the end of the chant, a massive magical circle appeared beneath the witch. He vidim toenus, stop. The circle became active, and the witch found herself unable to move a single finger. The second curse was even more ancient than the first one, and was able to stop time itself in a small area, albeit for a short period. It was impossible for the witch to move, no matter how strong she was, as simple strength was not enough to fight against time itself. Lock her already, 2 seconds left. The second clone shouted at the first, who then hurried to direct the 3 rims to the witch. These locked her in place, one around her neck, one around her arms, and the last one around her legs. And just then, the time curse ended. Damn it, the witch shouted in despair. She didn't even recognize the language of the last curse that James had used. Fear started to creep into her eyes as she looked at the real James floating in the air. The clones dispersed, having employed all their magic in these extremely high-level curses. The witch struggled against her restraints, trying to break them apart, but quickly realized they were not going to be easy to destroy. These magical rims were designed to capture ancient dragons and were used by a legendary group of Sumerian knights to hunt down these beasts when they threatened their empire, well over 6,000 years ago. The second curse was even more ancient, used by the first proper magical users that were kept in record, sealed away deep underground inside the mystical library of Alexandria, which was not meant to be uncovered until 100 years from now. Who are you? The old witch had finally begun to understand what James was capable of doing and came to the realization that, despite how powerful she had become over her several centuries of lifespan, this was not someone she should have provoked. Are you a high warlock? This was the highest degree of mastery that a wizard or witch could achieve, but very few had since the dawn of time. James's body floated above her while ignoring her questions. The white flames around him were growing in intensity with every second that passed. The witch could not feel the heat yet, but she felt the magical pressure that James was emitting. It was enough to make her blood run cold. I am Harry James Potter, child of broken prophecies, alchemist ruler of the ivory tower, keeper of the primordial argent flame, which I will now employ to burn away your cursed body and spirit. James' voice sounded cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were reciting something he had said 1,000 times before. The small wisps of flames began to merge before James, creating a much larger flame with a pure white color. The old witch stared at the fire with horror. W8, my lord, mercy. Chapter 185, Burn the Witch. A short distance away, a group of students, as well as 2 adults, were watching the development of this duel with shocked expressions. When did James learn to do all of that? Remus wondered. Surely he didn't get that from class. I can't believe that he never told us he got a pet dragon. He knows how much I love dragons, Peter complained. Boy, I don't think dragons can spew so much poison as that one did. That thing will eat you up if you get too close, Andromeda added. Hey, Primum would never do such a thing. He is a good boy, Bella said. Professor, what spell is that white fire? The witch seems to be terrified of it, Lily asked. It looks like the one he used back then. Bella was thinking back to the day when James's first lab was burned down. James had used something that looked like this to fight back against the fire. What Bella didn't know was that James had only summoned a flimsy ember back then, and now he was using the full power of the alchemist flames to burn away the witch. Professor Slughorn turned to the headmaster. "Albus, are you seeing this? That white fire, is that really an alchemy fire? But this one seems very different from the ones I use myself. There is something primal and wild about it," Dumbledore observed with narrowed eyes. "I have seriously underestimated what Mr. Potter was capable of. I told you the boy was a once-in-a-generation genius." Professor Slughorn felt proud of being the first one to have seen this. "Genius? No, this is something more," Dumbledore responded as he watched what James was doing. His eyes then went to the five-pillar barrier and understood the reason for James setting something like this in place at the beginning of the fight. It wasn't just to prevent the witch from escaping, but also something that could protect them if he had to use those flames. "We shouldn't be standing this close, just in case," Dumbledore suddenly told the others. "Why?" Sirius asked. "Yes, we need to be close just in case James needs our help," Remus added. "Help him against that crazy witch." Andromeda looked at them like they were crazy. Dumbledore shook his head. "You boys are smarter than this. The witch that Mr. Potter is facing is not an opponent any of you could handle." The headmaster didn't want to admit this in front of the students, but he didn't think he would fare well either unless he had plenty of time to prepare. Unlike James, he did not carry around all his alchemy tools. "It's too late for that, look." Professor Slughorn pointed at the sealed area. The white fire that James had created started to grow inside very quickly. It was also becoming so bright that they could no longer even see what was going on. "James," Bellatrix called his name in vain, as this one had no way to hear her. A moment later, they felt a violent explosion occur inside the barrier. The ground began to shake, while large cracks appeared all over the place, centering around the barrier. In between the five pillars, the white flames seemed to have filled all the available space and started to rise higher. "It's starting to feel hot in here," Andromeda pointed out. "That's not good. The leaking heat means that the barrier won't hold those flames for long." Just as Dumbledore said this, they heard a loud crack. The white flames managed to breach the top of the barrier and shoot out into the sky, forming a massive white pillar of light that seemed to continue until it reached the clouds. "Are you seeing this, Albus?" Professor Slughorn exclaimed. His eyes were filled with awe as he stared at the spectacle. Dumbledore's narrowed eyes were, of course, staring at the same thing. "I believe everyone is seeing this, even the Muggles." That pillar of fire was tall and bright enough to be seen for many miles all around Hogsmeade. The temperature kept rising higher, but it didn't reach the point of actually harming them, as the flames were focused on something else. After a good 10 or 15 seconds of this, the flames began to recede, allowing them to breathe in relief. They all watched as the pillar of light dissipated completely and disappeared from sight. "Is it over?" Peter asked. "Where is James? Is he okay?" Sirius was trying to get a better look and moved behind the headmaster. "Stay here. Only me and Professor Slughorn will approach," Dumbledore told the students while sharing a glance with the potions professor, who nodded in response. They had only taken a few steps before they had to stop again after they heard a loud cracking noise. "The pillars are breaking apart," Slughorn pointed at them. The formation had already been shattered by the flames, and the pillars were filled with cracks. A moment later, they fell apart piece by piece and began to disappear. It was then that they could finally get a better look at what happened inside. "Merlin," Dumbledore could not help but exclaim in shock. The ground inside the magical formation had been changed by the flames. A thick layer of some type of black glass was now covering everything. James stood near the center and did not appear to have been burned at all, although his face showed his level of exhaustion. At first they didn't see the witch, and assumed she had been turned into dust by the intense heat. But then they spotted a black figure, still standing a bit farther ahead. "She survived that." Slughorn could not believe it, and neither did Dumbledore. "No, that's not possible even for a monster like that one," the headmaster muttered under his breath. Chapter 186, The Aftermath. Huff, James exhaled and collected himself. Using a primordial flame was extremely taxing on the body, even if he didn't have to create the flames himself. In reality, all alchemy flames already existed in different parts of the world. The alchemist merely called upon them and brought a fraction of their power into their location. Creating something like that with just his magic would be impossible, even for someone as skilled as James. You still have some consciousness left. His amber eyes were focused on the charred figure in front of him. He could feel some remnant of magic on her, despite her having been hit by his strongest magical attack. If that was not enough, his hands moved to the deepest pockets of his robes and pulled a small black stone from it. It was none other than the Philosopher's Stone that had recently been created. James lifted it up and got it close to his mouth as if he were getting ready to consume the artifact. But just then he stopped. The witch seemed to move, only for her body to fall into pieces of charred flesh and bones. These turned into dust as soon as they hit the ground and dispersed into the air. James sighed and stored the stone back into his pocket. That was close. He was really glad for not having to use his last resort. Had the witch survived the primordial flames, it would have been very costly otherwise. Mr. Potter, Professor Slughorn and Dumbledore walked over the burned ground to get to him. James turned to them. It's over, the witch is gone. Yes, we can see that. Dumbledore was watching the cinders of the witch being spread by the winds. Can you tell us who that was, and why did she do this? I'm sure I will have to answer that to the Aurors that you have certainly called already. You can be present when I give my explanation of the events if you wish to, Headmaster. James responded to the old wizard, being aware of how much he liked to know everything. I see. I suppose I will have to wait for a bit, Dumbledore said before pointing back. In the meantime, if you still have the energy, I'm sure your friends will be glad to speak with you. James nodded and began to walk away from them. Mr. Potter, wait, Professor Slughorn called for him. Yes. What kind of alchemy flames did you use to cause all of this? The professor asked with pure curiosity. The oldest one, James answered. Now if you excuse me. He left the burned area behind and walked to where his friends were waiting for him with anxious expressions on their faces. Before he could get close enough to start speaking, he noticed that Bella was already running at him. What or why? James had no time to finish, as he had to grab the girl when she jumped into his arms. That was incredible, Bella gushed with excitement before kissing him. Not this again. James groaned while the rest of the onlookers stared at the bizarre display of affection. Did Bellatrix Black just do that? Marlene asked while rubbing her eyes. Is that really my cousin? Sirius looked at the others. Did someone hit her head while I wasn't paying attention? Wow, they are, together, Remus muttered. I'm not sure we should be watching this now. Lily looked away. What the? Snape looked completely shocked. You go, Bella, Andromeda cheered her on. Have some decorum, Narcissa rolled her eyes. When did you two get here? Marlene got startled. We got here right before that giant fire. Did James really do that? Andromeda commented. He did, Remus responded, although he still had no idea what that was. I'm more interested in who that crazy witch was. Did you guys see how she punched the dragon? Sirius said. She was a shopkeeper from Hogsmeade, Lily told him. I'm sure there was more to that, Sirius said. I mean, can you imagine Madame Rosmerta doing something like that? I didn't mean she was the average shopkeeper, Lily huffed. She called James a thief. She wanted something from him. Thief, HMPH. James may have little respect for rules and laws, but he is no thief, Sirius said. Yeah, I wouldn't really put that much trust in that witch. She didn't look very sane to me, Remus said. At least Potter killed her, Snape added. First good thing he has done so far. Oh, there he comes. Marlene pointed at James. He was walking with Bella, clutching at his neck. I have never seen Black smile so much. It's creeping me out. She does need to smile more, Andromeda nodded in agreement. Everyone okay here? James asked as he arrived. We should be the ones asking that, don't you think? Remus said. Did she hurt you? Lily asked with concern. James shook his head. Not injured, just a bit tired, that's all. Are Primum and the others going to be all right? Bella glanced at his rings. She had never seen James push them so much. They just need some time to recover, but it shouldn't affect them in the future. James removed the white ring from his finger. Here, why don't you hold on to Primum? Okay, Bella happily accepted the ring. Did you really make those creatures who were fighting before? Peter asked. James nodded. I did. We knew you were good at potions, but this. Remus let the words hang. They didn't need to be Albus Dumbledore to figure out that James had been hiding a lot of his skills, even from his best friends. I understand that you probably have a million questions, James said. Nah, maybe just a few hundred, Sirius added. Right, but we may have to leave that for later. James glanced back at the entrance of the village. Several figures dressed in black cloaks began to appear. Who are those? Marlene asked. Ministry agents, Aurors, James answered, and I think they are here for me. Chapter 187, The Aurors. The three men were well dressed in combat robes. They scanned their surroundings right after apparating into the entrance of the village, stopping for a long moment in the general area where the battle had taken place. Where is this witch that they called us for? The tallest one of the group asked first. Gentlemen, Dumbledore approached the men, the witch is gone now. She escaped, another Auror asked. No, she did not escape. The headmaster glanced back for a moment. This is going to take a bit to explain. He got closer to the three men and began talking while the others watched. I don't like those guys, Sirius commented. Is James going to get in trouble for this? Peter asked. After all, James had technically killed a person, if that witch could qualify as such. It was self-defense, Lily claimed. That woman wanted to kill all of us. Redhead is right, Bella said. James has nothing to worry about. She looked at him. Do you want me to call my grandfather? He can get you out of any trouble with the ministry. I appreciate it, but that won't be necessary, James told them. They keep looking towards us, Remus said. The headmaster must be informing them of what happened, Professor Slughorn added before tapping on James's shoulder. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Dumbledore is very protective of his students. James wanted to point out his expulsion, but he felt this was not the right time to bring up the news. Eventually, their talk ended, and one of the Aurors, the tallest one, began to make his way towards them while Dumbledore walked at his side. The other two went to check the scene of the fight, and seemed to be very interested in the remnants of magic there. They are probably trying to figure out what magic was used to cause this, James thought. Greetings, Mr. Potter. The Auror kept his eyes on James. I am Auror Clark. Your headmaster has informed us of what has transpired here with that witch. From what he said, you did something very heroic, but I'm sorry to say that you still need to accompany me to the ministry. Are you arresting him? Peter exclaimed before getting closer to James. Remus and Sirius stood in front of James in a protective manner. You are not taking away our friend. He has done nothing wrong. Bella grasped her wand without saying a word, but kept her eyes on the tall man. Everyone, calm down. Dumbledore tried to defuse the situation. No one is getting arrested. They just need to get the full story from James's mouth. I will be accompanying him to the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Dumbledore, that is not necessary. We need to speak with the boy alone, the Auror responded. He is a minor, so that's not happening. If you do not wish to wait for his parents, then you will have to put up with me. I won't leave my student alone, Dumbledore told the Auror. This one side? Fine, let us go then, the Auror said before glancing at the others. The rest of the students must return to the castle and stay there. This trip to Hogsmeade is over. We have a dead witch, a dead student, and many injured. I will escort everyone to the castle, Professor Slughorn hurried to say when he felt the eyes of Dumbledore on him. The Auror walked a bit further from the group and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. This is a portkey. I will need the two of you to hang on to it, he said as his eyes moved between James and Dumbledore. James moved Remus and Sirius out of the way. It's okay, he told them. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, James turned and tried to offer them a reassuring smile. Trust me, it's fine, I'll be back soon. James and Dumbledore walked away and approached the Auror, who promptly activated the portkey, taking them to the ministry. Just as their bodies vanished, the group spotted Madame Pomfrey and other professors arriving at the village. A short distance away from them were the two remaining Aurors, still inspecting the scene. Bloody hell, what do you think caused this? One Auror asked the other. I've seen the effect of many fire spells, but nothing like. He glanced at the ground, where the dirt had been transformed into glass due to the tremendous heat. Not even fiendfare. Something dark, that's for sure, the other Auror responded while moving his eyes around until they stopped at a pile of black ashes. That must be what's left of the witch. Aye, but according to Dumbledore, the fire was made by the boy. White flames that rose into the sky. I would really like to see the boy's memories. What was his name? Potter, I think. Pureblood family, right? You know more about those than me, the Auror asked his partner. After all, he was part of one of those old families as well. Ah, yes, Potter, he said with a frown. This caught the interest of the other man. Something wrong, Jones? The Auror glanced at him. It was rare for Aurors to come from prestigious backgrounds, but Tobias Jones was such a man, an Auror who was also the heir of a pureblood family. What most weren't aware of was that the Jones house was currently in a very poor position, economically speaking, and was also close to losing its lofty status. Auror Jones recovered immediately when he felt his partner's eyes on him. Nothing, I just recalled something. There is a Potter working at the ministry. He managed to brush it away by recalling that simple fact. The truth behind his reaction was a very different one. He had heard the name of Potter very recently, because it was one of the names that came up along with the House of Black during their last reunion with the Dark Lord. I will need to inform Lord Voldemort of this, Auror Jones thought. His family had recently joined the Lord's side when this one made some promises that would solve all of their immediate issues. So far, they had brushed the Potters as unimportant, since they were a very small family that didn't look like a threat to their goals, and instead they chose to focus on the House of Black. If this Potter boy is that much of a monster, we may have to do something about it, Auror Jones thought as he examined the scene. Chapter 188, Memory Dive. Sit down, Mr. Potter, the Auror instructed after guiding him into a small room with a few chairs and a square table in the middle, with some writing utensils on top. Harry glanced at the object that had been placed on one side. It was a stone basin with runic carvings on its surface and a metallic liquid filling the top part. Do you know what that is? The Auror asked. You want my memories, James stated. The Auror nodded. It is customary to make a copy of the memories from the main people implicated in an event that caused someone's death. We don't have the name of this witch yet, but I have the name of one Rabaston Lestrange who was a victim of said witch. Is that correct? James nodded. Why not take my memories instead? Dumbledore suggested. I saw most of the conflict. The Auror looked at him. That would help, but we will still need Mr. Potter's as he was the main person of interest in this. However, before we get to that, he picked up a quill and a piece of parchment. I will need the full statement about what happened. I see, James said quietly. All I know from that witch is that she owns a shop in one corner of Hogsmeade. I previously met her when I visited her antique shop and bought some books. A shop owner? The Auror glanced at Dumbledore. The old wizard had also commented the same. Yes, we will look into that to find out who this witch was. She was very old, probably several centuries, and likely from another country. I noticed a light French accent coming through as she spoke. I would look into any Dark Lords that were around during the 17th century or something around that era. Dark Lord, Dumbledore became startled. 17th century, how much do you think wizards and witches usually live? The Auror's eyes were filled with doubt. The average one lives around 120, but this was not your average witch. And there are many ways for magical folk to extend one's life, James pointed out. Not by legal ways, there are not, the Auror responded. Yes, well, I don't think she cared about legality. James wanted to laugh at this man's naivety. No wonder Voldemort almost took over the country in a few years, he thought. Okay, let's move on, the Auror said after writing something on the parchment. Why did she target you? She thought I had something that belonged to her, James said. Like what? A piece of leather. The Auror raised an eyebrow. She tried to kill you for a piece of leather. I don't think that woman was in her right state of mind, James commented. She was extremely dangerous nonetheless. A piece of leather? the Auror muttered as he wrote. And then, the two of you fought and she ended up dying. It looked like you used a potent fire spell to do it. Technically, that's not a magical spell. I manifested something that already existed somewhere else. An alchemy flame, James explained. The Auror glanced at Dumbledore. I'm afraid I don't know much about alchemy. Alchemy flames are used mainly to aid in our craft. Certain creations take very specific types of flames. It takes a lot of control over one's magic to produce one of these flames, and the one that Mr. Potter produced was one of the highest caliber. I myself can use a few, but nothing as potent as that one. There was a tone of admiration in Dumbledore's voice as he spoke. The Auror remained silent for a moment, thinking about what the headmaster was saying. This was one of the most renowned wizards in the entire world, and his achievements in alchemy were known by everyone. But he was now telling him that this boy, who was only 15 years old, had accomplished something that he, Albus Dumbledore, could not replicate. After looking down at what he was writing, the Auror decided to stop here. I believe it would be better if I can take a look at those memories first. He was having a hard time believing what these two were saying. Do you know H? Before he could finish, Harry stood up and walked up to the pensive. He placed his wand against his temple and pulled a memory about the fight out. He did make sure to tamper with it slightly to cover the part where he talked about the divine leather, or where he spoke his previous name and title. The silvery thread fell upon the liquid and began to mix with it. Go ahead. Aim, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore spoke with hesitation. Do you mind if I also? Always wants to know everything. James recalled this about the old wizard. Of course, you can watch them too. Thank you. Dumbledore looked very happy as he stood up, and along with the Auror, sank his face into the stone basin. James remained seated and waited patiently. 2 minutes later, the Auror pulled his face out of the basin. He was gasping for air and looking incredibly pale before glancing towards James. Why what was that? He shouted. Care to be more specific? James had honestly no idea what had gotten this man so spooked. That witch, what was it? She punched a dragon and sent it flying. She could control the earth and her skin had green scales. The Auror was speaking very fast, making it difficult for James to understand everything he was saying. And what's with the dragon? Where did it come from? It was small, then big, and that metallic thing that turned into spikes, and that white fire. I have never seen anything like this before. James didn't know what to say. The man was too excited. Why don't we wait for the headmaster to be done? I'm sure he can help wit. At that moment, Dumbledore pulled his face out of the basin, and he looked as pale as the Auror. That was the primordial argent flame. Chapter 189, The Double Agent. Clark, there you are. I was looking for you. Auror Jones called after seeing the tall man leaving one of the interrogation rooms that Aurors typically used. Clark turned to see his friend. Oh, Jones, you are back from the village already. Jones frowned. What's wrong? Your face is all pale. Did something happen with the boy? He noted that his partner had a vial of memories in his hand and was clutching it as if it were an invaluable treasure. Mr. Potter and Albus Dumbledore left a few minutes ago, Clark responded. You let the boy go? After the mess he caused? The minister is not going to like this. The press will demand the name of the responsible. Jones didn't like this. He had hoped to keep Potter here for a bit longer and see if his lord wanted to do something about him. He committed no crime. Why would I keep him here? I'm sure the minister will understand that, Clark answered. What about Rabiston Lestrange's death? Lord Lestrange recently lost his first heir, and now the other one. He will wah. Mr. Potter is not responsible for that, Clark interrupted him. The witch killed him, ripped his head off. I saw it in the memories very clearly. He didn't mention the fact that Malfoy and the other Slytherins seemed to have only arrived at Hogsmeade to harass Potter and the girl he was with. By the way, do you have a name for the witch? Did you find her shop? We found it. I sent the rookie to the shop. That place is filled with stuff. I don't know how long it will take to get something useful from there. Jones said while his eyes moved to the vial with silver liquid inside. So you saw the memories? Ah, yes. Clark stared at the vial, still not having recovered from the shock he suffered when he saw them. And the explanation offered by James Potter didn't help make things easier. The boy was revealed to be a grandmaster alchemist with the combat skills of a warlock, according to Dumbledore. There was no precedent for something like this, and much like Dumbledore, he was sure that Potter was keeping an important piece of the puzzle for himself. But they had no way or reason to pressure someone like that. "It is a clear case of self-defense," Clark finally said. So the boy actually killed a dark witch by himself and cast a fire spell that turned the ground to glass. It is very hard to believe for someone that young, don't you think? Didn't he get help from someone else? Jones asked. No help, Clark responded with a firm tone. Jones didn't seem to believe it. What spells? Didn't he use anything dark or illegal? Clark glared at his partner with suspicion. Do you have something against the Potters? It looks like you are upset that I didn't try to find something to accuse Potter of. Of course not, Jones brushed it aside. I'm attempting to be impartial. You know, the law is the law. And extreme cases of self-defense allow wizards and witches the use of more deadly spells, even those that would normally not be allowed. I know the law. Clark took hold of his forehead. Partner, you look very tired, Jones noted. I still need to secure this vial of memories at the Department of Mysteries and archive the report. Why don't I help you out, since I am done with my part? Jones suggested while glancing at the vial. Let me take the memories, and you can go file that report before going to rest. Clark looked at Jones. Normally he wouldn't do this, but they had known each other for over 10 years, and he had complete trust in his partner. Okay. He handed the vial of memories. Make sure they are well secured. Those memories could be very important in the future. The display of magic he saw in them was impressive enough to leave him shaken. Jones took the vial and held it firmly. Let me know when the rookie returns from Hogsmeade, Clark said before turning around and starting to walk away. Of course, partner, Jones smiled. The memories are nothing but a consolation prize, but I'm sure the Dark Lord will be interested in seeing this. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Green flames formed inside the fireplace at Dumbledore's office, and two figures emerged from it. James came out first and moved away, leaving room for the old wizard. That went faster than I expected, James commented. He expected them to want to hold him until they got all the information they wanted. James even expected that they would try to get some of his secrets from him, like some of the spells he had used or how he had created Primum and the others. Indeed, responded Dumbledore. I believe you caused quite the impression on that Auror. The poor man looked shaken as he gave us leave. He was not the only one, James pointed out. Ah, yes. Dumbledore did his best to hide his embarrassment. I understood much better than the Auror the magnitude of what you did today. The headmaster's eyes were focused on James as he moved his chair to sit down. I know you must be very exhausted, Mr. Potter, but do you mind if we talked for a bit? There are some things that I didn't want to speak of in front of the authorities. James sat down. You can ask whatever you wish, headmaster, but I reserve the right not to answer. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, I understand. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before continuing. You can answer this next question with a yes or no and don't need to delve into details. Are you a time traveler? Chapter 190, A Tempting Offer. What makes you jump to that conclusion? And please, be brief. James knew that the old man was going to figure something out after seeing the memories of his encounter with the witch, but he didn't expect him to get there this fast. You used a primordial flame, and I do know for a fact how impossible it would be for someone as young as you are supposed to be to do something like that. Dumbledore formed a cup shape with his hands. After a few short sparks, beautiful golden flames manifested in his hands, and Dumbledore held them in place, floating in between them. You have the gilded ember. James looked genuinely surprised to find out that Dumbledore, like himself, was in possession of one of them. This is because he had no recollection of Dumbledore using it during all his encounters with Voldemort. Dumbledore smiled. There are only 5 primordial flames in the entire world, and each of them can only be used by one person at a time. The most prestigious alchemist in the world would give anything to get their hands on one of these. This golden flame was passed on to me by the one who taught me everything. My old teacher, Nicholas Flamel. He is the one who taught me about these wonders of the magical world. the golden flame disappeared, and the gentle warmth that was being emanated went away. Even after all these years, I can only manifest a fraction of its true power. That is how difficult they are to control, Dumbledore explained. My old teacher told me everything he knew about these mysterious, magical phenomena, but the most mysterious of them all was the Argent Flame. His eyes went to James. According to the few journals written by ancient alchemists, the Argent One is the most unique and powerful of them all, and no one has been able to control its destructive capabilities since the dawn of time, and it has not been for lack of trying. I didn't think you were that knowledgeable about primordial flames. I underestimated you, Headmaster, James said. He had used it without considering that someone watching could actually guess the origins of those flames, as it was a very niche piece of knowledge, even among alchemists. Mr. Potter, I could believe that a 15-year-old boy may have enough talent to become an alchemist at such a young age, even if that would require an unprecedented amount of talent. But to summon and fully control something like the Argent Flame, that is just impossible. Even my old teacher, who had been around for many centuries, could not claim such a feat. Your abilities and knowledge seem to surpass my own, and something like that is impossible, James said. He could no longer claim that he was just very talented. Some things require more than talent, but also an immeasurable amount of knowledge, and that takes time to acquire. If you really are James Potter, Dumbledore said, then the only conclusion I could draw would involve a gross abuse of time magic. I am a Potter, James responded. I can only tell you that, and one more thing. I did not choose to be here, and neither do I know the purpose of my presence in this time, although I have some ideas. You were sent here against your will. Dumbledore remained pensive for a long minute. Do you want me to leave the school? James broke the silence. Dumbledore tilted his head. And why would I want that? You expelled me because you thought I was dangerous. Now, I have proven to you that I am even more dangerous than you thought. Dumbledore shook his head. What made you dangerous was having too much power and little maturity to understand the risks you were taking. Now that I am more aware of your true abilities, this is no longer the case. You are a wise wizard, James Potter, one who has surpassed the level of a mere warlock like myself. If anything, I wish to keep you in the school for as long as I can. James raised an eyebrow. Are you taking back my expulsion? Dumbledore smiled. I could do more than that. What do you think about becoming a professor at this school? You have to be joking. I don't even have my owls yet. James responded while wondering about the old man's change of heart. I'm sure you already have more than enough wisdom to pass the exam. I can help you get that done during the summer, as well as the Newt's exams. Now, you would need to start as an assistant professor during the first year. What do you say? Don't you find attending classes very boring? I do find them boring. James couldn't deny that. The school level was just too basic for him at this point. You don't need to give me an answer right now. Just think about it and tell me your decision before the school year is over. And you will trust me with your students? You don't even know who I really am, and that is something that I will never reveal. James had already decided that his past as Harry Potter was a piece of information he was going to take to his grave. I do not want anyone asking me questions about the future. That was way too dangerous, James thought. I will never ask you about it. Any knowledge about the future would be too dangerous for anyone to have, Dumbledore said. Right, James responded. And your character was never up to question. Dumbledore glanced at Fawkes. I already tested that during our first proper meeting. No, I was just worried about your methods, but that is no longer a concern. So yes, I will trust you with this. Otherwise, I would never have offered you the position in the first place. Very well, James stood up from the chair. If there is nothing else, I am in dire need of some rest. Rest well, Mr. Potter. And if you need anything to aid in your little friend's recovery, Dumbledore pointed at the rings on his fingers, do tell me. I can provide you with any ingredients that you could require. Thank you for the offer. I'll let you know if it comes to that. James left the headmaster's office. So, not only am I not getting expelled, but he is offering me a job. James could not have predicted this turn of events when he woke up this morning. Chapter 191, Voldemort's Concern. Malfoy Manor. A man with slick short black hair and equally black eyes, a short mustache, and a cruel look was pacing around the hall of the fancy manor while rubbing the scar on his face. Someone will have to pay for this. Edwin, someone will. Abraxas Malfoy glanced at his old friend. He could understand his anger. After all, the man had just lost his last son, leaving him with no heirs. But who, the damn witch who killed my boy, is already dead. The only one I can murder is that Potter boy, but that won't be enough. Edwin Lestrange exclaimed and took another sip of his drink. I know, Abraxas said. He didn't want to mention that he had almost lost his only heir as well. The ones they really wanted to target were the House of Black. But after their last encounter, Pollux Black had increased the security in their ancient home, and they couldn't even find it anymore. At that moment, the doors of his hall opened up, and two large individuals came inside, moving out of the way as a third one walked in. Crabbe and Goyle lowered their heads as Lord Voldemort made his entrance. My lord, Malfoy hurried to stand up so he could bow. Lestrange turned around to glance at the Dark Lord. My lord, his tone denoted the man's anguish. Voldemort addressed him first. Lestrange, I'm sorry for your loss. I can assure you that we will make everyone involved in this nasty matter pay with interest. Thank you, my lord, responded Lestrange. Abraxas, have one of the house elves bring your pensive here. Voldemort ordered, as he made his way to the seat of honor at the table. Malfoy did as told without question, as he knew how little their lord liked that, but he was still very curious about what he wanted to show them. A couple of minutes later, a little elf was levitating a stone basin into the middle of the hall. Voldemort pulled a small glass vial from his robes. Today, I had a very interesting conversation with one of the Aurors who worked on the case of the Hogsmeade Witch, as they have called it. Travers, Lestrange asked. Jones, Voldemort responded. Oh, that little guy, Lestrange said. They already had several individuals in their outer circle who held important positions at the ministry, but none of them had thought much of Lord Jones. The short man had been an Auror for over 20 years and had never managed to get a single promotion. They all considered that magical house as something of little importance, despite it being a very old one. So Jones has finally done something useful, and those memories, Malfoy asked. I already watched them. Several times, Voldemort said. I want you to watch them with attention and tell me what you think of them. Just then, he used his wand to levitate the vial over the basin and emptied the silver liquid inside. Malfoy and Lestrange glanced at each other. It was very unusual for Lord Voldemort to ask for someone else's opinion. The man always seemed to have everything planned out and didn't even like to hear suggestions when he spoke about one of his plans. As Malfoy was walking towards the pensive, he noticed a strange look on the Dark Lord's face, one he had never seen before and couldn't quite place. But if it were someone else, he would think that the person was showing concern. He and Lestrange stood in front of the pensive and looked at their lord one more time, waiting for approval. When he gave them a gesture to go ahead, the two of them sank their faces into the water. Images started to form. They depicted a scene where James Potter and Lily Evans were walking near the end of the Hogsmeade village when they were suddenly ambushed by many older boys from Slytherin. Abraxas and Edwin recognized their sons when they appeared and began threatening Potter with cruel smirks on their faces. Then the witch arrived, and everything became chaotic. Edwin almost pulled his face out of the basin when he witnessed his son being decapitated by the old monster, but he managed to push through and maintain his composure. Their lord thought of this memory as extremely important, and he would not take lightly if they couldn't offer an insightful opinion about it. They watched in shock as Potter summoned 3 creatures who helped him in the fight. The two of them became horrified when they saw the inhuman feats that this witch was capable of. This went far beyond what they thought was even possible. But despite all of that, James Potter defeated her with a show of overwhelming force by calling upon some extremely powerful alchemy flames. Abraxas removed his face from the basin first. His face had become ashen. He didn't know what the Dark Lord wanted them to say after seeing this. Edwin Lestrange came next and looked just as shocked as Malfoy. My lord, these memories, are they real? Lestrange asked. They are real, Voldemort assured them. Although he did notice a couple of parts where the memories had been manipulated, hiding some information, the magical showcase during the fight had no indications of forgery. I have also questioned Auror Jones in great detail when he brought me this. He never lied to me. Very well, so, Malfoy started. The Potter boy seems like he is going to be a much bigger threat than we thought. He was really downplaying it, but he could not imagine James being defeated by their forces at this point if he was capable of something like what they saw. In fact, he had to make sure to send his son a letter and warn him to stay away from Potter and overlook any plans he may have had. Yes, maybe we should put more focus on that family instead of the Black House, Lestrange said. Voldemort sighed. A bigger threat than we thought, they say. He knew these two didn't completely understand the level of magic being used in that duel, but he did, so they were not going to be of much help. I am going on a trip, the Dark Lord suddenly said. There is someone I must find. Chapter 192, Back to Business. People are staring at me, a lot more than usual. James threw the comment right after sitting down at his table. Are you surprised? By now, everyone in the school has found out what happened yesterday at Hogsmeade, Sirius told him. They may not know all the details, but the fact that you killed some dark witch is still well known, Remus added. What surprised me was that they let you go so quickly, Peter said. We were very worried, you know. I suppose the headmaster's presence helped in getting you out of there, right? Remus asked. James had not spoken a lot about what happened at the ministry, just that he was asked a few questions and then allowed to go. And to be fair, not much else had happened, other than making a copy of the memories covering the duel between him and the witch. They didn't even notify his parents, something he was very grateful for, although he was sure that his father would find out soon enough. The man worked at the ministry, and rumors get around very fast. Yes, the headmaster helped me there. James still thought that the old wizard had only gotten involved to satisfy his curiosity. It had helped him, so he had no reason to complain. At least today we have no classes, Sirius said with enthusiasm. You shouldn't be happy about it. We have missed a lot of classes this year, and for the next 2 weeks, we have to do all the final exams, Lily scolded him. What are you worried about? You always get outstanding grades, Sirius responded. We have no classes today. James must have missed the memo. Well, no, a student died, Remus reminded him. Again, Peter added. Right, Lestrange. James had almost forgotten about it. Now Lord Lestrange had lost both his sons, making the man more desperate and dangerous. I will have to take care of him before he resorts to doing something drastic, James thought. A man who had nothing left to lose was at his most dangerous moment. Wait, what about those other seniors who came along? James asked. St. Mungo's, I believe, Sirius told him. As far as I know, they all survived the whole thing, which is kinda crazy lucky if you ask me. If only they would use this to learn from their mistakes. Remus had not forgotten that those boys were only there to attack James. Severus seems to have distanced himself from them, Lily commented while staring at the Slytherin table. Snape, who usually sat down on the left side, close to Malfoy, was now on the opposite part of the table, as if he wanted to be as far away as possible from that group. Of course, Sirius huffed. After what he saw, I doubt he has any more ideas of attacking us. Or any other Slytherin, Peter added, looking at Lucius Malfoy himself, who still appeared shaken even after a night of rest. I would be surprised if any Slytherin wants to bother James again, Remus said. No, even those guys are not that stupid. Sirius shook his head before turning to his friends. So, what are we doing today? I would like to relax at the castle. If that's okay, Peter suggested. That doesn't sound bad. I want to work on my AIM project. Remus was talking about his map but didn't want to say it out loud in front of others. This was a secret only for the Marauders. How is that going? James asked in a low tone so the rest would not hear him. Almost done, Remus smiled. But there are a couple of key parts missing. I would like you to take a look in case I missed something. James nodded. Yes, I can do that, but only for a bit. Since we have no classes, there are a few things I want to get done today. Again, you are not going to rest even for a day. Sirius and the others knew that when James spoke about getting things done, he was referring to something related to potions and his laboratory at the chamber. We are near the end of the year, So yes, there are a few important things I need to get done. That was all he had to say for them to understand. He had to complete the wolfsbane potions for Remus, so he wouldn't have to suffer the effects of the transformation. Even more so, since they were near the end of the school year, he would have to prepare several batches for him to use during the summer. Normally, these had to be taken shortly after being prepared, but James had some special methods to preserve them, so that was one less issue. After spending half of the day with his friends and helping Remus with his map, James left the Gryffindor common room around 1 p.m. and made his way to his laboratory. It was when he was near his secret entrance that he noticed a familiar presence nearby. You have been waiting for me the whole time," James said. "I've only been here for 30 minutes. Bella removed the invisibility charm she had placed over herself. You could have stayed inside." James opened the entrance. "I haven't been here since the day the defenses became active. I wasn't sure if I was going to be attacked if I went there by myself. And this time there would be no Nyxaris to help me," Bella responded. "The defenses only activated because—" "I know I made a mistake." Bella looked down. "They won't activate for my fiancée if she goes by herself," James still said while offering his hand to her. Bella frowned but still took his hand. "You have been hiding a lot of things from everyone, haven't you?" "Oh yes, I have many secrets," James grinned, "but you still know more than most." Bella looked away as to hide her smile. "Okay, I won't ask you about it, but—" "But," James turned to look at her. "No more dates with redheads." She pointed her finger at him and pretended to be mad, even though she already knew why James took Lily to Hogsmeade. "Date, that was not a D. Next time just take me, okay?" Bella pointed her finger at him. "Oh, sure." James found her behavior kinda amusing. "Let's go inside. I need to check on my project." Chapter 193, The Golden Girl. James pushed aside the rock wall that led to the chamber and took a peek inside. The first thing he noticed was that all the heat had vanished and the chamber had returned to its normal cool temperature. The second thing he noticed was that his expensive project had disappeared. What? Where is it? He had just been here the other day, and the divine leather was still in the middle of the chamber, transformed into a ball of hot molten metal. What is it? Bella couldn't see anything because she was still behind James, waiting for him to properly enter the chamber, so she moved him aside to take a peek. Whoa, that thing is gone. Hold on, it has to be somewhere. James began to walk around the chamber. The place was a complete mess, to the point that he wasn't sure if it was worth the trouble to repair it, but that was a concern for another time. "Could someone have sneaked in here while you weren't there?" Bella asked. "You mean like how you did the other day?" James turned to her, and Bella decided to stare at the floor. "No one can sneak here without me knowing. I made sure of that. You guys only got that far because I was unconscious at the time." "Fine then, where is it? Because that thing didn't have legs, right?" Bella just realized that she didn't even know what it was. The last time she was here, James's project emitted so much light and heat that it was impossible to actually see it. "So, what is it?" she finally asked. "About that, I'm sure it's not a hat," James said. "Wait, you don't know? How is that possible?" Bella looked baffled at the reveal. "How can you make something and not know what it is?" The crafting process was a complicated one this time around. The material I was using was very special, and more than creating something in the traditional way, it was more like guiding it into a certain direction. James tried to explain the best he could, but by Bella's expression, she didn't seem to understand all that much. "Anyways, I don't think it would run away, but—" A frown appeared on James's face. "What is it? Do you know what could have happened?" Bella asked. "I have a theory." He was sure that the piece of divine leather had its own form of primitive consciousness, so after evolving further with his help, the wrestling artifact could have developed a full mind of its own. It should be even more advanced than Primum or Nyxaris, even though James wasn't trying to achieve that. James, care to explain this theory? You have been silent for a minute," Bella pointed out. "Oh, I was just thinking that maybe it will come to me if I call it." James's logic was that as its creator, there should be a connection between him and the artifact, even if he couldn't feel anything right now. "Call it, Please tell me you didn't make another Nyxaris, Bella said. What's wrong with Nyx? James asked. For starters, she hates me, Bella huffed. James raised an eyebrow at the comment. Where did you get that impression from? I don't think Nyx has the capability for H. All of a sudden, there was a loud cracking noise in the chamber. Pieces of the ceiling began to fall down onto the ground. Bloody hell, the chamber is falling apart, Bella shouted. We have to get out of here. Wait, I don't think that's what's happening. James noted that the damage was concentrated in one single point. He could feel an intense source of magic approaching, and a golden light started to seep through the cracks in the ceiling. Both he and Bella continued to stare upwards as this was happening. Despite being scared of the whole chamber falling upon their heads, Bella never left James's side. This went to show how much she had come to trust him. The light became more intense, and after one large chunk of stone fell apart, it left enough room for something to pass through and descend into the main area of the chamber, where James had once kept his potioneer table. Is that a person? Bella didn't know what she was expecting to see, but a human being was probably at the bottom of the list. It looks like it. James was at a loss for words as well. This was not what he had in mind. In the end, it appears that we didn't have to look for it. His creation had come to find him instead. As the humanoid figure descended very slowly from the air, they were able to get a better look at its features. It was an incredibly beautiful young woman with long, light brown hair. She wore a set of golden robes and floated in the air while surrounded by an intense golden aura. James's eyes went to the robes themselves. They seemed to flow like molten metal, but also formed a complex fabric that emanated a tremendous amount of magic. The woman's feet touched the ground, but the robes remained in a sort of weightless state, like they were submerged underwater. Her eyes opened and were like a pair of light beacons, illuminating the entire chamber with their luster. Her mouth began to move, and an angelic voice resounded all over. Whoa, she can even speak. Bella stared in shock. What is she saying? It's ancient Sumerian. She is asking me if I am her creator, James said. So, you made a young, pretty girl who speaks in a dead language. Bella didn't look too pleased. James shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid it's more complicated than that. Isn't it always? Bella added. I should answer her. We don't know what will happen if she gets impatient. James turned to the young woman clad in a divine golden aura. Chapter 194, Aura. James turned to look at the young woman in front of him and spoke to her. Letter 103C0, letter 103A4, letter 103BD, I am. This one didn't seem to react at first, but then began to approach him. James decided to observe and not take any actions that could be misleading, so he just waited. The woman seemed to be as curious about James as he was about her. Letter 103AD, letter 103A0, letter 103AC, letter 103A4. She said something to him while tilting her head. What is she saying? Bella couldn't understand a single word. She was good at Latin, but Sumerian sounded completely alien to her. She is asking for a name, James responded. I haven't really thought about having to name anyone today. Maybe something about gold? She definitely likes that color, Bella pointed out, given that the young woman was surrounded by a golden aura and wearing golden robes. I don't think it's about likes, but you do have a point. James glanced at the golden goddess in front of him. Aurum means gold in Latin, so what about aura? Aura? The young girl seemed to react. Letter 103A8, letter 103BD, letter 103C2, letter 103A7, letter 103A0, letter 103C2, letter 103AC, letter 103C0, letter 103AD, letter 103A0, letter 103AC, letter 103A4. James nodded. Yes, that is your name, and you are going to have to learn English somehow. My Sumerian is very basic to keep a conversation. He wasn't sure if the young girl understood anything other than her name, but she suddenly smiled. Aura, she kept repeating the name. Looks like she likes it, Bella said. The golden energy around Aura began to change. James could tell that she was doing something, but could not guess what it was. What are you? Hold on, what is the word I'm looking for? Letter 103AF, letter 103B8, letter 103B1, letter 103AF, letter 103A, letter 103BD. Purpose. He was trying to find out what she was trying to do. Aura did not answer with words, but by lunging at him, moving at a tremendous speed, just as fast as the witch he had fought the other day. James had not anticipated any form of attack and was not ready for this. However, he felt no aggression or danger from the other party. If anything, it was the opposite. Aura wrapped her arms around his neck, and her body began to shine like a beacon. "Oi, what are you doing?" Bella shouted at her, but didn't know what else to do, as using her magic on the newly born entity could have unwanted results. Not to mention that she was too close to James to shoot at her. None of that mattered because just a moment later, Aura seemed to completely disappear in a flash of golden light, leaving them both very confused. James, however, only needed a few seconds to understand what had happened. He could still feel her powerful magic, and it was now inside him, being fused with his own. He glanced down at his hands and noticed that his skin had a golden luster to it. "Okay, I didn't think it was going to work like this. It really goes beyond my expectations." "James, are you okay?" Bella rushed to his side, now that the danger seemed to have disappeared. "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" James tried to reassure her. "Because she jumped at you and then vanished. What was that about?" Bella felt extremely confused. "Where is she?" "She didn't go anywhere." James extended his arms. "Aura." The instant he called, golden energy surrounded his body, enveloping him in a shiny protective cocoon. Once the light dissipated a bit, it left behind a set of golden robes that seemed to have supplanted the ones James had been wearing before. They were kind of similar to the ones the young girl was wearing when they first saw her, but had been changed slightly to fit James's body better. The golden robes covered him from head to toe and were still emitting a divine luster, giving James an aura of nobility that could not be ignored. "What the?" Bella looked baffled. "Those are the robes she was wearing, but where is the girl?" "Bella, don't you see it?" James asked. "There was never an actual girl here. It was just a metaphysical manifestation created by the robes. They are the real artifact." He pointed at the golden clothes. "The robes are the artifact you made?" Bella took a closer look. "What are they made of? It doesn't look like fabric." "They are made of a mixture of the divine leather I found at the tomb and a special magical alloy I created to combine it with the leather. The resulting material is something that even I don't really understand yet." James had to admit that even he was a bit lost when it came to his last creation, because he used a material he didn't truly comprehend in the first place. Others would have called his actions reckless or idiotic, but James was confident that he was doing the right thing, and no one could argue against these results. "Okay, so you made some sentient robes, is that what they are?" Bella ran her fingers across the surface of the robes. "Feels cold, like metal." "Maybe on the outside. I actually feel very warm," James commented. Bella frowned at this. For some reason, she didn't like to hear that. Even if the robes weren't a real girl, it was still unpleasant to see them wrapped around James's body. "And what do these magical robes do? You almost died to create them, so I imagine they must have a powerful enchantment on them." "Well, I'm afraid that is going to require some testing." James glanced at Bella. "It is good that you came here today." Bella tilted her head. "I can't use Nyxaris yet. She needs to rest for a few more weeks at least." James opened his arms. "Tell me, Bella, what is the deadliest curse you know?" "The deadliest?" she asked. A confident grin appeared on James's face. "I want you to hit me with the best you have." Chapter 195, A Father Concerns. 1 month later, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Fleamont Potter was quietly finishing writing a report in his office when he heard a loud knock at the door. Letting out an audible sigh, he told the person on the other side to come in. "Cooper, can't you be a bit more delicate when you knock on my door?" Fleamont glared at the other man. This one was a 6'5" tall man with a shaven head and strong physique. Just looking at his brawny arms was enough to know that he could have shattered the door into pieces if he wasn't careful with what he was doing. His name was Oliver Cooper, and it's been a year since he had been working as a liaison between his department and the Aura one. Oliver stared at his closed fist for a moment. He had been controlling himself quite a bit, but apparently it hadn't been enough. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. I'm still getting used to working off the field. The man unconsciously brought a hand to his prosthetic leg. It's been a year already? Fleamont felt a bit sorry for the man. It was obvious that he had been made for action, and working in an office job was taking a toll on him. But his leg had been hit with a corrosive curse that made it impossible to regenerate, leaving him unqualified for field work until he could prove that he could still perform while using his fake leg. Something that he hadn't been able to do for now. Anyway, what brought you to my office? Right. Cooper closed the door behind him and approached Fleamont's desk while carrying a small stack of papers. I've been digging into the incident from a month ago at Hogsmeade, and I found something that you will want to know. Fleamont noticed how grave the other man's expression had become. It was something he didn't see often. The Hogsmeade incident, this brought him back to that day. That incident was a complete mess. The resulting conflict was flashy enough to be seen from the closest Muggle towns, even though they were hundreds of miles away from the magical village. His department received an urgent call for a mass obliviation in those towns. Otherwise, the Muggle government would have gotten involved to investigate the cause of this phenomenon and could have found the existence of Hogsmeade. However, once everything was placed under control, Fleamont wanted to know about the ones responsible for this huge mess. He had been more than shocked when he discovered that the one who caused the magical phenomenon was none other than his own son, James, and that he did so while fighting a dark witch who was trying to kill him and some other students. Unfortunately for him, the moment he tried to dig a bit deeper and tried to find more details about the event, he was continually blocked by classified documents. Fleamont eventually gave up on getting anything from the ministry, thinking that he would have his answers the next time he saw his son, once Hogwarts classes were over and he returned home. So, what did you find? Fleamont asked as the agent placed the papers on his table. It was not easy, I'll tell you that. Normally, this type of incident would not be that protected, even if it involved a student. I think someone with a lot of connections was trying to bury these files, Cooper said. This made Fleamont uneasy. He didn't like to have his son mixed in something like this. His eyes moved to the papers. They found the identity of the witch. Yeah, she sounds like a piece of work, I'll tell you that. The Auror commented while recalling what the files said about her. Morrigan Lacroix, dark witch who terrorized France during the 16th and 17th centuries. She disappeared around 1690 and was considered deceased. They probably thought she had died in some witch hunt and was never properly registered. Although considering her age, she could also have died of natural causes anyway. Cooper added. Are they sure it's the same person? This would make her around 400 years old, Fleamont said. Cooper nodded. We have records of even older wizard folk, so it's not unprecedented. Besides, they found all the evidence in that antique shop of hers. Apparently, she had kept a diary detailing everything that she had been up to, even the rituals she had used to keep herself alive. But I couldn't get hold of those. I have no idea where the ministry is keeping them. That's concerning on its own, Fleamont said. He didn't like the idea of that kind of magic falling into the wrong hands. They should have destroyed everything. That kind of dark magic should not exist. We can agree on that. Cooper pointed at the next page. There is something else I wanted to mention. The report indicates that the Auror in charge of the investigation took a sample of your son's memories involving the incident. What? Isn't it already bad enough that they interrogated my son without my presence? Fleamont looked outraged. Apparently, the headmaster was present during the proceedings, so it wasn't against any rules. Albus, I'm going to have a talk with him very soon, Fleamont promised. Just remember that I didn't give you those papers. I could get into a lot of trouble for this, Cooper said. I know that, don't worry about it, Fleamont reassured before turning his attention back to the papers and finishing reading them. All the notes that the Auror took had been written in there. What did that witch want from my son? It's not very specific on that point. According to the testimony, she claimed that your son took something that belonged to her and she wanted it back. But we don't know what it was. My son is no thief, Fleamont exclaimed. And no one thinks that way either. Cooper tried to placate the older man. Otherwise, they would have pushed harder on that information. The witch had probably gone insane after being around for so long. Magical rituals that extend life usually come with the cost of mental sanity. At least that's what my professor at the academy used to say. Thank you for bringing me this, I really appreciate it, Fleamont said. Yeah, there is one more thing I wanted to tell you. Cooper made a complicated expression. What is it? It's about those memories they took from James Potter. They should have been stored in containment area number 3, just like it states in the papers, but when I went to check, there was only a blank file. Fleamont frowned. Are you saying that someone stole those memories? Cooper nodded. And that's not easy. The containers are protected, so they can't be removed without proper authorization. It had to be someone from the department. Fleamont had a bad feeling about this. Who could be so interested in taking those memories, and why? I want to know who is the one who is so interested in my son, and what do they want? Cooper nodded. I will keep my eyes open and tell you if I find it. A loud knock was heard on the door, interrupting what he was going to say. Fleamont hurried to take the papers off the table and hid them inside a drawer. Come in. Sir, an alarmed woman waltzed inside the office and didn't even take a moment to glance at Agent Cooper. We have an emergency. Fleamont was shocked to see his assistant so alarmed. What's going on? Some masked men have launched a large-scale attack on Diagon Alley. Chapter 196, Shocking News. Okay, we can stop here for today. James stored his wand back in its holster. You have all progressed a lot over the year. He addressed the members of the little defense club they had created inside the room of requirement. His friends Remus, Sirius, and Peter were present, as well as Bellatrix and her sister Andromeda. Frank and Alice were no longer attending, as they had little interest in learning more defensive magic than the one required to pass their classes. Lily Evans was also staying away from the lessons, albeit for a different reason. Why don't we keep going for a bit longer? It's going to be the last one, right? Sirius suggested. Can't we continue next year? Peter asked. Only Andromeda is going to be graduating this year. We will all be on our 5th year. About that, James hadn't gotten a good chance to inform his friends about this, but he had decided that he was going to tell them today, as their year was about to end, and there wouldn't be more chances to do it. I will not be returning to class next year. This was followed by several gasps and exclamations of shock. What is that supposed to mean? Bella spoke first, wondering what he was talking about. You are quitting school, Remus asked. I am relocating, James said. To another school, Sirius frowned. To another position, James responded. Stop being so cryptic and spit it out already, Bella huffed. I have been offered a teaching position at Hogwarts for next year. I had some time to think about it, and just yesterday I told the headmaster that I will be taking it. All things considered, James thought that it was preferable to continue pretending to be a student. The status of a professor would also give him more freedom to leave the castle without needing to sneak around. A professor, you, Sirius looked baffled. Is this because you killed that witch? Peter asked. Yes, me. And I suppose what happened in Hogsmeade has something to do with the offer, but I wouldn't put it like that, James said. So you have known about this for an entire month and kept it to yourself. Bella didn't look too pleased, because they had spent a lot of time together alone during this last month, and he never said a word. I didn't want to say anything until I had time to think about what to do. James tried to reason with them. But I don't get it. You still haven't even finished your OWL exams, and you will need a lot more than that to be qualified to teach here, Andromeda pointed out. I will have to fulfill all the requirements during the summer, passing the OWL and Newt tests. Then, I will be given a position as assistant professor during my 1st year. James repeated the same thing Dumbledore had told him. And you are confident you can pass all the tests already. I mean, even if you spent the entire summer studying, it seems a bit too much, Remus said. I'll be fine. I was already ahead in my studies. He just didn't say how far ahead he was because they would not believe him. So, there is a chance that James will be our professor next year. That's going to be weird, Peter commented. To be fair, he has been teaching us defense for months now, Remus pointed out, since they had just finished their last class. Still weird though, Sirius muttered. You could do worse, James is a good teacher, Bella added, earning a look from the other boys. I have never heard you say something nice about someone else. You must really like James after all, Sirius said with a grin on his face. Bella aimed her wand at him and fired a stinging jinx. Ouch, stop that. Sirius was ready to make a run to the door. If you can't even avoid that, perhaps I have not done a good job at teaching you anything. James glanced at his friend. She took me by surprise, you know I'm better than that. Sirius looked offended. James shook his head, but he knew Sirius was right. He was very talented when it came to defensive magic. It wouldn't be a surprise if he also became an Auror in this life. The group spoke for a few more minutes before Bella and Andromeda parted ways, returning to the dungeons while the Marauders stayed behind for a bit longer. Hey James, I don't know if there will be time later so. Remus pulled a parchment from his pocket and began to unfold it. I wanted to show you this, now that it's finally completed. James glanced at what Remus was holding. It was the Marauders' map. However, James wasn't sure if they had already named it as such. You finished it, congrats. We have all written our names on the back, Peter said. Yeah, it's only missing yours, Sirius added. You want me to put my name on it? I don't think I have contributed enough for that. James felt somewhat guilty for not having spent more time with the three boys. This year, he had given priority to his alchemy projects, as they were a crucial part of his plan to deal with Voldemort. His friendships had to come second. Remus smiled. Don't say that, you helped plenty. He handed the map to James. You need a quill, I have one in my bag, Peter offered. That won't be necessary. James used a hand to hold the map, locating the spot where his friends' names were written. They had left an empty space for him. He conjured a small amount of magical ink above his free hand and manipulated it to write his name. That looks handy, Remus commented. Household magic always is. I'll send you a book during the summer. James then seemed to recall something important. I was going to give you this tomorrow, but since we are all here. What is it? Remus and the others peeked with curiosity as James took out a tiny box from his pocket. I have made some improvements to the Wolfsbane potion. I think you are going to like the new version. He tapped the box with his hand, and it grew in size until it was almost as tall as him. I have also brewed a large stock for you. Chapter 197, James' Gift. What the? Sirius stared at the gigantic box that was covered in hundreds of small drawers. How many did you make? This container should have enough supply for the next 50 years. James took out one of the potions, but that is not the important part. Remus was about to make a comment on how ridiculous and exaggerated this amount of potions was, but then he noticed the vial that James was holding and found it very strange. The color has changed. The one he had been taking so far had a vibrant blue color, but this one was deep purple. James glanced at the vial. True, the color is different, although the effects are more interesting than that. As I said, this is an improved version. It's better than the one I have been taking. Remus had a hard time imagining that. If it works as intended, this one will completely suppress the transformation, James revealed, shocking his friends. He won't even transform if he takes that, Peter asked. How can that be? Remus stared at James in disbelief. You'll have a chance to test it very soon. Next week is the full moon, James said. Unfortunately, school will have ended by then, so I won't have the chance to see its efficacy in person. But I want you to try it and send me a letter the next day and tell me how it went. Wouldn't suppressing the transformation mean that he is pretty much cured? Sirius asked. There is no cure for this curse, as far as I can tell. But for as long as he takes one of these on every full moon day, Remus will no longer have to worry about the werewolf, James said. When did you come up with this? Peter asked. Well, I had the idea for a while. Just got around to making it after that thing with the witch, James responded. James, I don't know what to say. Remus was truly moved. A thank you would do, James added. Thank you, but this is too much. I can't accept all of this for free. It must have cost you a fortune to make so many potions, Remus said. James shrugged. It did cost a fortune, that part was right. However, he was now in possession of a private vault at the bank, one that was filled to the brim with gold galleons. The goblins were very happy to buy a mountain of various precious metals and never asked about their provenance. Forget about money already. I told you that thank you was enough. James tapped the box and returned it to its miniature size before handing it to Remus. Just send me an owl when you run out, and I will make you more. In 50 years, Remus had a smirk on his face. Sure, in 50 years, we can make an event out of it and go get something to drink. James chuckled. Oh, I can't wait to be old enough to drink. I want to try some fire whiskey, Peter said. You don't need to be older for that. I know a senior who can get us a bottle for a few sickles, Sirius said. We can celebrate tonight. A bit late for that now. School ends in 2 days, Remus pointed out. Good thing that I am a man who plans ahead. I got a bottle 2 weeks ago. It's in my trunk. Sirius smirked. Well, would you look at that? Sirius can be clever sometimes, James pointed out. I had a lot of free time to think, given that we have barely pranked anyone this year. He made a disgruntled expression. And if James becomes a professor next year, there won't be more chances. I'm sure you can find more productive ways to spend your time, James suggested. Like what? Like studying. We are at school, Remus said. Sirius chuckled. No thanks, I think next year I will focus on Quidditch and my girl. While James was having a good time with his friends, his father was not having such a great time. Move, come on, secure the area and get those muggles out of here, Fleamont shouted orders to all the agents present. His eyes went back to the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Whoever had started this mess had also blown up the entrance of the tavern, causing a commotion among the muggles and putting the statute of secrecy at risk. That's why his department had been called with such urgency. There was a powerful charm covering the leaky cauldron, so muggles would not take notice of it and just walk by. However, this only worked under normal circumstances. If the entrance of the place were to be destroyed by any means, the muggles were bound to realize that something was going on, despite the protections. They had managed to disperse most of them and reapplied a more potent charm. The moment a muggle got too close and looked at the leaky cauldron, they would feel the urgent need to go somewhere else. Sir. Fleamont turned around and found his assistant waving at him. Someone must have called the firemen. Fleamont sighed when he saw the large red truck pulling closer. I'll take care of it. Make sure no more civilians get too close and have someone fix the wall of the tavern already. He hoped that the inside of Diagon Alley looked better than this. Greetings, gentlemen. Fleamont adjusted his robes and approached the fireman who he recognized as the captain. They all looked at him, but didn't notice anything strange about his attire. There was an enchantment on Fleamont's robes, so muggles would only see a man dressed in an elegant suit and not think much of it. Who are you? We received a call saying there was an explosion. The captain glanced towards the tavern and quickly looked away. That's weird. I can't see any damage. Just a gas leak, but we've got everything under control. Fleamont held his wand under his robes and placed a compulsion charm on the fireman to expedite things. I see, so everything is under control. The captain was feeling dizzy and shook his head. That's right, I'm sorry you had to come all the way here for nothing, but everything is all right now. Fleamont repeated the charm just for extra safety. Sir, one of the other firemen glanced at their captain, noticing his strange behavior. Get back on the truck, it was a false alarm, the captain ordered his men. One more problem solved. Fleamont waited until the truck went away to turn his attention to the tavern. The other muggles had been dispersed, and the front had been fixed with magic. Okay, now let's take a look at the inside. He was already fearing the worst. Chapter 198, The First Attack. Merlin, Fleamont exclaimed the moment he saw the state of the leaky cauldron inside. There were signs of destruction everywhere he looked, as well as panic and fear, when he saw all the broken glasses and plates on the floor. The attack must have been very sudden, startling all the patrons into trying to escape. We believe that it began here. Fleamont heard a familiar voice and turned to look. Cooper, you were called as well. The Auror nodded. Most of the department was called. Even those who rarely leave the office were needed for this. I have never seen an attack like this on a magical settlement. Death count? Fleamont asked. He couldn't see anyone else in the tavern, but the Aurors had arrived before his department, so they could have already taken away everyone injured or dead. That's the strange thing. None, Cooper said. None, not even one death. Fleamont found that hard to believe, considering the scale of the attack. 26 injured, all taken to St. Mungo's already. And we have at least 10 people missing, but we haven't found a single one dead. Fleamont's frown deepened. That's a lot of people missing. Did the attackers take them? A few missing during a situation like this was not rare, but over 10 people were too much to be accidental. That's what the others are thinking. Cooper pointed at the door at the end. If the situation outside is under control, you may want to take a look at the alley. I will do that, thanks. Fleamont went to the brick wall that usually barred the entrance to the alley. However, it was now completely destroyed. It began here, he recalled Cooper's words. They gained entrance through the tavern, but why? Magical folk rarely used this entrance, unless they were planning on staying at the Leaky Cauldron, so it was mostly reserved for Muggle-borns and their Muggle families who came from that side. Oh, Fleamont was now staring at the Diagon Alley main road. Just like in the tavern, there were many signs of destruction here. Broken road, roofs, windows. The attackers seemed to be trying to cause as much chaos as possible by flinging dangerous spells around. It was going to take a while to restore this place to its pristine shape. Fleamont spotted the figure of Madame Bones, standing in front of Ollivander's shop and taking notes. He decided to approach her, since they had known each other for many years, and, as of now, she held a high position at the Auror department, so she must know all the details about what had transpired here. Amelia, Fleamont called after noticing how distracted she looked. Fleamont, she glanced at him and sighed, what a disaster. Indeed, although I still know not who the responsible is, I have only been told something about masked men. Potter responded, hopping to gain more intel from her. Unfortunately, I have little more to offer on that front. The witnesses were unable to recognize any of the criminals, as they were hiding their identities quite well. She pointed at the other side of the alley. They came through Tom's tavern, mounted some brooms, and began to unleash chaos in the alley. How many wizards are we talking about? Fleamont asked. The number is not clear. Anything between 6 and 12, perhaps. They were all wearing similar attire, making it difficult to tell them apart, and the people were too busy trying to run away to pay much attention to details. We will know more when we analyze their memories. I see. Hopefully, they can be found before something like this happens again. Fleamont glanced at Ollivander's shop. I couldn't help but notice that you were staring at the building before. Did something happen, T? He is gone, Ollivander that is, Amelia Bones said with a bitter tone. You mean dead or? Missing, along with at least 10 others. We are still busy getting everyone's testimony. Bones responded. I am assuming that everything outside is under control. It is now. Luckily, we were able to intervene in time, before the Muggle authorities got involved and managed to contain it. Amelia Bones nodded. Good job. At least your department won't receive any complaints in the near future. This is not your fault. Fleamont could tell where her mind was going and the guilt on her face. How come we didn't see this coming? She answered with a tone of frustration. This wasn't just some random attack led by a group of unorganized wizards. Something big is going on, and I believe this is just the beginning. Fleamont Potter looked around for a moment. Everyone was busy doing something, and no one was paying attention to them right now. Amelia, there may be something you should know. I don't know if it's related to this, but... Fleamont, what is going on? If you know something about these masked men, TH. Hold on, Amelia. Not here. Fleamont looked around again. Tomorrow in the late afternoon, come to the second floor of the Three Broomsticks, he said in a low tone. Amelia didn't seem to like all the secrecy, but she trusted the man enough not to question him. Very well, I have much to do now. My men and I can lend a hand if you want, Fleamont offered. Amelia nodded. I appreciate it. Take a look around then and talk to the people who are still here. We haven't questioned the goblins yet. Although the bank was not attacked, they may have seen something. I can do that, Fleamont said, even though he was sure that the goblins were not going to cooperate with them. The creatures had always remained neutral when it came to wizard folk conflicts. They had their own side to be in. After parting ways with Amelia Bones, he went to speak with his team and assign them some tasks, before walking to Gringotts himself and wondering if he had made the right choice when inviting Amelia to their secret meeting. This was going to be the first time they all got together after exchanging some letters. It had actually been Pollux Black's idea to inform Dumbledore and a few others about the potential war coming their way and the new Dark Lord's appearance. Chapter 199, Grave News. The mood at the Great Hall was one of excitement. After all the craziness the students had experienced over the school year, it was finally time to return home for the summer and take a deserved long break. James was minding his own business and eating breakfast while thinking about what he would do after leaving school. It feels like it's been a lot longer, but it's been less than a year since I woke up in that hospital bed and started this strange second life. He still had not found any clues about the reason for this pseudo-reincarnation that he had experienced, or even if there was any special purpose behind it. Should his only goal be to defeat Voldemort before this one caused all the damage he did during his original timeline, or was there something more? James had focused most of his efforts on recreating some of his old alchemic creations, as well as making some new advancements that would aid him in that final goal. What will happen once Voldemort is no more? He had never stopped to consider that. What was he supposed to do afterward? He didn't want to just repeat the same life he already had. His eyes went for a moment to the Slytherin table. Bella seemed to be having an animated conversation with her two sisters, and even seemed to smile a bit. She looks happy. This was very different from the Bellatrix Black he had met 9 months ago on the train ride to Hogwarts. Am I crazy for even thinking about it? He wondered for a second if the two of them could have a future together. The whole engagement had been nothing but a political move to bring the House of Black away from Voldemort's side and into his own. However, despite knowing this, he could not deny having developed some feelings for that girl. Before realizing it, James had come to truly care for Bella. He had a new life now, a new chance to make things different from how they were in his previous one. His life as Harry Potter had been filled with great achievements, but it had also been somewhat lonely at times. His students filled that void to a certain degree, but in the end, it was not the same. What Ginny had made him lose, he never recovered. James, look. He felt Sirius tapping his shoulder and calling for him. James followed his friend's eyes to discover what he meant. There were dozens of owls entering the hall, carrying newspapers in their claws. This was not an unusual event in itself. Students often received news in such a way. What he found unusual were the strong reactions that students were having after receiving and taking a single glance at the paper's front page. There is something going on, Remus said. Is none of you subscribed to the Daily Prophet? Peter asked, wanting to receive a newspaper right now. You know we are not, Sirius frowned. Most of the time, there was nothing noteworthy in that paper, and he considered it a waste of money. They then saw Charlie Bell, their Quidditch team captain, having a paper delivered in front of him and reacting the same as the rest. James noted the look of fear in the boy's eyes. Charlie, what happened? Charlie merely turned the paper around and lifted it up a bit so they could all see it. The students at the table got closer to take a better look, as they all felt extremely curious. This was quickly followed by a series of exclamations, shouts, screams, and gasps. James read the headline and felt goosebumps. Disaster strikes Diagon Alley. Mysterious masked men attack the London magical shopping district. There was a large picture of the damaged shops and streets. It appeared to have been hit by demolition charms. 12 people missing and over 30 in the hospital, Remus muttered. Masked men, Sirius repeated. Did someone die? Peter asked. James examined the paper a bit closer. No, there is no mention of any dead, but the Auror stated that the 12 missing individuals were taken away by the... It was then that he noticed something near the bottom of the article. It wasn't a picture, but a drawing instead. The caption at the bottom indicated that it was a recreation of a symbol that some of the witnesses claimed to have spotted in the sky moments before the attack. It was one that James had seen before in his previous life. A skull with a snake coming out of its mouth and wrapping itself around. It has begun, the war. It was earlier than he expected. Is this because of my actions? Have I forced the Dark Lord to accelerate his plans? Since he appeared to be the only variable in this timeline, It was the most likely reason behind this change. This changed things for him. If Voldemort was going to expedite the war, he would need to resort to more extreme measures to stop him. "Excuse me for a moment," James said before standing up from his chair. "Where are you going?" Sirius turned to him. "Yeah, we are supposed to pack our things after breakfast," Peter reminded him. "My things are already packed," James responded. "It won't take long, I promise. Just go back to the room and get started." After saying that, he made his way to the professor's table. Everyone was too preoccupied with the newspaper to even notice him. James glanced at the table. Most of the professors were there, but the headmaster was missing, and he was the one James needed to speak to. His office then, James thought. For a moment, he considered asking McGonagall for the password, but decided against it. The woman would want to know the reason for his request, and this was not something he wanted to speak of right here in the hall. So he continued walking and crossed the open gates, leading outside the hall before taking a turn towards the stairs. Chapter 200, An Alliance. Albus Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, looking at the papers in front of him with a troubled expression. "At least school is over, and I will have more time to focus on this issue." His hand lifted the newspaper detailing the news about Diagon Alley. He, of course, already knew about it beforehand. His contacts at the ministry had informed him almost immediately after the event. This same afternoon, he had a meeting arranged at the Three Broomsticks with some of them. Hopefully that goes well. He was concerned about working with someone like Lord Black, even after learning about his sudden change of alliances. Lord Potter was not going to be easy to get along with, since by this point, the man must already know about what happened in Hogsmeade and how his son was taken and questioned by the Aurors without him being notified. Dumbledore sighed. He regretted the decision he made that day of not informing James's father. The truth was that his insistence on accompanying James had been mostly motivated by his own curiosity, rather than actually protecting one of his students. Something that made him feel very guilty, even if James had no need for his protection. "Why do you leave your window open?" He was startled by the sudden voice and snapped his head back. "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore found James floating in front of his window. "All those protections with the enchanted gargoyle are useless if you don't bother to even close the window, you know," James said. Dumbledore felt like he was being scolded. "Students don't usually fly through my window, and I can assure you that the castle is very safe. Also, you should be packing your things. The train will leave at 12 o'clock. James jumped inside his office. "Maybe it's safe for now. That won't last." He walked around the desk and to the other chairs before taking a seat. "And we need to talk about something before I leave." Dumbledore pointed at the newspaper. "About this." "What do you know about those masked men?" James asked first. "No more than the Aurors. They wore white masks and black robes. They used a peculiar spell to draw a symbol in the sky before the attack, a skull and a snake." "What about the emergence of a new Dark Lord? Do you know about that?" Dumbledore flinched. "He goes by the name Lord Voldemort. Is he the one behind all of this?" "Who else?" James shrugged. Dumbledore looked at him with suspicion. "Is this a mere guess, or are you speaking from personal experience?" "If you are asking about any potential knowledge from the future." "No," Dumbledore responded sternly. "Future knowledge is not only dangerous, but also unreliable. The mere fact of knowing about something before it happens will already change what was going to happen in the first place." "We can agree on that one." James could already tell that things were going to be different this time. "If you are aware of this, then why am I here?" Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. Let me ask you something first. Have you already formed the Order of the Phoenix?" "Order of the Phoenix? What is that?" Dumbledore looked genuinely confused before giving Fawkes a side glance. The Phoenix responded with a loud cry. "Okay, forget the name. Have you formed any group with the goal of facing this Dark Lord?" "You know about that already?" Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. "I have been thinking about it since the first rumors about a new Dark Lord began to reach me." He had personal experience with how bad things could get after what happened with Grindelwald. "So you have already created it?" "We have only arranged a first meeting to talk about possible actions we can take and to measure the threat itself." How dangerous is this Dark Lord? How many wizards and witches does he have under his command? He is an extremely dangerous man. I don't know how many people have already joined him, but I assume that he has already recruited most members of dark wizard families and some neutral ones, James said. There could be several groups of non-humans on his side as well. Non-humans? Dementors, werewolves, vampires, trolls, giants, that kind of thing. The Ministry of Magic had done a good job at antagonizing anyone who is not a wizard, so they won't be hard to convince if they are promised some beneficial changes. Dumbledore's face seemed to go pale. If that is true, then, we are in some serious trouble. That may not have happened yet, but I would keep an eye out. The headmaster nodded. I will keep it in mind. His eyes moved to meet James. Why wait until now to warn me? Are you intending on joining us? Dumbledore wasn't sure if he should inform James that his father would also be part of this group. Joining you? No, that's not the reason for my visit, said James. Then, Dumbledore waited. What I need is for you and this group you are forming to stay away from any combat situation, even more so if it involves the Dark Lord. I will be the only one to face that man. The headmaster looked slightly dumbfounded by the request. He had clearly not been expecting James to say something like that. You want to fight this war by yourself? Not necessarily. It has become obvious that I can't do everything by myself, or the attack on Diagon Alley would never have occurred. What I need is people to act as my eyes and ears, to keep me informed of any potential attacks so I can intervene. That's where you and your group will come in. This is not something I could ask from anyone else, as they would not believe me capable of handling it. But I do, Dumbledore muttered. You still don't sound very convinced, James pointed out. A glimmer of light appeared on his glasses. I don't mean to insult your abilities, but you are talking about going against a Dark Lord and his army by yourself. I have personally fought in a war that concerned an opponent such as this, and I know firsthand what kind of challenge it is. 6, James said. 6, Dumbledore looked confused. That is the number of Dark Lords I have personally killed. What? That's impossible. Since Grindelwald there has been no M. Perhaps not in Britain, but the world is a big place. James stood up from his chair. I believe there is a better way to convince you. Would you like to have a friendly spar with me? Chapter 201, A Friendly Spar Part 1. I don't recall when was the last time I visited this room. Dumbledore walked around the room of requirement after James opened the door. And it certainly didn't look like this. Since James was the one who called for the door, the room had been shaped to fulfill his request for a training arena. The large chamber looked mostly empty, except for 6 stone pillars and a few stacks of wooden boxes that could be used to take cover. A very useful room that can serve many purposes. Rowena Ravenclaw must have been an astounding genius, James commented. I'm sure all 4 of the founders were geniuses in their own right. Dumbledore turned to face him. I'm still not sure this is a good idea. What is your concern? I said it was going to be a friendly spar, nothing lethal or dangerous. No alchemy flames, Dumbledore pointed. Fine. No summoning any of those creatures. James shrugged, just wands. Very well, Dumbledore finally nodded. And you will agree to my request if I win this spar, James stated. I will think about it. Dumbledore was only willing to concede this much for now. Their wands appeared in their hands. James gave the headmaster a gesture. Old men first. How generous. Dumbledore snapped his wand with an extreme level of nimbleness. And I am not that old. 3 sparks of light shot out and went directly for him. James reacted by setting up a translucent barrier that intercepted the spells while moving to one side and pointing his wand at his opponent. A potent stream of flames burst out, filling a large part of the room and making the temperature skyrocket. Dumbledore said nothing, but conjured a massive bubble of water that began to contain the fire and prevent it from spreading further. Once he had extinguished enough of the flames, Dumbledore realized that James could no longer be seen. His gaze went to the stack of boxes closest to where he had last spotted James moving. Dumbledore immediately used a reducto to decimate the boxes so they could no longer be used for cover, only to discover that James had not been there. Something hit him from behind with force, making him lose his balance and fall down. Erg, Dumbledore groaned in pain, but still managed to recover himself enough to cast another spell. Homnum Revelio. The charm revealed the presence of anyone using an invisibility spell. A red figure appeared in front of him, and by the shape, Dumbledore could tell that James was about to attack again, not giving him any time to recover. A red spark, accompanied by a long white rope, was threatening to end this fight on the spot if he was hit by either of them. Custodia. Dumbledore formed a yellow shield in front of him and used it to cover himself while standing up. As soon as he could, he jammed his wand on the back of the shield, sending it towards James as if it had been shot by a cannon. Only to notice that he had once more lost track of the boy. Tusk, Dumbledore could not help but feel frustrated by James's style of fighting. He would use his spells as cover to move away and ambush him. James was also moving unusually fast, leading the headmaster to think that he had applied some magical augmentation on himself. Dumbledore spotted a dozen small spheres of red light hovering above him. He could not see from where the spell had come and thus was unable to discover James's whereabouts, but right now he was more concerned with the magic itself, as it was one he didn't recognize. The red orbs only hovered for a few seconds before they began shooting at him, one by one. Dumbledore could not feel much danger in these orbs, as they contained a very small amount of magic, so he concluded that James was once more using them as a distraction. A simple pratigo held in his left hand was enough to stop the orbs from reaching him, but as they only shot one by one, it was taking too long to keep track of them, forcing him to divide his attention. Where is he? The chamber was poorly illuminated by a few candles. Other than the center, where James had previously cast those flames, the rest was too dark to see anything moving between the shadows. How devious! Dumbledore realized that when James created this room, he made it so it would benefit his style of combat. There were still many stacks of boxes that James could use as cover, as well as the stone pillars, which were just wide enough to hide a person. Another orb smashed itself against his shield, and just as he thought he was done with those blasted things, several more appeared. Dumbledore was more than frustrated now. Very well, if you want to play it like this then, he lifted his wand and made the call. Fox! The phoenix appeared in a burst of flames. It let out a loud cry, and its fire became more intense, as well as creating more light, enough to remove the darkness in the room almost completely. Dumbledore used this to locate the figure of James, poking from one of the pillars. Bombarda! He wasted no time reducing the pillar to rubble. James jumped away in time but didn't look too pleased. That was dirty, calling your phoenix after telling me to only make use of my wand, he huffed. Did none of those dark lords you fought use any dirty tricks? Dumbledore had a smug smile on his face. Okay then, James shrugged. Change of plans. White fur began to cover his skin. Chapter 202, A Friendly Spar Part 2. Dumbledore looked aghast. You are an animagus. But his shock would only continue to rise as he recognized the animal that James had turned into. That can't be. In front of him was now a large stag with silver fur. Sparks of electricity occasionally ran across the surface of his horns. The ground cracked as James activated his innate magic, and the next moment, the stag seemed to vanish. Fast, Dumbledore hurried to raise a charm shield all around him, just in time to hear a loud strike behind him. The silver stag's horns had made an impact against his shield, with enough force to shake the headmaster. But James was not yet done. A bolt of lightning formed on the tip of his horns and blasted at the shield. Dumbledore gritted his teeth and poured more of his magic to fortify the shield. Non-lethal, huh? Fawkes came to his rescue and sent a barrage of small fireballs at James. The stag was forced to stop his attack and move away. Even if it didn't look too threatening, Phoenix fire was not something that could be taken lightly. After gaining a bit of distance, James turned his attention to Fawkes and formed a large bolt of lightning aimed at the phoenix. But when he saw it use its innate ability to teleport away, James understood that lightning alone was not going to be enough. Unfortunately, while in his animagus form, this was the only form of attack he had. His shape reverted to his human form. He had been training it for months, so it only took him a second. Oh, James glanced down at himself. He had forgotten that when going through an animagus transformation, you tend to leave your clothes behind. However, that was not the case this time. James may have left his robes back on the spot where he transformed, but he was now wearing a set of pristine white robes. He of course knew where these clothes had come from. The divine artifact seemed to have fused with his own body, so it was always with him. However, he didn't understand why it had activated of its own volition, as he had never called for aura to manifest. It keeps acting on its own, showing a high degree of autonomy. James wasn't sure if that was a good thing, but for now, he was grateful, having exposed himself to the headmaster and his phoenix. When did you conjure those robes? Dumbledore noticed something strange about them. Well, technically, I didn't. James used an Accio charm to call upon his wand, which had been left next to his robes. It came flying, and he grabbed it. We are not done yet. The magic around James began to change and become more threatening. Dumbledore immediately picked up on this and got his guard up, and even Fawkes noticed the danger, placing itself before the headmaster. James, what are you doing? We said no dangerous magic. All magic can be dangerous. James lifted his wand in the air, crown of stars. 7 orbs of white light emerged from his wand and began to circulate over his head. Dumbledore had no idea what the effect of this piece of magic was, but he did take note that James had used the English language to cast it, so it had to be a relatively new spell, perhaps even one created by James himself. Simulacrum. 3 copies of James appeared around him, and then one of the 7 orbs disappeared, creating 3 extra copies of himself. The 6 clones moved quickly to surround the headmaster and his phoenix before beginning their bombardment of spells. Remember to keep it non-lethal, the real James said. We know, Clone 1 rolled his eyes. We know the same thing as you, Clone 2 reminded him. Why does he always do that? We don't need orders, Clone 3 added. Amusing, Dumbledore said, but you made a small mistake, James. Dumbledore raised his wand. I don't require holding back against temporary clones. A burst of golden flames was conjured all around the headmaster, burning away all the clones before they could have a chance to escape. What happened to no alchemy flames? James raised an eyebrow. You keep breaking your own rules. I am not the one being tested. Dumbledore tried to hide it, but his breath was becoming more irregular. It had been a very long time since he had exhausted himself to this degree. His eyes moved to the 6 remaining orbs hovering above James. He could already guess the effect of the spell. Glacium Spica, James conjured a dozen ice spikes. Another orb disappeared, leaving only 5 remaining ones, and a moment later, another dozen spikes appeared next to the first ones. A spell duplication, very impressive. Dumbledore glanced at the phoenix next to him. Forgive me, Fawkes, I'm going to need a bit more of your assistance. The fight continued. Dumbledore and Fawkes were forced to stand on the defensive while James continued his assault. Every spell was more powerful than the previous one, and all of them were being duplicated by the crown of stars he had initially cast. Several minutes had passed, and now James only had 1 orb left. Dumbledore was having difficulty breathing, and Fawkes had been turned into a block of ice. One more, James's magic grew in intensity. Dumbledore grew alarmed. By now, he had expected for James to also grow exhausted, yet it appeared that despite everything he had thrown his way, the young man was still in perfect shape. W8, I think I have seen N. His words came too late, as James had already begun to chant his last spell. His eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light as magic coursed through him. His mouth opened, and strange words came out. He olkainus, he chondenus, meteor swarm.